generation of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any of us, can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemy-less, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in.
The Technological System by Jacques Ellul. 1. People are not machines, but in every opportunity where they are allowed to behave like machines, they will so behave. 2. 25 years ago, I arrived at the notion of the technological society, but now, that stage is past. 3. The industrial society. This term is very widespread, but I find it inadequate. 4. Present-day society is still industrial, but that is not its essence. 5. At one time, technology and machine industry were connected, but for more than half a century now, a gap has widened between them. Industrialism developed a centralized, hierarchical system, with a linear growth, a division of labor, and a separation between the means and the ends. Mechanization created additional jobs and made human work more draining. It operated by means of steady reproduction, developing masses of men and integrating them in the industrialization. 6. Modern technology, however, contradicts each of those different points. If allowed to act, it leads to decentralization and flexibility. It does away with the hierarchy and the division of labor. It particularly has to bridge the gap between implementation and management. It presupposes a polyvalent and nonlinear growth. It reintegrates the ends into the means. It cuts down on labor and thus on the costs of labor. The value factor is no longer human work but scientific invention and technological innovation. Consequently, we can no longer apply Marx's analysis, which states that the economic totality is based on the surplus value produced by the salaried labor of the worker. 7. The industrial system is a closed, repetitive world, with a linear revolution. The technological system is inevitably open, non-repetitive, with a polyvalent evolution. It can proceed only by the universal development of mankind, and that development is absolutely necessary for the development of the technological system. We are thus confronted with an ensemble that is totally different from any that has ever existed before. 8. Technology, conceived in terms of its automation, its chemical transformation of the world, its economy of energy, its cybernation, its data processing, its biological intervention, and its indefinite output of nuclear energy, has little to do with the old industrial mechanization. 9. Technology is power, made up of instruments of power, hence producing phenomena and structures of power, that is of domination. 10. Terrain, in contrast to Bell, hesitates about a qualifying term. Thus, he speaks of a programmed society. In this case, I am far more in agreement. For he thereby joins the overall outlook of those people for whom the new thing about our society is the organization. He sharply distinguishes between the primary, capitalist, era of industrialization and our era. He qualifies this new society in terms of 3 features. 1. The emergence of new social classes, technicians, bureaucrats, efficiency experts. 2. The new trend of business, which is now based on organization and no longer on the relationship between economic power and productive labor. 3. Spare time activities. All 3 characteristics boil down to a reduction and to the necessities of the technological system, which, as Terrain realizes, transforms the social struggles themselves. They are becoming more technological and are no longer subject to a takeover by the proletariat. Turing adds one more essential feature of post-industrial society: the importance of the student movement with its deep contestation, its challenge, and its political weakness. But, as I have tried to show in my studies on revolution, I regard this feature as episodic and contingent. 11. What triggers consumption? Advertising, that is to say, the technologies of advertising. What is it that demands greater consumption? Mass production, which is possible only because of technology. What are we given to consume? Technological objects, because they are the things that are produced most. Hence, the consumer society, in all its aspects, is primarily characterized by various technologies. 12. Spectacle is a complete way of life. Consumption is a spectacle, so are political activity and leisure and work and family life and revolution. Modern man watches everything as a spectator. Everything is supplied to him as a spectacle, including the things he believes he is most deeply contributing to or participating in. 13. Technological activity is, by nature, spectacular, excluding all internal reality. Technological activity is what waters down all serious things, since no action can be performed any longer unless by way of technologies. 14. Z. Brzezinski, Between Two Ages, America's Role in the Technotronic Era, 1970, also figured he could add something absolutely new by coining the term, Technotronic. He lists a number of differences between industrial and technotronic society. In industrial society, the machine plays the essential role. The dominant social problems are unemployment and employment. Teaching is done through human relations. The ruling class is plutocratic. The university is an ivory tower isolated from reality. Reading favors a conceptual thinking proper to ideologies. Political conflicts are intrinsic. The masses are organized into trade unions. Economic power is personalized. Wealth is the object of activity. 15. Technotronic is a portmanteau word combining technical and electronic. Come now. Isn't electronics technological? Does the word add anything to the early definitions of technology? Once again, technology equals the machine plus industry. Fine, then there is something new according to the famous definition. In a machine, there are material parts that move. Electronics operates with no moving material parts. Granted. But if the computer is not a machine in the normal sense, then in what way is it not the product of a certain number of technologies? In what way is it not integrated in a technological system? There is no reason to distinguish between technology and electronics. 16. Man can no longer be a subject. 4. The system implies that, at least in regard to itself, man must always be treated as an object. Today, this phenomenon is far more important than the renowned Marxist interpretation of commodity. 17. Nothing can have an intrinsic sense, it is given meaning only by technological application. Nothing can lay claim to action, it is acted upon by technological process. Nothing can regard itself as autonomous, it is the technological system that is autonomous, as we shall demonstrate. 18. No technician claims to be ruling society. There is no need to regard technicians as technocrats or to believe that a class of that type actually exists. 19. Colin Clark's classification is replaced by a different one. At the bottom, the unqualified functionals, then the functional operators, and at the top, the rulers, researchers, conceivers, with perhaps a fourth sector for the activities of operational research. In other words, the social distribution is, already, less and less in terms of activities applied to the economy, and more in keeping with the technological capacity. 20. The era of clerks, and these clerks are the decision makers in all domains because they have the knowledge and use of the technologies. Like it or not, and Hetman shows this so well, the experts, the specialists of diverse technologies are to be found everywhere, from business to administration, from government to agriculture. They form the true grid of society, the network holding the various pieces together. It is the technological coherence that now makes up the social coherence. But this is not a technocracy in the true sense of the word. 21. The discovery of the technological system normally seems like an attack against technology, a criticism of technicity per se. Any shedding of light on the technological structure is always received by technologists and intellectuals as an indictment of that structure, even if absolutely no value judgment has been expressed. 22. Baudrillard. When watching TV, we are incapable of knowing that this miracle is a long social process of production, which leads to our consumption of images.
I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile and be out while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree squared circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtained secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown. The word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work, so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I still wish they made more girls like me, intelligent, beautiful, and rich like me. But they don't, so I stay fucked up like King Keeper. She's the type of person that will still rock Latigua. I'm the type of person that will still sport feelers. I found a pair of size 15s out in Pasadena. Those are my work boots. I insert this into these jerks' necks, giving them a virus. They'll destabilize their hardware. Now I can tap in just in my onboard wet works. Plant the hidden charge there. It's a cellular reconfiguring program consisting of integers, turning human beings into kindling, whittling the psyche into an apparition, place it back into the skin. Now it's the ghost in the shell. Should I boast? Well, no. I stay on the west coast of hell, where hell's bullets this I know so well. I have my work cut out for me. This has its perks. Just then I realized life is mostly hard work. And why not get your car pulled off under you? It won't get sorted back from that. Them just lurking. Who's the one to stop for you? I didn't know what to do, so when in doubt, go to work. When I'm 25, I'll contract myself out once now I'm through. Then it's just books and beats for me. I leave the rap into my crew. I'm a good scientist and a world got cuckoo. Imagine how it is to watch them turn crazy around you and then look over at you like you are the insane one. That's how it is. It's okay to meet the controversy bubbles and flattens out like this. Left by little kids. And I've got to go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, work for me. Come on, got to make it work. I've got to make it work. Come on, I can work it out. I've got to make it work. Come on, let it work this way. Come on, computer, work it work. Come on, jiggle.
This speed chap.
That's this ghost. The coming of doomsday. What we say, UK. Something kind of tragic. Let him have it. Let him have it. Yo. Dragging dusty daggers across your chest, you mark for death. The machine of conquest, every tongue should confess. Divided with violent tendencies, the tortured author. Flying saucer, transformer, bearer of disorder. In my paranormal form that day, I cracked your vertebrae. Careful with the words you say, the coming of doomsday. A passionate and poignant epic voyage, bombs deployed. The schizoid mind you avoid, now destroyed. A gambling man in a place once kept safe. The wailing woman awakes with a gun to embrace. Planes crashing, sword swinging, drunken assassin. Albatross in the tiger's heart's lock, still thrashing. Smack you whack rappers backwards, desperately depressing me. Flow so heavily, oh now, how you mention the cobra venom weapon therapy. Very enemy, bullets enter me, strike back out with no discrepancy. The purest energy, hologram was never there. Hidden prophecy soon revealed, stay trapped in my glare. No air in the underground lair where we slumber. Beware of nightmares that float by and drag you under. So bring all your wishes to me and I'll dismiss them one by one. Throw body bags off the cliff after I kiss them. Loud bumps, torn and twisted body lumps in solid mud. Squeezing rats in my palm is how I settle love.
Watching wolves pecking my flesh, the face of the amulet. Haunted woodland, disfigured just like the woodsman. Drag a pickaxe, skin sacks, bones collapse. Facts opposites attract. Bridge snap, grips crack. In the shadows we fade to black. Perpetrate, imitate, initiate, lock on, detonate, eliminate. Zombie pharaoh, tarot bathing in flaming arrows. On the brink of the everlasting. Time is passing, pain, it remains the same. Barely tamed, the hand that came out the drain. For a friend, I wouldn't warn you again. Sword on bend, the beast that came out my pen. Purple sunset, doom like a blood red moon. Secret room, you will find me inside the tomb. Gas chamber maker, barren landscape, mind state navigator. Storm activator, I was spawned from a dark nature. Overrun with the thoughts of madmen. Who would have them? Past the priest, I drag them. You're abandoned, tongue kiss a loaded magnum. Seek and destroy, the target is never random. Close the fly trap, perched on the point of a nice cap. Time lapse, bunker buster, cluster. In the suitcase, body of a dead butler. For the duster, you've heard of the mad long ghost. Bracken dance, straight out the ground we rose. Tested stricken, art of the beast mimic. This the earth style, 4-pillar wood prison.
Doomsday. Doomsday.
He's so sinister, he could run up on a minister. Sixth sense, sinister stricken, it was written. Smash the sickness and sentence, you can be the victim. Smart chop off your brain with the vertical stent. Bend his spine so he can't bend. The striking sickness is sin. They trying to brawl, hibernated off alcohol. Raging mad with a murder talk. You act foul, I'ma break you off. Small fractions of blood subtracted by the races on the mattress. Sucking body secretions and feed it to the demons. After resembles you looking like a prune, like the 7 movie. Brad Pitt voice boxes in the room. Synchronicities resonate, mystical mysteries, recidiries, we building a legacy. Persistence and patience when the president represents a slave coupon. I hate this.
Neo-Nazis nosedive in fallen spaceships. The corrupt governments filled with raving racists. What's gonna happen for us to change this? Mental bars that we cast right off the slave ship. Like Atlantic, it's crossed like ancient natives. Columbus was a place where we're not related. Witchcraft on Ceylon slot where they burn on hatred. You call it sacred, we call it the Matrix.
Left scars on my lungs, past littered with forbidden forces, strangers left hung. Through the scientists' precise research, spirits are revoked. Troops deserted in the desert, now swing from the rope. Swaying to and fro, swinging back and forth. Prop overflows my antique pipe piece. Misplaced Nokia magic, under tragic memory loss. Bloody right fist, emerald tablet held aloft. Possessed by extraterrestrial entities that enter me, commanding high flows of intense density. Solid technology flows through the air, beware. Explore shadow laws and anomalies in astrology. I'm stuck in mythology, hollow door, this swallows me. Sinister image in old folk tales, these alien gals, hideous pale face. Destroy the hybrid race, escape into space, await my fate. I'm from a place where dark physicists make plate tectonic shifts. Devils dancing in the mist inside my subconsciousness. Wandering holy man, dirty, unkept perfection. Try by ordeal, we kill left with no recollection. Escape from Bedlam when the spaceship touched down behind my cerebellum. Extract the confession till death will we tell them. Twisted misfit, mad scientist, catatonic. Overwhelmed by the smell, unwell. Diabolics, unspoken words collapse, black holes when shaken. I died at Tyburn with the visage of Satan. All that was took will now be taken. Physical manifestation, drift suspended in ages twilight before the star's creation.
His brother is a murderer, and no murderer has eternal life.
Welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I seen we also had our friend Michael here, blessings. And I think he fell out there just for a bit, but maybe he'll be back. But yeah, we'll have a few guests here talking about a few issues, obviously we're talking about the architectonic, right? And what is architectonic, right? Well, it's combining a lot of different words, right? Technique itself, right? A how to, right? And and you know, this idea of techne, or the application of skill, right? Not skill itself, not knowledge itself, right? Not the use of machines, right? It's not concerned with use, right? Or instrumentality, right? Technique is actually pure mediation. It has nothing to do with instrumentality, right? So this notion that links technique to instrumentality, or mediation, yeah, no problem, Michael. Blessings. You know, that's a false derivation of that thing. The application of skill, right? Even a machine can accomplish the application of skill, right? Okay. And one might say, well, these machines are built and operated by humans, right? Well, we're not talking about the control or the use of the machine. I'm telling you again, right? We're simply talking about, right, the technique itself, right? The application of the skill, right? And a machine can apply a skill, right? Apply itself to a task, right? And technique conceals means to a particular end. Now, this is why we're talking about the Tao Te Ching, right? The Tao Te Ching is perhaps a form of explanation of non-mediated activities, right? Okay. In other words, a activity that can engage, okay, in all things while doing nothing, right? Okay. And an act that accomplishes nothing more than what is you know, found in the action itself, right? So the purpose of the act is contained within the act itself, right? It's non-mediated, non-technical acts, right? But back to technique, right? And mediation, right? And the architectonic, right? The architectonic consists of archi, right? Or ruling principles, right? Okay. Okay. As it says in the prologue of John, en archi kai hon logos, right? Okay. Okay. In the beginning, right? The ruling principle was the logos, right? Okay. It doesn't say that in the beginning was the word, right? Okay. That's a poor, mismatched version of it, right? This is why people who think that they're following certain doctrine or something, I mean, they're not looking at things on their own terms, right? But when you look at ideas on their own terms, they act with logographic necessity so that every word is contained, right? And works in the direction of the movement of the entire statement, right? So this idea, right, in terms of the architectonic, right, can escape us because the architectonic is about the construction and the use of symbols. Now, symbols are primary to language itself, right? Okay, they're also primary to math, right? Okay. Math requires a language, right? Okay, and there's things that are primary, okay, to language, right? Okay. And primary to math itself, right? Okay, and one could really see what those things are, right? Might be the symbols, logic itself, right? Okay. Now, technique is not forms, right? And they had this ancient conflict in the world about the use of language, whether language and symbols consisted of projections of what was already in the mind, right? Okay. Or if each thing had its particular form of symbolic expression, right? All right. Okay, so you could look at what's primary, right? Okay, is it mind or language? Okay, and the ancients had this debate, right? Some of them thought it was the mind that was imposing symbols onto the world, and other people thought it's the symbols of the world that are transforming man's mental powers, right? Okay, and changing his perception of reality, right? Okay. Now, the same way we could look at this dialectic, right? So called, right? Of language and mind. And of course, the mediation between language and mind is the symbols themselves, right? The symbolic world, right? Okay. And that's why symbols are the primary form of technique, right? Remember, I said technique is pure mediation, right? Okay. All right. Now, what's another dialectic that has entered is this idea of nature versus time. Okay. And this idea that nature is against time, right? Okay. And you have this in the view of the pseudo eschatology of progress, right? Okay. And you'll notice that systems such as the Aristotelian system that understand teleology, right? They're against the nature oriented systems that understand ontology, right? And the way they get from the ontological to the teleological, right? Okay, the way they get there is through the symbolic, right? It's through time, right? Time and mediation of symbols, right? And the development of knowledge through time, right? Indeed, Cecil. The Sand Negro is saying some big words today. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you know what I mean? Blessings, guys. You know, let's see who's out here. You know? But yeah, we're looking at technique. We're looking at the mediation of nature through the use of symbols. We're looking at over contextualization of themes. Okay, to overload meaning in language through the use of symbols, right? Okay. Okay, and that is how the symbolic works, right? Symbolic over contextualizes many different forms of meaning, okay, and places them in direct contact with each other, right? This is why the symbolic frame, right, is technique, right? Saves on time, right? Saves on space, right? Okay, in terms of communication of themes, right? All right. And it develops slowly into social techniques, right? This is how it does. It develops slowly into those social techniques, right? Let me see who's out here. Blessings, right? We got Voy, and I'm going to be exploring the link between science and techniques. I mean, that's what we've been doing, right? Okay, first we looked at this idea of the machine, human society, and technique itself, right? And now we're looking at science. Okay, how technology controls scientific innovation, right? Confucius say, yeah. Yeah, that's Shen Nung on the picture. But what's funny about Shen Nung is that he's got two devil horns, right? He's depicted with two devil horns. I mean, not devilish, but I mean, he's got two horns, usually representing the bull, right? They had him with Enkidu and Isis. There's many gods that we've seen that had these type of things, right? But yeah, the Emperor Shen Nung, who's the Emperor of Hemp, right? Got two horns on his head. Kind of strange, but yeah, he's against the he's always used as an example against Confucianism, right? And in favor of the Tao, right? We saw that in the Robert Z yesterday, right? So yeah. I mean, Emperor Shen Nung used as a proof. He was used by Mang Zi, right? Mang Zi was critical of Emperor Shen Nung, right? Okay, but anyways, check this out. Eastern thinkers such as Confucius, Laozi, blessings, Joe Mill, cover. Yeah, because people already cover them here. Recent to covered automation jobs, explanation of time as the incremental process. Exactly. Yeah, the industrial world and the machine world is another way in which the symbolic world of techniques compresses time and space, right? Okay. Okay, I would rather listen than speak. Blessings, Joe Mill. All right. We had Joe Mill on panel once. It was a great blessing, right? Yeah. Yeah, and you're welcome to come up here, my friend. Do not yeah, definitely. I love smoking cannabis. Right? Music is very loud. Sorry about that, my friend. Right? Yeah, we take about an hour of music breaks here. I mean, blessings. Thank you for joining us. I mean, countries are companies that own land. They have political freedom, but do not plan events randomly. Okay, interesting, right? Blessings, Joe Mill. We got Cecil out here. We got wildlife out here. Yeah, we'll block this dude one day, but not today. It is what it is. But yeah, we got the dog boy here. The dog. It is what it is, man. Please remember to. You still don't know what this is about. Some people are slow, man. But yeah, man. Leopard print, blessings. Sloth bear. Good to see you, my friend. Lizard tree. Where's the homie Lanza? He'll show up here. I know he will. Weimar in color. Nice. Oh, there he is. Brown's boy. Blessings. You know what I mean? Lizard tree. Thank you for being here. You know what I mean? I am Max. Greetings, sir. Five minutes. Blessings, Michael, man. You know what I mean? Thank you, homie. You know what I mean? Alsit Khan. MIT. Blessings. Truther Cobb, homie. What's up? Shifty Eye Shady. What's up, homie? We got Resto Chesto in the house. It's an honor. There's a creative dude right there, you know, for sure. Blessings. Yeah, salute. Yeah, blessings. Right? Yeah, stopping by. I appreciate you, Holmes. Right? Yeah, I appreciate you. TML official donation location is cash tag. Oh man. NPC the game. Cecil. Oh, Cecil's got a girlfriend. Nice, Cecil. Nice. Noise. NPC. The game. It's real out here in the field. Indeed it is, Holmes. Yeah, I kill, yeah. Jihad unit. You already know what it is. You know what I mean? But yeah, blessings, Holmes. You know what I mean? But yeah, we're gonna get into these social techniques here, right? And I'm continuing on with my reading here of Elul and explaining some of the themes that he's been outlining here. You know what I mean? And I'll explain to you what he said last time. He said, science has become an instrument of technique, right? And remember, I discussed instrumentality. Science is pure mediation. Now, I want to look at some of his more notable statements up here, right? Okay. I'm going to go through some of his statements. He said, all embracing technique is the conscience of the machine world. All right. Okay. We talked about the ideas of Mumford, Lewis Mumford, and his ideas of the mega machine, right? Okay. And how the machine relates to, okay, social techniques. Okay. Mumford said the machine is antisocial. Okay. Another very interesting statement, right? Very interesting statement, if I could find it, right? So technique integrates the machine into society. Okay, technique is the thing that integrates the machine into society. Okay, and all embracing technique is the conscience of the machine world. Now we'll go back to this statement here, right? It says science has become the instrument of technique. Now, why is that a weird statement? Well, most people think that culture controls technology. Scientific innovation controls technology. Our political landscape controls the development of technology. It's technology that controls the political world. It's technology that controls our economic development. It's technology that controls our capacity for scientific innovation, though. So they're putting the cart before the horse, so to speak. They're not realizing cause and effect, right? Okay. Technique is what integrates the machine into society, right? You have three things there: technique, the machine, and society. Those three things I laid out in my beginning presentations, right? Okay. Now we're looking at why science is subservient to technique itself, right? And remember, technique is not technology. It's much broader than technology, right? Okay. Technology is technique plus machines, right? But as we explained earlier, technique is separate from machines. It's not the same thing as machines, right? Okay. Okay. And as I said, a machine can apply technique just the same as a human can, right? Okay. You know what I mean? And yeah, we're gonna hear some views about that. I've been talking for very long now. Okay, I've talked for like 20 minutes. Let me go ahead to the reading. Blessings, man. You know what I mean? Because I want to get some of this in. I mean, right? But it says utility. Yeah. Oh
Blessing,
yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry,
moment.
Michael. Yeah. Yeah. Michael came back in. Blessings, Michael. Yeah. How you doing, friend?
I'm good, man. I wanted to check what is the name of the reading again, and where have we started?
Oh yeah. This is Technological Society by Jacques Ellul, page 10. Right. In the beginning where he's talking about techniques abroad, and he's talking about just how they are. Right? Yeah. But you know what I mean. So I gave a pretty lengthy explanation. We're 45 minutes into the show. Thank you so much to Brother Talcott and Zephyr of Oxel for joining. You know what I mean? I really appreciate you guys. You know what I mean? Yeah, Descartes before the horse. That's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, that's funny. Because, Descartes, his view on animals, right? And nature, right? He thought we were separate from nature. One of the things that he bungled, right? And Spinoza basically whipped him, right? Right for that. All right. Spinoza destroyed Descartes, right? If anybody doesn't know, all right. But yeah, I mean, blew him out of the water. Anybody who's not proficient at philosophy can't understand how that took place. But if you read the two, you'll definitely get it, right? Yeah, we're looking at two different orders of thinkers, right? Okay, Spinoza makes Descartes look like a dummy, right? And so does Pascal, by the way. Pascal and Spinoza, unless you want to continue to read garbage like Descartes. You know what I mean? But yeah, utilitarianism, and that's just my opinions, but yeah, utilitarianism has gained such momentum from technique that a disinterested piece of research is no longer possible. It has always been necessary to have scientific substructure, but today it is scarcely possible to effect the separation between scientific and technical research. Indeed, our omnivorous technique, and this represents a part in Einstein, though, maybe in the end, makes science sterile. Okay? Okay? So it's technique, he's saying, that gives the scientific analysis a natural sense of utility. Right? So this utilitarian value system, right? And of course, as Nietzsche was saying, this proliferation of this term value, this complete meaningless term that's used in economics, right? You know what I mean? Is not a measure of any form of, anything, right? It's definitely not a measure of productivity in our age, right? But yeah, let's go on. It says, I shall often use the term technique in place of the more commonly used term science. Okay, technique is more of a proficient term than this science, right? And we gave a presentation on the scientific worldview, right? Technology is a much more clear term than science, so is technique, right? Okay, if we magnify the use of these terms, we can magnify the problem itself, right? Because it's technology that's controlling scientific innovation. For first off, this huge factor cannot be ignored, right? Yeah, exactly, Jake. Value is totally arbitrary, right? They say, like, for example, they say, oh yeah, we have done studies that measure that people had less money but they were more happy. What the like? Do you have a fucking value machine, a fucking happiness machine? Like, what are you talking about? How do you ascertain or assign value? Or happiness? Oh yeah, they could measure happiness. Whoa, that's news to me. That doesn't even make any sense. Yeah, designate techniques work usually. Okay, the term science. Okay, we're gonna use the word technique instead of science, right? And designate as techniques work that is usually termed scientific. This is due to the close association of technique and science, and I pointed out, and which I shall discuss more fully later on. Now he's going to talk about organization and technique and this idea of managerial action, right? And tying this notion of managerial action or organization to technique itself, right? In other words, taking the rhetorical mode instead of the logical, taking the sophistic mode and the political mode instead of the Platonic, right? Okay. And saying that technique is the thing that drives that to a higher standard, right? Okay, than the abstract world, right? It turns everything analytical, it turns everything technical, right? The link between organization and technique, right? All right. He says the third element will help us formulate our problem more clearly. Okay, I've already pointed out that we must understand the term technique in a broad sense, but some authors, not wishing to deviate from traditional linguistic usage, prefer to keep to its current meaning and seek another term to designate the phenomenon we are describing here. According to Arnold Toynbee, history is divided into 3 periods. Okay, history is divided into 3 periods, right? And it is on point of passing the technical period into the period of organization. I agree with Toynbee that mechanical technique no longer characterizes our times, right? However, important and impressive mechanical technique remains. It is only necessary, is only an accessory to other factors which are more decisive. If less spectacular, I have in mind the vast amount of organization in every field, the recognition in which James Burnham to write the Managerial Revolution, right? But I cannot agree with Toynbee in his choice of terms or in the line he draws between technical period and the period of organization. In his sketchy conception of technique, for which he has been severely criticized, the confusion between machine and technique remains. Okay, so that's the first problem with Toynbee's view. And Toynbee was a very eloquent, criticizer of the scientific worldview, right? Who said, to paraphrase him, he said, Western civilization is in a pursuit to basically take control of the birds and the bees and the water and the, and the land and the air. And this is the hubris of science, right? So Toynbee was, Arnold Toynbee, he's a fantastic thinker, right? Very deep thinker, right? But I cannot agree with Toynbee, he says, right? Okay. In reality, what Toynbee calls organization, right, and Burnham calls managerial action is technique applied to social, economic, and administrative life. Okay? That's what it really is, right? So once we have the term technique, why do we need these other economic, political, social, you know what I mean? Once we have this term, it seems to be all inclusive, right? So we need a term that discusses what inside of a system, right, yields objective power and results, right? Okay, and we'll find that, as Alul said earlier, right, it's technique that integrates the machine into society, right? All right, blessings, guys. Thank you guys for joining us so much. I mean, Julia, thank you, homie. DB, that's DK conspiracy, blessings. Optics are high, yeah, definitely. You know what I mean? I appreciate you guys. And yeah, in a little bit, I'll take a little music break and talk about the Tao Te Ching, right? And then we'll move on to some analysis of some material made by Jim Boob, among others, right? We'll drop the link so everybody's able to participate then, right? And we'll see if we have time to look at Dr. Kaczynski, right? We're turning a page with Kaczynski and expanding our analysis by looking at Ellul, okay? And okay, the reason I'm doing concurrent analysis of several different topics, right, is because I don't know how long I'll have to be with you guys, my friends. So, let me just run through as much things as I can, right, without any fuck shit, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, blessings, right? Managerial action, Toynbee calls organization. Okay, managerial action is technique applied to social, economic, or administrative life. What but technique is the organization, quote unquote, defined in the following? Organization is a process which consists in assigning appropriate tasks to individuals or groups so as to attain in an efficient and economic way and by coordination and combination of all activities the objectives agreed upon, right? And this is going to be Ellul's, okay, he's still defining technique. He's eventually, spoiler alert, going to define technique. And how does Ellul define technique? He defines it as the total ensemble of means directed to a specific end. Okay. Now, I've somewhat attempted to define things in a similar fashion, right? Okay, we can go over, and I've given my own summaries and explanations of what I think technique is, right? But this isn't that right now, right? He said efficient economic way, coordination and combination of all activities and objectives agreed upon. This leads to standardization. Very important word. Standardization of procedures, right? The standardization of procedures, right? Okay, complexification of means to a particular end. And of course, complexity imbues assimilation, right, guys? Right? As I've been saying, right? Standardization, right? And rationalization of economic and administrative life, as Antoine Mass has well shown. Standardization means resolving in advance. Standardization means resolving in advance. Interesting definition of that, right? All the problems that might possibly impede the functioning of an organization. It is not a matter of leaving it to inspiration, ingenuity, nor even less to find a solution at the moment some difficulty arises. Okay? Okay, so technique seeks to map out all the anomalies, right? Okay, and use of stringent procedures, right? Okay, that's one of its main features, right? From then on, standardization creates impersonality. Okay, standardization creates impersonality. Okay, depersonalization due to the use of machines, right? Loss of this idea that's so important within the Tao and within Confucius, right? Loss of human heartedness, right? Okay, and what are we doing here, right? What are we doing here? What are we doing here, right? What is this, right? The slow boys, right? You know, we're trying to understand how the system works, numbnuts, right? Okay, how the system operates, all right? How technological slavery works, the structure of the machine, the structure of technique, and how it enslaves mankind. So if you're not interested in that, perhaps you could watch one of those chit chat shows where they do like the fake like office humor, like awkward shit, and like fucking try to pretend like you know they're cooler than everybody, right? You know what I mean? And maybe we could have a bunch of thoughts on here, and you know, or a bunch of bedazzling, you know what I mean? You know, fluff, fluffer nutters. Yeah,
So I have
yeah,
a
we'll
question.
bring. Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
If this is this description of organization, it speaks in standardization. It speaks on knowing everything in advance or resolving everything in advance. Is this not similar to the phenomena that I'm noticing? Is that people want to control other people so much to the point where there's very little opening of authentic discourse and or people to admit mistakes, or like people to leave their own kind of worldview, to consider another person. And so is this not evidence that technology has already embedded itself so much so that we're starting to assign personality traits, like control disorders and things, as like, oh, this is just like an offshoot of someone's neurological system being damaged, or their nervous system being damaged, and their brain making an adaptation, but we're really not addressing the core root that it could actually be someone has already aligned with the agenda of technology and the technique.
Yeah, I mean, this is the dual level of the thing, is that it has you know, an object oriented ontology, right, that causes us to collapse our view between the objective and the subjective, right, because everything's happening through the use of technique, right? So everything is pure mediation, right? So in other words, you know what I mean, this, as he said, standardization leads to depersonalization, right? And this whole idea of once something's depersonalized, you can't take it seriously. I mean, right? It's like secondary to what actually is going on, right? So it's just going on in the background, right? So this whole idea really leads us to not only a disconnect from what's going on, but also a melding with what's going on, to where we do tend to anthropomorphize machines. And you know, obviously, as I said, the machine is the god of science. You know, as technique. Technique is the god of science, just as the machine is the god of technique. I mean, so it goes in that level, right? That, you know, that science imagines something perfect, right? That it could apply, to which it can't fail. That's actually directing the process in the first place, and that is technique itself, right? And technique imagines something that is pure, you know, mediation, right? And that doesn't and that is the embodiment of technique itself, and for that it looks to the machine, right?
So then, but then isn't that insanity, where science is now, they've closed off from external outputs and or theories that would propose otherwise, that there are basically we can come to you know, discourse and debate and or kind of like evolve together and build on each other's beliefs. Like, isn't that like, so they're basically, but they're not acknowledging that, quote unquote, the leaders of technique, that they're doing this, they're closing off other possibilities or new ways of building and constructing things besides just efficiency and means of standardization. Like, so are they just, do they deliberately acknowledge that this is going on, or is this like,
I don't think so. I think in that way it's useful to say how they're not in control of the system, right? In that sense, right? And the reason is because of two factors, right? Rule of experts, compartmentalization of knowledge, right? Which happens through over specialization of means, right? So all of these factors prevent them from realizing what they're actually innovating for, right? And right, they're actually concerned in their particular subject area, right? And that rule of experts, that creates a huge, a much bigger problem. But yeah.
Okay, wow. Yeah, continue. That's that's troubling. So it's this decompartmentalization and
yeah, depersonalization, decompartmentalization, over socialization. You know what I mean? Alienation. You know what I mean? All of these are factors. And you know, and they're features. It's a feature of the system. It's not a bug in the system. Feature, not a bug. Feature, not a bug. Right? I should name that one of my episodes. Feature, not a bug. But yeah, and but yeah, clever titles. All right, but we need much more than cleverness to get us through this, folks. Man.
So is this embedded in art? Like, is this embedded in?
Oh yeah, the more art gives way to techniques. Yes, you know, and so far it has, right? Like, look at how machines have totally changed the way music sounds, for example, right? I relish that idea on this show, right? By the way, I produce my remixes and things, all right? But you know,
yeah, they're fire. I like them.
Blessings, yeah. Yeah, we got another couple of those coming up here soon. But yeah, let's read some more Toynbee's thoughts. And don't rely on Alul to tell you about Toynbee. He might say, "Well, Toynbee's a dummy." Read them for yourself. Make up your own mind. All right. He says, it will no doubt be asked, what is the point of discussing these terms since at bottom you are in agreement with Toynbee? Alul writes, but these discussions are important. Toynbee separates centuries of phenomenon which ought to remain united. He would have us believe that organization is something other than technique, that man has in a way discovered a new field of action and new methods. Well, we must study organization as a new phenomenon when it is nothing of the sort. I, on the other hand, insist on the continuity of the technical process. It is this process which is taking on a new aspect, I would say, its true aspect. It is developing on a wider scale. What are the consequences? The first is that the problems created by mechanical technique will be heightened to a degree as yet incalculable. As a result of the application of technique to administration and to all spheres of life, Toynbee believes that this organization, which is succeeding technique in some way, a counterbalance to it and a remedy, and that is a comforting view of history, but it seems to me that the exact opposite is true. That this development adds to the technical problems by offering a partial solution to old problems. Itself based on the very methods that created the problem in the first place. This is the age-old procedure of digging a new hole to fill up an old one. A second consequence. Okay. So if we can't understand the problem, we can only offer partial solutions to it, right? A second consequence, right? If what we are witnessing is only an extension of the domain of technique, what was said above about mechanization is understandable. Toynbee writes of organization as phenomenon, whose effects cannot yet be seen. However, we can be confident that the final result will be technique will assimilate everything to the machine. The ideal for which technique strives is mechanization of everything it encounters, right? Okay. Technique transforms everything it touches into a machine. There's another line by Alul, right? It is clear, therefore, that my opposition to Toynbee, even if it appears to be merely verbal, is significant. The technical age continues to advance, and we cannot even say that we are at the peak of its expansion. In fact, some decisive conquests remain to be made. Man, among others, it is hard to see what is to prevent technique from making them. Thus, even if this is not a question of a new factor, it is at least clear now what the phenomenon involves and what it signifies. Okay. Okay. Thank you guys for joining us. By the way, Mr. Anderson and Jack Talcott, you guys have links in the Discord. I don't know if you guys checked that out, right? But yeah, I always send you guys links in the Discord. All right. So you guys could join at the beginning of the show before I drop the link for others. I appreciate you guys very much. Okay. Appreciate all your contributions to this channel. All right. So that concludes some of our primary analyses, and we'll be moving on to some ideas about the Tao Te Ching. And I know I'm a little bit late. I got to move into some ideas about Jim Bob too. Blessings, guys. Thank you guys for joining. You know what I mean? And I apologize to anyone, right? But yeah, there's lots and lots of ground to cover here, right? So we'll be playing some music and moving on quickly here. Oh yeah, we also got the sis here. Blessings. Annapurna, what's going on?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. And sort of get this.
Do you think Immortal Technique was aware of this? Do you think he read Jacques Ellul and kind of made a pun with his name?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think he was, because if he did, he would have definitely critiqued socialist ideals, right?
Mm.
But I think because Ellul comes to the conclusion that Marxist analysis of industrial society is very shortcoming, right? Of like analyzing the real problems, right?
Mm.
So his ideas of Marx, Marx is not very high up in his analysis, right?
Mm.
And he definitely doesn't think that Marx is a solution to the problem of technology, right?
Mm.
And that's another reason why I choose Ellul. I think Ellul's critiques of the system are so much more critical and concise and more true, and they factor in so many other ideas than Marx does. Right? So the fact that people, they become anarchists or Marxists, when they try to critique the system, and they do a bad job at critiquing the system because those guys don't understand politics and they don't understand economics. Right?
Mm. So what is the natural economic system? Is it not bartering and trading, and also just like, because like even like in permaculture they have like key line design, which is like there's I don't know if it's necessarily that there's values given to, like, for instance, like trees and soil as like the base of like important, like these are the most important currency on the planet, and then like it goes up towards more human designed methods. But like, what is nature's economic system? Is it, or is bartering and trading civilization or society's original economic system?
I think where they talk about these concepts like supply and demand, like the invisible hand, like complex systems dynamics, and obviously the Tao. I think that's nature's system, right?
Mm.
Diminishing returns, right? The principles. Less is more, right?
Yeah.
Best things are free. Yeah, one of my favorite quotes that I say all the time: the best type of help, the only help I need is unprofessional help. Thank you.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, it's a quote by Lauryn Hill. Lauryn Hill. Rapper, singer. We had her on the show in terms of the remix song, Rumble in the Jungle. Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali was a Daoist.
Wow, did not know that.
Sitting Bull. Sitting Bull was a Daoist. There's many people who follow Daoist philosophy, but they don't call themselves Daoists, and they never study the Tao. The Tao is natural, doing what comes natural. Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Chogyam Trungpa is basically a Taoist. You know what I mean?
I don't know who that is. Damn millennials.
Yeah.
Chogyam
Trungpa.
Trungpa.
Yeah, he taught Pema Chodron, some other people, some notable spiritualists.
Great conversations, man. The idea of science being the, which was it, the technique or the technology? Technique.
Yeah.
The order, the path, the guiding principles. I see a future where we're no longer at war with ourselves collectively. And that question, what would be a natural economy? It would be honest, that's for damn sure.
Yeah, and that's the thing, is that technique should not be centered around production of machines, but it should be centered around human techniques and also nature techniques, right? So nature oriented and human oriented. So if we could bring technique back in line with those things, because as I said, technique is universal. You can't escape technique. Everything has technique, right? So you know, and it's different from instrumentality or use of tools, as I explained, and is different than the machine itself, because the machine brings in its own energies.
It's different, but there's no separation between the all. The technique, the technology, the everything, it's all together. But I can envision a change, a redesign or a renegotiation, however it happens, reevaluating what is value. Because this fiat monopoly game, man, it's got men and women killing each other over lies.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is that we could look to things that by the grace of God they already have innumerable sorts of value. Nature and humanity already have value. You know what I mean, right? So you know what I mean, if we need to define value, right, we could simply look to those intrinsic features.
What I've been learning, the value is, it is and is not in plain sight. Most value, I think, especially in people, and it's what we do with nature, it's in the potential. What is the potential in what there is? That's where the value is. And collectively, we've been conditioned and programmed to invest in the wrong things. Celebrity and war. I don't know. Life is a trip, man.
Well, people can have potential, but that potential isn't often it doesn't often reach some type of evidence isn't really drawn from that potential unless they're nourished and supported and fostered. So like people will have potential, but then maybe the value system promotes others, like in win-lose games, or prioritizing currency or fiat perceived value and money over them, over like the education process of that individual and or the repairing process of that individual's maybe some troubled parts they may have, or some troubled disconnects that they may have with family members and or within their community. And it's funny because I often found that like people that have potential, brilliant people, if they're excluded from a group of people and that are all going towards a common goal, then like what happens is like it's often like that person that was kind of excluded kind of held like a key or an important piece of data that needed to be integrated for the whole group's success to succeed. It's a very interesting phenomenon how that occurs. Like someone that can be the most close to nature, sensitive even, or at times misperceived, they, and at least in my friend group, little communal group, like that person and their mother had some of the biggest keys for our friend group to stick together and work towards a common goal of like working close to the land and working on businesses off the land. And yet that person was discredited, put down, and just because, you know, they thought in a way that wasn't super linear, and it wasn't, they weren't valuing, you know, economics and like or even things like vanity. Like they weren't prioritizing trying to have sex with every single woman in the group. Like they weren't prioritizing certain things that it's like all the rest of us were like bandits of culture. It's crazy.
How you guys doing?
Good. How you doing?
I'm good, man.
Yeah, greetings, Unseen. How you doing?
So what's the topics right now? What's going on?
Well, essentially, you know, I'm actually in a transition mode here. So I'm going to have a little musical break here, you know, and then I'm going to move on to Daoism. So it's actually quite a interesting fact that you just joined here, because that is, you know, one of your favorite topics. So blessings, man.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah. So we're going to move on to Daoism here in a second. And, you know, Daoism and its links to Confucianism and all that type of stuff. Look at some historical information before we move on to drop this link and talk to my buddy Truther Cop about some different ideas and stuff we've been looking at. But yeah, and he's, you know, he's trying to expose and look at different ideas around different content creators online. So I'm sure he could get a lot of assistance from me and Unseen Warfare, since we're practically aficionados in these people's philosophical leanings. I mean, right? So yeah, so it's gonna be pretty fun. But yeah, blessings, guys. Thank you guys for being here. You know what I mean? One of the more funner episodes, because you put on something and you react to it. I see why people do that, because it's like bubblegum for your brain, but also it gives you a break as somebody who's making a show from actually having to talk and explain things, right? So, you know, it's cheating in a way, but I could definitely see why most content creators would go that route, right? But yeah, we make our own things here. But yeah, we got some music here. Blessings. I mean, we'll be back in 7 minutes. Thank you guys so much, man. By the way, I thought this video was really funny. They're using a surgical system to do surgery on a grape. But yeah, it's interesting. Talk about technique, right? All embracing technique, right? Yeah.
I guess my time is here. Suppress my fear, I'm ready.
Boston, state of mind, stay sick. Live rounds, 5 pounds of heat.
Incredible. I guess my time is here. Suppress my fear, I'm ready.
I like to let my rhymes flow.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Understand this?
Word up.
You pussy niggas, we incredible. And don't push us to put lead in you. We about to be them niggas on top instead of you. The Beantown beatdown, non-believers will see now. Put your dough up. We want more than some G's now. Watch us coming up in the fast lane, hennied up. Never worry about beef. Firearms already tucked. What the fuck? Niggas better bow to the dawn and give it up to Crumb. I live it up for my son. And you industry niggas, you really lost it. First you slept on Boston, then you kept on flossing. Shouldn't do that around us hungry niggas. Cause we the chosen godly warriors. Tougher than rugby niggas. Live lovely niggas. Although the times is harsh, all my soldiers know it's time to march. All you punks, you better find the heart.
I guess my time is here. Suppress my fear, I'm ready.
Boston, state of mind, stay sick. Live rounds, 5 pounds of heat.
Incredible. I guess my time is here. Suppress my fear, I'm ready.
I like to let my rhymes flow.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Understand this?
Word up. A child with a destiny, ain't no testing me. Mental menu, send you a recipe. Chef like Ray, how I bake a track. Get the streets more yeast until the cake is back. Stack to my own bakery, why niggas hating me? Can't see this fake industry making me anti-floss and popping at the bar. This is ashy-ass knuckles with raisins in the jar. Far from the norm, so they say some strange. Temper so short, turn your face to a gun range. Swiss it up, nice chain, lift it up. Too much talk about Jews, is y'all bitch or what? Like vanity? Shine with your rims and nice until a hooded figure come through to dim your lights. Tims and mics, all a nigga need just to proceed to make another rapper bleed. I guess my time is here, suppress my fear, I'm ready.
Boston, state of mind, stay sick. Live rounds, 5 pounds to heat. Incredible.
I guess my time is here, suppress my fear, I'm ready.
I like to let my rhymes flow.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Understand this?
Word up.
Sleep? Nah, I wouldn't do that to no one. Creep? That's what I like to do like a shogun. Load 1 bucket. Code 1 is fuck it. Code 2, loads of power you, but let's not discuss it. Babylon got us holding all the Teflon. We dead at some, but we gon' spit till all the rest gone. Respect to your hood. I know the OG's there. Yo, I dare one. We fair none. Play low key here.
Yo, me and the guard exposed frauds, frontin' hard. The type wanna fight, get jumped in the yard. Any odds opposed, get the deadliest blows in the form of these toxic flows. Pumping the Glocks and shots through your clothes. Credible game, how we knock y'all hoes. Stop all foes dead in they tracks. And since niggas got mouth, give head to this gap. I guess my time is here, suppress my fear, I'm ready.
Boston, state of mind, stay sick. Live rounds, 5 pounds to heat. Incredible.
I guess my time is here, suppress my fear, I'm ready.
I like to let my rhymes flow.
Ain't no doubt about it.
Understand this?
Word up.
Nothing has done more to unite the people of the world than this daring venture into the unknown. His decision was to make the journey, and the world watched and listened. Countdown. Blast off.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Man, on me on a solo mission, but I'm still starving, still marching. Train of thought like a drill sergeant. Turn you battle rappers into real martyrs, but the real target, the industry, cause the real harm is when the deals bark and kill the real artists. Ever since the Sugar Hill started, when Sugar Ray was still sparring, I was ill, sparking skills far from real dark, and late night was still caution. Skills sharper these days, these MCs still biting, still barking, still talking real garbage. Explains why I'm feeling so trash bag glad. I get the last laugh, you get the half mask flag. Big cash, quick fast. These rappers phony, thinking this crap is all about the cheese macaroni. I see the pack before me, act like you know me. Internationally center of attention. Not even Shaq can post me. Category trackazoid, beats classic only. Beat tapping for me. That's the story till I'm Casper Ghostly. Every joint I'm on point, no need to action. No be swinging at your throat, be not breathing like you Braxton Tony. Every mic I catch. Every mic I catch. Every mic I catch. Every mic I catch. Yo, I'm flowing out to blow the microphone out. I spit the flows out, Mr. Skull Mouse, no doubt. Tickets sold out, black and white kids, different strokes house. Transform you pessimist to optimist and roll out. Decepticon style, Megatron blow. Check the bomb files, 007 stretch beyond bounds of the earth moon. Universe soon to burst through. 365, prepare live, you April 1st, fool. These wannabe best rappers holding wet bladders, need a step ladder. Still couldn't reach my best status. Inspector gathered extra baggage, I was blessed to have it. You must be still guessing at it, still testing average. I'm never slipping, even if you peel the fresh banana. The moves I'm making checks and balance like a chess fanatic. You less advantage, manic, depressing, impress the panic. Lyrics hot enough to melt your plastic, run your flesh to ashes. That's what you earn when you're not well rehearsed. Somebody gotta help preserve this art form. Myself prefer, check the verse. It's like a matic spelled with words. These whack MCs probably felt it worse than a Celtic bird. dodge every chance I got. Keys to the master lock deals, not real, unless it's God's will. Got NASA job skills, call me astronaut Neil. I reach for the top and be the first to leave orbit. Report it, bricks and decompose, we enforce it. I'm here to paint a portrait untainted by the corporate. The five forces of your gravity will fly orders. These accomplishments, be a rocket ship, compliment my confidence. I'll be among stars without your documents. Big budget marketing, demographic targeting. All I need is beats and rhymes. Come on, walk a bit. Every mic I catch. Fucking shit. Fucking shit. Every mic I catch. Fucking shit. Fucking shit. Every mic I catch. Fucking shit. Fucking shit. Every mic I catch. Fucking shit. Fucking shit.
Yeah, welcome back. And I seen Michael fell out there, but yeah, blessings, man. He may be back, but yeah, you mean Truth or Cop? I got like 30 minutes here. I want to look at some of the meetings between Laozi and Confucius to back up what I said yesterday, and the ideas that I presented in terms of the Tao of Nietzsche and the meeting between Confucius and Robert Z, if you don't mind, my friend.
Sounds good. I'll be listening in the back.
For sure. Well, just like a little 30-minute thing here, and then we'll get started with this analysis in terms of Jim Boober. You know, and I got lots of stuff on him, right? In terms of I got lots of little clips that we can go through, and I'm sure that as long as Unseen Warfare is here, he'll have lots of analysis to contribute. I'll have lots of analysis to contribute, you know, and yeah, we'll take a look at the, you know, how this is actually Christian modernism, Christian futurism, right? A whole new idea, you know, coming from Cabalism, and, you know, obviously they promote these ideas, and they promote ideas of modern philosophy and the Kabbalah over the teachings of the Orthodox saints, apparently, right? That's only the first thing, right? Of course, it's all for a good grift as well, right? But yeah, there's another thing, and you know, and I'm down to debate. Obviously, I've been down, like Charlie Brown. So, you know, anyways, we're gonna find out some historical information about our boy Lao Tzu. Okay, Lao Tzu wrote a work in 2 books at the request of the keeper of the past, right? At any rate, the division into 2 books goes at least as far back as the 1st century AD, and obviously I talked about how this could be a mythical tale, right? Xingzi is a guardian, right? He represents the warrior class, right? Okay, Lao Tzu is imprisoned by, okay, Xingzi in order to unveil his teachings, okay? And once he unveils his teachings, the soldier becomes his devotee and lets him through the pass and follows him. So this idea of, you know, the state and the warrior class and going into the belly of the beast and attaining this wisdom and calcifying it in the mind of those warrior classes and then leading society as a result, right? You know, it's a type of, you know, hero's journey, if you will, right? But yeah, by the end of the 2nd century AD, the work was also known as the alternative title, the Tao Te Ching. More specifically, Book 1 was known as Tao Ching, and Book 2, De Ching. Okay? So it's a book in 2 parts, right? There's a book of the way and the book of virtue, right? And you'll see that the book of virtue, okay, it specifically hones in more on social techniques. So the book is vastly more organized than you would expect, okay, at first glance, right? The way it's transmitted to us is like 81 short poems, and they're all abstract, and it's like poetry and stuff. No. You know, these are deep philosophical, political, okay, treatises, right? They have vast implications, right? Once we get to the Shangzu, you'll see all the political implications of these ideas. I mean, they're simply vast, right? And they offer a challenge to Confucianism. This is why we looked at Confucianism first, okay? Because we're trying to see what exactly Taoism disagrees with Confucianism on, so that we can get a better picture of this conflict or dialectic within Chinese society, right? And once we understand this conflict or dialectic within Chinese society, then we can understand how it applies to the development of Buddhism within Chinese society. Okay, once we understand how Buddhism develops within Chinese society, we can understand Buddhism on its own terms. And once we understand Buddhism on its own terms, those New Age philosophers and those New Age thinkers can't trick us about the definitions of what Buddhism and Taoism and Chinese philosophy actually are. The way they use those things to establish their perennial doctrines, okay, is well known, fact. Okay, and as I went to describe, okay, I've given lengthy explanations of these things. Right, how Blavatsky and Swedenborg called the teachings of Eastern philosophy the Oriental Kabbalah.
Yeah.
Okay, very, very sad and far-reaching implications of those terms, right? And how William James was both a student of Swedenborg, and he was quoting Vivekananda, who me and Unseen Warfare and Annapurna were talking about before this, right? He's a Freemason who totally reinterpreted the Hindu doctrine, right? And as we were talking about, if you don't understand how these things are being transmitted, you will think that these things are in line with different aspects of world religions or Western philosophy or what have you, or the scientific worldview, and they try to mesh them in there.
Yeah, Vivekananda basically sold the West a Hinduism that worships death and evil. You know,
right? Yeah, right.
Really...
You know, like as a essentially as obviously the whole concept of Freemasonry is selling this, religion to the, people as lesser gods. So I mean Mazzini created, Blavatsky. So this is the fact, all right, that that the Theosophical Society came right out of the Freemasonry, right? So and they used it as a cover up for what they're doing, all right, the whole time. Right?
They created this. Go ahead, Anna. Sorry.
Vivekananda's writings in India are extremely conservative, and he is seen as a pundit, a scholar of the Vedic texts in India. And I mean, like the writings that they circulate about him, I mean, the right wing loves him right now.
Yeah, this is the same thing with Dr. Iqbal, Muhammad Iqbal, the great poet, who's the founder and originator of the idea of Pakistan, right? Basically, was somebody who studied in Germany, Nietzschean philosophy, right? He wrote his poetry in the form of Nietzsche's poetry, right? Because he was so inspired by him, right? So, it's fascinating, and he thought that the parliamentary system, the parliamentary democratic system, was a replacement for Sharia law, all right? So, he had all sorts of modern ideas and concepts, right?
Wow.
But he's seen as this, again, this conservative thinker, this like hardcore Muslim thinker, but, I mean, not really. I mean,
what's something interesting about this too is how we talking about the subject.
No, go ahead, Elsie.
Oh, so how we're talking about the subject, if you go into the traditional outlook of a lot of these religions, for instance, with China, Taoism and Confucianism, to the Chinese mind, it's like one whole, whereas Taoism is like the esoteric side, and Confucianism is more the social side of public life, but it's separated by modern scholars and people that look at it now, and they're really not, and they do this with everything. Basically, they put things in these little compartmentalized boxes. It's not so black and white.
It's all divisionary tactics. They try to separate things as much as possible so people have got things to argue about, rather than
100%.
actually all uniting and going, holy crap, we
Yeah.
actually agree on almost all of this.
Yeah, and it's always men versus women, young versus old, white versus black. But as we explained, like that shit exists in every fucking society, right? It's a useless conflicts that don't fucking matter, or that they try to generate obviously conflict or controlled opposition.
Blow out of all proportion and make it seem like it's the worst thing in the world all of a sudden, while they're starting wars overseas.
Yeah. Yeah, well, in real life, the occult created two groups. They created the mob and the police, and they run both of them. Right? This is what's going on in the society that you all live in.
They offer
and you guys take
the
your free
problem and then the solution and play the hero. It's you see it over and over again.
But when the world needs a hero, we will provide one. Yes.
Yep. Yeah, you know what I mean? And obviously the things I've been describing.
That's from the Hegelian dialect.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I can describe it in terms of just pure technique. Look, artificial needs create compensatory mechanisms, create specialized means. Pretty soon, you have to improve on the specialized means and the compensatory mechanisms. You forget what your artificial need was in the first place. And right, it's just like you're always improving the processes to get to the end result, and pretty soon you lose track of what you were trying to get at in the first place. All right, technique improves and builds on itself, and it creates a more evasive structure. All right, so it's not even hard to see how this is happening. Right, through the proliferation of technique itself. But I'm going way off the topic here. Let me get back to the Taoism here. It says this practice seems to have, this practice seems to have no more foundation than the mere fact that the first word in the book 1 is Dao, while in book 2, the first word discounting the adjective Shang, which has no specific significance, is Te. Dao Te Ching, right? Okay, that means the book of the way of virtue, right? But really, what actually it's on is this greater concept. And okay, let me actually make sure that this link is pinned. But yeah, this greater concept, is also there. And we got somebody in the back here. Offset from the chat. Okay, offset. Let's greetings.
Hey, can
Greetings,
I meet?
greetings, machine.
Here, hold on. Let her talk for a second. Yeah, how you doing today?
Greetings, machine. Thank you so much for jumping on your live. And I gave you donation, not the bulls, but me forgive you more donation because I love your mindset and everything you do is for God's liberation and integration and contemplation of what reality is in the situation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
That
That's
was
great to hear. Yeah,
fluid.
Yeah, I appreciate you. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. We're trying to build on a few things. Yeah, go ahead.
And I was gonna say is how can we understand a situation if we have no understanding of each other's liberation? What if your liberation is something different from me? And it's a different equation. Everything in life is, I said a situation is a math psychological concept of reality. So my psychological concept of my reality is different from yours. Why can't we come together? Why does there have to be jealousy? Where does that come from, machine? And why is it there? And how can we overcome it? And how can we come together? Because it pisses me off. Why are there children hungry in this world when we have an abundance of love from Earth? She is a grower of everything. Why is somebody who is abounded by love through just integrity of life, aka God, on this earth to be abundant and just survival and this starvation? It breaks my heart, machine. And I'm gonna mute myself because but I love you and I'm hearing and I'm listening and I love all of y'all. Thank you.
Yeah, blessings.
To be honest, can I say something about that one? Because that's something that I have mentioned a lot on my stream as well.
Yeah, 100%. 100%. Yeah, we're gonna go around. Yeah.
If even one of these billionaires had
Yeah.
actually invested in irrigation in a country, that country would be able to grow food. Instead of paying for space rockets and electric cars,
100%.
if just
Yeah.
one of them had irrigated a country,
Yes.
there would be an abundance of food.
Yeah, and that's really true. What you're saying right there is that we're trying to go out to space, and they actually had a conversation between this lady, Martina Rothblatt, and this robot version of herself, and she asked the robot, "What's the point of humanity?" And the robot version of herself told her that the point of humanity is to go and seed other planets so that we can control the resources of other planets so that we can explore the solar system. But then we're gonna use up that planet and then go to another planet. The whole system is circular. We don't even know how to treat each other. You know what I mean? So we need to fix the problem. Yeah, we need to absolutely.
That's parasitic. That isn't humanity.
Yeah, exactly,
That's
exactly.
what
But
an
we
AI has been programmed with. That is not humanity. That is just parasitic.
Yeah,
crap,
but give me a
man.
second here. Yeah, but give me a second. Let me cook here because I think the main problem is is what I was describing in the beginning of this show is that as Osset is saying that we have a real problem in communication. Is that how we pronounce your name, Osset?
Yes, it's Asu Kamit. I said whatever
Asut, yeah,
evaluate your
blessing.
spirit, but Asu. All right.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Asut, essentially I believe that, we're in trouble because we're lost the meaning in our use of symbols. Man is a symbol making animal, and the way that we transmit our symbols through the use of technique is pure violence. I mean, on one end, right? So we could see also how we disagree with each other because those symbols don't comport what's really in our deepest measure of humanity, and that's why we need to align social techniques.
If
I'm
I ask
thinking outside of
machine,
the. Yeah, for sure. Go ahead.
and I believe exactly because especially with Gede and the voodoo religion, and she was prominent, what I'm saying, or he AKA, but everything is intellectually, I'm saying voodoo and everything is in the blood. But it's like you do a symbolism and then the symbolism contemplates with the universe because the symbolism was created by the person who created that aspect of reality to create the
Right.
situation that respects the integrity of this situation. You know what I'm saying,
Yeah.
machine.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yeah, the symbols are imbued with the energy of the people who created them, and we can't control that energy. And right, so we're not in control of our own creation, so to speak. And right, in that way, and right, so we need to be very careful how we transmit symbols and the overlaying contextualization of meaning on those symbols that we transmit. And right, so right, and that's why we need to take these symbols and we need to give them our own meaning so that we can reuse them. And right, reuse and recycle, and right, in terms of we need to take the power away from the way they're using the symbols, right, and that is 100% part and parcel of how we need to develop social techniques that are away from the value system that the machine imparts on us. And I went through a lot of those value systems, right, because they're alien to they're alien to humanity, right?
It's about rediscovering their original meanings and then actually promoting what they actually stand for rather than allowing all these other groups to twist them into everything that they've been twisted into.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if we can look to Earth as the template for that, because the Earth is not going to, quote unquote, lie to us, and it has proof and evidence for these symbols and their meanings. We don't need to necessarily make ourselves self-important in that process, is my view.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. Asu, were you going to say something?
What do you mean by
That wasn't
not make
meaning
ourselves?
self-importance.
Here,
It was
here,
meaning
hold on.
awareness.
Here, hold on. Here, hold on.
He
Let
answered
Asu talk.
that.
Yeah.
That was it. No, that was it. So what does it mean by not to make ourselves be self-important and don't make it, everything is individuality, everything is peace over here. Is no,
Yeah.
Well, what I mean by that is like our
Yes.
our importance. Like we could make, because I think he said something along the lines of like it was like I forget what he used. Promote. He used the word promote, and
Yeah.
anytime
Promote
that we
awareness. Yes,
oh, okay.
promote awareness.
Okay, but like it's like if we
I don't mean promote myself. I mean promote awareness of how much we've been lied to.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I see it as not
See,
selfishness. I understand what you're saying.
I think you just
No,
took
no,
that
I
word
didn't.
out of context.
I didn't take
No,
it. I
not you.
didn't take
No,
it as
not you.
narcissism.
No, not you.
Oh, okay.
Not you. No,
Okay,
no,
okay.
sweet. Not a problem. Yeah. No, the other
Oh,
person is like
he's
you took it
spicy.
out of context
He's spicy.
because of the word
Yeah,
promote.
this dude is spicy as
You know,
hell.
He's
you
spicy.
This
obviously
dude a firebrand
associate
for real.
He's
no, you
spicy.
obviously associate the word promote with money. See, promoting something doesn't mean money.
Yeah.
No, it, like we said, mechanic and symbolism, and then the micro, when you say
Yeah.
promotion, you say your symbolism. So, you have your certain ancestors. So let's say you say a line this way, then that way. Then you put it up north, then south, then east is west to you, but then the west is, something different. But then your ancestors recognize it from their contemplation of reality. So it's like everybody is interconnected, but then it's like, how can we get different interconnectionals that are not interconnected to be interconnectional for world peace? That's all I want. I want to save Mother Nature. She is crying out to us. We are polluting her waters. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's starving.
100%.
Like we are her children. It's just Mother Nature need help, and we are here to help her, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Real talk. Yeah. For real.
I think from a Daoist perspective, what they would say would be a return to primal simplicity. So just going back to the teaching of the ancients when they were closer with God or the divine, and trying to learn from that instead of seeing ourselves as these like advanced people because we're living in a modern age.
Facts unseen, and that comes from just like the fallen. I believe that we are all fallen, but there were like four chosen fallen, you know what I'm saying? Just different areas. But I believe that everybody falls. I don't even know how I fell, but I know I fell because I'm on this earth through a generational curse that wasn't my own. I was adopted by the moon. And it's like when I saw my light, I am the first ancestral being that will go through that light because all of my family on this earth is dead. So it's like, where does all that education come from? We need educators in this world. It's really different.
I actually quite like that. That's quite close to what I believe as well. Yeah, I believe the only reason we're here was because we've failed to get off. See, in Christianity, which I don't really believe in any organized religion, to be honest, but in Christianity, God gave Lucifer dominion over earth. So therefore, that's basically saying earth is hell. So our job is to try and get off here. And if you don't, you gotta come do this again, because this is hell.
yes, but then that's also, is that not demonizing the earth? Because there are realities here on earth that are not win-lose realities and or fear-based.
Yeah, those are the people that are trying to get off.
That's why I was saying, spiritually, I feel like the only people that are the hell on earth are the angels. I believe that, you know what I'm saying? But what about the human nature? What about the people that were actually on earth before the angels? What about, like say, AKA me, you know what I mean? This is my reality. And it's like just because your reality is in heaven doesn't mean my reality is less of importance. I feel like people above us feel like they're more like they feel like they're just, high. You know what I'm saying? Like I could do whatever I want. It's like no, but I just because I'm below you doesn't mean that I have less morality, doesn't mean that I'm less than you are as a living being. Do y'all understand, or I'm just,
No, it's right.
It's all right.
All right.
To be honest, a lot of what I believe is what everyone would call pagan as well anyway. So it's like, why would I have to worry about like what people constantly believe? All I do is occasionally share my opinions and occasionally share what I actually believe. Because I don't see any point in starting arguments over religious beliefs.
Well, I think what's happening is a small group of people are sort of marketing to a mass group of people their beliefs, and whether we know it or not, we're going along with that, and that's a problem. So,
yep.
And we kind of put this hierarchical system on ourselves because we do view ourselves as least, you know. So,
well, now, never used to.
I feel what you're saying. And mass manipulation and like conspiracy. It's like just even all of your energy, but it's like you need somebody different to just go on a different road to path a different way towards just, I hate to say, AKA freedom. Because this is not freedom. I'm paying for recycled doo-doo water. No, this can't be life. And you know, I say it with the most respect and just esoteric energy is like, I can't believe that I have to pay for a situation that I never asked to be in, that didn't come from nature. Who is charging me for rent and taxation didn't come from nature. It came from somebody who manipulated nature's environment, aka money, trees. You know, let's say.
Yep.
How come we are the only species on this planet that has to pay to live here? And who the fuck are we paying?
Thank you.
Exactly.
It's okay.
Yeah,
We'll figure it out, though.
I do actually agree with you, Isu. I really do.
We'll figure it out, though.
And to be honest,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to annoy I don't want to annoy a voodoo woman anyway. But I do actually agree with you.
That was beautiful, Isis. All right, I'm gonna get off this thingy thing. Thank y'all so much for y'all energy. Y'all are everything.
Blessings. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank
you know,
you,
you
too.
really held it down. You know, thanks, sis.
Have a
You know,
nice night.
Yeah. Yeah. Have a blessed night. Yeah. Thank you.
Damn, I had a question. I wanted to know how she came about the evidence of being birthed by the moon, or how that went on. Because
Oh man, we got these heavy hitters in the house. Yeah, go ahead, Michael. But yeah,
you good. That was it.
I also wanted to ask, like, the moon being a female is from which belief system as well, but I don't know if anyone else want to answer.
She did say she was into voodoo.
Aphrodite, I believe, was something dealing with moon.
Ironically, I think that's actually the inversion, though. I think that I forget what text it was, but Savan Bomar spoke of it being an androgynous being, that the ancients saw it as an androgynous being. And like, I don't know. I would have to look into that a little bit, but.
See, there's like there's a belief among like some of the occult folks, like the Neoplatonists, that we come in through the moon as a portal and then you like leave through the sun or something.
So we're far from the only species that has to pay to live. It's just every other one has to pay in blood, sweat, and tears.
No, they don't. That's only if they're domesticated and we're controlling them. And that's because we need money to be able to do it. And we found controlling them is the easiest way to actually have food constantly.
Okay, so the alternative to society is living naked and afraid in the woods.
No.
Because that's what all the other animals do.
No. You build you grow a garden. Stop, man. You grow a garden and you go hunting when necessary.
Can we see your garden, DK?
You don't need to cage
Can you
up
show us footage of your
everything
garden?
to eat.
Can we see your garden right now?
You don't need to
Can I see
cage
your
up
garden?
everything to eat.
Can I see your garden?
Oh, I haven't got one. I want to move out to my mate's farm.
I thought so.
Well, no, I want to move out to my mate's farm. I'm serious. I want to go start a garden out there. Someone else is already starting to do it. Like, yeah.
Get some photos,
we
dude.
actually
We're
want to go and start everything out at my mate's farm and shit, man. Like, I'm really serious. Like, I'm not just talking out my ass. I actually mean this. And the simple fact is, all he has is a few chickens, I think 3 pigs, and 2 or 3 sheep, and 2 or 3 goats. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
On his whole property, that's all he's got.
Why are you talking about somebody who's not here?
And they
I
all
want to
run.
hear what you've done. I want to hear what you've done.
They all run
What have you
free,
done? What have you
except for
done?
the pig.
What have you done? What have you done?
What have I done? I've gone out there and helped them with a lot of shit. Helped them build the fucking chicken coop and everything. I went out there and killed the last sheep when I went out there. And it was the first time I'd ever done it. I said because I said I wanted to learn butchery, and I was like, fuck, if I'm going to do it, I got to do it from start to finish and learn it properly. So I went out and killed my first large animal and learned how to butcher and shit. Yeah, bro. No, I'm actually learning stuff. I didn't say I know everything. I said it's what I want to do.
So I need you to understand that agriculture doesn't work without having a society.
Not true. It's not true. We haven't seen an example of it, but there's many people operating upon that permaculture.
This goes to the thumbnail, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's people operating in the United States. Joel Salatin just became the agriculture head, and he's
Joel Salatin's excellent.
Yeah, I mean,
hey, actually, I'm going to give a shout out to someone else who does really great things over in America. He sets up he's part of setting up some freedom food forest or something. Have any of you heard of Corey Indrulat?
No.
Really? Holy shit, man. Yeah.
If you got some information about
it. He's young, but he's already written books. He's set up seminars. He
send me on
he did the Liberty 2 seminar.
Send me some info about this.
Mark Messio and things. He was the one who set it all up.
Yeah, send me some info about this on the Discord app. But I'm gonna have to move on here. I'm gonna read a few things here for 10 minutes, and actually I'm gonna have to cut you guys off on the panel here for a second, just for like 10 minutes here. I'm gonna do a little break here in terms of reading this Daoist thing, and then I'm gonna take a music break for 10 minutes, and so we'll be back with the panel in like 20 minutes here. But and you guys are welcome to just like give a few words here and there. But the thing is I really got to move on with this reading, and I'm gonna read this for 10 minutes, and then I'm gonna play some music so we can move on to this Jim Bob stuff, because I have Truth or Cop here, and I want to be respectful to his time. But and because I have a lot of ground to cover there as well, so I'm gonna go ahead and get started there, because I have 4 or 5 videos I want to look at there. And we'll see how many we can get through. I do not want to be looking at these videos and things again. So that's another key factor here, right? I do not. This is not a reaction show or whatever, right? But yeah, it says Lao Tzu was a native of. This is the traditional views that Lao Tzu was written by a man named Lao Tzu, who was older contemporary of Confucius. 551 to 490. 7 BC. The locus classicus of this tradition is the biography of Lao Tzu in the Shi Qi record of the historian, the earliest general history of China, written at the beginning of the 1st century BC by Sasuma Qian. Lao Tzu was a native of Chu-Jen Hamlet, and I'm going to try to pronounce these Chinese names as best I can. I'm no expert, right? In the Li village of Hu Xian and the state of Chu. His surname was Li, his personal name was and he was styled Tan. He was the historian in charge of the archives of Chao and Chao is spelled Chou. When Confucius went to Chao to ask to be instructed in the rites by him, Lao Tzu said, "What you are talking about concerns merely the words left by people who have rotted along with their bones." Sounds exactly like what Robert Z said. Interestingly enough, right? Furthermore, when a gentleman is in sympathy with the times, he goes in a carriage, but drifts like the wind when the times are against him, says Lao Tzu. Right? So he's saying that, your disposition depends on the time, right? I have heard it said that the good merchant hides his store in a safe place and appears to be devoid of possessions, while a gentleman, though endowed with great virtue, wears a foolish countenance. Rid yourself of your arrogance and your lustfulness, your ingratiating manners, and your excessive ambition. These are all detrimental to your person. This is all I have to say to you, he says. On leaving, Confucius told his disciples, I know a bird can fly, a fish can swim, and an animal can run. For that which runs, a net can be made. For that which swims, a line can be made. For that which flies, a corded arrow can be made. But the dragon's ascent into heaven on the wind of a cloud is something which is beyond my knowledge. Today I've seen Lao Tzu is perhaps like a dragon. Lao Tzu cultivated the way of virtue, and his teachings aimed at self-effacement. He lived in Shao for a long time, but seeing his decline, he departed. He reached the pass. The keeper there was pleased, said to him, as you are about to leave the world behind, could you write a book for my sake? As a result, Lao Tzu wrote a work in 2 books setting out the meaning of the way and virtue in some 5,000 characters, then departed. None knew where he went in the end. According to one tradition, Lao Tzu was also a native of the state of Chu, wrote a book in 15 Pien, P-I-E-N, setting forth the applications of the teachings of the Daoist school, and was a contemporary of Confucius. Lao Tzu probably lived over 160 years of age. Okay, and there's back then people lived extremely long, right? There's a recorded, lifespans of people were much longer. Lao Tzu probably lived to over 160 years of age. It says here. Some say he's over 200, right? 129 years after the death of Confucius, it was recorded by historian Tan, the historian of Chao, had an audience with the Duke Xian of Qin, during which he said, in the first instance, Qin and Chao were united, and after being united for 500 years, they separated. But 70 years after the separation, a great feudal lord is going to be born. According to some, Tan was none other than Lao Tzu. But according to the others, this was not so. The world is unable to know where the truth lay. Lao Tzu was a gentleman who lived in the retirement from the world. The son of Lao Tzu was one by the name of Sung, who served as a general in the army of the state of Wei, and was given the fief of Tuan Khan. The fuck? Tuan Kane? Sung's son Chu. Chu's son was Kung. Okay, and Kung's great grandson was Chia. So they have his entire genealogy recorded, right? As well, right? More proof that he may have been a historical figure, right? You guys aren't kicked out. You guys are. I can still hear you guys. I'm just full screen myself. Right?
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Sorry for the. But yeah. Where is Okay, where was I here? Oh yeah, his genealogy there, right? So yeah, his son, okay, yeah, so it goes on with the genealogy. I'm gonna kind of skip that. But yeah, the followers of Lao Tzu try to belittle the Confucianists. This is an important detail, right? Okay, and the Confucianists likewise belittle the followers of Lao Tzu. This may be what is meant when it is said that people who follow different ways never have anything helpful to say to one another. Li Er does nothing, and people are transformed of their own accord. Remains limpid, and still people are still are rectified of themselves. In the biography of Confucius, in the same work, there's another version of the meeting with Lao Tzu. Okay, another version. Nan Kung Ching of Lu said to the king of Lu, "May your servant be granted permission to go to Chao with Confucius." The king of Lu gave him carriage and 2 horses, together with 1 servant, and he went with Confucius to Chao to ask about the rites. It was probably then that they met Lao Tzu. Okay. When they departed, Lao Tzu saw them off and said, "I have heard that men of wealth and rank make gifts of money, while benevolent men make gifts of words. I have not been able to win either wealth or rank, but I have been undeservedly accorded the name of a benevolent man. These words are my parting gift. There are men with clever and penetrating minds who are never far from death. This is because they are fond of criticizing others. There are men of wide learning and great eloquence who put themselves in peril. This is because they expose the evil deeds of others. Neither a son nor a subject should look upon his person as his own. Okay. And I'm only gonna read a little bit more of this, and then I'm gonna start this musical break here. Thank you guys so much for joining. When Susuma Chien came to write the biography of Lao Tzu, he found so few facts, and this is all to go along with the 2-hour presentation I did yesterday. So if you guys want some more information, I did 2-hour presentation on the Tao of Nietzsche and some of the ideas that appear Taoist within the Robert Z critiques of Confucianism, right? And obviously saying that the critiques of Confucianism are kind of standardized. Yeah, exactly. The old boy. You know, that's one translation of his name as well. Susuma Chen came to write the biography of Lao Tzu. He found so few facts that all he could do was collect together traditions about the man current in his time. He suggested difficulty even with Lao Tzu's identity. He explicitly suggests that he was probably the same person as Tan the historian, though the latter lived more than a century after the death of Confucius. He also implied that there was a possibility that Lao Tzu was Lai Tzu, because the latter was also a native of Chu and the author of Daoist work. Finally, he identifies Lao Tzu as the father of Tuan Kan Sung, okay, whose descendants, and the Sung, Tsung, is spelled exactly the way as a Mortal Kombat character. But yeah, those whose descendants were still living in his own time. He expresses his own doubts and misgivings when he says Lao Tzu probably lived to over 160 years of age. Some even say over 200, as he cultivated the way and he was able to live to a great age. He is half-hearted in his identification of Lao Tzu with Tan the historian, as he adds, the world is unable to know where the truth lay. And he goes on to say Lao Tzu was a gentleman who lived in the retirement from the world. He is tacitly offering an explanation for the lack of reliable information and biography, apart from the statement that Lao Tzu's name was Tan and his native state was Chu. There are only two purported facts in the whole biography. The first is the meeting between Lao Tzu and Confucius, at which Confucius asked to be instructed in the rites. The second is Lao Tzu's westward journey through the pass and the writing of a book at the request of the keepers of the pass. So there are some historical origins to go with our presentation last time. And here's some music for you guys. Blessings. Right? We'll be back in about 10 minutes. Right? Thank you guys so much. Right?
Ladies and gentlemen.
And by the way, this is only a beginning segment of our historical investigations. We have lots of more historical investigations, including the origins of two separate texts of the Tao Te Ching. One closer to the time when Lao Tzu lived, and another closer to the 1st century after the appearance of Isa or Jesus. Right? Blessings.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
Worshipping Jesus, praising Allah, they pray in the Buddha. It's a holy war in the age of computers, revenge of the Arabs. Castro probably dying in Cuba. His brother through marriage, his destiny is Raul the ruler. The English is with us.
You muted the music there.
Did he bump his headphones?
Hey, what up? Sorry,
whoop.
I was on my phone. Sorry about that.
No, so that was actually my fault because I accidentally fell out of the studio. Sorry about that, guys. Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. Blessings.
No worries. Peace.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret societies.
Worshipping Jesus, praising Allah, they pray in the Buddha. It's a holy war in the age of computers. Revenge of the Arabs, Castro probably dying in Cuba. His brother through marriage, his destiny is Rao the ruler. The English is with us, North Koreans testing the waters. They sons and they daughters are training for America's slaughter. The planet is hotter, getting hotter than lava. If I had $1 for every time they mention Osama, the wicked, the winning, the cunning, the coming. They humming, the gunning, the Jews are dropping bombs and they blowing up hundreds. Chavez is tripping, Venezuelan oil conglomerate. Up in Alaska, the pipeline is polluting the continent. Hell with the Vatican. Benedict is conflict with faggots. He don't want them changing or arranging up marriages. Babies and carriages twisted by domestic disturbances. Urgent emergencies freaking all your neighbors and urban kids. Hell with their purposes. Gasoline is peaking and rocketing. Is the Arab and Israeli conflict really the problem? Just look at Obama. He shares an ancestor with Cheney. We living in Harvard, the television wilding for ratings. I'm tired of waiting. I got a feeling something go happen. Ain't nobody skating. I dreamed about the splitting of atoms. I really can't fathom the chemicals our food is containing. They grabbing our children and sticking them up in basic training. It's so entertaining to witness all these millions of people just gather together and worship all those symbols of evil. It's starting upheaval and gathering our secret society. Something primeval inside of me that crave notoriety. They shit on your blessings and torture me in school with their lessons. Sat me in front of a man and made me give him confession. This country's oppression has got us going through a recession. Your worldly possessions will all be taken soon with discretion. They killing in Burma, erasing more than half of they populace. Choppers is drifting across the Gaza Strip and they mocking us. People are screaming, the gun it bucks and scatters its metal. You know you ain't dreaming, it's just another day in the ghetto.
Ourselves and for future generations. A new world order. A war for the rule of law. For the jungle. Against the conflict of nations.
They slowly killing us through cigarettes and medication. Okinawa, Hiroshima, pulmonary emphysema. Soldiers up in Iwo Jima didn't need no help from FEMA. Chosen men with battle scars. Galactic rhyme, your battle star. Poison rays that travel days. There's many ways to land on Mars. Now they killing us with cars, cause they overlook the fumes. Baby food, they come in jars. Fed the infants causing doom. Hit the lights and leave the room. People running in the street. Armageddon coming soon. Microchips control your sleep. Scan your wrists and pay your debts. The sky is full of flying jets. Mixing clouds with chemicals. Amazing, we ain't dying yet. Every time you wash your hair or brush your teeth, you're dying quick. Every time you eat a hunk of steak and take a giant shit. Every time you feed your kids, I bet they are preservatives. And every time the major planets always try to murder us. The streets is full of mercenaries waiting for their time to kill. Worshipping the pyramid is found upon the dollar bill. I hope you understand for real. Again, I never say it. We only have till 2012 before they come in spaceships. Cigarettes and medication.
Before I ever existed, the wall between the sadistic and the realistic had been predicted. The balance of the world's power shifted when artistic control was given to the wicked and lifted from the gifted. When I was born, a female mystic insisted she entered the room, leaned over my forehead and kissed it.
twisted. Inside me, my assignments were listed. I was never told this till I was older, fearing the risk that I resisted. The first composition I ever composed triggered a conscious thought probe that the mystic had enclosed. I folded in an agonizing pose. When it was over, I would hold the keys to expose the motives of the soul. Meanwhile, on the same side of the globe, a slow-growing entity drove the masses to ignorance overload. I stayed inside my reclusive mode, and although this was strange, I still didn't complain, though I blatantly noticed the change. I started having recollections, nostalgic reflections of things that ignited mental resurrection. Now every audio-visual object we digest contributes to this gradual degenerative process. Nonetheless, I wasn't under stress. I just rested and convalesced. Sharpened my talents to soar beyond the best. Fell asleep, it felt like something was being put on my head. I woke up and saw two individuals at the foot of my bed. One said,
"Listen, K-Reno, you've been chosen to fight the deadly force that germinated and rose in the night. All the knowledge that you'll need I'll expose on this flight.
What's up with this paralysis?
You're frozen in light.
Where can you unfreeze me? And please be quick about telling me the reason why you come to seize me," he said.
"I'm sure you've heard of the machine, where we've convened concerning its destruction, and we've chosen you to lead the team. Folks are going to die, you have no choice, so you better comply."
I said, "I was no one special, I'm just a regular guy." He said,
"That's a lie, you were born for this, never deny."
I looked in his eyes and said, "Okay man, whatever, I'll try." 2 seconds later, I went from my room to on the craft. Inside the lab where I received training to run the staff. What seemed like one day of training had been a year. The mystic reappeared and said, "No one must interfere." I said, "Lady, I could be wrong, but I feel like I know you." She smiled and said, "You do, and at the proper time I'll show you." As for the masses, there's a fate you have to save them from. Look at the people and how disillusioned they become. The thought streams that this machine is filtering are ill-meaning and bewildering. You have to kill this thing. You'll have to start with all of its compartments and execute mark hits on targets from Earth or orbit. After I listened, I started on my mission with one magician from the spacecraft as my assistant. The first place he brung me, it stunned me. What I saw living among me, 85% were already zombies. The schools and the streets and the houses were doused with the venom of lying governments and sick media outlets. All intelligent thoughts that sprout get rerouted and ousted. I had to obliterate the whole outfit, but where was it stationed? We tried to pinpoint its location with extrasensory perceptive navigation. 2 seconds after springing to action, I saw on the caption the giant shadow of a robotic contraption. I turned around and shockingly seen a technologically supreme object that no logic could possibly dream. Everything that it said was obscene, plus its head was a screen. It blasted at me with a red glowing beam. I blasted back with a shot of my own. Medulla oblongata lava fire straight out of my bottomless dome. I heard a voice that made my hair raise. To paraphrase, it said,
"We'll forever convey our wicked ways over the airways. You can't stop the rise. We were put here to deceive the wise. We're the ones who say the truth and make people believe the lies. Made the world slave, so don't defy it."
To save it, I would try it. It was modern day David and Goliath. This denial den that we resided in was multiplying. This Leviathan was like trying to escape the Poseidon. So every great phrase that was ever spoken, I quoted, decoded, and overloaded its modem till it exploded. When it blew up, I was glad and released it. Till I seen new machines forming from each of the fragmented pieces. Now I gotta overcome the offspring, the children of them. I went from dealing with just one to a million of them. A whole army in the distance ahead. And prisoners of listeners tapped my assistant and said, "I need a G719 skill gun." He said, "I never heard of that." I said, "I know, I just made it up. Go build one." He left and said, "Okay, I'll go get it. Just hold him off for a minute." 60 seconds later, he reappeared with it. I snatched it with no time to study or test it. It consisted of just one definite button, so I pressed it. Oh man, I woke in a cloud of smoke. I saw people, one of them stepped out of the crowd and spoke. "It's so enlightening to be mentally redeemed," he said. I'm like, "What happened?" He said, "Look, all the machines are dead." Conscious thinking that the ultimate degree again. No more government, commercial radio, or CNN. The gas released out of your weapon made the cameras fall. Reversed the spell of the machine and deprogrammed us all. I said, "But there were millions, how could we persist to live?"
After the wisdom, everyone took the initiative.
One by one, they were individually destroyed. By everything with knowledge, all functions deployed. They sparked the process with cerebral brainwashing, narcotics, scientific control, anatomic robotics, melodic hypnotics. The mystic then delivered my fate. Way that erased my memory, sending me back to my original state. You wonder how then was it told of y'all? The thought probe was never taken out. It recorded the whole battle and showed it all. Now future generations can say that they seen the total annihilation of the evil machine.
Yeah. No, we're not going to do this Project Blue Balls here. We're going to move on to Jim Boob here. And in that vein, we were looking at this presentation here. Very interesting presentation, by our friend King's Fool. And I'm going to go with
sorry,
that. Yeah.
I just got to bring up the lyrics in that song, man. That's why that whole conversation in the chat started. The lyrics in that song was so MK Ultra, it was unbelievable.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, you guys get it. Right? Yeah, it's some crazy shit. Right?
That's what all the chat's about. It all started from when I said, hey, this is all just MK Ultra. And it's just, that's what everyone's been talking about since then and everything else that's going on. So the chat has carried on because of the song you played.
Yay, chat updates from DK. Thank you, bro.
Yeah, so go subscribe to King's Fool. You know what I mean? He's got some very, very fascinating presentations, I gotta say. I mean, honestly. I mean,
is there some beef here that I'm catching on to?
What? Oh, between the people on the panel?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all the time. I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean? But yeah, King's Fool, you know what I mean? He's definitely a shit starter. This dude, King's Fool. You know what I mean? Looks like he hasn't had too many lives. But yeah, he's definitely a Christian thinker. You know what I mean? But he's Protestant, and he's got some challenging remarks for these people here. But yeah, it looks like he only has 24 subscribers. So please go help him out. You know what I mean? If you can. I know nobody listens to me when I do this, but go subscribe to his channel. You know what I mean? I really like.
I told everyone to go subscribe to Corey Indralat's one. I hope people clicked on that because I got one of the mods that I found the link, posted it, but I'm not a mod. So I got one of the other mods.
We need a sound segment for this.
No,
like
one of the other mods
chat updates,
reposted it.
Yep. And then,
so,
and then we're here now, man.
I was saying,
yeah, but we're gonna go up to this. We're gonna play this video here that he did critiquing his own interaction with Jim Bob. He doesn't have that much input, but yeah, it's funny what he says. So we're gonna take a look at this interaction, and then we're gonna move on. Blessings, guys. You know? But yeah, you guys hear that at all?
Can't hear it so far.
Hold on. Here, hold on.
Let's hear a little.
One thing. Let's grant you one thing.
Yeah, can you guys not hear that at all?
We can barely hear it.
Whoa, it was better than it was.
Yeah, I don't know why it's so low. I mean, I don't know if I could get it to get better, but yeah, I mean, it's definitely very low right now. But yeah.
The initial impulse is something that they disagreed with that didn't follow doctrine, right? To be correct, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Does it follow that everything they did after is correct simply because it started from a correct impulse against it?
Let me try to do this. This will help then. Okay, right? So let me just do this, right? Did it? Okay, yeah. So yeah, just read the subtitles, I guess.
No, doesn't mean it's initially.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, I will grant you the first impulse against emboldenment. What I'm saying is, they ran with that and they created their own heterodoxy, ironically, that added more incoherency and abandoning more tradition back to basically the canonization of the Bible, basically.
The Orthodox Church did the exact same thing. You added, you compounded, you added more policies, more laws, more culture. Great example of that is the
Orthodox, not legalism, though.
You say I'm guilty of this. Well, guess what? You arguing for what you are standing for did the exact same thing. Your complaints are as guilty on yourself as they are on me.
So even if you
That's
said,
really, yeah.
even if you said they added stuff some way functioning or not, Orthodox fundamentally reject legalism as some sort of basis for operation alone. So the question isn't whether or
Doesn't
not
mean
you
you don't do it.
The thing is, if you're arguing the Protestants did something good, then you're going to argue everybody who invents a side road to a religion is doing something good. Now, the irony of this is whiteness should be able to do this under your own defense, that you should be able to say, well, we're inventing a new culture that identifies this is what it is to be white now, right? You're just inventing a new thing away from what was the norm. From your view,
Like
that's
the Welsh?
new. That's okay. Yeah. But the thing is, now what are you preserving then? Like the church is a perfect mirror to the argument of like the whiteness. If there is something unchanging called the church and Christianity, anything that's not that would be heterodox, if you granted that. If you say that there's something called European whiteness and culture, and you say it's derivative from Christianity, and you admit to from your own position, you're valuing the changing basically the relativistic preference-based changes to Christianity. The thing that you think you're holding to, called Christianity, European whiteness, the amazing cultures and buildings we produce. And
So are you guys getting any of this?
Yeah, I'm hearing it.
Yep.
Okay. Essentially, the argument is going like this, right? And this is the essential part. Okay, is that Christianity, right, in its historical development, right? It's adopted many different forms now. Arbitrary development in those, ritualistic forms. He's saying that, Jim Bob's so-called church has that problem too, that he's pointing out that Jim Bob's pointing out that he has. And secondly, he's arguing that the historical development of Christianity is related, culturally speaking, to European society.
Just from my perspective, like, and again, I'm Orthodox, so that's known. I don't think that he really has an argument. I don't think the Protestant has an argument on this because it's not the same thing. You know what I mean? It's not. I don't know. I just don't see an argument there for that.
Yeah, and
I don't know how to word it right, but
yeah, I think it's true that that Christianity, in a sense, created Europe, right? But I don't think, in a sense, it's true that Europe, created Christianity in any way, right?
Well, they created a form of Christianity, these sects. You know what I mean? These that thinks it's being Christian, and it has its own traditions, but yet they say, well, the old traditions are the traditions of men, but these new traditions that we introduced aren't the traditions of men, although they are coming from men. So weird argument.
Like, come on, they're letting like women into churches and Catholic churches and everything as like bishops and stuff. They've changed all of their doctrine in a very short period of time. And whatever Catholicism does, Christianity generally follows. Same with whatever Judaism does, Christianity generally follows. Because Christianity is kind of an offshoot of like Catholicism and Judaism combined. I don't see how people don't see that.
Well, I think that the Catholics are the first Protestants, and then whatever came out of Protestantism is almost like a reactionary version of what they think Christianity should be. And it's far from what it probably was in the beginning. I would say it is very different from what the apostles and
That's
Christ
the thing.
preached.
How do you revise like a set in stone religion? So this is what I always have had a problem with. That if there's a set in stone, the oldest Bible you can find, and it says that, maybe live by that and throw away every single new version that you've ever read.
Well, I get what you're saying, but
why would you be reading revised versions of your own religion?
yeah, I agree with the framing of the paradox because obviously, the paradox is that it can't be revised, but it has been. Right? So
It depends.
Yeah. So yeah. So anyways, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and play more of this. Blessings, guys.
Engineering, all the things, music, all this stuff. You're actually saying the thing you're pointing to, whiteness, that's tied to Christianity, is actually tied to something ever changing. So you're not actually defending anything because you're basically taking a progressive take on the thing you're defending, that it's changing in flux and ultimately subjectively created based on temporal preferences. Is it?
It's a complex adaptive system.
Is it subjectively created by temporal preferences?
It's not subjectively created.
Okay, the question is there temporal aspect to the figurative analysis and how these traditions are updated? Now, the fact is that as Unseen Warfare and other people have pointed out that Augustine was saying about the church, right, that it's existed since the primordial times, right? You know what I'm saying? The truth has always been existed, obviously, right?
There should be no new covenant then.
According to who? I mean,
well, I mean, in the new covenant, not one jot or tittle is removed. You know what I mean? So
it's absorbed into the new. So everything old is absorbed into the new.
Yeah. So the fact is that what changes shouldn't be the tradition itself, right? Or it shouldn't be the moral framework of the tradition. You know what I mean? So
it's like doctrines don't develop; they're defined. That's how we look at it. It's like, but that'd be contrary to what Roman Catholics believe. They believe that doctrines, right today, wrong tomorrow, right again the next day, or something. It's
yeah. So this is the first idea that I want to implode. I mean, right, in terms of Jim Boob, right, is that the traditions that he speaks of didn't change over time. They did change over time, and he basically admits it, right? And the second thing I want to analyze is the claim that they want to set up a parallel council to the government itself, which is the church. Whereas I believe in the original institution, right, there was no separation between church and state, right?
correct. That the emperor was a part of the church just as much as the church. You know.
So this is the second idea I'm going to implode. So these two
monarchy.
very basic, and I believe these two are very basic to their line of argumentation, right? So, I mean, and obviously, if anybody knows him out there, go ahead and send him the link, and we'll see if he joins. But I don't think he will. But yeah.
On
I
the
just
same.
want to wait for
People don't want to join my live streams either.
Yeah.
Any wonder why?
Yeah. I think
I could give you a few reasons if you want.
I think you were at the 41 mark, 41-minute mark, maybe.
To be honest, I generally
but I just accidentally hit that.
2 or 3 reasons. It's about the same 2 or 3 every time.
Yeah. Well, let's hear some of this, guys. Blessings.
There is a distinct between explanation, elaboration, and addition.
That super chat literally just contradicted themselves within their own chat. There's like, we didn't add anything. We just added things with addition. Right. Brilliant remarks from them.
Yeah, that's a whole other thing, that last part especially, but that's for a way in-depth stream. But just to get back to where I'm leading here is that if it's the case that you're pointing to something called whiteness that's inextricably tied to Christianity, you agree with that premise, okay? If Christianity can change, whiteness can change. Does that follow?
Yes.
Okay. So if whiteness and Christianity can change, what is it, the thing that you're actually preserving, given that the very definition you have of both are changing? It's in fact in their nature to change definitionally under your view. So how could you say, no, we have to keep it as X because that's the true way to keep it, if under your own view, its own existence ontologically is in flux? How can you preserve something in flux? That's definitionally in flux.
Well, you preserve your little piece of the pie. You take your little sliver of the pie and you say, this is mine, and I want this piece of the pie to stay my way. Heritage, home.
Then it's individualism. It's gonna be white individualism. Whatever every single person who wants to preserve his own idea is gonna preserve it. Then it's gonna be. You're basically saying that it is ever changing. Everyone can preserve his idea. However,
that's right.
Wants.
So
that's
not when it comes to.
Yeah, what he's saying is not really individualism. It's more like nationalism, right? And he's trying to say that, well, if you have this idea of nationalism, right, you have to tie it to this notion of Christianity, or else it's not going to basically remain, right? So his whole notion is that, since, these ideas are tied to the development, then they have to be, tied to the preservation. I mean, right?
So
What is this music there? Is somebody playing like some type of jingle there? Or?
So he's saying that man has to preserve the tradition because God won't if man doesn't.
I think something that
say it was truth or cop with that thing.
No, that was DK. No. So I had to mute DK for a second. But DK, you're playing some kind of
my
jingle.
mistake.
Then unmute yourself when you're done.
That's
playing
right, Reddington. Stay in your corner.
Okay, so what I think maybe to point out about the Protestants' way of wording things is he said he wants to keep his little piece of pie and have it his way, right? Just from a Christian perspective, it's not our way, it's Christ's way. And that's the major thing. I feel like it's like self-interpretation to go that route. It's like we want it our way. And then that's when you throw out everything that doesn't concede with what you believe, although it could have been or is originally taught by the church or Christ.
Yeah, but to play devil's advocate with this position, right? Because I already know sort of what he would say, right? He would say, how did you learn about Christianity, right?
Through man.
No, it would most likely be through his heritage, right? Through growing up and going to churches and learning about Jesus, and then trying to investigate and figure out what's the real deal with that, right? As an experience that comparable to which I would never have growing up in Pakistan, right?
Right. And that's true. Like depending on like where you are, you might inherit a Christian quote tradition that that's contrary to the teachings of the early church, and think that that's true and should be held on to, and that's the true tradition, and that's a major problem from my standpoint.
Yeah, I agree. The cultural divisions are an unnecessary aspect of the religious sectarianism, but yeah, it is part and parcel of the development of the societies. So it's kind of an interesting line of thinking, right? Because definitely, what actually united the European tribes? It was definitely Christianity, all right? So,
from a spiritual perspective, not to interrupt you, but from a spiritual perspective, the way that Orthodoxy looks at these things is like 1054, Rome splits, and there's a schism caused there. And Satan uses schism to war against the church. So this dividing of sects that comes out of that is to confuse, because he's the author of confusion, So they can't see a clear picture of what is the church and what are the doctrines and what are the teachings held, so it's a way that Satan seeps in and gives you a pseudo Christianity or pseudo Christ that's really not Christ.
Well, then the Orthodox, they will respond. They talk out of both sides of their mouth sometimes. They say they promote Christian nationalism, so to speak, which in my opinion is in direct opposition to white nationalism or whatever racial nationalism. But then they'll say, well, we retain that by keeping it all sectored out. Like you have the Russian Orthodox, and they try to maintain culture in that way. I don't know. It seems kind of contradictory.
Well, I mean, if you go to Greece, right, people speak Greek, and they're going to have their individual, like, lifestyles, right? But that doesn't change the Orthodox doctrine. Like, we still hold the same beliefs as the Russians or the Bulgarians or the Romanians, at least in true Orthodoxy. You're not going to find that in World Orthodox because they have differing doctrines. And they have differing opinions, and they have different calendars. Like some are on the old, some are on the new, but they're in communion. And we would say, what communion does light have with darkness? There's not a lot of consistency there with them.
But at some point, as you're saying, they all had their separate states. Now everything's being amalgamated, which is the problem. See, certain states are being destroyed, which is pushing people into every other state. And I'm just meaning country, everything, area. So it's just constantly pushing people into other places because of the shit they've been doing for so long. See, all the wars that they've started have been pushing people out of areas. All the droughts they've started. They wouldn't let Gaddafi finish his pipeline across America before they took him out. That would have irrigated half of Africa.
Another point, not to interrupt you,
There's
sorry.
there's so much that happened. I can't even remember what it was that Hussein was doing, but yeah, he'd improved his whole country as well. But yeah, Gaddafi was like a head of the game type thing.
Went
That's
against
why
the petrodollar.
Yeah, he got rid of that too. Yeah.
When you look at like the Russian Orthodox Church or the Greek Orthodox Church, right, and you go into these churches, it's not like it's just a bunch of Russians and a bunch of Greeks. They originated in Russia or they originated in Greece, but they have it's multicultural. There's different ethnic groups in there. We don't. It's not quite the nationalism you would think it is.
Well, yeah, Christian nationalism permits that because as long as there's a Christian diaspora, it doesn't matter if any race dies out because you still have the Christian diaspora, which is why I would basically always oppose Christian nationalism because it allows it. It allows the what of an entire group of people.
Really?
As long as you've got that diaspora.
Didn't know that. That actually sounds like the Jewish Samson option.
Well,
oh wait, not the Samson. Sorry, Hannibal. Not the Hannibal option. Where they're willing to wipe out like even themselves if it allows them to achieve their goal.
Similar, but not quite. I'm just saying that Christian nationalism is okay with the eradication of entire groups because as long as there's still a Christian diaspora, it doesn't matter. Because
I don't think that's true.
Neither
I think
Jew
that's
nor Greek,
kind of
right? It's all about those who are in Christ. So if an entire nation gets wiped out, a racial nation gets wiped out, if you want to call it that, it doesn't matter, right?
By who, though? Well, what do you mean?
You still have the Christian nationalism.
Do you want to know like a term in the Bible or a quote from the Bible? I don't know where it's from, but the meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, they will, because earth is hell. If you don't stand up and fight evil,
Oh my
if you don't
God! Here
stand
we
up
go
and
again.
fight evil,
Do you know We Are Awake
you're
TV? You
gonna
guys
get
would get
evil.
along, dude. It's a trap, man. Get out, get out. It's all evil and bad. Just because your life sucks doesn't mean this is hell, bro. Straighten the fuck up.
No,
Get your shit together. Stop
it's not that
spouting
at
this
all.
bullshit. It's
No.
hell. It's hell. It's hell. It's hell.
It's
Get
not,
your
no,
life together,
don't
and
say
maybe it
that.
wouldn't be hell.
Hey,
Maybe it wouldn't be hell if you
are
just
you
got your
really
shit
Jay
together.
Opson
Maybe
too.
when you start the garden.
Well, Jim Bob is shirking off the legalism thing
the
because
way
of the.
it works is
Here, hold on.
you
Here,
have
hold on,
to
DK.
try and live a good life so that
Hey,
at the
DK.
end of your life, it balances out,
Hey, DK.
hopefully on the positive.
Hey, DK. We gotta cut this out for a second. Holmes, you know, let Anderson respond to your blessings. Go ahead, Anderson.
I just wanted to briefly address because earlier in the video, Jim Bob was shirking off the legalism thing. And it was actually one of the questions that I asked directly. I think it was Andrew Wilson's wife that asked her directly, what is the difference between the Talmudic legalism and your church fathers? And there was no response to that. She said she would have to address that on a stream or something. She wasn't able to address that in the chat. But how is it different? How are the church fathers not the Talmud?
I have an answer to that. Okay, so the Talmudic rabbis, right? A lot of their teachings are pretty extreme, and like kill the Gentiles, and the church fathers don't teach that. They teach chastity and yes, necessarily.
I'll tell you exactly. I'll tell
how's
you
it different?
exactly why.
How's it different is one's teaching really extreme subversive thoughts, and the others are teaching chastity and peace and living a sinless life and trying to reach theosis, purification, illumination. And I would say the Talmud is full of ritual, occult-like practices, neo-Gnostic ideologies. So there's a big difference there between the two.
I agree that the details are very different. But when I hear theosis and illumination, to me that sounds like reuniting with the Neoplatonic God, like the Kabbalists talk about. And I understand that you have the energy essence distinction without a difference, though, right?
Oh, well, here's the difference: is that the Zohar, okay, was a text that was created in the 1300s or 1200s or something. They claim it's from the 2nd century. It has nothing to do with it, but I mean, you could find things like Simonian Ionology, which was Gnostic. It's
right. The Kabbalists are stealing from you.
My point is that the Zohar isn't written in Aramaic of the 2nd century. It's like this discombobulated Aramaic from the 13th century that they're selling off as ancient. So
I
it's
agree
false.
that they backdated. A vast majority of modern Kabbalah is backdated from the 13th and 14th century and pretending that it's more ancient than it is. I get that. So are you saying that the idea of the Kabbalist was stolen from the church, the Orthodox Church?
No, I don't believe that. I think that the major difference is that they teach dualism, that good and evil are equal opposing forces, and that's not true. Whereas it's like you can have good has substance, evil is without substance unless we give into it. It's like there's light in a room. A light doesn't have to fight with darkness when you turn on a light switch. Darkness isn't a substance in itself, light is. So to put them on equal standings, which the Kabbalists do, it's not reality. It's a way to it leads to justification of evil.
I agree with that. But what about the theosis thing? You don't think that they have a similar thing in Kabbalah where they're trying to reunite with the one?
Whether it's similar or not,
are you climbing Jacob's ladder by doing theosis?
Well, that's not what theosis is. Theosis is getting to a point where it's a communion with God and returning to what the Daoists would probably say would be primal simplicity, returning to the state that Adam and Eve were in before the fall, or even above that state. Whereas the Kabbalists seem to have this alchemical, occult-like idea of asceticism, and they connect it to the Old Testament, like Merkabah or something like this.
Yeah, and
But
also
it's not the same.
yeah, and it's also based on a futuristic timeline. All right, so it has its own built-in eschatological scheme as well, in which all these things unite and come to fruition. And indeed, within this sort of Kabbalistic scheme, Christianity and Islam play a central role. You know what I mean? So, and we've had conversations with our friend Benjamin, shout out to him. He's living in Israel and he's got some of the Zohar and all those books and all that stuff, and he's looked into it, right? And he's confirmed some of these things that I've said about it, right? That indeed the ideas of Christianity and Islam are configured into the Kabbalistic schemes. That means that historically, the development of these two religions is seen as part and parcel of the development of the Kabbalistic scheme itself, right? Which is
Well,
very, very surprising. Right?
what
Yeah,
I
no doubt.
think is important to note is that with Christianity, the early Gnostics, so the Docetists and the Simonians. So if you look into like Simonian ionology, which was Simon Magnus, he would
Yeah,
create
we definitely.
diagrams.
Yeah, we definitely show that on this show with the air and the water and the thought and all
That
that. Yeah,
diagram is
yeah,
very
that
similar
diagram.
to
Yeah.
like a Kabbalistic tree of life.
Yep.
So
Yep. Totally.
I
Yep.
would argue almost that it didn't offshoot
Yeah,
from
you're talking
Christianity, but
about
like an off branch, like a sect.
Yeah, you're
of
talking about this
Gnosticism.
diagram by G.R.S. Mead. Here, hold on. Let me show you guys this. Yeah, because there is some ideas there, because it's funny how Gnosticism and Hermeticism actually were developed before the Kabbalah, right?
For sure.
And it's taking from those traditions, I think, and
Yes.
developing them out. And I think Pope Innocent III bought into a lot of these Jewish Gnostic sages, and that's where the Jesuits get a lot of their ideas from. I think they came up with the electromagnetic light spectrum from studying the Kabbalah. So the Catholics are involved with it.
Yeah,
For
this
sure.
image here.
Right.
And it's a little tiny there, but if you guys zoom in there, I don't know if I could zoom in here. Yeah, it looks like I can't, but yeah, but it's got basically descending pattern, right? And the descending pattern is mind, voice, reason. Okay, which also translates to earthly elements, corporeal elements, and reflection, name, and thought, which also translate to corporeal elements. So, yeah.
And the circular structure too. That's a common thing.
Yeah.
Kabbalistic diagrams.
I think they stole from the ancient Greek stuff and changed it into something totally unrecognizable.
Well, yeah, I think it's like Babylonians and Egyptians, and then it passed on to the Greeks, and you just have like these like little offshoots of people like maybe handing down these ideas, and by the time it hits the 13th century, you have a guy like Loria or whatever his name is, Isaac Loria, and he creates this whole mythology
he's
behind
wild. Yeah, and it's wild that he incorporates Maimonides in a very central role. All right. So that is also one of the main aspects that that Maimonides is basically a central figurehead, and that has its own implications, right? But
the cryptos.
Yeah. Oh, whoops! I gotta change this format here.
People around you.
Well, the Protestant
city.
Yeah, I understand.
Your state.
But I asked you, is your view, the thing you're calling white Christian identity, is it ever changing, created in flux based on preferences? And you said no, and you just said, Well, what you do is you take your little piece of the pie. What that means is you create your own context, your own hermeneutical system, your own practices inside of Christianity. Arbitrarily, you just look at it and you say, this is what I want to do with Christianity. That's called arbitrarily defining preferences that you're calling your little pie. If something's ultimately true and unchanging, you preserve what is the pie that you're pointing to that's not changing, invariant in its tradition and practices, and you expand the thing that you're also preserving. In your case, you're a progressive. You're saying your preferences, it's your job to isolate your preferences, find your like-minded people who share your preferences, find a piece of the pie in the world, even if that thing is ultimately just preference-based, right?
No, you grow up in an area. You start as a little baby, every single one of us. You're not poofed out as an adult. You grow up as a little child, and you grow and you develop. And you grow and develop with other people around you. And you form this sort of collective, this bond with these people, this interaction. You shop with these same people at the grocery store. You go to the same church as some of them. Maybe some go to the Catholic, some go to a Protestant church.
So
But you have this
de-individuation.
society and
So it
identity.
sounds like.
A great example of that, like I mentioned earlier, is the Germanic race. You know, there's a lot of different ethnic groups within Germany. You have Bavarians, Thuringians, Austrians, the Dutch even, Prussians.
Okay.
So, but they have this sense of collectivized identity. They share these different things. Same with the Swiss, where they have this German language, this German history, this very existence and the development of their actual society.
Don't forget
So they're not based on Christianity. They're just based on their ethnic.
Just cultural. It's epiphenomenal cultural development. It's
a natural phenomena.
Yeah, you're.
So you can't have.
It's a natural phenomena. It's a naturally formed civilization and society of people interacting and engaging with each other who are similar or the same as you.
Yeah, you're taking a determinist view to culture.
You can't. You can't use the word Christianity then, because if Christianity is ever changing, then your culture or your whiteness is ever changing.
Yeah, you just basically kind of bit the bullet there to determinism, naturalism, is to say that all of these things are sort of downstream from maybe some biology, maybe some. Are you an evolution proponent as well?
No, evolution.
And there is a view that says that, idealism and futurism are disastrous in terms of political theory, right? The number one thinker that thought this was Machiavelli, right? And he cited nature and history. He said if you don't take into account nature and history, which means these two factors called fortune and virtue, right, or the development of things that are bestowed upon you by fortune and or nature, and things that you can develop on your own, aka virtue and or power, right, that your political projects will come and ruin, right? And if you put any sense of idealism in terms of Plato, or any sense of futurism in terms of I think he was pointing to any religious ideal, right? So he thought that science and faith are equally destructive to political projects, right? So an argument could be made, and definitely was developed. Yep, in terms of Hobbes and Rousseau and but yeah, what are you gonna say, DK?
He was also trying to say that the European race is changing. So he is already saying that replacement theory is happening. In case you actually, Skip back, he actually said it. The European race is changing. So he's already saying that that's what they're doing. You got to pay a bit more attention, man. These people really, really don't like white people. Replacement theory is a real thing.
Yeah.
I really don't like you, DK. What do you think about that?
All right. I'm an equal opportunity racist. I hate everyone.
Chill, Winston.
Well, I think it's King's Full saying that even if the culture changes, they're at least cohesive within themselves.
Okay, be cohesive in their own country.
What I took from it was that it's almost like an emotional argument that, well, since I grew up where I grew up, and I'm part of the group, and we go to the same grocery stores, and we go to the same churches, that is some justification for holding on to that belief. But I don't think truth has anything to do with that at all. It's just
I don't have a problem with people who assimilate. People who want to distance themselves and form their own communities, So fuck off to your own country and form your own community. You don't have to come here and form your own community. You came to our community, like our country, because yours was shit. Don't come here and make ours shit. Fit in so you have a better life. Don't try and make ours shit.
DK, you're in Australia, right?
New Zealand.
New Zealand.
Can you please stay there?
Oh, hell yes. I look at what's happening everywhere else. Holy crap, yes.
Well, and it's pot calling the kettle black as well here.
It's the
Because
internet,
like
truth or
TML was saying, Jim Bob is their tradition changed. So it's kind of like grandfathering in, right? So when the church fathers of Orthodox were evolving their religion into a Neoplatonic God, that was okay to be changing back then, but they're grandfathered in.
What do you mean by that? What do you mean, like orthodoxy?
Well, when you have all these Neoplatonic church fathers that are forging the religion that they forged, it was changing. It wasn't some perfect static thing.
I don't understand what you mean by Neoplatonic church fathers. Like, I don't.
Like this,
Where's that?
Unattainable, the one type of God.
I don't know.
So there was no Neoplatonic church fathers in the beginning forging the church with their Neoplatonic.
I don't think it was Neoplatonic. I don't believe it was that. I don't know where you're getting that. Like I could understand it for argument for Kabbalah, but as far as the church fathers teaching Neoplatonism, I don't see that. I see the exact opposite, really.
No, I'm saying Neoplatonic fathers using their worldview to forge the church. I'm not saying that they were necessarily teaching.
No, I could probably concede that maybe the modern ones, like these World Orthodox fathers, are kind of teaching New Age teachings, like telepathy and things like that are contrary to Orthodox teaching, and then passing it off as Orthodox. That's true. We call those pseudo saints or pseudo elders, but that happens. I don't know.
Yeah, I would have to get together sources for that and maybe put together some sort of presentation.
Yeah, on Father Joseph Swaden's show, we should be covering that soon, or he should be covering it, one of the two. And I've written about it in the past. So
even if you reject the Neoplatonic comment, it was okay for them to be forging and changing then, but they're kind of grandfathered in, I guess.
Can I ask
so
you
somebody
guys why
new
this
is trying to
conversation matters to each of you, like the two of you?
why? Because truth matters. It's like saying why
What are you hoping to learn from it?
What are you hoping to learn from your nihilistic comments every time someone opens their mouth?
No, that's just for DK, because he's, I'm sober. I'm not in a good mood with DK's energy right now.
I'm in a good mood. What are you on about? I'm actually in a really good mood. What are you on about?
Your life is hell, but you want to tell everyone else how to live it.
No.
Shut the fuck
I'm
up.
actually in a really good mood. Dude, no, you shut up.
We need a counselor. We need a marriage counselor.
I just got a new boarder today, which has helped my whole financial situation. I'm actually in an extremely good mood. It's just the fact that you're a woke idiot.
Yeah, blessings, DK. The thing is that I'm rather enjoying Truth or Cop's line of questioning here. So let's address the relevance of what Unseen and Mr. Anderson are talking about in terms of the development of European society.
I don't understand what's being said.
Yeah, because check it out. Well, if in the broadest way I can explain it, right? Let's say you have this thing called Western civilization, right? And what would you say is the primary? Where would you say Western civilization began?
Well, they talk about the Greek philosophers,
right? But then, as I was addressing, where did European society begin? All right. Well, it sort of began in Europe, right? And what unified the European tribes, which were varied tribes, right? You had the Anglo-Saxons, you had the Picts, you had the Gauls. You know, I'm not going to here name all of them, right? Ostrogoths and all the, Visigoths or whatever the hell they were, right? There were so many of them, right? What happened to all the European tribes that had distinct cultures and civilizations, right? Well, they were unified under the church, right?
Correct.
So what created Germany, France, Britain, these three major countries, right? And one might say that German, French, and British culture sort of rule the world, right? As DK was pointing out, and right? What is Western civilization, right? What is it, right? It goes back to this question, right? And also they conflate it with this other term that Ben Shapiro is using, right? And Jordan Peterson is using, called Judeo-Christian. This totally chimerical term, right? But anyways, go on, guys. I want to hear you guys.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So in other words, I would think that UTML and also this guy here on the video would agree that Christianity is a technology.
No. Well, the way I look at it is that, okay, Christianity was banned in Greece, right? It was banned by the Roman Emperor, and the entire society was pagan, and the lowest person was cast aside. There was no real morality. There's no soup kitchens. There's like what Christianity really introduced was morality and caring for the lower in society and creating soup kitchens and creating social systems for people that would be otherwise thrown out. And this wasn't just for Christians. You'd have pagans going to these same soup kitchens that couldn't feed their families, and they were able to eat. And this influenced people a lot because beforehand it was just like, if you didn't have money, you were an outcast to society. And so this mentality changed people's way of thinking. It was very radical. And they seen it as hateful because it basically made them look at themselves, at how self worship and conceited they were, and they didn't like it. So a lot of the early church fathers got killed, thrown to the lions for show, and it gets painted as this picture is like this Christianity was this evil thing, but it really wasn't. Now, have people like infiltrated and used it for evil purposes? Of course. But it was a very radical thought process.
Yeah,
And it was
that's no doubt. I haven't heard the soup kitchen argument as far as ancient Rome, so that's kind of new to me, which is kind of another technique in technology. There's no doubt it was effective. Are you saying that Christianity was effective based on its merits as opposed to it being a superior technology or philosophy?
I'm saying it was radical. I know that. I know that it changed people. Like Constantine, for instance, like he had a dream and Christ told him to put the cross on his men's shields before he went out to a battle. And then he went out to the battle and he wins it. And then after that, I mean, his people were pissed because they were pagans. They were like, "What are you doing? This outlawed religion where we're killing these people and they're having to worship in catacombs. Now you're going to become one of them." You know?
Well, I remember that political story. To me, I would see that as a high-level elite that is modeling himself a certain way, like how a certain unnamed presidential-elect puts on a working man's hat to mimic what the data shows.
Well, that would be
60% of the people are working people that want to believe a certain way, so they have them slap on a hat as a puppet.
Well, it's almost like you're backtracking and thinking like how we see modern day Christianity to how they viewed it. The way they viewed it, it was an outlawed religion. It wasn't like it had any weight. It wasn't like he was trying to he became a Christian to put on a show to save face or something. To become a Christian was the most negative thing you could do. They looked at them as fools and idiots, you know.
Yeah, but they grew like wildfire because of their tenacity, right? They wouldn't even pinch the incense, so to speak. They're like, oh, you don't have to bow. You can just pinch this incense to represent you would bow, and they would rather die before pinching that incense.
Why would think about that? If all you had to do was light some incense or get killed, why would you pick getting killed?
Because it was an effective theology. It was very effective.
You think it was just straight brainwashing to the point where they would rather die than renounce Christ?
Well, I think it's a religion at that point.
What happens with cults?
Yeah, with the exception
Well, I
of
think
the
it's
people who
taking the mark of the
follow.
beast, most likely.
Oh, he sound like a green dragon. So, you know, in just my defense, I came in late, so I'm sorry if I'm not talking about dragons. But, you know, I heard that the first archangels, there are dragons, and then but I heard that the Egyptian deities, because, you know, I'm an Egyptian deity. At the end of the day, that's what it is. I am the Egyptian sun. You know,
Which one? What's your name?
Well, Christianity grew because
no, because it's
martyrs.
and then I heard they were Masons, but it's like the archangels are the true dragons. But then who are the dragons? It's like, what's really going on?
Well, are
Basically,
you said you're a
the mark
deity, though?
of the beast. The mark of the beast was 72 AD, when if you didn't take the mark, the Romans would burn you, and that was Nero was the Antichrist. He burned you if you didn't take the mark, basically. And Revelations is history, not futuristic.
But I heard that the fall of the angel is the fall of his integrity, but the love of life is a love of her life through your reflection of life. And we're supposed to be together. You know what I'm saying? They have children with AKA Earth. I don't listen to nobody, but I do know love. So if I see you from extra,
Jesus is the light. Jesus is the light that came to the world.
So this conversation is all over the place, but I want to know about the deity.
Not the Son, but the Son of God. Son of God.
We know the astrotheology stuff.
The light of the world.
Yeah,
I'm curious about the deity that's in our presence here from Egypt.
No, so I'm gonna say,
So what does Asat mean?
Asut is I'm the child of Osiris and Iris, you know, and then
So
my
is that
grandmother.
like metaphorical?
No, and then yes, it might be metaphorical because I asked my brother. I'm like, what the hell is this? I was born in no evaluation of any integration of consciousness. I grew up with nothing. So, I howl, this is very personal. I howl through the full moon. We have coyotes in Georgia, and I howl at the full moon, then the full moon howl with the coyote, and then my ancestors go through the trees, and then we have different dimensions and we have conversation. This is how I'm protected through the astral realm. I don't even know my DNA. My people have to tell my DNA. My enemy, I don't want to say enemy, but the people who has controlled me tell me, you give me what, and I tell you how I control your interpretation of reality. I don't let them. I let the people in the astral realm create my reality because that's who I am, and I never knew that's who I was. And it's very different. It might be scary, but I have people who love me in the astral realm because I have
Venus
an
or
art.
Mars.
You said what?
You from Venus or from Mars?
I have Taurus, and I have Earth in the fifth. I have children. You know what I'm saying? And different astral is very different. I don't know anything about this. I am an Earth being. I am a human being. people think I'm playing. I'm not. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm really not playing. Like, motherfucking, I don't know shit. So it's like when people I'm summoned to different realms and I give you different motherfuckers talking about, I love Africa. I'm giving you thousands of dollars in different realms of reality that I don't know anything about, but you summon me into that reality. I have no reality of my own reality. I'm very lost. This shit is different, y'all. Like, I don't
I'm
know.
lost. I'm lost. I'm not quite tracking with that, but I'm the one that asked, so
Yeah.
that's on me.
It's very different, but I just wanted to show my reality or share my reality to y'all. But
No worries.
because I feel like y'all are archangels. I know y'all are archangels, and I feel like the love is there because I just love y'all. Y'all give
Thank
me the
you.
most love. I never had love like this from. I do have my own family, but y'all love is everything. Y'all some tough motherfuckers. Don't get it twisted. Motherfucking, that shit is amazing. Y'all have the most amazing blood in reality. I love y'all. Y'all are absolutely like. All right, I'm not gonna get back on. If I'm trying to get back on, don't get me back on because
It's all good.
I know y'all for real. Y'all have some. Y'all are
No, I
very
know the
potent.
feeling. Yeah.
You have to discipline. You have to discipline me. I'm a human being. You have to discipline me because I can't
Yeah, it's
discipline
all
myself.
good.
I love y'all.
Yeah, it's all
All right,
good. Thank you so much. Yeah, blessings. You
all
know.
right, bitches. Yes, mine. Yeah.
I personally wouldn't trust spirit guides, but that's just me.
Man, I'm trying to find this song here, and I may not be able to find it. I'm trying to take a little music break and then come back with this analysis here. So, you know what I mean? I mean, this thing is wild right here. I mean, shit.
I'm curious to know if Rock E and Unseen Warfare coincide in their beliefs or not.
We don't.
They had a first conversation that was pretty good. Then they had a second conversation that was a little bit rocky. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what I mean. Blessings. But yeah, you know what I mean. But
Well, we
yeah,
have
let me play some of this, and then I'll go ahead and
different definition of orthodox.
yeah, and actually, it's a lot similar to this conversation here. So give me 1 second, and I'm gonna play a little bit of this, and then we'll come back with a musical break, and then we'll come back with some more analysis here. You know, we got a lot of videos here that I have lined up here on this subject.
Solution is dumb.
Okay, thank you. Hooray. W in the chat for the
At least the monkey thing.
Okay.
The monkey thing's dumb.
Okay, so but the other
there is the two-toed tribe in Africa. They developed to have two toes.
Right. Okay, so the thing is,
dang, that's wild.
All of these cultural things are phenomena that spurs out as a result of the environment. That the environment kind of informs it. Ultimately, you'd be making a geographic argument. So that would be to say,
Yes, I am absolutely 100% making a geographic argument. And it's great that Jim Bob noticed that and I didn't have to say it. Because that's why you can't escape economics if you want to discuss race.
The thing I want to preserve, the slice of the pie that I'm calling Christianity, which I think maybe you and I both say you shouldn't call it Christianity. But if you were going to call it Christianity, you'd say, well, it's just a matter of finding the right region that pairs well with this phenomenon we call, I don't know, white, Christian, European, something slice of the pie. The problem with that view is that if you are holding a Christian view,
Came out of
even though we acknowledge different peoples and nations, we even acknowledge the separation of some of these things. But something that ties us together? What is the thing that you, under your view, as a
Christianity
person, ties
came out
all
of
of us together?
I click on the stream, some dude
Sorry.
with a tumor clown
European.
I don't even know who this dude is or what his worldview is, but what a massive L.
Okay. So what was I asking? Okay. So what's the thing under your view that ties all the humans together in the Christian view?
That ties all the humans together in the Christian view.
Yeah.
Well, you accept Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior.
Okay.
That's an obvious one. Some other ones I could think of quickly afterwards. There's the Lord's Prayer, the Nicene Creed. I'd say there's a Kyrie for most people.
Jesus.
The Angelus, the call to prayer. These are some other examples. I know some Protestants don't do all that, unfortunately, but I think they should. Grant, I'm pretty sure most people do the call for prayer.
I think it's Jesus.
To start your liturgical service worship with.
Not all this other shit.
I personally think you should accept the Trinity, obviously. But you know what? If Mormons want to take over and live in Utah and conquer Utah and then take over
Obviously.
Mexico. Fine, have at it, Mormons. Just stay out of my neighborhood.
Utah.
Okay, can
Utah.
can a nation, can the nation, can Somalia, being black, in your view, being less intelligent and lose and being in a region that is not advantageous to all of the things that you prefer in your slice of pie, is it true that Somalians can effectively construct and maintain a Christian society?
Yeah, they can. It'd be different though. At the end of the day, you look at these different African groups that are all Christianizing, quote unquote Christianizing.
Yeah, there's a cultural
they're
aspect
Christian.
there.
Yeah, their Christian beliefs and customs aren't the same. A great example is Eastern Orientals, Ethiopia, or you mentioned in one of your tweets, Haiti. The Haitian Christians aren't really the exact same as other Catholics in Mexico.
Well, they're doing voodoo, so I mean, a Catholic would say they're.
And I think that was more a critique.
And see, that's why I kind of pointed out the difference between Balkans and Egypt, because these Christian societies, quote unquote, like Haiti, can't really, maintain the Christian customs and beliefs due to their lack of intelligence, which is why the Balkans could maintain their Christian civilization. And
What's the geographics on this?
Excuse me, where
Geographic.
Someone wanted to say, was that
how did he arrive at the lack of intelligence argument?
Working on the percentages, and they were like, "Oh, this place is 90% Christianity." And I go, "What's Christian then?" I just asked
The
them.
geographics and the time frame. Christian.
It's a racial
Christianity
argument.
in first century. We're finding out that the first century, 3rd century, and 10th century history are all really just one history. And
Yeah.
they added 700
Yeah, Rocky.
years.
Yeah, blessings.
added-
Yeah. Yeah, right. Yeah, the
You heard
Praetorians.
about that?
Yeah, 100%. You explained it on the
Say
show like
black
several
people
times.
are too dumb to be Christian? Is that what he just said over there?
In a nutshell, it was a blanket statement that's not really justified, because
That's
it's a
crazy.
racial argument that there's certain differences in different so-called races. There's very limited testing and science done on that because of it being so taboo. But even in that case, you can't really, even if you prove that a certain demographic had lower IQ, you can't make the conclusion based on that they wouldn't be able to be successfully Christian. It's kind of a stretch, kind of an outlandish claim, really.
How could people be too dumb to be Christian? I don't get that.
It's mockery. That's all it is. They use mockery and what is it? Ad hominem. They just you're too.
Ad hominem.
Yeah, I mean,
Ad hominem.
to play devil's advocate, right? Because there's a lot of resistance, right? I think it's interesting, right? How Greek people, right? Obviously American people, right? British people, right? German people, right? Russian people, right? They're all Christians, right? That's where
black people.
Yeah, black people not originally, right? So
maybe
maybe
history,
maybe some of the
Ethiopians. To be honest,
the Ethiopians,
none of them were originally Christians. This is what people don't realize.
Where Abraham came out of.
No, that's only if
Africa.
you believe the Christian Bible. If you don't believe the Christian Bible, that means
Isn't Egypt in Africa?
It means Christianity got started at some point when people learned how to read and write. So that means
the
religion was invented.
There's an overwhelming fact that Christianity has spread mostly among white and European cultures. Why this is the case, I don't know. I'm not going to say, but look at Chinese people, look at African people, and look at Indian people. They're not predominantly Christian, and neither are Arabs, right? So it's interesting because the original Christians were, as a lot of people have pointed out, they were Arabs and Africans, right? So it is strange.
Well, even in that case, just to continue to play devil's advocate, if you look at those old Ethiopian Christian churches, they've got ancient white men on the walls in those temples, in those churches. So it was brought to them by somebody.
I don't know.
Arabs and Africans used to believe when they were smarter. when they were smarter, the Arabs and the African used to believe it. Now, just because certain people are smarter now, they shouldn't be persecuted. Like got all these woke motherfuckers with the pink and blue hair shit. I mean,
well, competition has to be eliminated when you're an opposing force.
They got AI to make a picture from the Shroud of Turin. You might be able to find that somewhere online. I don't have that saved. I don't know why I didn't save that. That would have been something that I could use all the time. I should have saved it. But yeah, the AI has regenerated the actual picture from the Shroud of Turin. I'm serious.
Well,
it's like,
I don't know.
It's
I heard about
expected.
that. I heard that the Shroud of Turin was like a negative because light, like the light. Jesus is the light, and his light left it and left like a negative. I heard that theory. It makes a little bit of sense, but
it's probably fake.
It would have to be. It would have to be. That's a good reason.
Do you know what I
they added 700 years. I don't think it's that old though. I think maybe it's less than.
Well, they did a carbon-14 testing on it, and it does go back to the time of Christ.
Yeah. Do you know what I actually think though?
I got all that in my Discord.
This is all.
Check that out.
700 years to it. It's not as old as they say it is. It's not as old as they say it is. They added 700 years.
As I said, I think it goes back to
DK's going on it again. Can you mute yourself? Can you mute your mic for a moment, DK, please?
He died at Christmas, so his body was decomposing.
Definitely getting off track though.
Decompose your mic, please.
No, so his body was decomposing in the shroud.
No, not Christmas. No, not Christmas.
Hey, Rocky and DK, I'm gonna have to remove you guys for just a brief second here. Blessings, guys. We're gonna take a little. We're gonna play this video here, and I'm gonna take a little musical break. I will be back in like 7 minutes. Thank you so much. Blessings. Yeah, and then we'll come back here. Blessings.
Well, Hades, kind of identifies to have a historical background of Catholicism, and you go, okay, are they still doing voodoo? And it says, even you look it up, you're like, 80% of the Catholics, Haitian Catholics, they practice voodoo, and you're like, well, okay, well, there's your answer. I mean, just calling something, that's kind of what's in question here at King's School anyway, is like, the thing you're identifying as the better culture, the more intelligent culture, the thing we ought to reflect is white, Christian, European nation or something like this. I think I've demonstrated in just the questions along with Nadim here is that the thing that you're preserving that you think should be preserved under your own view is ever changing. And it's a matter of grabbing it right by its tails and kind of wringing it into a little stable for as long as it can last.
Just like the Orthodox Church did.
Well, listen, the difference between us is that even if we had the task of wrangling it, if you truly believed in Christianity, nothing will prevail against the church. I think Protestantism is going to fail because it has no uniform normative authority in its tradition. It can't maintain it because there's nothing to pass down.
And the thing is, the Orthodox Church is also ever changing between the different areas. You have Serbia, and you have
who the hell are these people?
Constantinople. You have
what do you think of this? This seems like an extreme cope of an argument, unseen warfare that the gates of hell will never prevail against the Orthodox Church. That Andrew Wilson and Jim Bob are saying this sort of thing. What do you think of that?
Well, what I think is what Archbishop Averki said is that the gates of hell will not prevail against the church, but it can prevail against those who think they are pillars of the church. So that's the case with them following ecumenist patriarchates.
Well, I don't think the true church. Nothing will prevail against the true church. No. What is the true church? Orthodox Greek, Orthodox Eastern, Western, what the hell? I think whatever is the truth.
It is not a building. It is not an organization. It is not a book. The true truth lies inside you, and it's fairly fucking obvious to anyone with
That's
half
actually a
brain
heresy. The
and
invisible
5
church.
minutes to sit down and think
No,
without
I would say the
TV on.
Bible. I would say the Bible is the word. If we had the original and we understood the original, we had the original
I don't care about books, man.
Those are long
the
gone.
word of God. It's been corrupted, yeah, but you can still basically get the truth out of it, even though it's been corrupted.
What do you think of that, Machine? What do you think of it?
Well, I'm inclined to follow. I mean, I thought your initial comment was very, very fascinating, and that's why I asked the question. Right. So you gave me exactly what I wanted in response to that. And right. So yeah, definitely. Thank you for that response there. But yeah, we're gonna go on a little bit, and yeah, but that's definitely blessings.
Russian, you have Ukrainian, you have Polish Orthodox. And they're all different. They all have unique, different characteristics. They have similarities, obviously, but then you have ones that go too far off the branch and they're heretical, like Eastern Orthodox or the Assyrian Orthodox. They're heretical because they change too much. A great example of these changes
If they're heretical,
is
hold on,
the Synodicon.
dude, hold on.
I really pissed them off with that one. Ooh, they are so cheesed by it because it's true. Because they are different, they are unique, and they maintain their uniqueness and differences.
Because they're not part of the church.
You can't say they're heretical and then say the thing that they're heterodox to.
Oh, they're still similar to you, Jim Bob.
No, we're not talking about similar.
We're not talking about similarity. We're talking about the presence inside the church.
That's not what's in question. Something similar doesn't follow that that grounds your argument.
Their theology is correct.
I'm saying that the tradition itself of orthodoxy, of what Orthodox, Eastern Orthodox, Russian Orthodox would call the faith, the praxis, is still intact. There are things that are similar that you could call heterodox, and you can argue why they're heterodox. The question is, under Protestantism, what's heterodox?
Heterodox and Protestantism is
Orthodox
essentially different denominations. Different denominations don't agree. They say these ones are heretical. Calvinists and Lutherans fought each other.
Is orthodoxy heterodox from your view to Protestantism?
Yes.
So orthodox is heterodox to Protestantism, right?
And there's different Orthodox churches that commit heresies within your church, specifically the Ukrainian church, who started using the Western calendar.
Dude, we're not talking about whether someone commits a heresy as an individual. Listen,
not an individual. The Ukrainian church.
Hold on, stay on track. What is the normative authority from your view as a Protestant that you're able to determine that the
Okay, I think I'll just, if anybody wants to respond to that, and then I'll play some music, and then we'll come back with this. Blessings. All right. Yeah, thank you guys. Right, we'll be back in about 6 minutes here. Blessings. Thank you guys.
Whenever we stand against the flow of opinion on strongly contested issues, a man does what he must. In spite of personal consequences, in spite of obstacles, and dangers and pressures, and that is the basis of all human morality.
Now let's talk about self-expression, true expression. Open your minds without question, no doubt. Tell me what you're thinking about. Let's try to set aside pride and clout. Can you believe I feel the same exact way you do? You truly do believe these modern ways have fooled you? Systems exist so we never meet each other. Pretty soon from now they outlaw the word brother. And that's true if they see you walking with the crew. If you don't know, that means more than two. I'll tell you what they'll do. They'll pull over, hunt you over, kick your ass, might stick to your shoulder. I know it's unjust as if it wasn't enough. If you try to fight back, they're locking your ass up. And Chuck already told you that a cell is hell, but I'm waiting for the phone so I'll sit for a spell. Call the guard, tell him I'm a piece of God with no beliefs in the streets or his boulevards. I eat rage so my mental is hard, and the heat from my anger just melted the bars. They reach for their guns so I put them to sleep. Break the chains and put the shoes back on my feet. He's on the loose with no discernible scars or marks, just the mind of Mandela and the heart of Rosa Parks. So I dip. Time to see the governor and mayor. Tell them life ain't fair, see if they care. Well they do, but only if they're on the air. So they appear to have a heart and make a flare, but they haven't done shit for us, and that's a fact. Their only function is to keep the funny money where it's at, and it causes pain, stress. Ask me if we need a different way of life.
All through the years, man, they kill anybody they want, and nobody cares. And anybody getting into a position to do anything about it gets killed.
Headline, Bush steals the presidency. He needs the backing of the meek, what could the remedy be? The The country's headed for recession, reminiscent of the Great Depression. Our lives worth the world of power, easy question. Planes hit the towers in the Pentagon, killing those the government wasn't dependent on. It's easy to control the scared, so they keep us in fear. With their favorite Middle Eastern demon named Bin Laden this year. Both disguises bloodlust as patriotism, convincing the living to love Operation Let's Get 'em. But when he realized we don't support their attacks, they needed something to distract. Anthrax. This further demonizes Afghanis, so Americans cheer while we kill their innocent families. And what better place to start a war? To build a pipeline to get the oil that they had wanted before. America supported the Taliban to get Russia out of Afghanistan. That's how they got the arms, and they're in a war against the Northern Alliance. And we can't build a pipeline in hostile environments. Here's what your history books won't show. You're a dead man for fucking with American dough. They're killing several birds with one stone, while you're at home with anti-terrorism up in your dome. But my eyes are wide open and my TV is off. Great, cause I save on my electricity costs. And you could wave that piece of shit flag if you did, but they killed us because we've been killing them for years.
September 12th and the sky is falling, the sun is risen. A city built of 5 dimensions undergoing circumcision. 8 days under Judaic law. Dear diary, I'm fiery, divine winds my friend. Took me back to the beginning when I swore was the end. From the fiery depths, found the ocean within. My penmanship seals it straight through my lips. I'm hip to your games, hip to the science of war. Propaganda make me fight, but what am I fighting for? My way of life, means and rights, give or take less or more. See through the eyes of the poor, plus I'm black to the core. Ignorance is on tour, booking stadiums and more. The days of Hitler painting pictures patriotic with gore. You raise a flag on the land, touch a board eagle's claw. That's the symbol on your currency to finance your war. I'm saying no, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You wage a war against terrorists and violence and try to wave your guns to fear us all in the silence.
I'm saying no, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, wage a war from its grave.
We got brothers on the sideline, ready for the front line. Tell me when it's my time, won't you tell me? We got women on the sideline, ready for the front line. Tell me when it's my time, won't you tell me? You won't put it in your headline, people are in that line. Do we need a headline? Do we really?
We only see what they want us to see, we'll only be what they want us to be. Fighting in their army.
We pledge resistance. We pledge to defend civil liberties against social and political repression. We pledge alliance with those who have come under attack for voicing opposition to the war. We pledge to make common cause with the people of the world, to bring about justice, freedom, and peace. Another world is possible, and we pledge to make it real. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You wage a war against terrorists and violence and trying to wave your guns to fear us all into silence.
No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name.
You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, wage a war from its grave.
Oppose the ancient truths of the shamans and swamis. And it's not about retaliation. Your history of war, there's nothing more than scar imagination. Increase security, religious purity. Your blindfolded justice make you trust in perpetuity. Like it's random, it's tandem. Fuck you and damn them. You teach to attack and then question who planned them. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands. That ain't my fight, not in my name. You wage war against terrorists and to wave your guns of fear and soar into silence. No, not in my name, not in my life, not by my hands, that ain't my fight, not in my name. You built your empire with natives and slaves, like the truth will resurrect, waging war from its grave. You wanna put me on your blacklist, you can use my blood for ink, your communion to drink, in remembrance of a nation that forgot how to think, hypnotized by your lies but not even a blink. What? You wanna put me on your blacklist, you can use my blood for ink, your communion to drink, in remembrance of the all I sing. Big brother, R.I.P. to the powers that be, overcome by the powers of being.
Orthodox Church is actually heterodox.
We'd look at historical records and
So you're
some of the lies that
Protestant.
Okay, what is your normative authority? Historical records. I made that very clear, and how we do it is up next. He kind of cuts me off, but the key thing there is the normative authority that I state is historical records. It's spread.
So what you're saying is you're saying is Protestantism is orthodoxy?
Yes.
You're saying Protestantism is orthodoxy. Okay.
It is. It is far better of a church than yours.
Okay. Do you admit? Hold on a second. Thank you, Vagine. Do you acknowledge church history that orthodoxy preceded Protestantism, or you think Protestantism was just waiting to drop down from a tree?
I don't know. There's different things in orthodoxy that are rather recent. The Russian Orthodox Church.
The
Russian Orthodox Church is recent, and they make up 40% of your Orthodox.
Hold on a second. Just stay focused here. How did you get the canon?
I believe there was the Holy Roman Catholic Church.
Wait a second. No, what was the mechanism that determined what went into canon?
Yeah, it was the Holy Roman Catholic Church had a set
the
of
mechanism.
councils.
Okay, no, before the councils.
The mechanism?
Mm-hmm.
Well, there was the Holy Roman Catholic Church had their councils and their meetings and activities, and they decided, well, the Gospel of Thomas, yeah, that's kind of a load of bullshit. These ones can fit in there, and they make sense. Because they fit with the known history that we have, especially particularly from the records of Eusebius.
Okay, so the thing is, I'm asking, let's ask a more simple question. Did the church precede the canon, the Bible that you point to in your Protestant faith?
The Bible that you point to in your Protestant faith that you haven't mentioned at all yet? Pretty sure I said my normative authority is historical records. There was definitely a church that preceded.
What was that church? Was that a Protestant
Holy
church?
Roman Catholic Church?
Wait, so the Holy Roman Catholic Church gave you the canon?
That's what they called it back then. They called it the Holy Roman Catholic
Hold on,
Church.
let's just grant it. If the church that Christ left us with Peter was the Holy Roman Catholic Church, let's just grant him that. Just be like, fine, for the sake of argument. How is
you can say that's the Church of Jerusalem?
Hold on. How is the Protestant church orthodoxy if you just admitted, which I don't even agree with, but you just admitted that the church that Christ established was the Holy Roman Catholic Church?
Yes,
that would be the Orthodox. In your account, that would be the Orthodox Church.
No, because you're not that church. That's
no, not
completely different church. That's
dude,
that's
the
Orthodox Church.
Dude,
The Orthodox
I'm not.
Church.
Holy shit, dude! I'm not talking about my view. Look, hypothetically, I'm asking you a question. I'm asking you for the source of the canon. You admit that the church preceded canon, okay?
Will it be Peter, Mark, Matthew?
Did the true church precede the canon? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay,
they
so
were
even
developing it.
Hold on.
No.
Just yes will do. If the true church preceded canon, right? And you think the true church that preceded canon.
The church did not precede canon.
What?
You would have to, Rocky.
No, the canon.
Interesting. Yeah.
No.
It wasn't written down until later, so
The
believers were
canon
already
was
around.
recognized. The canon was recognized. It was what was recognized as everybody was reading these letters. These letters that we read, these letters, we like these letters, we like these letters. And the canon was already there. It's just they supposedly were going to investigate which letters are we going to authorize. But just because they they authorized some and maybe didn't authorize others. Don't mean there ain't others, but yeah. So the canon was pre.
When did the church start then? Did it start in Acts 2 or later?
The church started the moment that Peter confessed Christ as the Son of God, because he says, and on this I'll build my church, on your faithful confession. So at that moment, that's the church from there on out.
Right, so then that would precede what was written down later.
Absolutely. And it's a
church,
mixture of
yeah.
both. It's both the oral teachings that the apostles taught and the written epistles. It's both. That's in 1 Corinthians somewhere in there.
The letters identify the church. It's not neither Jew nor Gentile. It's not a race. It's those who believe in Christ. Fulfilled the law. They fulfilled the law. The Israelite, he came through Israel and fulfilled the law, and the new covenant was made. Everything's through Christ. If it's not through Christ, then it's not Orthodox. And the church's canon came first, and then you had the fathers, and they would argue over, is this canon mean this, and does this mean this, or what does this mean? And then you got some Orthodox believe, yeah, we Orthodox believe this, but the Orthodox, they believe that, but they both can't be right if they cross somewhere. So which one's Orthodox? Well, the truth is there's only one truth now, so whichever I guess is the truth, I don't care if it's East or whatever's the truth is fundamentalist, maybe you might call it fundamentalist, Orthodox fundamentalist, or whatever. Did the Protestants, did they have some truth? I mean, everybody used to believe that Israel was no longer a race or a state. It was whoever believed in Christ were Israel. We are the new Israel, the chosen people who believe in Christ. It's no longer these people who say that they don't even believe in, they rejected their Messiah. So that's 1948 fakery.
So Rocky, when was the canonization? When did the canonization take place?
Well, they tried to establish norms where, okay, we're going to accept these canons. We're thinking that the 1st century and the 3rd century.
It's 397. That's when
the 1st century, the 3rd century. Let me finish. The 3rd. Okay, you got the 1st century, right? And then you got the 3rd century. You got the 1st and the 3rd century, and then you got the 9th century. And we're thinking that all these are not different timelines, but they're all on the same. So you put together the 1st and the 3rd century and the 9th century, and you have.
When was it canonized?
1st, 3rd, and 9th century.
So you think that the Bible was canonized in the 1st century?
1st, 3rd, and 9th. They mix things up. Like they'll tell you that the 1st century or the 3rd century, this happened, when it really was like the 1st century. And they'll also like have mixed 3rd century with 9th century. Like Dark Ages, like they add, like they added 700 years, and just like, okay, 1st, 7th, 3rd, so you know.
So when Paul wrote his epistles, there was already a church. He's literally communicating with churches already in the epistles.
Yeah, the church already.
Canonization happened before the epistles or after the epistles?
Oh, I hear what you're saying.
There was already a church.
Yeah, there was a church. Yeah, but you know, he had the old books too. The old and I think they learned how to read the Old Testament because the whole Old Testament spoke of Jesus, and it was always Jesus. It was never special people. It was always, did you believe in Jesus? And then the state of Israel, or the nation of Israel, rejected their Messiah. God divorced Israel. Like, you know, when they stoned Stephen.
You know, those that follow the apostles follow Christ, right? And then those who
they're
have
the
been
remnant.
ordained by the apostles if you follow them, you're following Christ, because it's
Exactly.
a line of succession there. Apostle.
Yeah, there was a remnant of Israel, like the apostles. There was always a remnant, but now there is no. The remnant scattered 70 AD, 72 AD when they scattered. So we don't know who they are. So anybody who says that, oh, we're the special race and shit, it never was about race in the first place. It's always about, were you in Christ? So if you're a nation proclaiming to be the chosen people and you even reject the Messiah, you're not in Christ, well, then you're definitely, you have to be grafted in.
Oh, there we
go. It originated with the Jews, came down through the line of David, and then it went through David, but then Jesus fulfilled the law, and so now the Gentiles are promoting or spreading the gospel through martyrism and stuff, and then that's how they originated. And then now, so you got all these. No shit, I forgot. I just have a brain
There never
fart.
was a Jewish race, though. So even in this story, there's a mixed multitude that leaves Egypt. So
yeah, exactly.
People use the word race kind of interchangeably with nation. So that makes more sense to me to say nation or tribe. But even then, when you're forging a nation,
it was a special nation. Israel was a nation, but they divorced nationally the nation when it's like a corporate nation. It's like a corporate. They corporately, as a nation, rejected their Messiah, and still to this day, whoever they say they are they still reject them. So they can't be the chosen, even if they were the same bloodline or whatever.
Well, yeah, theologically, the Christians are the true Jews theologically, so I get that. But what I'm seeing on the screen is making me want to convert to Christianity. I'm just kidding.
Y'all can hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, so it's like, this is because this is my religion. Does that mean, like, not necessarily evil, but it's like, I try to help the different spirits that go through the door in the astral realm. And it's like, you know what I mean? But it's just
only
like, what
God
the
can
fuck?
judge you. I'm not going to judge your soul. Only God can judge you. So
I say.
Are you a professing witch?
Nah, I don't like the word bitch because it's like, what is witch? It's like, if you see somebody,
are you calling spirits? Or are you like trying to talk to spirits?
I don't call any spirits. The only spirits that call to me are the spirits that, I am family. If you want to see me for who I am, there is no conjuring. This is life to me. I don't know.
You know those candles, those scented candles? They're toxic. I wouldn't burn them. They're toxic.
No, this is not scented.
Non-scented? Okay, that's okay.
Is that a meme in the corner? Is that a meme that's in the corner there by that candle?
With the 2 bracelets, that means I have 2 sons.
Yeah. What is that? Is that a meme? What is that in that picture?
I bought it from somebody in the street, They are my people. I have roly poly olies. I don't know if y'all can see them.
Couple hoodies. Someone wearing a couple hoodies. Looked like somebody was wearing some white hoodies or something. Yeah. You like the gross shit?
Oh, they sleep. You said growth it. Yeah, I am a demon.
Nothing wrong with that.
Is that orange?
But no, for real. It's like, you know, I want somebody to love me
I
for
knew a
who
witch. I knew a witch once. I met one I know.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she had her whole upper cabinets were full of herbs, all different types of herbs. Yeah, she could like cast spells and shit. Mix a few herbs up.
So is that voodoo stuff, or is that like your own brand? Like, is it like a Protestant
She
version
was
of voodooism?
like, she was from Peru or something.
It is my own brand.
Interesting.
And what you said about that last life and motherfucking, he was on my own time. It's like, you know, I put the upside down broom in front of my door, which, you know, but I didn't know that was what it was until somebody told me. So it's like, you know, it's in the bloodline. Everything is in the bloodline, you know, basically, period. You can't teach somebody how to live. That shit is in your bloodline. You can't be like, oh, you have to do this and do that. Something is in your bloodline for a reason, I believe.
Yeah, I think some people, it's in their bloodline.
Exactly. And it's for a reason.
Yeah. Some people are smarter than others and shit like that.
But it's like, why would God create retarded people? That shit baffles my mind. Why are you stupid? And why are you here? Like breathing air? That shit bothers me. Why are you retarded? And why are you not, you know, you just difficult situationship that has nothing to do with just reality. You're a beautiful, you know.
Do you believe that some mental illnesses could be possibly like demon possession?
I believe that demon possession is evaluated and personified by the person who had it in the first place. How do you know what demon possession is if you never had it? How do you
No,
define something that you never had?
I'm just asking, do you think, you know, some of the mentally ill people, like there's a movie out called Smile, and we did a decode on it, or who did that decode on it? Oh, Understanding Conspiracy did a decode on a movie called Smile, and basically it's about a psychiatrist who basically meets a demon or something.
Mm-hmm.
And so in the movie they're trying, I don't know, it's a pretty good movie. So some people disregard the fact that we used to believe that some mental illnesses were demon possession, and now everybody's, oh no, it's just a mental illness, and they disregard the fact that it could be. No, there's none of that. It's all just a mental illness. So you got all these demon possessed motherfuckers running around, and they give them drugs, and you know, it's like they're just calling demons.
First of all, who created the word demon and why?
Well, it's
demon
like
is a disembodied spirit.
It's like
Demons
genetic
are
bloodline curses, right? It's carried down through the genetics until you get to a point where the information of the being is like so corrupt that it comes out like that.
A demon is a disembodied spirit of the Nephilim, and they are disembodied spirits that want to inhabit a body and can possess certain individuals. And sometimes it has happened. There's evidence of it happened. But now the medical, you know, authorities want to, it's all just mental. It's just a mental illness. You know,
and what defines a demon as something that's negative? You know what I'm saying? I've seen that with my own two eyes. It's like, but if it's nothing negative, what defines negativity?
Well, that's a
Well,
dangerous
it's
game
just
to play.
That it's the difference between natural and unnatural, between healthy and disease.
Mm, mm, fact, big fact.
it's just the biblical narrative of the Nephilim were fallen angels, the offspring of fallen angels, and who took the women, which means took them, which means basically raped women of man, the women of man, and the Nephilim were their offspring, half human, half fallen angel, fallen angels. You
Well,
could call them aliens because they came from heaven, so they fell. They were,
there's
and
actually
they,
another interpretation of that. So the sons of God in Genesis could be interpreted as those who followed God, and then those are the sons of Cain are those that followed the ways of Cain or worldly ways.
no,
And
that's
when
been
But what about the
that's,
so
that's been
Apocrypha
debunked.
and the Book
That's
of
been debunked.
Enoch? The Book of
so
Enoch goes deeply into the fallen angels.
so
You
what
said
that
what though?
particular book was at a purer form at one point, right?
But who
That's
created the
And
book? Who created the
been
book?
debunked.
in
That's been
council
debunked.
that book got rejected, and it's actually
No,
a
that's
Okay,
been
so
debunked.
anathematized
it's
book.
like
The
y'all
reason
ain't,
Hey,
y'all
come
know
on,
y'all have control over us. Y'all have
reason
control.
Noah was found
Women,
pure in
we
all his
as
generations.
human beings, I can't control you. You have more knowledge than me. So it's like, it's like don't take advantage of it, please. But if you do, do it righteously. For real, because
Yeah,
that shit is beautiful. Like it's like how can you take control over me? But you have different astral realms, and all I know is the earth reality. That's something beautiful. You introducing to me something different. I'm like, okay, woo wee, like that shit. Okay, yeah, big say. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if I overstood boundaries. My
no,
bad.
you're good. You're good. But yeah, the Book of Enoch, as far as the councils are concerned, was a book that had been edited by someone basically like writing like a fan fiction almost to the original book that was available. So they used that, basically called it pseudepigrapha, and they cast it to the side and then put it in the main canon. The Ethiopian Orthodox consider it a part of scripture and a part of the canon.
Yeah,
The
they
Eastern
had a
Orthodox do
group.
not, though.
Yeah, they had a group, historically speaking, called the Maccabees, and they discovered this book among this group of people. So yeah, so it's fascinating the history of that group and how they had a conflict with the Romans right before, um, you know, maybe 100 years before Christ was born. After the death of Alexander the Great. So we covered some of that history here on this show, but yeah, um, yeah, fascinating stuff there with that. Yeah. But
yeah,
yeah, Book of Enoch, yeah,
Uh,
definitely.
yeah.
the
Book of
scriptures does
Enoch.
say don't
Hell
get
yeah.
carried away by mythologies. So I'm not sure the verse, but I think that's an important thing to really
Yeah.
think about, because I really believe in Genesis when it says the sons of God enter the daughters of men. It's talking about the sons of God being those descendants of Adam that followed the ways of God, and
No,
not fallen angel children. And
That's an
I believe the sons of men are those that followed the ways of Cain. And there's a lot of historical backing to that was the original interpretation before this pseudo pigography kind of came out to
no.
push this other
listen,
narrative.
in Revelation. It said those you are blessed. Those who read it aloud. I read that with the congregation. Those are blessed who read it aloud. It was something in Revelation, and I heard that's Gabrielle. I don't know. I don't know
It's
anything about this
obvious.
shit.
It's obviously talking about fallen angels. It's the sons of God, the fallen angels, that had intercourse with women and created the Nephilim. And Noah was found pure in all his genealogy because him and his were pure in all their genealogy because they were having these offspring of fallen angel and women. How did that happen? How does that happen? I don't know what that looks like, but that's what it says. And then, you know, it's like it says, you know, it's what it says.
Well,
And, you know,
the interpretation that I've heard.
Okay, yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, so the interpretation that I've heard is these Nephilim were mighty men of old, and it wasn't because it was like the genes of a fallen angel. It was that at the time, since it was closer to the time of Adam and Eve, these people were a lot more like genetically better than we are today. They were taller, they were stronger, and that's why they're kind of
that could be
large or
true
something like
also.
that. That's another
Yeah,
interpretation of it.
yeah, because it could just be that these spirits just had fallen and then just given these people technology, as the book says, all right? So, yeah, yeah, they may not have to be actual physical. Yep.
That's a better explanation because, like, you know, if I'm better explaining something that I don't know, and then it's
Right.
like, you know, but you give me an offspring, and I'm just, you know, manipulated in a situation because, first of all, angels have more. Now I want to say manipulative energy, but they have more knowledge than we do. So it's like y'all know how to manipulate energy into a situation that you want to be through the congregation of just energy, period. Because y'all were the first chosen. So it's like, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I'm in a situation that I never chose. And motherfucking, I'm over here like, what the fuck? But at the end of the day, that's the most love I ever found by, you know, God. I don't know. I'm still, you know, choosing. It's just, it's an amazing thing, but bitch, you ain't had to, you know, manipulate me. Bitch, I have my own mind. Like, this shit is crazy. Like, like, goddamn. Motherfucking, you ain't have to manipulate a motherfucker into a situation that they didn't understand. That's called, you know. But at the end of the day, you have you have that authority. It's like y'all have authority. Y'all have to put it in a better situation. Y'all have a lot of authority. Y'all know that, right? That's crazy, man. That's crazy.
Tubal Cain.
Is Catholicism, is the Roman Catholic Church. Then even
Yeah, but it kind of fits into what they're talking about because they're talking about the canonization process, right?
thought that was true,
Yeah.
Protestantism wouldn't be the true church.
I don't think that, by the way. No, we went back to the historical records, read
With
what
what
they
authority?
had to say.
With what authority?
With what authority?
Who
Well,
interpreted and went back and went against the historical records, the thing that was preserved in praxis, that gave you the Bible, that gave you everything you're doing right now? Who was the normative authority that looked back in time and reassessed the trueness of the faith back in history? Who was the authority
do
here?
we need to reinterpret the writings of a Eusebius?
King
You
Arthur.
did. For Protestant, for
Eusebius?
Protestantism, you had to. You didn't answer my question. I asked you, who
Are you
is the
just
normative
pointing to one?
authority that allows you to go back into time and reevaluate and reinterpret the history of the church? Who I'm asking, what's the authority? Who's the authority? Do you have a normative authority?
The normative authority was, I guess, a complex time. Complex, difficult times where people were encouraging the spread of heresy and scum, that things weren't following them.
That's a
Real
story.
sad stuff.
That's a story. The question is who? I didn't ask what the time.
I mean, technically, the person who did it was Luther.
That's
Jim
King
already
Arthur.
asked me, what's your normative authority? What's your normative authority? I told him earlier, I'm like, historical records, that's my normative authority. And then he's just labbed on, who, and just kept on saying, who is your normative authority? Trying to imply that I need to say a person. So I'm like, okay, who's that person? Luther was the person who did a lot of that work. Some other examples of people who participated with Luther was Philip of Melanchthon, a scholar in Greek. Another one was Matthäus Arrogalus, who was a linguistics in Hebrew. So he asked me for my normative authority earlier. I told him historical records, and then he afterwards asked me, who is it though? Who is it? Well, I get your authority is who is the church that you claim to be. Well, who did it for us? Who went back to the historical records for Protestantism, at least for Lutheranism, was Luther and a number of other people.
Luther did it. So your normative authority in matters is Luther. Got it.
Well, it's not instant straw man. And this is the second time he's straw man me. And I don't really care for calling out fallacies in the middle of a debate because it's just kind of like debate bro and a little bit, feminine. But
it was the Waldenses.
Let's finish up this debate quickly. Not normative authority of Luther. It's going back to the historical records. The historical records, the documentation that we have.
The records interpret themselves?
Also, they had. So
do you need interpretation for Eusebius?
Anything that's documented, any literature, any text needs some normative authority for interpretation.
Now, something I should have said there, to be honest.
Lulz.
I probably should have said, do I need interpretation for biographical details within historical documentation?
This seems like infinite regress to me, to be honest.
Biographical details? Yeah, those are pretty stated clear. It's not like I'm going to argue that
they're
the
all
Hebrews
mixed up.
actually in Egypt, or were they in the Hittite Empire and enslaved by them?
So does the interpretation have to be okayed by God? Like, come on.
I'm not talking about making church doctrine. We're talking about the actual historical records. Do I need historical records to determine what Satinius said about the Caesars?
You need an authority in interpreting historical records.
Look, you need knowledge.
Look, no, you need an authority. Like, for instance, any historical record. Let's take the Bible out of it. Let's take all of the writings, all the church fathers' interpretations.
So if we have the original
basic historical records, something X happened then. It's in a different language. You already need some normative authority of etymology, a linguist, a translator.
Then
you need to have a historian
we just
understand
need to
what's being
learn
referred to, such
Greek
as they
better.
called presentism in regards to certain categories or even objects that might be misinterpreted as the same thing. You have to avoid the word concept fallacy. All of this has to
We can learn Hebrew, Greek, and Aramaic.
You said Luther. So are you saying Luther?
But
straw man.
Read back into well-established documents in historicity of the church fathers, the lectionaries that preceded canon, the continuation of Judaism as it was into Christianity, the rejection of all of the
anything new since the fathers, the church fathers.
Modern Judaism we have today. That's Christ. All of that needs a normative authority to say yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. I'm asking you, who is that? And you said Luther.
Well, that's the person who did it.
How do we
That was the person.
So
that was the
learn
person
something new?
And
Christ let the church be defeated. So Christ let the church.
I'm gonna ask the
just
fathers.
constantly being cut off because they're so angry, because they're so malicious towards me. I'm just like, you know what? Whatever.
Be deceived
not a subjective or ever tainted
Sorry,
path.
Vagine.
Orthodox would be just as fallacious as your own Protestantism, and so everyone is just following their own preference.
That's right. If we take
That's right. I am arguing that orthodoxy is as fallacious as Protestantism.
A Blackstone, pagan.
That's right.
Also, Martin Luther sought validation from the Orthodox Church on his findings.
That's right.
Yes.
Luther tried to appeal to the Orthodox Church. So why did he do that if he holds your view?
Because he wanted the other historical perspective.
Was he granted?
He was working as a historian. Yeah. He wanted both sides of the story to understand what was going on.
Okay.
But wait, so, just so I understand, so you're saying the church was deceived for almost 2 millennia, and the savior Martin Luther came and
just one guy.
Yeah. So that's what you're saying.
Well, no, that has to be. That has to be it. Who anointed? Who touched?
Started way before
the shoulder of Luther, such that he became the authoritative.
Infiltrated.
Who?
The people who listened. The people who changed. Yes. The people who changed looked at it and said, "You know what, Luther? You got a lot of good ideas, and you're making arguments." And you debated
consensus.
them.
Okay.
So
no, not
Miranda consensus.
Not a consensus.
Okay,
a
so who are these people? So the people
No,
are actually
the Waldenses, man.
Luther's a puppet, right?
If Jim Bob, if you had no people in the Orthodox Church, would you still have the Orthodox Church?
Look, the parishioners.
If you had no people in the Orthodox Church,
look, dude, that's a category. Look, that's a category area. Why is that not analogous? Yes, I'll tell you why it's not analogous. Am I appealing to the parishioners for the?
It's a non-answer, is what it is.
Normative authority of interpretation of Scripture and praxis.
No, you just say the Holy Spirit.
Okay, no, don't be facetious and snarky. You said I do the same thing in the Orthodox Church. No, I don't look to the parishioners
Jim Bob
and
would
the
never
people,
do that.
the catechumens, and the recently baptized for the normative authority position on the church. By the way, even the priests, even the people participating and doing the liturgy, conducting this entire service, are not doing their new interpretations of it. It's not a modern dance. They aren't reinterpreting and going, guys, we should meet on Sunday. I really want to crack this code. That's not what they're doing. That's what you guys
They did do that.
They're not doing that.
Hold
No,
up. The Bulgarians, the Serbians, and the Russians
didn't
all
say
argued that
past-
they were the
look,
defenders of orthodoxy
no,
when the
dude,
fall of Constantinople
stop
happened,
smirking.
and they're
Stop-
reinterpreting the whole
Stop
thing.
smirking. Stop
Quit
smirking. for a second.
coping. Quit coping.
Stop it for a second. I didn't say past tense. I said right now, nobody's reinterpreting anything.
They are. The Ukrainian church is using the Western calendar.
If there's heterodox idea, it doesn't mean the church theology is wrong.
The Patriarch of Istanbul is pushing global
That
culture
doesn't
and
follow that
global
it's-
warming.
That doesn't follow.
Then it defeats your argument too, because Protestantism is the thing that does that. So
He's got a point about the calendar.
So I say Protestantism reinterpreting.
He also has a point about the power structure, right? So what's worse than one person being wrong? An entire hierarchy that's doubling and quadrupling down?
Yeah, the main issue I think with the situation is that Jim Bob's in these hierarchies that are he's arguing against a Protestant, but his hierarchy is involved with the World Council of Churches that's paying dues to this organization, and they're doing joint prayers with Roman Catholics and Protestants. So how are you pretending to be the one Church of Christ and calling yourself that, but at the same time the leaders that you follow and commemorate and are in communion with are communing with the people that you're debating, calling heretics and heterodox?
Yeah, I strongly agree with that. With all of that. But what about the fact that Jim Bob is arguing for this? If you're just one single person using your own discernment, you could be wrong. Versus, Jim Bob's kind of arguing that you have like journeymen, right? So he's basically arguing that there's journeymen of interpreting scripture, and we should trust them over a random person. But what if those journeymen are motivated to have the wrong interpretation, so to speak? What happens then?
Okay, so in his instance, right, they follow like Elder Paisios and Elder Porphyrios and these type of like modern elders, right? And have these elder cults based around them. And they do give wrong interpretations of scripture. And not only that, on commentaries. So
according to who?
According to the consensus of true orthodoxy. So
the consensus of the true orthodox, like priest or something?
Not only the canons. So we have canons that basically state certain things and the commentaries of the saints, and they're going outside that. For instance, let me give you an example. So they'll basically say that you can stay in communion with a heretic and that the church basically makes the heresy okay through economia. That's not taught by the church. Where like somebody like Saint Mark of Ephesus broke communion with a heretical patriarchate the moment he professed heresy, whereas they will teach to stay in communion with the heretic. That's not a teaching of the Orthodox Church. So
why are you allowed to use your discernment though?
What?
You're just one person, right? Why are you allowed to use your discernment?
I don't really understand what you mean by that question.
Or whatever priests you have that are rebelling against these different patriarchs and stuff. Why are they allowed to defect, so to speak? Why are they allowed to
It's because of the canons. So, like I've told you before, like there's a canon 15 of the so-called First and Second Council, which the bishops came together and wrote out these canons. So St. Photius wrote this canon out, that basically any patriarchate that professed heresy, you have the right to break communion with that person and wall off to protect the faith from this heresy. Do you get what I'm saying? So there's like guidelines that have been set by the fathers in the past through council. And
so who's responsible for doing that? Who's responsible for correcting it?
The right teaching true Orthodox bishops. It's not going to be the heretics that call the council, which is what world Orthodoxy argues, which is just ridiculous. It's like, do you think the heretics are going to call a council on themselves to throw themselves out? That's never going to happen. So
the bishops have to rebel against the good bishops have to rebel against the bad bishops.
Right. They have to break communion with these bad bishops and start the hierarchy from scratch, basically, you know? And it's happened
And
many
what
times.
determines a
So,
good bishop is based in the original councils.
yes, by your confession of faith, not by your position of power. Where they think that canonicity is connected with just being connected to somebody called the Patriarch of Constantinople or Jerusalem or whatever, that's not the case. It's your confession of faith. Once you go outside that confession of faith, you condemn yourself as being a heretic.
And if you do step outside of that confession of faith, who determines you stepped outside of it?
Well, God determines who steps outside the confession of faith.
And who
The
determines?
church confirms it. You get what I mean? So the church would come together, the right teaching bishops would come together and be like, okay, they're teaching ecumenism. We're going to release an anathema on ecumenism, which happened in 1984. So
interesting.
So who determines God? Okay, so motherfucking, we just over here laying up, paying for rent from a foreign motherfucker, and y'all just like, oh yeah, we got it. What the fuck is you talking about? What do you mean?
It sounds like a lot of reasons to cause division for those who lack God within them.
Well, to bring up something related, I once brought up an issue of so-called heresy with the Orthodox, right? And it was either Andrew or his wife or one of these Orthodox characters, I should say, or YouTubers, who said that, well, if it was, that would be the Greeks and not the Russians. So my question was, who are you to critique the Greeks and not the Russians? Like, who are you to use your own discernment to say that it was the Greeks that were bringing
I think
heresy?
the big problem with your understanding is this, especially on this, is that you don't think that a person can judge in Christianity. Is that what I'm getting?
That's not what I'm getting. That's not what I'm saying.
There's nothing wrong with that. It's like, but where do we go from here? Because unitization is the goal. Because how can we? Isn't it? Or do we just want to be in competition for the rest of our life? Is that the goal?
Here's the issue I see with that is that truth comes before unity. If we have a unity that's based on falsehood, then what real unity is there? You know, it's like,
that's fair enough.
It can be all good and emotional and kumbaya, but if there's not truth at its base, it's a weak structure.
So who determines the truth?
God determines the truth, and we fall in line with it.
Who determines God?
God determines God.
So God told you that the true Orthodox that you follow is the true Orthodox.
Yeah, I mean, in a roundabout way, yes.
In a roundabout way, so.
I mean, it would be hard for me to explain it in detail to you, but yes, that happened.
Zephyr is
this is so difficult. It's like we have.
I mean, you wouldn't believe me anyways, man. You wouldn't believe if someone raised the dead. I mean, what can I say?
Well, for one, I can't speak on something that I wasn't there to see, right, or not see. For two,
this is the problem.
The contemporary said nothing about 300 or 400 people raising from the dead. We're talking about high-level, what you would call priests and figures and prophets. So why did nobody say anything about that? About all those people?
They've been saying it for 100 years, and we've been shunned and blacklisted, and like we have martyrs behind this whole thing. Like it's well known. I mean, Stalin killed, millions. And we have the catacomb.
That was a racial animosity from
that's not only religious animosity.
Pella settlement and all that other stuff that took place. There was animosity towards them, racial.
It's like that person that was printed on that $50 bill and that 100. That's the big, G in that shit. Like that's the person. Fuck you mean?
And the original meaning of martyr is witness. Think about it.
So it's like we complaining about somebody who took control, but they took control already. So it's like, let's muscle up. I feel like we complain all day. I'm sorry, but Jesus Christ.
Well, no, I get the argument. Just as a devil's advocate, what Jim Bob and these folks are saying is that at least they have a claim to apostolic succession. At least they're claiming something. Now, can they prove the true apostolic succession? No, they can't. It's just a claim that
What do you
can't
mean?
be actually founded.
No,
Like
it
we weren't
can.
there. Like when people, like the Catholics say they came straight from Peter, the popes came straight from Peter. So we're just going to take their word for that, or we're going to ask them to substantiate it.
Well,
You know what I'm talking about? Like,
there
you need to
is a
show
way
some
to substantiate that
because
claim, Mr. Anderson.
And how is that?
Because we have Saint Ignatius, we have the epistles. This is documented history, brother.
Yeah, I got Ignatius's book. I'm not understanding how that proves that what you're
Because he
calling
was directly
the
taught by
Orthodox
Saint
Church
Peter.
has.
So, but this is what happens if all truth is relative, then it eventually becomes irrelevant. So you're basically saying there is no truth because
That's not
we
what I'm
can't
saying.
prove it.
Absolute.
It becomes irrelevant. It becomes irrelevant. So what do we?
No,
I
I'm
mean,
saying some things are more provable.
and that's
than
rooted
others.
in your nihilism. To you, there comes a point to where you got to have enough faith to say, is this person telling the truth or not? You know when someone's telling the truth, if they're going to mess you over or take something from you, you know in your heart whether somebody's going to do that or not. So if you read these writings and you see
Skepticism
something
is
that's
not
true or
nihilism, by
not,
the way.
It's not.
Yeah, and I'm not nihilistic, and I'm not a solipsist. So that's not why I'm saying that. You can agree that some things are more provable than others, and when we're talking about historically, we do have to build a case one way or the other. We can't 100% prove something, but
I think the case is there if you look. But a lot of times it feels like it's like a de-individuation thing where you're saying this doesn't exist, but it's actually there and you just haven't looked at it.
no, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying that just like how the Catholics claim a succession of the popes coming from Peter, I'm saying, how can you really substantiate something like that? Is what I'm saying.
Well,
I know that sounds like solipsism, but it's not.
Okay, in their case, they were once a part of the Orthodox Church, so it's like it's a yes and a no. It's like it's true, but it isn't because they broke away and they introduced doctrines that are contrary to the ones preached originally. And
So the
it was
doctrine is
never
fundamental.
the position of Pope was one of honor because it was the imperial of Rome. Like he had an honorary title, but he turned it into supremacy, made himself the king of bishops. 4 out of the 5 sees broke from him. That's what happened.
We call that cherry picking.
So do the true Orthodox Christians, do they subscribe to the Nicene Council?
We subscribe to all 7 councils.
Okay.
At the end of the day, information's either building your faith in God or taking away from it. I mean, which one would you pursue? I don't know what the argument.
You said 7 councils.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right, 7 councils.
Whoever said that, thank you.
So if Trump right now made an 8th council, would you trust that and abide by it?
Well, he's not a monarch, so he couldn't call a council for the Orthodox Church.
So it would have to come from a monarch. That's interesting.
Yeah, so like in Russia, there was Tsar Nicholas II, and he was taken out by the Bolsheviks, and then they took over the government over there.
Yeah, very brutally. That was horrible what happened to the Tsar's family. That was racial animosity. That was racial and religious animosity.
Well, the Rothschilds told him, they basically said, well, if you don't give Jews some power over here, then there's going to be problems. And he basically told them, well, that's not happening.
Set up a central
He
bank.
signed his death warrant at that moment.
Well, the Russians really struggled with the so-called JQ, right? They were like, well, we can just put them over in the Pale of Settlement, the Pale of Settlement, and take that approach. But then they took over all the fucking colleges and shit.
Right, they
Staged the
infiltrated
revolution.
and inject their ideology into like the limbs of the culture.
Yeah, and then they definitely branched outside of that Pale of Settlement, didn't they?
That's what's happening in America. That's why, like, you have all these CIA and different people in journalism and through media and even little YouTube channels too.
I think that's mostly fear, because that that is the base of that, actually, not anything else in particular. It's just fear, and it continues to gain momentum. Eventually becomes paranoia and want to control everything for fear.
Yep. And unseen warfare, what do you think about the fact that people like these characters like Jim Bob are trying to promote the concept of not being revolutionary at all and abiding by the hierarchy? Because don't you appeal to the hierarchy of the Orthodox Church, the true Orthodox Church?
Well, I think that their hierarchies are overrun with heretics, so that's the wrong route to go. But he's also like incorporating like alt-right ideas and all this other stuff that's contrary to orthodoxy as well. And it's more like thinking too close to the earth when a Christian should be thinking we're not of this world, you know? So I think there's a bias there.
What is not being of this world in Zephyril or whatever, that Gothic style?
No, that's absolutely real. It means that we're not of this world. Like this kingdom of this world is not for us, and that's why this world doesn't seem to be able to accept Christianity or true Christianity.
Yeah,
it means they're supposed to look for a spiritual kingdom.
So y'all are not of this world because y'all are extraterrestrial. It's like, but we are of this world. Like, I'm so tired of
No,
this.
not in that sense. In the sense that the kingdom that is being built is a spiritual one and not a physical one. So when these people conquer nations and stuff, that's the physical world. Christians are supposed to be of a spiritual kingdom.
Okay.
Right, because God's a spirit. Right.
Which is obviously opposed to the concept of Zionism and all these things, where they're trying to conquer
and any
a physical nation
or any political like ideology, like protesting and all this stuff. Like there's a right way to resist, but it Christ said, you know, give to Caesar what is Caesar's and give to God what is God's. So
does that mean you reject Christian nationalism or populism?
I think that it has its place, but because it can become a buzzword. Like when you say Christian nationalism, it's just like Russians hold to their traditions. You know what I'm saying?
That's the next little item for discussion. Is we're going to take a closer look at that position, and we're going to see that it's not amenable to the original position of the Orthodox Church at all. Right? So his position now that the church should work in tandem with the originally existing government, right, as a sort of parallel institution, you know, that is totally not amenable to the original design. All right. So yeah, so they're definitely creating something new there, you know, with the whole concept of Christian nationalism. Obviously, we know that nationalism itself comes from the whole classical liberal ideal, right? So it's having to do with this whole idea of the autocratic state. But yeah, I mean, so I mean, in other words, they're updating their ideas for the modern age. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yep.
So you know, which goes to the whole thing. Right?
Interesting.
Shit, and you go, yeah, everyone does. Okay, so there's no normative authority then, right?
Like I said earlier, it's, you know, a complex adaptive system.
I didn't ask you what system it is, because systems need to be interpreted and implemented by people. I asked you, from your view, there's no normative authority.
At the end of the day, you just say the Holy Spirit helps you reign.
Okay, so you're not going to answer the question. Is it your view?
Say the Holy Spirit guided us for this.
Not my view.
Okay, okay.
The Holy
Hold on.
Spirit guided
Yeah,
us.
totally.
But that's silly.
Did the Holy
That's silly.
Spirit?
That's silly. But that's silly. That's silly, Jimbo.
Listen, did the Holy Spirit?
It's silly to just say the Holy Spirit helped me.
Hold on. Do you have to say the Holy Spirit guided the canonization of the Bible? Is it silly to say that?
You think it's silly?
That's the end of your argument. That's the argument.
Did the Holy Spirit? Did the Holy Spirit help it?
Yes,
Yes, of course.
Not even Protestants would agree with you right now.
I would agree.
They wouldn't agree with you. What do they not agree with me with?
Sad trombone.
Agree with me that there was a historical series of events that happened.
The Holy Spirit is very important.
Dude, do you understand what's being asked here? How do you know the correct books went into the Bible?
they compared.
Well, the Holy Spirit.
Like I pointed out,
Are you really
Wouldn't they
looking
be
at
deceived by
the Gospel of Thomas?
In their
Look,
comparison,
look,
couldn't be they be
comparing
deceived by
The Gospel of Thomas said
the act of
ridiculous
comparing.
stuff.
Okay.
It said Zechariah was a high
How would you
priest.
know it's-
But when we compare,
how
when we
would
compare
you-
the historical records from
the
Josephus,
comparison- if the
Comparison.
comparison, if
Doesn't tell you the standard. Comparison. I can compare an apple to something else. It doesn't tell me the standard I'm using to determine one's true and one's not. The question
well,
was
it's the knowledge we have.
Oh, that's begging the question. Okay, look, it's a simple
Historical records
question.
are the knowledge we have.
How do you know the right books went into the Bible?
Wow.
Like I said, you
How do you know
They compare them.
You have historical. You have a series of historical records. Okay.
you know
You know what
you have these
you know what
books saying
lectionary
these-
is? You know what a
You have these
lectionary
books
is?
saying these things. You have these books saying these other things, and you're like,
That's a massive thing.
which
Hmm.
are telling some serious lies.
Okay,
So
dude,
Which
what
ones
were
are making false claims?
Okay, dude, listen. What were lectionaries? You know what lectionaries were?
Yeah, word of mouth.
Okay. What?
A place where
Word of
you
mouth.
read books. What's the big deal?
Yeah, yeah. And did you know that those were one of the mechanisms that determined what goes into the canon and not?
Yeah.
Yeah, obviously. Hence why
You
it's
know,
Mark.
and
So
you know,
fact-
and
okay, so hold on a second. Hold
Being
on.
the Gospel of Mark.
Dude, shut up for a second.
okay.
I said
If that's if that's the case,
See, this is what a demon looks like.
is a
This is what
lectionary
Yeah,
a
it's
demon
all.
looks
the
like.
activity of a lectionary does that already not assume that there's
Lol,
a normative
Anna.
authority of the church? That's
Yeah, they induce anxiety in the listener.
Yeah, the people like the apostles. The apostles delivered the message. They spread the word, and then other people recorded that work for them besides Matthew and John.
Okay, got it. So if there's something called the lectionary that is not produced by normal people out in the world, right? They don't have all of the
Mhm.
texts, they don't have access, they don't have
That's
full
called
ability to-
hell.
They go to the church to participate in lectionaries. And so if that's the case, do you already agree that there's a normative authority in place such that lectionaries can be held?
Yeah, there was an initial one.
So what's that church? You're saying that's Protestant?
Yeah.
The
I'm saying the Protestant is closest
The
to
one
it,
that
closer
Holy
to it than the
shit.
Orthodox.
Okay,
The
great.
Protestant church is closer to it.
hold
It's
on,
more similar.
Hold on. Let me just run your argument for you. Premise one.
Who's this
Luther
Hi-Fi's
traveled
cousin
and
over
looked
here?
back in time and invented Protestantism as the true faith. Also,
What,
Protestantism
Kingsful
is
or
the church that was giving lectures.
Yeah, Kingsville, yeah, Kingsville.
or Jim Bob?
Oh no.
I said similar.
No,
I said it
Kingsville.
was similar.
I don't. No. I'm
I didn't
talking.
say
Probably
no, I'm
not.
talking
He's
I'm talking
not
a
as
toaster that doesn't even have enough
obtuse.
flavor.
Is this live or it's pre-recorded?
And the thing is,
This
It's
is free.
has
pre-recorded.
several uprights, and to the point where which
I know that's motherfucking wrong.
Well, then it's
Yeah,
even
I see-
What you talking about?
between the schism between you and Catholics.
I'm over here showing respect for these fake ass niggas that's not even really talking.
Anyway, so you're
That's crazy. The fuck?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
There's no.
You over here talking about, you know, real love and all that shit. It's like when you show real love to a motherfucker, it's not this. The fuck is you talking about?
About someone or something.
That's why I said
Normative
that's what a
authority, bro.
demon looks
You're
like.
saying I'm
They-
guilty of these things.
It
I
doesn't
say
matter what the
No,
theme
I'm
is, like the emotion that they instill in the
No, I'm-
listener is
there's
the
the original
same as
church.
anxiety.
Show me an equal contradiction.
And then she on the real shit. What the shit? I'm over here like, what the fuck? These niggas talking for a long ass time.
The church. Also, Protestantism conducted.
They're
the
not nearly as
lectionary.
intimidating as you think sometimes.
We could go to the USSR and Stalin, who established and created the Russian Orthodox Church.
What'd you
Any
say,
last words?
Zephyr?
40%
They're
of your
just
church.
people too. They're not nearly as. They're just influenced. They're not actual demons. Demons are much.
They're highly narcissistic, these people, especially Jim Bob. And he
Yeah.
has Nadim around as a flying monkey.
Yeah, I
Nadim
agree.
himself called himself a racism shield, so he's the token brown guy there, so that Jim
But
Bob
sure.
doesn't get called racist.
And whoever was talking right now, Shorty, it's like, okay, so you know, you have a man that you want to love, but it's like their demonization is not in alignment with your integration. You're going up, but he's going down. It's like, how can you love somebody, but what if you have an open heart? The shit breaks me, Shorty. It breaks me.
Well, progress is not linear and not always positive progress. Like, so.
Right.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that one. Yeah.
Right.
What about
It's
this
like, I love
Russian
you.
Orthodox Church he just mentioned? He said Stalin established a Russian Orthodox Church.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Unseen Warfare got the whole info on that straight up. Yeah.
Okay, so what happened was in the 1930s, Stalin takes over with the Bolsheviks, He arrests all the clergy. He bombs churches. He kills the clergy. He does all this stuff, and then he sets up a puppet patriarch called Sergius. And what Sergius does is he establishes the Soviet Red Church, which is known as the Moscow Patriarchate. And that's the church that Jay Dyer and all these guys are a part of. They're part of Stalin's Red Church that they established in the 30s. And
The gatekeeping church.
Right. And Putin is a continuation of
Yeah,
Soviet
Stalin
power.
like Putin. I was about to
So-
say that. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt that at all, because you had such a population that was part of the Orthodox that you would need to gatekeep it in some way or form or fashion. So that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, I got CIA documents that show it, man. It's crazy.
And it's like how you access for money from the people that your ancestors bombed you. So you asking us for money. I feel very offended when I see the commercial. I'm just keep it real. Your uncle is asking you to give money from us when y'all bombed. Your uncle bombed you, basically, in my eyes, you know? Or it's just like, that makes common sense, though. Your people didn't protect you, and your people bombed you. That's your people. And you're asking us for a situation that we have no part of. We can barely pay rent. Come on now. I'm sorry? Like, the hell?
They don't ask, they just take our taxes. Do with it what they want.
Yeah, I feel you. You say they don't ask, they just take it. Yeah, I feel you.
Taxation is theft.
It is. Without consent.
Yep. So this original Orthodox that the czars were,
Y'all consenting like a motherfucker out here. Don't be joking around like that. Come
did
on.
these Bolsheviks see it as a threat, or
Absolutely.
is that the claim to fame that means
so
therefore the Orthodox was the true religion, or is
No,
it
this
more
is
so
the
that they
truth
saw
of
it
it.
as a threat?
So Tsar Nicholas II, what we would call him, there's a scripture that says the restrainer, and once the restrainer is taken out, then these evil forces will come into the world, right? Well, they kill him, and then at this point, the Bolshevik Revolution goes down in 1917. And I mean, it's just like millions are killed after this.
Didn't they publicly humiliate the corpses of him and his children, or am I wrong on that?
No, you're not wrong. They put him in a ditch and like burned him with like acid or something. And
They
there was
made
like
an example out of
Kabbalistic
that family.
ritual, like Kabbalistic stuff
With
drawn
the
on
two
the.
daughters, there were two young girls.
Yep.
Yeah.
They definitely made a example out of that family. It was more than just a ritualistic murder. It was definitely sending a message, no doubt.
So what we say is that something was released into the world at that time, like some evil, like just Satan, just like was at full force at this point. And because in Greece the calendar change happened, where this Freemason took over the patriarchate, and now we're seeing the fruits of that, where these patriarchates are like ran by Freemasons, and communism has infiltrated the church. And
May I ask if like the forced upon famine upon the people in Russia, did that proceed or precede the assassination of the monarchy?
it was after. So
Yeah,
what that
the
shows
Ukraine was
is
after.
the people weren't repentant of taking, since they took out the czar. The people basically like talked down about the czar, said he was a shitty leader, and then this famine happens. You know what I mean? Like what you're talking about, and all these terrible things happen, and it's like punishment, you know?
Yeah, the Holodomor.
But a lot of evidence is showing that the Bolsheviks forced that upon them.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
did.
absolutely.
They would just come in and burn a field or kill their animals.
Well, they had to collectivize the
Like
agriculture first.
appropriate
They had
the
to
means of,
collectivize
they
it.
were appropriating the means of production for the communist state, essentially,
Yeah.
right?
They collectivized all the farms first. Then they basically made the taxes so unbearable, like 80% or whatever the fuck, to where it collapsed everything. And then they would come in and they would take all the grain, take everything.
And while they did that, they established churches and confused the people, having them argue about where their religion should come from.
Right. And then there was like the catacomb
Yep.
church, which was underground. So those are what is known as true Orthodox Christians. That's kind of the group I'm a part of. Like we have the same catacomb church in Russia, the synod that I'm a part of, that was around back then when Stalin did his thing. So these
Yep.
other churches are state run, so they have state funding. They blacklist us on YouTube. They do all types of really foul shit. It's crazy.
That's a fair point, because if the Orthodox that was already established there wasn't something to contend with, they wouldn't have came at it the way they did. They wouldn't have made
Absolutely.
They wouldn't have made an
And it's like,
example. They wouldn't have had to put puppets in place to gatekeep it. It's part
so
of
it's
the
like, but what about Earth makes you so want it abundantly? Like, why are you here just fighting so hardly for this shit? Like, you know what I mean? Why are you here? Where did you, first of all, where did you come from? You know what I'm saying? Where did you come from? Why are you fighting so hard for something that you don't have ordainance over? That's my question. Real shit.
That's a good question.
I always say, why are you doing God's job for God? That's what I always say.
That is a good question, but I also don't believe, like, I'll give you an example. I have parents who are these type of Christians who say the one world order is a good thing because that means their Christ is coming back, right? So I don't believe that Christ is coming back as a magical orb to defeat all the enemies. I think that we need to act ourselves in this world. So I understand. I don't have the fear of leaving the world or anything like that, but at the same time, if God is using us, He's using us. I don't think God's going to come back as a crack the sky and come down on a horse and fix everything. I think we need to do something about it.
Yeah, I think there's something that was once said. It's basically like a lot of people ask God, why aren't you doing this? And He's asking us the same thing. It's like He put us here for these problems that are going around us, and we should probably take more responsibility of what's going on, you know.
By the way,
we were given dominion over the earth, is what the Bible says, right? We were given dominion over it. Once we know that God is with us, we're given dominion.
By the way, he immediately gets rid of him after he says that the church was set up by Stalin. So that's the end of that conversation.
Yeah, it's a sad trombone.
Russia, like they love Stalin. They like friggin' still like pine for. I mean,
No, not everybody.
no, there are some though. There are. It's like crazy. Like I couldn't imagine that there would be any left, but there are.
Yeah, there's a lot of
They
Orthodox
killed- you
who
said they
consider
killed
him
the
a
guy?
great
Sorry, I missed
Orthodox
that.
leader. They call Stalin a great Orthodox leader.
Stalin killed the guy that he used to instill the religion. Is that what you said?
Yeah, he did. What was his name? Like, it's a younger guy, but he used him. He basically like used him to do the purges. He like acted
Lenin.
as if his enemies killed this younger guy that was speaking for him, and then retaliated by killing 1 million people for this one guy's death that he actually killed, but blamed on his enemies.
Wow.
Justification. That's an interesting thing. Yeah. People just let him do it.
Well, you shouldn't have schismed from the chosen people.
Yeah, but
Wow.
I don't think y'all answered her question. Her question was like, where did he
Sarcastic.
come from? And
Yeah,
what
first
are
of
we
all,
doing?
if y'all didn't like us as women, you know, we're children of the earth. Y'all like our body, you know, we thick, you know what I'm saying? So y'all come from the earth, y'all come from the heavens, and y'all like, you know, oh, these some badass women. You know what I mean?
No.
Like yeah, that's what I think, because at the end of the day, it's like that's what it is. You know what I mean? It's like
When I
we
say
we
that
have
I'm
we
not of
have
this
something.
world,
We're different breeds. We're different breeds. We're not just we don't come from the same place. You know? Well,
What
you
do
know
you
what I mean.
mean, men and women? Men and women don't come from the earth?
I'm talking about children of the earth, and you know there
men are
are
from
heavenly
Mars,
bodies.
women are from Venus.
Yeah. It's like there are
No,
heavenly
she's
bodies.
talking about angels and humans.
Yeah, angels and humans aren't the same. They're different breeds.
I think there's
Well,
hybrid still
I've never met a Nephilim or an angel, so I can't confirm that.
that you know of.
Yeah, but how would you know, Mr. Anderson? Like, that's the whole point. Like,
Well,
how
yeah,
would
I'm
you
not
know?
consciously aware of it. I mean, it doesn't mean that I haven't. I'm just saying, like, not consciously, at least. What are we talking about? The Platonic realm? Like, what are we talking about? Or are we talking about coming from, what do they call it? The star system of whatever.
Anything immaterial or otherwise distant, too distant for us to examine with our direct senses.
We're talking about the first existence of God. You know, I don't know too much about that, but it's like, okay, she had a reflection or aka it, and then it's like, but Earth, I heard that the angels were here before Earth. So it's like, and then we were born off of Earth. It's like, but the people, the angels that I've met, y'all know a lot more about civilization before beyond, you know, just people that were born on earth. So it's like people that know more than you, they were here before you. So it's like, where did y'all come from? You know what I mean? And it's nothing, you know, I love life. This shit is amazing to me. But it's like, what the hell?
I've lived lots of lives, and most of them that I remember, I think all of them that I remember, any parts of were on Earth. So
I don't think life is possible beyond the inertial plane of Earth. I think that it's
What is
designed.
that language, Mr. Anderson? Like platonic realm, inertial plane. What does that mean? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with
No,
that.
well, I was just asking, are we talking about where do we come from as far as another planet or something, or where do we come from as far as a different realm, like a different dimension?
Of course.
The different dimension. First of all, okay, so it's like, okay,
We came
let's
from
say that.
paradise.
Yes, but you weren't on Earth. Y'all came to Earth. Y'all have dimensions in the 6th, 7th, 8th, you know, but we're here on Earth. So it's like, where did y'all come from? Why? Do y'all like us? It's like, yeah.
Earth is very in demand.
Yes, ma'am. That's true.
It's pretty exciting here.
It is. It's a lot going on, but people have no respect for her. So it's like, the hell? We have to fight.
Don't. I think that is it's bad to say that people don't, and absolutely, like, without any sort of like give to that, because that's very absolute. I think a lot of people don't, but some people do, and we're making progress.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And it's like, you can't just come to Earth and then have sex with the children of Earth and, you know, have a different atmosphere. Y'all are the atmospheres, and just be like, okay, you know, y'all have to be loyal to us too. You know what I'm saying? Just because y'all have more knowledge than we do doesn't mean that y'all can do whatever y'all want to do. We have protection too. Okay? What do you mean?
Who is y'all? Are you saying that men are coming, are Nephilim or something? What are you saying?
Yeah, but I'm talking about women of the earth. It's like, you know, when angels come down here, y'all feel like y'all can manipulate the atmosphere and think we just green. It's like we have, you know, but when y'all want to have children with us, it's just weird. Y'all are some weird ass motherfuckers.
What would it look like for a Nephilim spirit to inhabit a man?
For to have a child by something that's different in reality, you know? So you come from a different astral realm and we're from here. It's different. Y'all can't just be, you know, but y'all have more knowledge than we do because y'all are older than us. Don't do that. Please don't do that.
Time is not what you think it is.
I believe knowledge is interpreted by existence of reality. If the older you are, the more knowledge you have. Y'all are the oldest existence of reality. Angel.
I think you guys are crazy.
I'm just another you.
Oh, nuts.
Who's nuts? I eat nuts. Peanuts.
Don't be Nephilim hating.
I think that there's possibility that there is some of that in my bloodline, some of that, because I don't think that a lot of, I don't think all of them were wiped out personally. I'm not a giant or anything, and it's probably like just a little bit. But there's definitely some stuff that I found in my genealogy, but I feel like an earthling, and I'm definitely devoted and loyal to Earth, unlike people like Elon Musk, coward, wants to leave.
Yeah. Traitor for Mars.
Yeah, Zach. Like, this is our Earth. This is us. This is where we come from. You know, just because you can fly in the astral realm, I see you in, you know, you can fly. Doesn't mean that we can, but doesn't mean that you can leave us because you fell in love with us. You need to take accountability for your own actions. Excuse me. Fucking me. Just because we got some good pussy. Fuck you talking about?
Yeah,
I'm talking about no, but that's real though. It's like you can't just fall in love with somebody from a different astral realm and believe that you can just take over and control and just, you know, we have feelings too. Real shit. That's real.
They don't have to care though, obviously, but we don't have to put up with it.
Some woke shit right here.
Oh, is that a bad word to you or a good word?
Bad.
Oh.
Well, I don't know about all of that, but it definitely is getting spooky in here with the 33 watching. And we're going to take a little musical break in this motherfucker. And then we're going to bring back this stupid shit with this fucking Made by Jim Boob and his nonsensical views of the state and all this fucking shit, you know. And the only reason we're doing this is because they had to drag the name through the mud. Remember the name.
Spooky narratives at a distance.
Exactly. All right.
Stop fucking around, Jim Bob.
Yeah, stop fucking around, dude.
I had a good conversation with him. I mean, I have to go back and watch some stuff, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, really, Zephyr? I don't remember that one. We got to clip that out. All right. That's got to be very interesting.
Yeah, I can send it to you.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like to see that. Yeah, that'd be
sparkled the same day too, I think.
Yeah, that'd be fascinating.
That was a really good conversation too. That was like right around the election day where they announced that Trump won.
Yeah.
The following day, I think, where everybody was crying because that was hilarious.
Damn. Well,
Not
yeah,
crying. He hyped himself up. That's why he got to take all that time, you know? Is that why?
Yeah. Yeah, for real. Yeah, but I'm gonna straight up grab this coffee here, and I don't know how long I'll really be out here, but yeah, we're gonna play some music, then we'll come back with the stuff here. Blessings, guys.
Got bloody bodies all around me, I'm chewing out on somebody's flesh. I love the smell of rotten carcass like maggots digging off through your chest. A grave digger, tomb ready, quick to get in your spot and make a mess. Rip the head off your body, sip the blood straight out your neck. Black Nosferatu walking the streets, living the city not as a threat. Leave the public in that panic, man straight on your set. Black mask, long machete, and the blade is covered with blood. Dirty suit, gorilla boots, and the whole body still covered in mud. Walk the cemetery at night, 12 midnight with a shovel. Speaking to the spirits, talking to me, thinking is that God or is it the devil? Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your face. Feed me, I'm hungry, let me chew in your flesh. Feed me, I'm hungry, let me chew in your face. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma dig in your chest.
Y'all niggas just be killing me. Don't like
like my style, just don't deal with me. Y'all niggas just be killing me. Getting worse than them bitches that envy me. Y'all niggas done all that there talking. Now you bleeding, please believe it. Believe it. The blood streaming from your vein to a tube. The M-bomb, I'm true to you. You know I got you, boo. Creep through the streets of Los Scandalous. Business really booming up at Dandalus. Niggas can't handle it. Directing funerals of nothing but love. Take that a nigga. Criminals and drug dealing niggas. Or that bitch nigga strictly by the Skrilla. Or fucked with me and I peeled your cap, nigga. Always expect the unexpected. Undertakers, they detected. Don't be tripping on me. Just need to sweat. Grave diggers, strictly for they cheddar. You said it's eerie, it's dreary, you weary, but none of mine's is leery. Y'all niggas can't fail me. Feel me.
Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your face. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your flesh. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your face. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma dig in your chest.
There's more red beans in the back, who cares, who knows who's in the spotlight. I'd rather listen to Below coming through New Orleans with Project Pat. With skullduggery, hollow tip and Trey 8, New York should be loving me. Word and I'm fatal, I'm coming out of nowhere. You see me coming out the under the massive distribution out of nowhere like Cain and Abel. And magazines like Big Bear. I move units over there like Pistol and Mac Dre. I press up and put it out anyway. Y'all wait for the company and release date. When I sell masters to City Hall and Bayside, it's gonna be too late. 300,000 rappers sitting out on milk crates. Skinny pimpin' 3-6. Y'all hit them big licks. Little John and the East Side boys. Rumble speaker down south with noise. Make money, man. No time for F.O.G.I. Joe. Commercial pools and Belvedere videos. Fake chairs and toys. Incense on the corner. Your rap get destroyed. Baton Rouge. You should call me Mr. Scrooge. And when girls, y'all riding around with transsexuals and dudes. Coming to Richmond drinking booze with gators on flying shiny shoes. I gotta get gas, pick up the girls, change clothes, drop Frank off and Hank off.
Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your face. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your flesh. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma chew in your face. Feed me, I'm hungry, I'ma dig in your chest.
Return of the living dead. 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 To abode near you.
The night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. Night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead, night of the living dead.
Parallel park, where the carousels mark, get a farewell remark. From inbred clones to dread moans to shredded poems and headphones head firm. The Merca homestead firm, where they feast on the bread porridge but didn't pay the mortgage some sort. On my floor, one thought the lure was fun. Blurred them floorboards flung, and their end poor young marsh smorgasbords fun. Cause all they do was eat and run. With art depleted was the rise of the seed, and as we know, bitch and cheated some. The forklift, the core plate of horse shit. I just left an idle well, tie up your whole Bible belt. I will help for a final to go fish the title belt. I told you don't need to buy tax free to ride a place to weed. By the street light when you give free bites on the deeds and rides to the G-type. But please not quite what we need right now in catacombs where we lie down.
The night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Night of the living dead rise from the flower bed. The night of the living dead, the eulogy's been read. All that you were giving head, just trying to get ahead. Respect gravestones and flow, nigga. Get fed.
Coming up from under the ground, shaking dirt up off my head, so waking from my deathbed. Gotta get my tummy fit. At one time in the past, it was filled with hot lead. My entourage, I ditch, dodge, caught them hiding in the Masonic lodge. They camouflage, they tripping up for what happened way back last week. Threw my body in the creek. These clowns thought I was neutralized. I was found and buried alive. Separate the real from the fake. Wasn't asleep, but with the help of a beat, I awake in the middle of a wake. Gang of people crying out and screaming, looking at a nigga like he's a demon. Man, I'm leaving a
vision. At the howl of a coyote, my rhymes feeling like peyote. The undead own me. Pain flooded with embalming fluids from my Native American botany, covered in generous offerings, mummified. And my demo tape reels my sunrise. I'll leave niggas tongue-tied. Walk through the blown in my bathrobe, half soaked in the tab code. Led in place with a rancid face. With a candid pace, I chanted the rates of a mic stand. One night stand, my plan. You flush a gallon in your bedpan. Spooked by all the zombies. You need to loosen up, get rid of the goosebumps when you screw up. I remind you niggas you only find salvation in death. Well, I'm tanning my decaying flesh.
Did you hear what that dead man said?
Yeah, that's all right.
I heard exactly what that motherfucker said. I'm gonna say, call my baby daddy. Yeah, motherfucker. But that shit, I'm finna goddamn call my dragon. Fuck you mean? He in London, I'm in Atlanta. Fuck you talking about? Y'all motherfuckers over here just goddamn with this woo 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 woo. Hell no, motherfucker. Fuck you mean?
I like Georgia.
How many babies you got?
In my head, psychologically, I got a whole straight jacket with motherfucking rhinestones. I was a short bus driver. But no, you know, it's just like, it's what you make it. So, your environment is what you make it. So if you retarded, make the best environment that's ever retarded in reality. That's what my grandma always told me. She said, if you're gonna be a AKA broke motherfucker, be the best broke motherfucker ever in existence. If you ever gonna be just anything in existence, be the best motherfucker in existence. Fuck you talking
Yeah.
True words of a sage of our times.
about? Good words of just like being on the corner begging. No, I'm playing. But yeah.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, and yeah, this whole thing here, this is where they get into this faux pas. You know what I mean? In terms of this Christian nationalism stuff, I'm pretty sure Neurojack's gonna have a lot of commentary here. I'm glad he came in here.
Yes.
Yeah, because this is a key tape here, right? Because yeah, old Joe.
Perfect.
Old Joe. Oh, Joseph.
Worldview through logic.
Christian.
And then tells me anything that doesn't fit logic is simply a miracle that they believe in. And that person wants to have control over our society. Yeah. That's a terrifying thing to me.
Yeah, I asked you why. I know you are certain.
Because it will lead to horrible places. Like suicide machines that you talk about, that's one side of the angle.
Oh yeah, you sound pretty certain about something. So you're terrified of certainty.
Here we go.
And
okay,
now,
what does your government look like?
Okay, so you
maybe you can alleviate my fears. Take us through your plan,
time, dude. You're like a lady prattler on the street trying
hey,
to.
Hey, punk! Hey, punk! Take me through your plan.
At a time, old Joe.
Take me through.
He just called me a prostitute. That's what punk means originally. Look it up.
Through your plan for government, what would it look like if you had your way?
If I had my way, it wouldn't be my way.
See, talk about bad faith.
It wouldn't be my way, dude. I'm not
talk about bad faith. Here we go.
What would you? I don't want to be a ruler. That's good faith.
But somebody in your church would, right?
Are you asking what would look like if orthodoxy, are you asking what it would look like if there was an orthodox monarchy?
No, what would it look like if you had your way?
Me, if I had my way, I would appeal to a higher order of things. I would appeal to the church on its own and the government on its own, working in symphonia together.
Put that in practice. Lay it out for me, Jim Bob.
Practice. What?
How does that look practically, pragmatically?
Practically,
yeah, because what he just said is not obvious at all. He said the church is gonna work with the government.
Because that's always worked out well in history.
Yeah, and he said that's going to be Symphonia. You know,
I
and
love that. I love the uncertainty in his voice at the end
No,
of
the
that statement.
church
That was
government
yeah, like
is a king.
yeah, one of them's got to be in charge. I mean, that's the first thing. You know?
Well, they should be in charge of themselves first. Try that out.
Oh,
Hey, I have something on this if you guys want to hear it. It's short.
God's kingdom it's a kingdom.
Yeah, for sure. I'm seeing.
Okay, so it says, now a government is secure insofar as it has God for its foundation and his will for its guide. But this surely is not a description of liberal government. It is in the liberal view the people who rule and not God. God himself is a constitutional monarch whose authority has been totally delegated to the people and whose function is entirely ceremonial. The liberal believes in God with the same rhetorical fervor with which he believes in heaven. The government erected upon such a faith is very little different in principle from a government erected upon total disbelief, and whatever its present residue of stability, it is clearly pointed in the direction of anarchy.
Hallelujah.
Well, can you read that quote that you sent me just a few minutes ago? Because that quote is very pertinent, and I think that it explains, like, it definitely explains my position, but what that like might, shock people maybe. But could you read that quote?
So this is a letter that was sent to a Roman Catholic named Thomas Merton, who was kind of had like a humanistic type of viewpoint of Christianity, where like protesting and all this other stuff. And this is a reply from Father Seraphim Rose. He said, "But if I'm not mistaken, your words imply something more than that. Nearly that now more than ever, we need Christians working in the social and the political sphere to realize they're the truth of the gospel. But why? If Christ's kingdom is not of this world, is there really a Christian social message? Or if not, or is that not the result of the one Christian activity working out one salvation with diligence? I by no means advocate a practice of Christianity in isolation. All Christianity, even if that of the hermit, is a social Christianity. But that is only as context, not as end. The church is in society because men are in society, but the end of the church is the transformation of men, not society. It is a good thing if society and government profess genuine Christianity, if its institutions are informed by Christianity because an example is given thereby to men who are a part of that society. But a Christian society is not an end in itself, but simply a result of the fact that Christian men live in society." So his point is that we shouldn't be trying to transform society with Christianity. Rather, we should be transformed by Christianity and let that do whatever it does in society naturally.
That's a great idea.
Well, see, here's the thing, though. And again, I'm not going to sit here and disagree with what was just said. I think I agree with it. However, I also must say is, like, if good men stand by and do nothing, the society will become pagan and evil, just left on devices. So, at what point do you have to drag the road? And again, I'm not saying that
Well, see, that's where they got that fake separation of church and state. So they make you think that you should stay out of government because you're a Christian or something. But no, that's not what it means.
I think that it's I don't think his point is that we shouldn't do anything to try to better society, right? But
yeah,
the main point is transforming ourselves and working towards salvation. That's the main goal, and a kingdom of not of this world, rather than focusing on a world that's going to end in fervent heat in our understanding of it. So it's like people are working towards this utopian idea, and that's kind of like Marxism. That's why people think like Christianity and Marxism are kind of similar or something, but they're really not. It's not true.
Well, really, really briefly, let me just point this out really quick. you know, I don't know exactly the metaphysics of Islam, but this whole like of the next world, it seems to be pertinent. And the reason I bring that up is like, I can't remember the term for it, but in Christianity, in Orthodoxy, they have a term about basically like we're kind of areas of God here on earth. We are supposed to kind of like bless the earth while we're here, meaning, you know, we're stewards of the earth, we're stewards of each other, we're stewards of, you know,
It's supposed to be an example, like we're an example.
Well, not only an example, but we're also here to, like, here to make things better.
It's a blessing through association.
Yeah, we're basically here to bless creation with our existence.
We're here to put on Christ and die to
Well,
ourselves and pick
as
up
a
our cross.
Christian, if you're a mature Christian, you are a blessing to your nation. It's called blessing through association. So like in the story of Lot, Jesus said, or Melchizedek, or whoever, the two angels said, if there are 100 good people in there, I'll spare Sodom and Gomorrah. And then Abraham said, what about if it's 10? It eventually got down to 10. And he said, if there's 10 people, in other words, there were no people there to bless that nation.
None.
Because it was wicked. So if there would have been more, if there would have just been 10, he would have spared it. So you're Christians, or, you know, followers of God, are a blessing to the nation.
No, an atheist would say that God is evil or something for that, but God's just and his decisions are righteous, and those people there were really wicked. And I think a lot of times, like, we don't maybe realize it because we're desensitized, but a lot of people are really wicked in the world we're in, and we don't normally change, or we don't normally call out to God unless we're suffering in some way. It's like, as everything's going right, you're not going to call out to God because everything's all right. So, I mean, it seems like maybe we go through that suffering, and I've said it before, to draw us closer, like a bitter medicine.
Well, and people think that just us existing, and again, I'm not trying to call out anybody or be a dick about it. I'm just saying, like, some people seem to believe that just because we're here on earth and God put us here to suffer, it's evil to suffer. And so, and again, I think Jim Bob does good apologetics on that level, where he's trying to argue against, you know, suffering equals evil. And
no, there's several types of suffering. Some suffering is because you're wicked, so you suffer the consequences. And then there's God puts you through tribulations for you can grow. It's a system of growing. Sometimes you go through tribulations. It's, if there's no pain, there's no gain. So you gotta, you know, it's like a loving type thing.
Burning plant.
Suffering for blessings.
No gain is equivocating.
Yeah, you suffer for blessings.
But a lot of us are darkened, though, and we get to a point where we're so nearsighted, we don't understand what's going on. So in the moment, it just feels like, what the fuck is going on with this shit? Like, why is this happening?
Yeah. Well, you got to put your faith in Jesus and God, and you got to claim promises when you go through suffering, and, you know, just trust. And he wants you to trust him through all your sufferings. And then if you do something wrong and you suffer because of it, you know, there's a couple different types of sufferings.
I always looked at it as that was like, that meant that the universe thought that I could handle that if I got put into something that was really hard. I was like, whoa, that means that.
It says that, that's what it says, that you will not go through any tempting or suffering that you won't be able to handle.
Exactly.
So it's to make you grow.
It does.
Yeah, and if you're a redneck, they would say, "I'm gonna learn you, boy," something like that.
There's cheap lessons and expensive ones, though. I think we've gone through enough expensive lessons. I think we can go through some cheap ones because there's plenty of records to show what the mistakes are already.
And justifying means.
Well, I think your suffering is on your individual case. It's not like a group suffering, unless your nation. See, a nation can be disciplined. It has to be disciplined in time because it doesn't exist in eternity. So if a nation is becoming perverted or whatever, like Sodom and Gomorrah, then it needs to be disciplined.
Cry for someone that you've never met, felt that pain.
That doesn't come from me, or
I watch
it's not my job. Discipline, no,
is another
that's
thing.
God's job.
So I want to say this really quickly before I forget. On the Christian nationalism thing, I would say that I'm a Christian nationalist, but a nation is not a place or a group of land or something like that. It's a group of people who share something that is beyond, whatever. And I think
the Bible says we're a new nation.
Right.
The Bible says we're a new nation in Christ.
And so,
but it's not really it's really a worldwide.
Right. Well, the thing is, I want to say that I think that when you look at Judaism as an example, or at least in what we colloquially call Jewish, and again, Zephyr, this is not, directed at you because I know you're Sephardic and you have your own belief systems or whatever. I'm saying
I'm also unoffendable, and you know that. So
I know.
Right.
I'm making the caveat for people who may misconstrue what I'm saying, because I'm saying you can view the Jews in this way where they're a disparate, group of people that live in all other nations as a nation within a nation per se. And I think that Christians have to start looking at things that way, but also that it's not like when people say Christian nationalist in the sense that I hear it on these panels and the political stuff. My big issue, I would say, is from my perspective, it would be that being a Christian nation is not going to be like, oh, we've done it, now we're going to impose our will on everybody else. What it would mean is now we have the responsibility and we will be punished as a nation if we don't do the right things and act the right way. And so it's a more of a position of responsibility more than a position of power. Power and responsibility and master and slave are not so, separated easily, in my opinion. And again, I think this is what Nietzsche, in his own crazy way, was trying to reconcile and stuff like this. Is like people have taken things way out of context and blown things out of proportion, I guess you'd say. And I think
you can't be a Christian nation and be a republic.
I want to know when kings and leaders stopped going to war with their soldiers, because they used to do that. They used to just go with them, even if they were they were just still there.
That's a good point.
Well, that's exactly right. And again, I think that if we have a real Christian, thing going, the first thing that's going to happen is Christians are going to have to fight. Unfortunately, we're going to be the first ones fighting each other over. And again, hopefully it'll stay spiritual. But I'm just saying that,
I get along with everybody, so I'm not worried about that.
Well, Nicholas II did that. He went to war with his people. So it's like that's what a proper monarch's supposed to do. You suit up, you go out with your soldiers, you run your nation the way the best you can. And I mean, this guy also gave land to the Muslims so that and protected them. You know what I mean? He made sure that they weren't being persecuted. So even as a Christian, and a lot of Christians didn't agree with him for doing that. You know what I mean? But he could separate his orthodoxy from how you rule a nation as well, because you can't just force a people to believe what you believe. He recognized that these other people had other belief systems.
Yeah, if you were a Christian nation, say like a republic, a nationalist republic, Christian nation, then you would have to base it on a constitution of laws, and then you would have to base your laws on God's law, and then and if you don't, then you're not a So the nation is you can't force the 10 Commandments, and then you can't force you shall love your God with all your heart.
And really briefly, the reason why Christians are rolled over is because they haven't. Let me put it this way: if you get rid of whoever's ruling things now, Christians in general don't have the statecraft necessary, particularly the Orthodox and even I would say Catholics. The Protestants or the Anglo-American establishment or whatever they are, and whoever they may be in league with, whether you say it's aliens or space Jews or whatever it is, I don't know, but whatever it is, they have put statecraft and materialist ends first over anything principled that you would say, and perhaps they put their dark theology as equal. But the thing is, what I'm trying to say is, like, Christians don't understand statecraft, and they are they have become repugnated, or they look at it as repugnant to even talk about such things. So the reality is, we don't have a good way of really trying to grab power right now. And the other thing is, like, power should be one of these things that we don't seek, but we kind of look at as like something that we can't avoid, and
I think Christians have done a pretty good job. Spreading the gospel and exposing. See, we're to expose the enemy. It doesn't say Paul or Peter never said we have to conquer Rome or do this, or we're going to conquer Rome this way or that way.
Or have an army like a crusades or something.
We wouldn't deny Christ. Some people died for that, but they didn't conquer Rome through joining Rome or Rome was a republic. The kingdom of God is a kingdom. It's a monarchy.
But the other thing is this, like, the technology and things like this are at such a high level that we don't really understand the means, because it's the things that have created the world we live in are directly diametrically opposed to our belief system. So how are we to take advantage of this Cabalistic world if we hate everything about it and everything it's based on? So just trying to grab the means of power, it automatically puts you in a spiritually dubious situation, right? Because
that's why we did Christians didn't try to grab power. It just came like naturally after Rome fell. You had the great the cathedrals worshiping it was done. It wasn't done through military force or nothing.
Well, the Roman Catholics did. They certainly did do the crusades.
Yeah, well, the Roman Catholics, they're not Christians.
Or what do you think the Americans were coming over here, or the ones that were the initial immigrants? What were they doing? They were searching for.
Puritans are much closer to Jewish than Christian, to be fair.
And the Puritans definitely were more strict than most people, actually. They just, yeah,
but they genocided Native Americans.
If you believe the history of America, Americans came, we fled Rome, 1600s after the 30-year war, where Rome was trying to take over North Germany and take over Switzerland, and you believe that, and so they fought against Rome. And the Protestants, we were against Rome, the Catholics, because we recognized that the according to what we think in history, that the Romans were the Roman Catholics were pagan. It wasn't true Christianity, and that goes all the way back to Luther and the Waldenses and Kindell wrote a Bible.
Well, and again, the question becomes then, given where we are in the situation we're in with the technology, etc., like, how are we to react when we're, if we see ourselves as the last true Christians out of, the millions of or even billions of people who may claim to be such things, and everybody else is not even a Christian? What are we to do then, given the situation at hand? You know what I mean?
We're going to the catacombs. That's what's happening.
You don't do nothing. You're an example. You live your life. You're an invisible hero. If you're a Christian and you're mature, you're an invisible hero. I mean, you're not going to be glorified.
Like, how do you
You're not gonna be glorified in this day and age.
the heritage to your
You're
children. That kind of thing.
persecuted. They're going to persecute you. If you're a Christian, they're going to persecute you. They're going to call you all kinds of names.
Well, here's what I'm trying to say is, like, if the world is heading into, you know, pure Satanism, are we just to stand by or hide in the caves, or are we to go out and actually like try to stop it? Essentially, is what I'm saying.
No, we're not told to fight the devil. Like, we're not to go out and to look for him, but we could stand up to him. Like when he comes to my place, I'll stand up to the devil.
If Satanists like you
But
don't
I'm
have
not going to go out and look for Satanists and.
What did you say, Anna?
I'll expose them, Satanists.
If Satanists like you, there's nothing for you to worry about. They won't sacrifice your kids because they like you.
Well, I like to expose Satanists and witches and warlocks and.
Well, I'm a witch.
Well, that's your problem, not mine.
Good answer.
Lols.
Yeah. Anyways, I don't want to derail what Jim Bob and these guys are going to say, because I'm sure I can respond to it. But I just wanted to kind of get my position out there and see if there's any pushback, because it's not often we get to talk about this. So.
Government and church hold each other accountable. They maintain a distinction, but they work together.
Okay, that's word salad. Specifically, how does that work?
What are you talking about?
How does that
you
work?
Can imagine two entities. Oh, I don't know. Can you conceive of the current government right now? Are there different branches that are distinct, hold each other, checks and balances, but are distinct?
This is a type of government.
Beyond your comprehension?
This is a type of government you don't support, right? The one you just outlined.
No, the system of government, or let's say voting, the aspect of the participation might be something I would push against. But I'm not talking about the operations. I'm asking
get specific about the operations.
I just told you first and foremost, is it possible for things to be entities distinct but work together and hold each other in check?
Why didn't you answer my questions? You said they'll work together. How? Who's boss? Who dictates?
Well,
Who's the ultimate arbiter?
I understand what he's trying to say.
When it comes to developing laws,
there's no ultimate arbiter.
It's
people who
what
hold,
people?
Well, in this case, it would be Christian Orthodox. So if they were Orthodox Christian, they would already agree on their normative ethics, right? Their normative position. And then they would work in conjunction with a state that's not identical to the church, right? They would hold each other in check.
Yeah.
And how they would do that is through a bunch of how they've done it for centuries. Symposiums, councils, debates. This is how this would be maintained. It's no different really than how we do things now, other than what the operations is and what's informing the ethics. Right now, secularism
So basically,
is informing the ethics.
don't need to change anything.
Yeah.
Right. That's what it sounds like. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not working right now. So what are they changing?
Well, originally the Constitution was written, and they were going to leave out the first 10 amendments, and the Christian people, the Bible believers, demanded the first 10 amendments. Those amendments, that's why they're called amendments. They were added after. And so the government was trying to pass a sneaky one by and leave out our fucking rights and shit. And so the Christians rose up and said, God damn it, we want our fucking 10 amendments, you motherfuckers. But nowadays, nobody stands up for shit. They're all a bunch of pussies. Stand up for crap. Let the government walk all over you and just do whatever they say. Eat their fucking poison. Take their jabs. Eat their poison.
Yeah, we can't say that type of stuff, Rocky. Right? But yeah, blessings. Right? We can't give that medical advice out here. You already know. But yeah, we can't do that thing. And but definitely.
Which sucks, because we should be able to discuss whatever. But yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, you can't talk about killing people. You can't talk about trans people. You can't talk about you can't say N-word, and you can't talk about killing yourself or killing other people, and you can't talk about medical
jaywalkers.
Yeah, you
Can't
can't
talk
talk
about
about
the
Latinx.
J-Word.
Yeah, but you can produce porn and you can
Well,
come on here.
well, they want to. Well, they yeah, they want to produce porn, and they actually, to some degree, they want to produce some anti-Semitic stuff too. So there's some of that going on now too. You know,
That's
so
a
they're
little weird.
changing the tide with that. Yeah, so it's a little weird. Yeah, for sure.
These people that would engage in these councils and these debates, they'd have to be Orthodox, right?
Twilight Zone.
I mean, that would be ideal because they would share a cohesion. Now, if there's an alternative, if you slipped in a secularist there, why would I listen to a secularist who has no foundation for their ethics and no?
And you know this, you know, more and more I try to explore this position, and it seems to me that it's total red herring because there's nobody who actually refers to themselves as a secularist.
Exactly.
Yeah, like it was one thing when they were going against liberals, right? That's at least a tangible, it's it's not exactly tangible, right? But this whole thing of secularist, who's going around calling themselves a secularist or a secular humanist, even that, like this isn't the 1600s, right? But yeah,
secular.
No cohesion with other secularists at all.
So the ultimate, there would be no emperor in your view, because I hear
No.
that a lot from Orthodox. You don't believe in that, eh? It would be a council, like an appointed council. Like how many
I'm
people
that
on the
monarch
council?
guy.
The thing is, even if you had an
Yeah, the
emperor
monarch,
concept
yeah.
or a king, from an Orthodox perspective,
is
the
king,
king is a
motherfucker.
representation of God.
Get
So
it.
if it's not God's will, it doesn't align with God's will, the king goes, right?
Kingdom of
They're done.
God.
They're toast.
And who decides that this person isn't aligning with God's will?
Again, you
Jesus.
would have hierarchies, right? Just like the way the church operates now. There's no
Jesus.
main head like in Catholicism. They work
Jesus is the
together.
head, you
They check
dumb
and
fucker.
balance each other. There's a hierarchy.
Sorry.
I'd be down with that if we could contact him and he could talk back to us. But until then, I think that's a little bit just.
You can talk to him.
Well, but he can't talk back in a way that everybody can hear.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can. You just call on his name. Just call on his name. Say, Jesus, I want to know who you are. And he'll get a hold of you. I guarantee it.
In the video.
It's got to be sincere, though, bro. I mean,
Hey, one sec. How the heck did Flow State end up as Jim Bob's like co-host or something?
yeah, it's just like, buddy, yeah, this is a real trip. This is a real side, like weird thing. Like he won't come on, shows like this, but he'll go on the Flow State show. It's very, very odd which type of
Oh
panels.
wait, is this after their debate or is
Yeah,
this
this
a
is
different
after that.
video?
Yeah, this
Hey,
is after that.
I did some research on what flow state means. Have you looked up the definition of flow state?
No.
Yeah,
It's
of
the most
course.
new age woke thing ever.
Yeah, it's some.
Yeah, but it used to be.
That's the least problematic thing about that individual, I would say.
It's an arrogant stance. It's like an arrogant, like.
Yeah.
Flow
But
state.
1 second, TML, just to clarify, Jim Bob went to Flow State show. This isn't Flow State on Jim Bob. This is Jim Bob on Flow State.
Yeah.
Jim Bob's on flow state. Oh,
Look at that.
well, that's okay. I don't. Maybe he's trying to convert
Yeah,
flow
most
state.
people might have missed that this even happened. So yeah, that so this is the fact is that this happened. They summoned me on the Truther Cop to talk to Jim Bob. Actually, Jim Bob was begging for it because Truther Cop was straight up just saying he's involved in a conspiracy. So he was pressed to have me ask him some questions, which is hilarious, but yeah, I mean, it's totally strange. Thanks for pointing that out. I never pointed that out. But yeah, you guys are noticing exactly what I noticed. Like, what is this? And actually, what's funny is that when I was on Truther Cop's show questioning Jim Bob, Flow State thought it was really stupid, and he did think that my line of questioning was very interesting, but he thought the entire allegations by Truther Cop were stupid, and he was kind of running interference. And then he put Truther Cop on the thumbnail of the show. And he made a show called Truther Flop. So so it's fascinating stuff. He had a bad reaction to Truth or Cop,
Sad Jimbo.
in terms of covering and yeah, but you know, from Flow State's
But
perspective.
then one sec, but
yeah.
then it's stupid if you question Jim Bob, but here he is. And
Well,
then
he's trying to. Well, he's trying to kowtow to the top content creator. So he wants the person with the most numbers, right? So
and
it makes sense.
he's not bashful about it.
Oh
About
yeah,
letting
no. Yeah, he's not bashful about mentioning that at all.
But then he's also not bashful about farming for content, because like you were doing Nietzsche or something here on your show, and then I heard Flow State covering Nietzsche or some shit. I don't know where I heard that. Maybe Gen X Jeff said something, but
Yeah, but they were open about how they got that from me, because actually Flow State was here when I actually opened up the Antichrist and started reading it. So you know what I mean? So yeah, definitely they were open about it. They actually wanted me to join their book club, but then I think Gen X Jeff and Flow State got in a fight with each other. So yeah, it's funny. Yeah, you know, and you know, Gen X Jeff is quite a you know what I mean? You know, he's quite. Well, he's quite a sassy individual. Remember? Let's put it that way. Right. Yeah, you know what I mean?
So much.
Yeah.
Cross-reference
Sassy
each other.
Jeff.
They look out.
Yeah, you know.
They look at each other and go, "Oh no, you're getting a little wonky there, right?" And they what do they reference? They reference tradition. They go back and go, "This is outside of tradition. This is teetering on breaking tradition. This is teetering on heterodoxy." That's how you look at it, because there are thousands of years of preserved practice and tradition. Now, I'll ask you, are you afraid of secularists informing the government the way they do now?
I think the government, Jim Bob, that we have now, the way that it's working, although I do hope that it changes with Trump being elected, I think the way government has been going is absolutely terrible. I think it's immoral. I have no problem saying that. And what I'm worried about is people being reactionary and listening to zealots like yourself as a solution when you're not.
When do I?
I would venture to say that a good portion of the you know, Democrats are Christians, right? And a good portion of the Republican Party, you know, probably most of them would have to identify as some denomination of Christian just in order to get elected. So I don't know to what level secularists, quote unquote, are informing the government. Who are these shadow figures? You know, and what are their proclivities, right? Essentially,
it's the deep state mind.
Yeah. So what's up with Trump and, you know, admitting in his book he has a Kabbalah teacher and all this stuff? So I mean, he's obviously not a Christian if he has that belief system.
He's a Jew,
among other things.
Well, I don't know what he is, but I mean, I imagine a Freemason or something, right?
Con man.
He's from the tribe of Dan. He's from the tribe of Dan. They're all related. They come from like tribe.
How do you figure that, Rocky? Did you go through his lineage or
Ireland? he admits being from over there.
I mean, he's there's a video about him being
like from he's like
nobility, but I don't know about the tribe of Dan or anything.
They're all fucking related. They're all fucking related.
Lols.
Yeah.
When have I ever offered a
political
solution?
theater? It's
You
just
just
political theater. It's all political.
No, you
theater.
asked me what I think something could be. Do you hear me running around advocating right now, night and day? Do you understand from my point of view that a conception of a synergy between an Orthodox church and a state is nowhere in sight? Do you understand that my live streams, when I'm asked about this, that it's the least practical thing you can consider right now as a man in church, considering what you're up against in the West with pluralism and secularism? The fact that we're way behind on having kids. Do you understand my point of view? Because you asked me. Now, this is bad faith. You asked me what a conception I could have potentially of a future, what it would look like.
How was it that I dialed in so
dude,
accurately on the questions,
Let me
Jim Bob?
finish. Let me finish. You asked me a hypothetical about what it would look like in the future, right? Then, because I answer, you accuse me of being a zealot because I answered your hypothetical. You little
You know what?
fucking
You know what? You know what bad
you
faith
viper,
is
you
there,
little
punk?
snake. You're a pig
Bad,
snake. I can't with that.
bad
You
faith
little-
punk is
you little
claiming that
slimy
not
pig
everybody that listens to your channel.
Back to the future. Back to the future. Nephilim are clowns are Nephilim.
Hey, you gotta let
Clowns
me
are
get this out.
You ask a hypothetical, they answer, and then you go, you zealot.
This is
It's like
yeah.
a snake.
Well, you are a zealot. This
Okay,
is-
hold on.
No,
Joe,
Flo, I have to get
Joe,
this out.
go ahead and get it out, but can you try to do it without being
What
too
the hell
ad
was
hominem-y?
even that?
Well, listen to the.
Yeah, see, look at that. Weird.
You know what's
Yeah.
I just thought about is that so Jim Bob's with the alt-right, right? Is that correct? Am I right about that?
I would definitely say that because they're like literally Jay Dyer's on Alex Jones. I mean, so definitely they're adjacent to that movement, right?
Okay.
Whether or not they want to admit it or not.
This is the weird part. Okay, so they're in the Rocor MP. Putin and Patriarch Kirill are clearly Soviets. Like they're communists. You know what I mean? And then if you go to the EP, those guys are all liberals. Like they're big liberal guys. So it's just strange that they hold these beliefs and act like this is like the Orthodox belief or something in their hierarchies, but it's not. All their hierarchies are liberals and Soviets, communists.
Yeah.
Weird.
It's weird.
What the hell is even that?
So political
The way the
theater.
guy's talking to me, you haven't corrected him once, Flo. Come on.
And Jim Bob, be less.
Yeah, that's weird that that Flo constantly corrects the old Joe guy. You know, so he does that here too. But yeah, I think we discussed why that is. He's just like kowtowing to the bigger content creator or whatever.
That hominem-y.
Yeah, I call him
So-
slow
Yeah,
Flo.
do you see his little banner?
Jim Bob, everyone that is in
Like the one you have, he has a banner in there.
Oh yeah, I've seen. Yeah.
Dollars and
grifter
great
shit.
money. Type cash in the live chat for dono links.
I could tell you haven't seen the show before, but yeah, that's funny that you know.
I don't like to, like, cause like then I will become what I see. So that's why I try to keep a good diet.
Well, this is the reason why I watch these shows is because like it's funny that Rachel Wilson showed up on the Jack Talcott show and that Jim Bob showed up on Flow State.
Right.
These
Because
shows that I've
these are
been yeah.
supposed to be nobodies that popped up out of nowhere.
Right. They popped up like on these like local shows or whatever it is.
Yeah,
Or, it's kind of weird, like low level shows or whatever.
Supposedly grassroots.
Yeah, and I think that's for
They're
a
more
reason.
like local clown shows.
Yeah, and I think that's for damage control. They're doing damage control over
Definitely
something.
clowns.
They're descending from the higher heights because they want to be like man of the people.
Listen to this.
I don't want to be a clown.
I think that the missing link or somebody was trying to get Santos. Watch Santos come into this group. Just watch him because Santos is already sharing. Last year he was already sharing. What's this guy? The Canadian guy out of this world. OTW podcast or whatever.
Sheesh. Who's Santos Benassi?
Yeah. Watch him like get on one of these guys' shows.
Nah, I don't watch him.
I got banned from OTW and Paul's in like 30 minutes total. Like
Santos got the taste of blood.
My point being, these guys are not nobodies. They're fucking connected.
My physical father, my biological father's name was Benassi. Yeah.
I like Benny Benassi.
I might be related to Benassi.
Oh, I hope.
I got a half brother named Joe Benassi, and then there's two different Benassis. There's the original Benassis, and then they would adopt Italians to come over.
Yeah, there's Bonifaci, which means good face. So what does Bonassi mean?
Well, like
No, he himself said that
Fibonacci.
Bonafide was contracted to make the name Bonacci. That's how Bonacci came
This is a
about.
good one.
Well, they
Yeah,
were
no,
in
that was
the.
a joke. Yep. But yeah, it was weird. But yeah, definitely. And right
Fibonacci was a like a Fibonacci sequence, and then you got the they were like the elite, the 13 bloodlines. It goes back to the Italian mafia, the Roman Catholic Church, and
I think you're talking about the Orsini family.
yeah, the the Italian bloodline or whatever.
Medici.
Benassis were involved in the mob. I remember.
A lot of bad ones.
I didn't want to get involved in the mob. I had like half. I probably could have. I ran away from that shit. I ran away from that shit. I didn't want nothing to do with it. Fuck that shit. You know what I mean? Fuck the mob.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, definitely.
Your orbit knows that's exactly what you think about how the government should run. How is it? Because you advocated on your channel, and for you to say that you don't is the worst
Flow
thing.
state eating like a TV
Everybody
dinner.
knows that you think that that's how the government should run.
Do you understand? Do you understand that?
Are you
when I
telling
talk
me you haven't made that public?
Do you understand what I just said? If you listen to my whole view, it would include that the fact that that would take a 10 generational program, 10 generations. And that's being like, to me, that's actually conservative. 10 generations, I'm talking, right? This is when for me to imagine the kind of government I could conceive in my head that's informed by orthodoxy, I would be dead, long dead, right? I'm not under this illusion that I could highlight someone from the top and somehow that would just happen underneath them. That's impossible under this pluralistic society. Do you understand that me conceptualizing what something could look like has nothing to do with me realistically advocating it as if I realistically thought that was possible. It's not possible. So you're just leaving out the part where I say, guys, this conception, we like to toy around. We like to debate monarchy versus libertarianism, anarchy versus this. That's fun. That's what we do on channels, right? If I asked Powder Dusty here if he can conceive of a world he would love, right, in 20 years,
Dusty.
would I call him a zealot because he actually voiced it, right? Come on, dude.
Okay, so let's do this then, Jim Bob. Here's a good faith question for you. Are you going to tell me and everybody else now that your advocacy for a theistic government based on Christian orthodoxy is simply a thought experiment? Because if you do, then you've gained a lot of respect from me.
At this point, that's all it could possibly be.
Okay, that's a great answer, Jim.
I've given that answer on my live streams, you little snake.
No, you have not.
Yes, I have. Have you watched all my live streams?
No, you're a bullshitter.
I'm a bull.
I don't know if he should have said that out loud, but yeah, you know what I mean.
What, that he's a bullshitter?
Yeah, a little bit. Right, he kind of said it there, but he said, yeah, it's just a thought experiment.
Yeah,
he should have said, well,
he's trying to. Well, it's like a child, like, oh yeah, I knew that already. You know, like
plausible deniability.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I would have went full in. I'm right. Like when people ask me, it's like, do you actually believe this Kaczynski stuff? I say, well, I wish that we lived in a world with less, but I don't believe in that. That's the means to the goals. I'm just asking questions about what can be done about the situation we're in. All right. So, I'm at least honest, and people say, well, you're fucking crazy. All right.
Yeah,
and I accept that. All right. But yeah, you got to go in. All right. You got to at least put some skin in the game. Right?
We might be minutes to midnight on that. Who knows?
I'm correcting you, and you say I'm a liar.
Oh,
I'm
he's
telling
correcting.
you that when we go into these conversations, I express the unlikelihood of this, right? It's like a pipe dream. It's like it's like those anarcho guys going like, let's start anarcho-apocalypse.
Is it undesirable?
Pipe dream, you say?
What?
It's a simple question.
What?
Is a theistic government undesirable right now?
No,
Is
it's
that
desirable. It's
so?
desirable.
If you could have us all living under your Orthodox government,
Yeah,
you would.
yeah, you'd love it. It'd be good for you.
Oh Jesus, would I ever not?
Would any theistic government work?
What? No. What would it be about orthodoxy?
Flat no.
In symphonia with government.
And then he brings back this concept of symphonia. So he's saying, well, the theistic government wouldn't work on its own, but you need symphonia. So let's explore this, right?
What would it be about
Sounds like
orthodoxy
Sophia.
in symphonia with government that you think would ruin your life, Joe? Give me one example.
It wouldn't be my life. I'm an old man. Can you see it says old Joe? I'd be worried about the other people that'd be fucked up by it.
Who?
Have you ever read any Thomas Sowell?
Yes, many books.
Tell me about tell me his thoughts on a constrained and an unconstrained world.
So Jim Bob read many books by Thomas Sowell. That's wild to know.
I call that sus, but
yeah, I call that
maybe,
favorite sus. Like
maybe he did. Who
He
knows?
read many books by Thomas Sowell. All right, right. Like I know of Thomas Sowell. He's obviously black libertarian guy. All right. I seen him on William F. Buckley and that sort of thing. But yeah, I mean, yeah, you read many books by Thomas Sowell. They're like what, like that's right. So this was like a libertarian arc that Jim Bob went on apparently in his youth or something.
Worldview.
Thomas Sowell is a classical libtard, so I don't listen to Thomas Sowell. I went through a phase of Thomas Sowell. He's a classical liberal, so I reject his philosophy, even though I accept his accurate descriptions of false narratives given by the left. He's a reduced government kind of guy. He's like, watch out for the government. He's looks at the wastefulness of bureaucracy. All of this is descriptively true, however, has nothing to do with what I'm presenting. Now, please answer the question.
I am
Jim Bob. Thomas Sowell.
Jim Bob, these things, and I'm getting around to answering it by giving you certain examples.
By giving me not the answer.
You by no means are parsimonious with your own language.
Buddy. Just give me the answer to the question.
Then shut your mouth long enough for me to answer.
Who will be harmed from
You're on flow state, right?
Do you believe freedom is a good thing, Jim Bob?
Not above all things, no.
Okay. In the societies that you've seen throughout time, which have tended to thrive more? Those with more freedom or less?
Constraint. The ones with certain constraints of freedom.
So you mean like Iran?
No, I said certain constraints on freedom.
Okay, Soviet Union.
I mean, they have some constraints, but any society that thrives necessarily has certain constraints on freedom. Do you disagree?
So what I'm going to tell you is that
you're not going
people have to have.
I answer your questions, you don't answer mine, you little snake.
Jesus.
Ad homs and answer.
You little snake.
A statement that's true, Flow State.
Are you asking?
Joe, okay, Joe, you didn't answer the question, but Jim Bob, then you escalated it to ad homs.
And Jim Bob never answers questions, but I will. He's just got to.
I just answered your question. I never answer question. I literally just answered your question.
No, that's bullshit.
Is there any?
Must there be certain constraints on freedom? I'm not a libertarian.
That doesn't answer the question.
Yes, it does. What does that tell you? I don't think that we should be free to do whatever we want. I think that and this is a good thing about religion. This is something I support about religion. So if you'll let me finish in terms of the danger of your theocracy, Jim Bob, people have to have the freedom to make bad decisions.
You say theocracy.
Can you just let me finish?
No, you're falsely categorizing something. I've already
call it whatever you want. People have to have. People have to have the.
So he's very defensive against the term theocracy. He doesn't want a theocracy.
I want a theocracy.
At least, yeah. There you go, Rocky. I'm with Rocky.
Yeah, I mean, I think he should just be honest and say he wants a theocracy. I mean, he wants a government that's controlled by the church, right? So
that's
I mean,
literally what the Jesus Christ is supposed to come back and do. Is set up theocracy. Like, so like, how's he
already did it?
How's he gonna backpedal on that shit?
Jesus' theocracy already came.
Oh no.
Yeah, he sits on the throne of God. Now,
Yeah, I know Unseen is losing it right now, right? You know what I'm saying? Because like this is wild, isn't it? Like this dude is he's just saying he straight up doesn't want a theocracy.
Yeah, and you got the eschatology wrong, and you get the theology wrong. But if you get the Christology wrong, then you're really screwed up. If you get the Christology, you don't even know who Christ is, like the fake jaywalkers, and they're waiting for the Messiah, and you don't have your Christology right. You don't have your eschatology right, which means end times, and then you don't have your well, if you have your theology right and your Christology right, I think it's okay. But if you
eschatology, you can't say it right and be convincing. Just saying.
Eschatology.
Dang.
Eschatology, study of last things.
Well,
yes.
I mean, I'm not here to like defend Jim Bob, but like I understand why he's being careful, and I think that he's successfully trying to defend against what Joe is doing. Although I disagree with the way Jim Bob is doing it, I think it's wise on his part that he's trying to deflect on this thing, because the thing is, like, you know, I'll just say that I want a theocracy, of course, but also I do recognize that what Jim Bob is saying is somewhat true in the fact that, like, if you just do a theocracy tomorrow, that it's going to be basically run by Satanists that will pretend to be a Christian and institute policies as a Christian that are for Satan.
Well, that's already what's happening in Russia with Putin. He's claiming to be an Orthodox leader, and they're treating him as such. And that's why you'll have all these Ortho bros or whatever.
Well,
saying,
and I just want to add to that. I think that's exactly what's happening in most of the world right now that's claiming to be a Christian nation. And again, I think it's just primarily because there's just not that many Christians who are interested in, you know, becoming a martyr by getting involved in police, military, politics, teachers, you know, everything that basically people have to be a part of to maintain society, and also technology, because again, whether we want technology around or not, it's here, and I think it would behoove us to become aware of and what's going on with it. But I don't know, that's just me.
Well, Jim Bob, all he has to do is just clarify that he would want a theocracy that's run by Jesus Christ and not Satanists or, you know, degenerate humans.
And I like how Brown's Boy, and I just want to say I like how Brown's Boy is always calling me KKK, this and that. It's like, dude, you. I'm not going to say what I want to say, but let's just say that you're obviously triggered by something that I'm saying, and I think that's more about you than it does about me, dude.
The Archbishop of Athens is the leader of the Greek Orthodox Church. So you have so it's you have a Greek Pope. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you mean by that? This guy in the comments. Eastern Papism. That's what a lot of these guys are pushing.
Freedom to make bad decisions, because from bad decisions, every once in a while, you'll get a good one. And the good ones grow and the bad ones die naturally. Now, if we put systems in place that keep shitty ideas around, that's when we run into trouble. Yes, we do have to be.
This is all ambiguous. Everything you said is ambiguous poetry.
We want to talk about ambiguous. How about a council? How about a council that two governments that work together in a council? That's ambiguous.
Listen, old Joe, everything you just said didn't tell me what is a good thing, what is a bad thing. You just said, we need some liberty, but we need some constraint, and it can get very scary and things can go bad. It doesn't tell me anything about the system. So first things first, do you agree that any
no lecture, no interrogations? I'm not going to do it. Ask me a question like you're conversing with somebody.
I am.
No, you're not. You're trying to do your interrogation horseshit.
Just
ask me a normal question.
Do you believe in law and order?
Do I believe in law and order? To a point. I don't believe in the law and order they had in the Soviet Union with gulags, if you disagree. I don't believe in the law and order that says if I express a view that's not PC, I get fired from my job, or that I may even get thrown in jail in some countries. I don't believe in those kind of law and orders. There are times when law and order is wrong. I don't believe in the Jim Bob who says, I must believe that all the species on the earth were in an ark, and that's where all the land animals came from, or else I can't be in government.
Red herring.
Why do you keep cutting me off?
What does Noah's Ark have to do with law and order?
Because you literally believe that, right?
What does that belief have to do with law and order?
Because in your system, I wouldn't be able to participate in the government and create the law and order unless I believed that. That's why.
Okay, and if you were to
No, you just dodged.
That's not true.
Do you understand
just pause
the
it for a
answer
second.
to your question?
So you're
I
saying
answered your question very clearly. What does it have to do with law and order? Because I would be forced to believe horse shit in order to participate.
Yeah, it is relevant in a way, but so first of all, let me respond to Mr. Chatter in the box down here. First of all, you don't know why I said that in the chat. Second of all, people were calling white people monkeys and cave people and subhuman, but yet you don't say anything about that, Mr. Brown's boy. So you're okay with some racism, right? And if people call out other racism, then they're a racist. You're an idiot. Second of all, it does matter what he's saying here about law and order because, the whole Bible is about law and order, essentially, in one way or another. I mean, why did God flood the earth? Because people were out of control doing subhuman things. And when you do subhuman things, you become subhuman, right? I mean, that's kind of the whole point of what the Bible's telling you.
Yeah.
You can lose your humanity. That's the point. And again, this is where racism comes in. People want to act subhuman and then call other people subhuman. I mean, it's the oldest trick in the book. I mean, read the Bible.
Yeah.
That's what it's all about.
Maybe we
There's
should all
one
be
race, the
grateful
human race.
for being here still.
And
'cause-
maybe a reptilian race or something, but you got the human race and then you got the reptilian race. But if you're human, you can be white, black, brown. Yeah. You know, the old song, red, yellow, black, and blue, all the red, yellow, black, and blue.
Yeah, see, I noticed how Brown's boy. Notice how Brown's
Jesus
boy.
loves you. This I know. All the children of the world, red, yellow, black, and blue. See, that's it's not a racial thing.
Exactly, and that's what all Christians know. But the point is that all these other people aren't Christians, and they hate people based on, things that are irrelevant to a Christian worldview, and then they put that on Christians, saying that, oh, Christians are racist or Christians are this or that. They have no idea what they're talking about. And this guy in Brown's boy just got totally wrecked. Gonna sit there and
feed into it. Yeah.
They're like they they always get around and they call you a bigot, call you a racist over any kind of opinion. If it's a Christian opinion, you're a bigot, you're a fucking racist or some kind of shit.
And when I say that white people are the N-word, then I can say that. But then if somebody happens to type it in a chat, well, that automatically means you're a racist. It's retarded. You can read literal academic work about this kind of shit, but no, let's just focus on a little word and make it all about this. It's total.
Well, we know where racism came from. Darwin's theory, the study of the evolution of man, and the Darwin's theory, where there's no God, we all evolved. Darwin's theory, and they made the black people like the lowest on the race, and so they brought up eugenics, and so none of these people are not Christians.
Yeah, this is definitely has an interesting ending. I think there's only like a few more minutes of this left, but yeah, blessings, guys. Right?
Let's go.
That's not true.
Why not?
Because the government and the church are different. You would have.
You said they had to be members of the Orthodox Church.
No, I thought you asked like informing the. I'm sorry. Okay, if I said that, I apologize. I didn't mean that. I was
okay. So that's it. So they don't have to be necessarily members of the Orthodox Church to be in the government. So, and it doesn't have to be a theocracy, right? It just has to work in tandem with the church, right?
Speaking of the church itself, like if you were to be part of the church that's informing government, you'd have to be a part of the church.
Okay, so are you saying under your system you would allow people in government in decision-making positions that were not orthodox?
Yeah, but they would be informed and ultimately up against the informing of the Christian ethical system.
You know, that's exactly what the PC police used to say in my old job.
What? What's
They
wrong with
talked
PC
exactly
police?
like that.
Yeah, what's wrong with it?
You had to be informed by their doctrine too.
What's wrong with that?
Because it's totalitarian and wrong.
What
And
if
the
it was
doctrine was
It
wrong.
can
and your
be.
doctrine
That's
was
true.
wrong.
Okay, but here's the
He's
thing,
right.
Old Joe. What if the people who are doing the peace?
Yeah, see, this is where this lesson was learned through Nebuchadnezzar. Nebuchadnezzar was a king over the land, and he learned a lesson, 7 years or whatever. But it was never Daniel, the prophet Daniel, never. It wasn't like he went against Nebuchadnezzar. He just was an example. He lived among Nebuchadnezzar and was an example of what a righteous man was. And so it's not really, and Daniel never forced, forcing the religion of the Messiah on people is not biblical. So you can't have a theocracy until Jesus comes. And then Jesus will reign, and then he will be the theocracy.
Well, during the Byzantine Empire, that wasn't the case either. With like Constantine didn't force the pagans to convert to Christianity or something like that. I mean, he did some questionable things that I think he got carried away with his zeal, but I think he realized like that wasn't the route to go. But you take someone like Tsar Nicholas II, again, it's like he didn't force anybody to convert to Orthodoxy or anything. So someone can become a Christian monarch and it not be this totalitarian type thing. But the problem we're seeing is people that are claiming to be, and wearing a cloak of Orthodoxy to sort of lull the people to sleep while they're really secretly communists. So.
Yeah, well, look at what essentially he's saying. He's saying that, the church isn't exactly set up, as the leader of the government, but it works with the government. The people are held accountable by the laws of the church, but also people outside the church can formulate the laws. So this is,
right.
I think this is a mess. This is a very messy doctrine, to say the least, in terms of political governance. I don't think a style of this has ever been run or test run before. And right, definitely a new type of modern hybrid Christian experiment, right? And the fact of it is that it seems that I mean, it's totally dissimilar from where the church selects the czar or whatever they had before, right? And then in addition to all of this, right? It sets up two sets of books, and that's the most dangerous aspect of things, right? Because when people are in rule or in power, you never want to have two sets of books, that
Right.
hold the people to account.
Totally exploitive.
What I will say about this is, at least with the Byzantine Empire, is that it wasn't like the church was directing Constantine to make decisions, right? It was more as if they were giving him spiritual advice. Like he would come to them for advice, just the same way like a king would go to an astrologer or someone that could divinate. You know what I mean? So they played this type of role where the bishop was close to God, and they would relay what the king should do in a godly situation. Like same with like King Solomon and the prophet Nathaniel.
I think he was more like you can't beat him, join him. And like Constantine was more like, oh, we can't beat him, we might as well join him. and take over and bring our pagan views into it.
No, that's not correct.
Yeah,
That's a myth.
yeah. It's the history that I got.
Protestant myths, you old man. What are you doing?
That's the way it is, bro. Unless you can convince me otherwise. I mean, if you think the
Well,
Catholic
Christianity
Church
didn't have any power. So what do you mean? Like he couldn't beat them, join
you know,
them?
that's how you
Christianity
take
was in the
over
catacombs.
something. If you want to take something over, you pretend to be that thing. It's like, you know, if you can't beat them, you join them, you join in, and you like a Jesuit.
They
What's
were
their
beat.
rule?
They were
You're
in the
supposed to be
catacombs.
like
They couldn't even come out.
what's those lizards that change? A chameleon. So the Jesuit says, be a chameleon. I mean, infiltrate the church, pretend to be one of them. What kind of doctrine is that? Other
That's
than
definitely not what happened. Though.
Maybe.
You're blind, man.
No, you're blind. If you think that Christianity in the time of Constantine was powerful, no, we were underground in the catacombs worshiping amongst the bones because the pagans would throw us to the lions and put meat on our bones. That's what they would do. We had no power. And for him to become a Christian was the most absurd thing ever because Christians had no political power, no political.
By the
gain.
year
The whole
400,
society on
it
them.
already
They hated
taken over through the
So
first
why would he
century.
take over? Like, what was the
crucifixion,
point? There was
first
no gain
century
in it,
Christians
really.
that were martyred.
It's
It
like
had spread way
mythology.
past. It had already spread by the 300s. It had spread all over the world. Christianity spread all over the world before the third, fourth century, whatever. And it was the first century martyrs that spread it, not through conquering, through military conquest. It was through martyrism, but that was old. 300. Rome saw that it was fallen, and so they said, "Well, we better join them, take over the movement," and that's what they did. They pretended to be, and just paganized it, and made all their false gods and
So you
statues.
think that Constantine was a pagan that infiltrated the church and he put all these pagan teachings and mixed them in with the church?
I don't know his heart. But it's pretty suspicious.
I think that's all myth, truly.
Yeah.
I think he
Well,
was
the point of the matter is we don't know history. History is a fucking lie, and we don't know a lot of shit that went on in history.
Sure we do.
Contains memory.
And I think like King Arthur is like a representative of Christ almost. I think King Arthur, you know, could be like maybe that was during the time.
He was a saint, actually. He was a saint. The story that they pulled King Arthur from, he was a saint that led like a small army or something. In the story about it, he killed like 200 or 300 people himself, supposedly. That's the story. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Jesus is the King of Kings, Lord of Lords, and it's a kingdom under his headship. You can't do that unless Jesus is the head. You can't just make a nation a Christian nation. You can be a client nation, which means you have a lot of people that are Christians in your nation.
So he's got to be
because
here.
you have a lot of Christians in your nation, that is like an example. It's an influence. It influences the nation.
We got somebody here having fun in the chat. Nice stuff, buddy. Doing right.
Simple people want fairy tales of
What's going on in chat?
Yeah, I love fairy tales.
What the hell's going on in chat?
It's having a misspelling bee.
Yeah.
See, and the management of how people
Yeah, we're
acted
getting.
was
Yeah,
actually
it's like, you know, I'm glad we're getting so popular right now. It's very interesting. But yeah, blessings.
from something good and true. Would it still be wrong?
Do you think it is?
Oh my gosh. It's just impossible for you to get.
No, it's a simple question.
Talk with me. You can't even talk with me. Dude, I just asked you. You started with, it's wrong, right? So for me, like free speech. I used to be a free speech absolute.
Okay, do you believe all the animals in the world were in the ark? Do you
Yeah.
believe that's where all the land animals came from?
Yeah, what does that have to do with
It's a
dude?
question, Jim Bob. Just answer it.
Oh, this is such
Joe, I'm
bullshit.
trying really hard not to be restrictive on you, but it's sort of off topic.
No, it isn't. This is what we're talking about: wrong and right, Flo. Now, it's a very simple question. You and I have discussed this before.
What if
let's use the PC example. For me to have to participate in some of the things that we can't even mention on YouTube,
yeah,
we can use the P word, the pandemic, where you couldn't even speak the truth.
Nice job. Nice job.
Where you couldn't even speak the truth. You weren't even allowed to say what was true. That's what your system holds, Jim Bob. That's what's waiting down the line.
No, that's a straw man.
No, it's not at all.
Joe, I just asked you a question. Could it be the case that the apparatus of not being able to say things could be the philosophy at the helm of that apparatus could be completely untrue, right, and wrong? Is that possible?
So, reframe your question.
Is it possible for an entity or philosophy who's at the helm, who's determining what you can and can't say, could be wrong in their overall view?
An entity who's at the helm
in this
could
case,
be wrong.
He's talking about his patriarch.
Well, see, where are you leading me with it? Because of course the answer is yes.
Okay,
so where's this leading?
Dude, shut up for a second. So the technocrats, we both agree.
Well, I'm sorry. What was that? I'm unseen.
So I think he's talking about his patriarchs there. So when he's talking about like the, is there an entity at a helm that's leading your institution that could be wrong? You get what I mean? So he's talking about there's like humanist hierarchs. That's what I took that as. Like, yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
We're at the helm, and they were dictating what we can and can't say, right?
In some cases, they were.
Okay, so let's switch it for a second. Let's say there were still blasphemy laws, right? But they went to the extent of if you go out in the street and you scream disgusting things and obscenities and perversions, basically verbal pornography in front of children, and we said, no, you can't do that. Is that, from your view, equal to the technocrats not letting you say the P word?
In my view, no, it isn't.
Okay, why isn't it different? Why isn't it the same?
In my view, the technocrats not letting me say the P word is like transferring priests around who do inappropriate things with little kids.
Okay,
that's about the same thing.
So great. So you have a sense of protecting the innocence of kids, such that you would constrain free speech in regards to what people wear, how they present themselves in public, and what they say, right?
Yes, and I would filter it all through my own personal logical filter, just like you did before you arrived at God.
Okay, hold on, stick.
No, see how pissed off you get right away?
I'm not pissed off. I'm asking you now.
Yeah, you're name calling right away.
Who gets to determine what's indecent? If we both agree, you and I, we want to say, no, we're going to restrict. We're just going to swap the P word that you can't say. And we're going to say, you can't say this. You can't wear pornography on your body, even if it's a tattoo in front of children. You can't spew this stuff. You can't run around with dildos on your head in public. We're going to look at indecency in general, right? Just
Why do you break out the 10 fags with the one fat lady getting her pregnant?
You're not focusing.
Yeah, I am.
No,
it's a bullshit hypothetical. The answer to your question is, who gets to decide? I do.
Okay, so you are now the authority that you're actually afraid of.
Just like you're the authority.
Okay, so do you agree now? Now you concede that
No, I don't concede anything. No, you are in exactly the same position as me. The only difference is I'm willing to say I don't know, and you're not.
You want to be the authority.
No, I don't want
to
be.
You just said
I have no choice but to be Jim Bob.
Rewind the tape. You want to be the arbiter.
Jim Bob, I have no choice but to be, just like you don't. I don't want to be.
Okay, Joe, here we go. I'll ask a question. There are 100 other men who share exactly your ideology, and you said you want to be the arbiter, but it just turns out that you happen to have met 100 other men with families who also share your exact ideology, your exact framework for what we ought to censor, what we ought to not do, what we ought to do. do you join with them? And is there anything wrong with you guys taking hold of the government and informing legislation?
I'd have to look at the individual circumstance.
Okay,
What's that
if
rocket
it were the
thing?
case that all of the individuals shared your view, because you just started with the premise, you are the arbiter. I asked who determines. You said you. If there's a bunch of you who are virtually the same, maybe a difference in skin color and how you dress or whatever, they all share your philosophy for ethics.
Lols.
Just hang on. Just hang on. I've got to plug this phone in, and I don't want to rage quit like you did. You did. So
All right. Well, hold
I don't
on.
want to be accused of quitting. Jim Bob, it all comes down to the fact that in the end, you're the only
Rage
one that
quit.
can decide what's right for you. Nobody else can.
Okay, but old Joe, are we only living a life where we're deciding what's right for just us, or are we going in and defending what's right for a 3-year-old who is about to get their junk chopped off?
We think we are, and we hope we are. And I hope we are.
So that's not true.
God is
That
the
isn't
just
actually
God.
true. That we are
Man,
actually
justice.
on our ethics, on our ethical stances,
You know what I'm
we're
saying?
actually arguing for something beyond
Them
ourselves, correct?
pedals are gonna
You
get it.
think you are, and you hope you are.
Are we?
Do you know that you are, Jim Bob? And if you do, tell me how.
Yes.
How?
And I know, because I can collectivize in my local arena, in my local government, right, with other Christians, and we could actually impact the local schools by influencing policy with social pressure and some element of voting, but mostly it ends up being kind of social pressure.
Jim Bob,
Get
you
your
did
kids
this.
out of school.
And what
So-
is that social pressure?
That's pretty bad right there. So voting, social pressure, that's the only power they have to influence the government, right? That people in the government don't have to be Christian, right? What exactly about the system does he really want to change? Right? It's a huge question there.
Yeah.
Like just what the fuck was the point of that interaction, right? Essentially, but yeah, it's like he went in one big circle just to say, well, I just agree with the system as it is. Let's just sew it up. I just wish there was more Christians around, I guess. Right? So yeah, there's this big move there. That's what he wants. That's their big move. And I got a little more stuff here, a couple more short clips here, but I'm gonna play some music first, and then it's like 30 more minutes of clips here. And actually, I think we will have time to read some of Kaczynski. So yeah, I'm gonna bring it back around and open up some Kaczynski after we're done looking at this Jim Boob stuff. Right? It seems like we had enough time to cover everything. But yeah.
Illuminati.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? No, actually, I don't take requests, but I am renowned for the music on the show. So maybe you guys will like it, maybe you won't. All right. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is. All right. But hopefully I don't get popped for it in terms of the copyrighteousness.
Really?
Whiskey man, Mr. Frisky man. Better know, say we living life risky man. Been up for the scene, I know you miss me man. Some of them want come for this man. Team say I got me a couple of grand. International death tour to distant land. Like what? We running things piping hot, it ain't what we do or what we got. It's just simply the way we stuff. We got things on cock like ready to drop like man, a real dude, shake and moving. Each time we touch, we're gonna go improve things. The voice of the voiceless, voicing things. Giving thanks and praise for a choice of things. Judge a blessed do testify, and I won't let the stress get the best of I. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Now bless my teams, you can't test my things. Each time I come with progression thing. Circumstance and condition is due to bring a little snag, a little setback to some of the program. Those ain't my spars and I don't really know, man. Root maneuver me, he. Born and me raised down in the LC. But I'm that uncle traveler, I travel around. I got baby mamas in plenty of times. Not that I'm wanting to expose my business, but we stay true to the pattern of shizness. We build and fulfill constantly. Sack my monument, now they wanna punch for me. Sack my monument, now they wanna punch for me. Genuine design, that's the DAP. Live wire refined in the facility. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Intergalactic pattern of foresight with more nights round the mic device, and it's somewhat suffice to say that we'll wake up in the morning and we'll kneel and pray. We can't take shot for granted. The chances devil make advances. So we proceed with a need to be akin to such activity like nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man. Nobody heard of me, I'm a new man. I'm brand new man.
Yeah. Thanks for being here with us.
Looking good, Rats.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty stoned, but yeah, blessings. So this is another little clip here, right? That basically shows one idea of progress throughout the ages, right? And then I'm going to show a few examples of that. So another few examples of this Christian modernism concept, right? Okay. So here's one of them. Here's one of them. This one's only a couple minutes long, and then the next one is a few minutes long as well. So yeah, here's one.
Changing. Well, God being unchanging and the way in which Christianity
Unchanging.
Well, God being unchanging and the way in which Christianity is unveiled or say practiced in high resolution, that's not a contradiction. For instance, even from your secular view, do you think morality itself has improved over time throughout humanity?
I think that human morality waxes and wanes.
So so he's saying that it's true, and he's going to reiterate this point several times, that it's true for both secularists and for people of a Christian standpoint that the resolution in which we practice morality has improved over time. Okay, and I think that, you know, just if you read Romans, that can't be the case, right?
But it's all improved in comparison to all previous generations, civilizations. Would you say it improved?
That's too
Our
broad
sense of morality
for either a yes or no answer to be right.
Okay, so you don't. So you're saying you just won't answer that. Your assessment of morality and how we generally see human beings of value has not increased over time. How we perceive the value of human beings.
It would definitely depend on your starting point. Like I said, I think it waxes and wanes, and so
My starting point is as far back as you can remember, as we can document. As far back as you can go. Chronologically, is it true from both a secular position and, let's say, a Christian position, that the resolution in which we've apprehended a moral position in the way we practice and treat each other has increased over time?
I would say it's decreased.
It's decreased.
So that's not the answer he was looking for, but I think Flow State gave the correct response there, right, to his query, right? And I think that his assertion that the progress of morality throughout the ages is seen in both Christianity and secularism is a wild assertion. It's definitely a wild assertion. We're going to see many different levels of that assertion going on here. I mean,
I think it fluctuates, right? Like
right,
there's errors
ebbs
where
and
it's
flows.
like
Yeah, right.
terrible.
You
But
know, yeah, you know.
I think we're I don't think we're in an era where we could say that morality is at a high point. No way.
Yeah. Now
being
here's
faked.
another.
Morality's being faked. People are faking the shit out of it.
Yeah. Yeah, 100%. All right.
Yeah,
And
you're
here's
probably right about that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and then I'm trying to pull this
I
other
think,
one up.
I don't know, man. I was thinking I agree, but I'm kind of confused. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a totally weird statement. I don't really know what he's talking about either, but he said the resolution in which we practice morality has improved over time, and that this is true for Christians and secularists. He's trying to lead them down this thing, and I think Flow State gives the correct answer that it hasn't changed. It ebbs and flows, and actually, it's gotten worse. Like for fuck's sake, that's the
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, I agree. It's gotten worse in the last maybe 150, 200 years, but I think it used to be better. Like not too long ago, it was much better. That's why you got all these cathedrals.
In a strictly like pagan society, though, just to make this quick point.
Well,
and it's
even the northern tribes of Germany were once anti-Rome, and separation. You can separate by pussies who can't stand the cold. Well, they never go up north because they're a bunch of pussies.
Yeah,
And,
go ahead, Unseen. What you got?
I was just saying, like, in a strictly pagan society, I think things were worse as far as not having social structures for the people that didn't have the have-nots. You know what I mean? I think in that way it's improved a little bit as far as soup kitchens and things like that, because they didn't exist, orphanages, before Christianity came on the scene, believe it or not.
do you think the Russians were Mongolians that were like a tribe of people that lived on horses and hunted and dressed in furs like Eskimos? And are these Bolsheviks, were they truly, these Bolsheviks claim to be, what did they claim to be? Jews? Oh, you can't say that word now.
Khazars. The Khazars.
Can't say that word. Shh, don't say that.
Why? They're just
They
Khazarians.
murdered like 60 million people. And you can talk about that, but you can't talk about.
Yeah, quick way to get the defamation league on you.
Why? I'm probably related to them.
Whoever you can't talk about is normally they're hiding
Yeah,
something.
we got our ADL spokesperson representative Zephyr Voxel, so we'll be fine. You know what I mean? So that's how it goes around here. Blessings. You know what I mean? You know, we got the backing of.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, exactly. So there we go. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, this is the other Clipper Rooney. You know what I mean?
Rage, the tomato rage.
Hey, Machine, you haven't gotten into this this situation with the Bears. I looked a little bit into that. That's weird, man.
The Bears.
I didn't.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna try to work this on the main channel here, because this is actually coming up kind of light, because we're sharing this on Hank's channel, and then we're also sharing it on the other channel. So let me just go ahead and try to find, or you know what, I will actually not know where the correct spot is, but I'm pretty sure it's going to be around the same spot, because Hank did not pause this video so that we could talk about it. He just kind of just played the video. But yeah, Yeah. Anyways,
I got a question. Someone told me that the Raging Tomato was really a dude.
No.
maybe possible. I mean,
Hey, you got trolled. You got trolled there, Rock. Clearly a female. Come on, man.
She admitted it. Thought she admitted it. There's some people going around admitting it.
Maybe
Some
they're just
people.
making this to like and start some controversy.
Rock, I have a vagina.
What?
Yeah, I have a very small penis, and I have a. It's made of rubber.
Well, anyway, I was just mentioning. I didn't say it. Someone else did.
I have a very hairy pussy, Rock.
I bet you do.
I'm not interested. I'm married.
Come on, man. Quicker. Think.
One day you'll see. Anyway, she kicked me off her channel. Shadow blocked me, and then I had to find out. I thought I was talking to people on her chat, and then I refreshed. Fucking wasn't even there. I don't know what. She's a chick trying to get in with the dudes. Why is everybody so silent?
It's because Zephyr said she had a penis.
A really
Sure.
little one. Little. It's very small.
Yeah, does it grow though?
Yes.
Oh.
Mine's is this big, right? But it gets to like.
Yeah. It's a grower, not a shower.
Yeah, I grow a foot.
Jesus Christ, I'm sorry. It must suck.
Inch to 13 inches. I'm sorry, Muhammad.
I don't believe that. Picture it's not true. I'm just kidding.
yeah, give me just 1 minute and I'll find this clip here. I'm trying to really I guess I have to go to her fucking channel here.
Father,
yeah,
forgive my sins.
Raging Tomato. And yeah, you know, they had a very odd interaction the other day on the channel, you know, where you know, they had the some type of trans figure that's also a Furby character.
Yeah, I can't figure it out. There's a lot more of that going on, like open panel.
Yeah, I believe. Yeah. Okay, here. Let me go ahead and play this part because I think this is the part where they go ahead and talk about a section of the Bible and then they try to apply it to you know, modern society, and they say, well, actually, you know, there's been progress in morality over time. So this is the argument they make. And I think that this is the part, but yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just play this, see what happens.
Where? We asked you where, dude.
Where we want to lie and not actually justify it.
Now kill all the boys and kill every woman who has slept with a man, but save for yourself every girl which has never slept with a man.
Yeah,
you don't see any rape in the subtext there.
What? Oh, so you're reading into it?
Is it okay to kill children?
Okay, so then you explain what do you think that they were doing with the virgin girls? saving those that.
What the hell is even that?
Married mothers?
What, the 72
inconsistent with
virgins?
Christianity? Wouldn't it be more consistent?
Why did they murder all the boys then?
Listen, why isn't it my interpretation right? Is all you're asking, right?
So Jim Bob,
Why can't I
would you
read
ever,
into
at
it
any
myself?
point at any point in your child's life, would you ever tell them, "Hey, it's okay to go over there and kill small children"?
No, because that's not the context we're living in as far as more.
I'm glad. I'm totally. I give you props for that. Right, I give you props
Context
for
doesn't
that.
matter, should it?
Why would that be a
God's laws
consistency,
unchanging.
though?
Why would context matter?
What?
God's law is unchanging. You just said that's not the
law
context
doesn't.
we're living in, but why would context matter to an unchanging God?
How? No, listen again. If God is the source and the standard for morality, right? A God could be unchanging, and the prescriptions across time can be delivered in progression. Correct? Yes. That's true for your fatherhood, right? You've already admitted this, and yet you're now going, no, that's true for me, but it can't be true for God. Why not?
Because we're not claiming to be transcendent and absolutely moral.
You are claiming transcendental things. Morality is a transcendental feature. Yeah, it is. Where's morality found? So do you teach your kids that morality exists?
Because we don't.
You do?
We don't teach our kids.
Dude, you can't answer questions.
We wouldn't none of us would teach our kids it's okay to kick that other kid.
Look,
and
I asked you a question.
And then pivot on a dime 180 degrees and say now it's not okay.
Will you teach your kids?
This is a reversal we're speaking.
Do you teach your kids that morality exists, has an ontological status?
Yes. I teach my son morals. Yes.
Okay, and he says, "Where do morals exist, Dad? You're an empiricist."
Where do morals exist?
Yeah, where, Daddy? Daddy, where? You're
Daddy.
It's a dumb question. That's your answer? Wow. If a kid asks, where do morals exist, Daddy, you're an empiricist. I can't touch it, Daddy.
A kid is not going to ask that question.
What are you talking about? A kid's not going to ask that question. If you say morals exist,
a kid would ask, where do morals come from? Or why is this wrong? And I can explain why something is wrong to that child. Or I can explain how we develop morality, over time. Like I can explain those things to them, but they're not going to ask the things that you're trying to make a child ask.
I didn't ask whether you think a kid would ask it. You know what a hypothetical is? It tests your consistency.
No, I know what a hypothetical is.
Okay, great. So engage with the hypothetical. If a kid asks you, do morals exist, right? If you said you teach your kids morals, right? If they ask you, where do they exist? What are you going to say to them?
I'm going to say that moral foundations are an emergent property of social species.
Well, now you're screwed. Now you're screwed because if it's an emergent property through evolution, it's only pragmatic. And so behaviors that shaped evolution in survival, are they not? So therefore, that's not an objective moral truth, as certain people could do immoral things for the person, for the survivability of themselves, or their group of people. So an emergent property based on evolution,
if you don't understand what evolution is,
it's
I think this is the wrong spot. Give me a second here. Let me go to the right spot here.
Well, imperialist, that means that you have to have visual evidence without rationale or logic.
But your eyes.
You gotta use your eyes.
Yeah, I just found the correct spot here. Yeah, sorry about that. Give me a second. Okay, this is the correct spot here. So yeah, here we go. Oh shit, it's a fucking commercial.
The season of giving is.
Oh, that's a dude. Jennifer Gardner's a dude. Look at that. That's a dude. Hey, yeah, Mel, that's a dude right there.
Yeah, I might believe you on that one.
Commercial.
Definitely a strong jawline.
They're all over the place.
Immoral, yeah.
Okay.
What's your scriptural basis for that?
I'm not going into my hermeneutics because I don't. Tonight isn't the defense of your.
Like
hold on.
Hold on. Wait a second. Your entire moral foundation is derived off of your hermeneutics of your scripture, but you're not going to
actually.
Address
it's not because we're Orthodox Christians. So you must have only debated Protestants. We're not sola scriptura.
We don't do sola scriptura.
We believe in an oral tradition as well, and so the tradition of Christians passed down through Christ Church, the Orthodox Church, does not prescribe forced marriage or child.
That sounds pretty subjective to me. How do you know that the oral tradition hasn't changed over time?
How do we
oral
know
tradition,
the
the
moral
practices?
tradition hasn't changed over time?
Didn't you say an oral tradition passed down through by Christians? How do you know that that has been unchanging over 2,000 years?
Apostolic succession. The
Wow.
practices, the actual practices we participate in are long standing and they're passed down, right? The same way.
Yeah, and that's questionable at best because, as we may have established already, that Stalin established the patriarchy, right? So that's recent invention, right?
Stalin invented the patriarchy.
Yeah, in terms of the church that they're following, yes.
Oh,
a lot of other traditions, even non-Christian traditions, are passed down. You would ask grandma, how do you know this hasn't changed? She would say some sort of succession. But in this case, it would be like culinary succession, right?
If I ask grandma about her recipe, about even my grandma remembers hearing the Bohemian prayers at family dinners, right? Like, so things do change over time.
Orally and written.
Both.
Just to clarify, David is
So
having
he's a
some
Russian
connectivity issues on his
Orthodox.
end. He will be back shortly. But you guys can press on. I'm sure Jim Bob's okay.
Okay, so I wanted to get to the topic of the debate is whether we can ground morality without God. Now, you're saying yes. So even if God didn't exist, even if all of orthodoxy was false, right? If it was a total fiction, right? You still have the burden of saying, yes, we can ground morality without God, and we still haven't heard how it is the case that you can.
Right. Because grounding doesn't have to be permanent. The requirements that you're trying to drag in for grounding is unnecessary and not per definition.
Philosophically, definitely.
So we don't need to ground anything.
And also, you're even more ungrounded than it seems that we are.
How's that?
Make the argument.
Because, well, let's just take the example of forced marriage. You say that it's wrong now because it devalues human life, but it wasn't wrong in the Bible. That is a change. That is a change in the morals.
No, it's not. We've already talked about a revealing of revelation throughout.
Your opponent already conceded to.
It wasn't wrong, but now we know more, and it is.
You guys have already
now.
conceded that teachings are dependent based on the maturity of the individual taking the lesson.
Right, but that.
Okay, so he says it wasn't wrong back then, but it is wrong now. Explain to me how this is possible. And he says that the teaching is according to the maturity of the person that's getting the lesson. Now let's see what he says next, because that's an interesting response. Right?
Paradigm doesn't apply when we're talking about generations of people over thousands of years. So what you're saying is what was right for people, what was right for generations of people 1,000, 2,000 years ago is now wrong because we teach our kids things incrementally, and that's just false. That's a false comparison.
That's what you took from our argument.
That's what I took from your argument. Can you make it better?
Yes, just as the example with the child that you would tell them, hey, you don't do X, Y, Z. You don't explain to them the intricacies of the morality or the reasons for something until they're mature enough to understand that this is the reason for Christ fulfilling the law and creating a second covenant, which is the one that we abide by, passed down through apostolic succession in the Orthodox Church.
So
now,
we're mature today, but adults
grounding,
thousands of years ago were not mature. Is that what you're saying?
Mature how? Spiritually mature?
Spiritually mature? Is that you're talking about spiritual maturity?
However you're using the word, I don't
That's
know.
what we're talking about. Spiritual maturity. We are a unique ontological state post the incarnation of God.
Yeah.
Okay. So, so morality has changed, over time, is what they're saying. And it's progressed over time. It's gotten better over time, right? So they're saying the same thing that essentially the secularists are saying, that morality has progressed over time. That is the only point that I'm making here. So they may agree, they may disagree with secularists on a number of things, but they agree with them on that major point, right? Which is fascinating. And
well, I don't think it's true. I think it progressed for a while, but now it's kind of like in retrogress. So the world's getting wickeder all the time.
Yeah, and it's funny, and it's interesting in a way because what's funny is that you know, they call the the quote unquote, right, somebody who might be, you know, you could trace down, well, who is somebody who follows a secular worldview, right? Well, you could say, well, the evolutionists or whatever, right? So they say, well, look at somebody like Richard Dawkins. He's an ardent atheistic person, right? So he recently started referring to himself as a cultural Christian. Okay, so the fact is that he's saying that Christianity was a stepping stone into universal morality, and the atheists, so they're trying to, you know, basically co-opt Christian, you know, morality or whatever, right? And say that
Yeah,
that's
right.
not it. Yeah. So yeah, so
They,
this is
yeah, he's a fakeroo.
it's the hidden danger, you know, and I think I think Jim Bob's contributing to it, obviously, in his own small little way. Right.
Turnabout
Yeah,
is fair play, I think, but I guess it depends on what it is.
Mark 14:51 through 52 is about St. James, and when the guards came into the garden, he ran as fast as he could. So, and in that whole scuffle, that's what happened. That's what the Gospels describe it. Someone in the chat's talking about it.
probably the freak. Yeah, I mean, but yeah,
That was the cousin of Christ, by the way. St. James.
yeah. So here's the clip with this, and I just want to clarify here that you know, this whole idea that, you know, you cut women's clitoris out, right? That's not in the Quran or anything. So I just want to clarify that. All right, they claim like that's like a Muslim thing. So yeah, definitely no. You know, I've never met any Arab ladies that had their clitoris cut out. You know, I've never met any Pakistani ladies that had their clitoris cut out. You know, as far as I know, it's some type of African thing. So, you know, the fact is that Richard Dawkins here just straight up categorically claims that Islam tells you to cut clitorises out of women, which is fucking a malicious, like that's kind of some malicious propaganda, you know, for real. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know, that is just a claim they make on this fucking totally Zionist controlled channel, you know, that's run by this fucking Ben Shapiro cat. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is, I mean, but yeah, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? If you know, we've definitely had people say like, "Oh yeah, rabbis, you know, they suck on baby wee wee," you know. So, you know, we're not clean here either, you know, right? But you know what I mean? So I get it, you know, right? That there's a lot of hate on both sides and all that type of stuff. But you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But you know what I'm saying? But yeah, that's nasty work for you know, this Ben Shapiro character.
That's nasty work, gang.
Yeah, it's nasty work, Hank.
And the first question was,
you are changing the subject.
No, I'm not. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
I may be leaving.
They're very defensive. They're very defensive to this line of questioning. They try to prevent him from asking this question, which is very interesting, right? Because
He's very red.
Yeah, they're like, you're going off script here, buddy. You know, why don't you get back on script? And he's like, but yeah, I want to ask you about how you called yourself a cultural Christian, because you're talking shit about how we don't need to be, how you know, Christianity's provided nothing or whatever, no moral framework or whatever, and right, and it's just evolution, and it's just, and these are just myths, right? So he's saying like, you know, what's the deal? All right, he's like, there's not he's like, there's not that much of a separation between myth and reality, right? Which I mean, I could definitely see what he's saying. I mean, right?
Peter's
So
making that argument.
Peterson's making that argument. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But he's making it from the Jungian Gnostic standpoint. Right. So yeah. So that is also the case.
Yeah, he's faking retarded.
Outside.
Wait, I'm sorry. What was that, Remington?
He's faking retarded.
Yeah, real talk. Yeah.
Of the topic a bit to
we
get
can
back
do
to
cultural Christianity, but I think I have a list of questions that you wanted to ask, and that is one of them. But I think Professor Dawkins did ask you.
Look, he tries to cut him off. He's like, look at his face and look at his stupid mustache, man. What the fuck?
Yeah, I was just thinking. Yeah.
Isn't that dude like a Gnostic or something, or what?
this cosmic skeptic fellow.
Yeah. I've heard him like talk about like Gnostic myths of Genesis or something.
Yeah, I think they're mythicists. I think him and Dawkins are mythicists, so they're willing to ascribe to Christianity and all those types of things the development of pagan myth, which is not based on historical evidence, right? If you try to apply, like, if you try to say like, oh, you know, the Jesus story is like this or that story in the past, a lot of times, you know, they haphazardly apply a lot of those facts and stuff, and there's not enough historical backing, you know, to where like you could actually go like, oh, well, who wrote the Gospels? Like, you know, can we find the burial place of James? You know what I mean?
It's like Zeitgeist or something, you know, like
Yeah, I
the
was thinking
pseudo
Zeitgeist,
historical shit.
Yeah, it's that Zeitgeist type of shit. So yeah,
Acharya-esque.
Acharya-esque, yeah, the Jewish lady, yeah, the Jewish Buddhist lady, yeah.
Yeah.
That dude went to a
but I think
college in North Carolina called it like the Winston-Salem School of the Arts, the guy that made Zeitgeist. And it was like a little student film. And it's crazy that blew up. And a lot of people bought that, like a lot of the things he said, at least like younger people at that time, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely shaky ground. But the point I'm trying to make is that, you know, we discussed this earlier. You know, there's 4 historical views at least, right? You could look at the conventional view of Christianity. You could look at the historical view, right? That more or less agrees with the conventional narrative, other than they don't believe that any of the miracles happened. So it's just the historical method applied to, all right, Jesus was a guy, Paul was a guy, you know, were all these guys? Yes, they were guys. What can we figure out about them in the historical setting, right? So those 2 views are there, right? The conventional and the historical views agree, right? Then there's other views, like there's a view that, obviously that, that it was an amalgamation of myths over time. So that's like this idea that this evolution developed, and that, you know, there's people in tribal societies, and then they started thinking of pagan myths, and then they unified all the pagan myths into one god. But, you know, this is not, you know, you can't prove this happened historically. And how could you prove that, you know, they combined all these pagan myths into one, you know, it's very hard to prove something like that. Especially
Go ahead, sorry.
No, that's it.
So when you look at like the historical like records on this stuff, it's very obvious it's not a myth. You know what I mean? Like these people were real. Like Pontius Pilate, we found his ring, or you know, there's like archaeological stuff that is mentioned in the gospel that is still present in those areas. So it's not like it just was like made up out of thin air. You know what I mean? And I understand like questioning the miracles. Like I think Tolstoy did that too. But for some people, but as far as like historically, like it's kind of ridiculous to go as far as to say it's just a myth that these people didn't exist at all.
It's crazy. I've seen people say Paul was a mythical figure.
And
I'm like, what the fuck are you talking? Like, this is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. I'm like, you know what I mean? We have more writings from Paul, like, you know what I mean, right, than like a lot of other people. But yeah, you know what I mean?
It's pointless to say that they didn't exist. I mean, it's inconsequential.
Yeah. And yeah, the only thing I could think of it is that, you know, it's whole ass just acceptance of the scientific worldview.
Yeah.
I have a list of questions that you wanted to ask, and that is one of them.
Yeah, definitely bullshit.
But I think Professor Dawkins did ask you.
You were referring to the predictive power and to the utility of the stories.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's actually what I was trying to zero in on. Okay, so that was the point. Well, it seemed to me that your proclamation that you were a cultural Christian was a recognition and a statement that you had found something in the culture that had been derived from Christianity that you had an affinity with, and that there's some reason for that. And one of the things I wanted to ask you is, well, what do you think that Christianity got right that allows you to make a statement like that? I mean, I know that there's differences perhaps in what we both think about the ultimate veracity of the biblical stories, maybe there isn't differences. Like, it would take a lot of conversation to figure this out. But what did you mean by that? Like, what do you think that Christianity got right that would enable you to make a statement like that?
Virtually nothing. I meant by that no more than that I'm brought up in a Christian culture. I went to Christian schools. I therefore know my way around the Bible. I know my way around the Book of Common Prayer. I know the hymns. That's all. I don't value Christianity as a truth system at all.
Okay, so let me ask you about that, because maybe that's true and perhaps it's not. So the first question is, like, do you think that there are any marked differences between cultural traditions that would enable you to rank order them in terms of their ethical validity?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so for example, we could contrast mainstream UK Christianity with Islamic fundamentalism.
Yes.
Okay, there we go. So that's all I wanted to show with that. All right. So they're gonna so the fact
It's red as a cherry, man.
Yeah, but the fact is that they're saying that one culture progressed and the other culture did not progress, right? Islam didn't progress, Christianity did progress, right? So Dawkins is agreeing that the cultural aspects of Christianity are better for a secular society than the Islamic ones, right? So that's exactly what he's saying, and that's what Jordan Peterson is saying there, right? Which is I think a dangerous admission, right?
It's kind of naive to say one movement or religion doesn't progress over another, because everything has to account for new phenomenon, new technology, etc. So it's like
the communists. The communists. They have to destroy all religion. They have to destroy the Muslim religion. They have to destroy Christian religion, all religion, so they can have atheism.
Yeah, I mean, the fact is that the Muslims believe that Jesus got revelation from God. He was sent as a Messiah to the Jews, and that he's gonna return. So the fact is that they believe things that are much closer to a Christian, right, than what Dawkins would believe at all, right? So yeah, what I mean. So I just think that's very fascinating that they're framing things in this way, right? They're saying, well, Christianity helped develop secularism, but Islam didn't. So it's favorable for people to be Christian instead of Muslim because it's friendlier to atheism. So make of that what you will. That's what they're saying there, and you guys could replay it. You could watch it. You can analyze it on your own. I'm not making this fucking shit up. They fucking said it, all right? But yeah. I mean, and here's another very lengthy version of that in this debate here, and then I'm going to move on to Dr. Kaczynski. But yeah, this is totally ridiculous. This guy literally says that Christianity caused the scientific revolution and the Enlightenment. So this is what this guy claimed, and right. So he's saying that Christianity literally caused secular humanism, right? You know what I mean? So it gets really bad. It gets really bad, and once I am done explaining all this, I think you guys could make up on your own why what this Jim Boob guy is saying is so retarded, right? Because he's forcing you to accept the pseudo eschatology of progress,
right?
Which is exactly like they said, it's fucking communism, right?
Illuminati.
Yeah.
Yeah, Christians are Illuminati. It's okay to be an Illuminati and be a Christian.
You activated my Illuminati trap card.
So, 1776, the beginning of the Illuminati. 1776, July 4th. 1792, the French Revolution. The Republic, the French Republic. Yeah, so they created a republic and said, oh, it's a Christian republic. But the Republic were the Romans. The Romans were Republic.
You Roman hater.
Yeah, and now the only secular republic in the Middle East is basically the jaywalkers. Yeah, I wonder if Jesus was a Republican or a Democrat.
Sad trombone.
Yeah, there's people that got part of it right on, they get a part of it right, and then the other guy gets a part of it right, and then there's a part of it right over here, and you part it right over here, and you bring it together, and you mix it all together, and
then you add it up.
nobody's got it all right, is what I'm saying. If you think you got it all right,
part right. Not all the people can be all right. What did Abraham Lincoln say?
some people can be, some people can be right.
Fooled some of the
They can
time.
fool you. They can fool you. They can fool everyone some of the time, and they can fool some of you all of the time, but they can't fool
you
everyone
all the time.
Something like that. I don't know who said that, but it makes sense to me.
Abraham Lincoln said that.
Really?
Yeah, he did.
Well, I think he fooled everyone.
Honest Abe. You think Honest Abe fooled everybody? That's the biggest
For a little while.
conspiracy of all time.
Well, he broke the Constitution, the Confederacy. You know, originally the Constitution was under a confederacy, not a federal centralized government. Each state had its own rights. So he was the first one to break the Constitution. And he really didn't do it to save the Negroes. He did it. He was opposed to states. The southern states wanted to secede from the Union because he broke the Constitution. And he said, no, you have to stay in because, we don't want to break the Union up. What does the United States mean? It's the same as saying United Nations. A state was a nation back then. So you had 50 nations in a loose confederacy. And then Lincoln said, no, it's not a confederacy. It's a federation, federal government, and you can't get out no more. That all nations, the 50 nation states are now a federation, like United Nations. So basically, Lincoln brought the first United Nations together. And so this is why Trump has a good rhetoric, because he's trying to bring back state rights. He's trying to say, well, that abortion let the states determine that. And so it seems like he might be trying to break up the federation, maybe bring back rights to the states. So it sounds good, but is he sincere? Is this real? Is he really doing some kind of jaywalker stuff or whatever? I think he's a jaywalker. Now, if he breaks up the Fed, well, then that's just Bitcoin, and that could just lead into something worse. Have worldwide Bitcoin. Now, if they would just bring back silver, and then where I live, we could open up the silver mines, and we could mine for real silver instead of mining for algorithms. Mine for real fucking silver. Fuck that algorithm shit. Why can't we mine for gold and mine for silver? And then since I live in gold and silver country, man, we'd be booming out here. But no, we're gonna mine for algorithms. Fuck algorithms.
Why can't we do both simultaneously?
Well, because we have you can, but see, my county has a hydro dam, and it produces lots of power. And so we had a sawmill factory and a paper mill factory, but they decided to get rid of the toilet paper factory or the paper factory, and they decided to sell the electricity for real cheap to a mining Bitcoin company. And they got tons of these huge fucking, like they got these huge servers, like they're like the size of like a 40-foot truck trailer. And they got so they got some indoors and they got some outdoors, and they're sucking all our power from the dam, getting real good prices, you know. But yet we still have
servers outdoors.
Yeah, they got outdoor servers, like in a trailer. But they filled up the indoors, the old indoor where all the paper mill was. They took all the mill work out, put in servers, filled that sucker up, and then they kept going. They get so much cheap power because it's the county owns the property. I mean, owns the power, and they sell it to them real cheap. But yet we still have to pay out. You know, we got really cheap rates around here. But I mean, why don't they just open up mining, silver mining and gold mining? Because it's all around this county. This county had hundreds of silver and gold mines, and then we could have real money instead of this fake money.
Servers for main core, maybe.
Huh?
Servers for main core, maybe.
They'd rather that the robots mine it, but they're not good enough yet.
Well, they sold it. They were sold a bill of goods. They think Bitcoin's going to save everything or something, and they probably make a little, money, probably some kickbacks and shit to the county, county bigwigs and shit. I mean, we can't do what they do. I mean, if I was to put, like, I got a hydro in my backyard, but mine's a small one, and but if I was to, like, say, I got a 6-inch pipe that runs about 600 feet. If I was to pick up the water from my place and take it all the way to town, I could run a hydro that would work the whole town, but I can't do it because I'm not in the government.
Yeah, blessings, Rocky. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Thanks for having me. I'm really excited to discuss this with Professor Zuckerman, something I've been looking forward to for a long time, even before the offer was made. So I'm really happy to be here. Although there's a lot we disagree on, I have a lot of respect for Professor Zuckerman. I hope we have a good conversation, and I enjoy reading some of his books, even though, again, there's a lot we disagree on. So, which is better for humanity, secularism or Christianity? I'll go through these slides here. I will argue the data shows the answer is clearly Christianity. However, I first want to point out, I'll not be arguing that if we all became atheists, that society would collapse tomorrow, or that we would experience immediate moral decay. I will only be arguing that Christianity creates more optimal societies that can endure and generate progress. Again, the debate is about which is better for humanity. Demonstrating that Christianity is better does not mean other types of societies cannot flourish or endure. I would just argue they do so in a less optimal way. Now, by Christian societies, I mean societies that are based on Christian values, and the majority of the population identifies as Christian, regardless of governmental laws. And by secular societies, I mean societies that are based on secular values, and the majority of the people identify as secular atheists. And I want to be clear, I'm not arguing for theocracy or any type of government.
By the way, as I said before, the second type of society that he mentioned, secular societies, don't exist. Right? Right. So, I mean, nor have they. Right. So, I mean, I don't know what he's talking about there. Right. But yeah, Christian societies. Right. His definition of that is very general. Right. So, I mean, and thirdly, Yeah.
I think it would be more not secular society, but any society other than Christian is what he's trying to say.
Yeah, yeah, but it's interesting because he doesn't really say that, you know, and then also the fact is that you know, he's saying that that Christianity led to progress. So that's another thing I want to say. So he's saying that you know, so it's kind of funny, and he's saying he's not saying that if you follow atheism you'll lead to moral decay, which is interesting, right? Because
Seems
right,
like he's covering all his bases, just like
yeah,
all bases. right?
yeah, he's got a very interesting line of argumentation, and it's one of the most popular forms of Christian apologetics on the internet today. So that's why it's fascinating, because he's trying to link Christianity with secular progress, right? And therefore trying to sell it to, you know, you know who. But yeah.
Well, could I just say this real quick? Is
Yeah.
I think that the main point of Christianity isn't for secular progress or progress in this world at all. It's for the next. Everything is about our salvation for the next world. And
Right.
if society grows from men's transformation in that process, then that's a good thing. But when that becomes the goal, then that's not what Christ intended. He didn't intend a kingdom of man. He intended a kingdom of God. So that's the big issue I see in that argumentation.
Yeah, definitely.
This is about the nature of different societies, not governments. We can talk about this.
So here's another Christian debater who's not arguing for theocracy, right? So that's another interesting fact, right?
Later, but experts like Edward Grant, Tom Holland, Alan Ryan note Christianity led to the idea of the separation of church and state. So Christian societies do not necessarily result in.
And he's saying that the reason why he's not arguing for theocracy is because embedded in the very design of Christianity is separation of church and state. So, so I don't know. I think that's a modern concept. You know, I think he's slipping that in there, right? You know what I mean? Maybe if you look at
the
Aquinas,
Byzantine Empire? You know, what was that?
yeah, you know, if you look at Aquinas, you get some of this, you know, but that's rather late in the game. That's like 11th century, you know, where he's trying to deal with Aristotle's political views and all this type of stuff, you know. So, you know what I mean? So how's he incorporating that in now? You know what I mean?
Some form of theocracy. In fact, I will bring up research that shows Christianity is positively associated with democracy and less authoritarianism. And one more thing.
Okay.
I want to acknowledge Professor Zuckerman.
Yeah. So, you know, a fundamentally liberal institution. He's saying it's more, it's, you know, so yeah.
Yeah. Screw that.
Yeah, fundamentally liberal and modern institution. Right?
I think a lot of Islamic's doctrines and heritage are more Christian-like than some of these liberal churches that like open up gay marriage and all this shit. Man, I don't think the Muslims would allow that. And they're like, so, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they're definitely having a hard time adjusting to it, but they're trying to open it up there too. You know, they're trying to have mixed mosques and all that type of stuff where, you know, you have all types of things. I mean, so yeah, definitely people have recommended such a thing. And you know what I mean? You know, very rare cases. I mean, but yeah, they got some things where they're trying to make movements like that. Right?
And is not one to argue religion has no benefits, but he's also argued secularism is a better system for humanity. One reason he's given in interviews is because most religious individuals are good because of obedience, whereas secular people are mainly motivated by compassion and empathy. But this is an oversimplification. Secularists can be motivated by obedience as well, such as obedience to the state, peers, workplace superiors, parents, or other guardians. It is not the case that secularists are necessarily mainly motivated by virtues, and that religious people only have obedience as their main motivation. Second, it should be clear that religious individuals can also be motivated by empathy and compassion. Paul said in Ephesians, "For by grace you have been saved through faith. This is not your own doing. It is a gift of God, not a result of works, so that no one can boast." In other words, Christians do not have to do good works for fear of punishment or to earn salvation. It is a gift of God, and we are called to do good simply because it is the right thing to do. We love because Christ first loved us. We don't have to love because Christ will punish us if we don't.
How come nobody told me before?
Oh, look at who it's sponsored by, guys. What a surprise. Yeah, you watch the show. You watch the show and you support One for Israel ministry. Whoa.
Oh man,
Yeah.
you got some cool sponsors there. TML.
Yeah, nice one. Nice one,
They're
folks.
sponsoring you.
Yeah, thanks, guys. You know what I mean? Just send me all that. You know what I mean? The Cash App is at the bottom of the screen. So, all right.
Them shekels.
Yeah, you guys send me them schneckles. Schneckles.
Third, if religious morality was only about obedience, we would not have missionary activity. Not all Christians are called to be missionaries or dedicate their lives to charity. One can live an ethical life without becoming a great saint or ever doing charity work. But Christian missionaries have been crucial for building a better world. Numerous studies, which I have on slide 7, show this, and have shown that Christians and their religious motives have helped create this. They've led to things like higher literacy rates, more education, better hygiene habits, medical care, economic progress, freedom, etc., etc.
So all the things that we discussed in the manifesto and in technological slavery that haven't qualitatively improved society, actually, right? So we've looked at all of these measures that he's talking about, right? And yeah, I mean, it's a real, question whether these things have improved. We could talk about these several problems with the hygiene and all that type of stuff. Right? So, yeah, there's also other issues as well. So, yeah.
I think a lot of things have improved.
Yeah, definitely. But what has been what's the effect of the improvement, and how was that improvement brought about, and at what cost? Right.
Well, it's the old saying, good times make men weak, weak times bring on disaster.
Yeah,
disaster.
that's a very anti-progress line. Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And definitely taken from like the Rousseauian view, that, societies become wealthy and powerful, they start to expand, that expansion creates cities, the cities create multiculturalism and elites, and those elites bring, basically cultural disintegration, and soon the state is gone, right? So, yeah, so this whole idea of how societies reach their peak and then they fall. That's another view of history. He's not taking that into account. He's saying it's just been one straight line of progress the whole way through, and Christianity contributed to a lot of it. Like, what are you talking about? That doesn't make any sense, right?
And this was not only accomplished in historical white regions, but in places around the world. None of this was required in order to be obedient to God's law.
But what's funny is that, as we saw, Jim Bob and DPH, they agree with him, right? Mostly, right?
Well, they both got a lot of books behind them, so they must be smart.
Yeah. We'll see what the J says. Phil Zuckerman, he's not liking this too much, right?
Christians went out of their ways to do these things because of their empathy and compassion. In fact, from all these studies, it is hard to deny that Christians have not made the world a much better place in ways that secular humanists have not. Now, one may say that secular humanist cultures are relatively new and so haven't had enough time to generate the same amount of positive change. That could be true, but research pushes back on this. Numerous
think
studies show that
Christianity
religiosity
is
is associated with more charitable
anti-socialist,
giving.
though. I think
Wait, I'm sorry,
Christianity.
Rocky. Say that again.
I think Christianity is anti-socialist.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's
Should be.
more,
Yeah, it should
free
be for sure. Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
free
you know,
enterprise.
yeah, especially since Marx said that, religion is the opium of the people, right? But yeah.
To religious and secular organizations. On slide 11, a systematic review says, our systematic literature review covering 77 studies reveals that religion, measured as group affiliation, values, beliefs, and the importance of faith to the believer, as well as religious service attendance and private prayer, most often positively relates with giving to outgroup and secular organizations. Another study on slide 12 looked at 53 total nations and found that frequent churchgoers are more active in volunteer work and that a devout national context has an additional positive effect. So when a nation is religiously Christian, volunteer work is increased across the board. Religious citizens also volunteer more for secular organizations. But when a nation secularizes, religious individuals still volunteer at high rates, but secular individuals tend to volunteer less. They even say if secularization is an ongoing process in rich post-industrial societies, we expect declining levels of volunteering due to composition and context effects. Now, to be clear, secularists do give money to charities and volunteer time, but not at the level Christians do. Christianity has been one of the greatest institutions for wealth transfer from the rich to the poor in the history of humanity, and this is often accomplished through charity work. And as noted, numerous studies show that Christianity has made the world a much better place through missionary work. As the social scientist Arthur Brooks says, the difference in charity between secular and religious people are dramatic. Religious people are 25% points more likely than secularists to donate money, and 23 points more likely to volunteer time. And consistent with the findings of other writers, these data show that practicing a religion is more important than the actual religion itself in predicting charitable behavior. Now, you may think that Christians are only doing this out of obedience to God, but at least we're doing more. One may say secularists have better motives, but the fact remains what is actually happening in reality. Christians tend to do more charity work. So the data indicate that Christianity leads to more charity work inside a nation and outside its borders. And this has led to more economic progress, medical care, freedom, democracy, literacy, etc. If the nation secularized, this will likely decrease, which I think we can all agree is not a good thing. On this issue, Christian societies clearly outperform secular societies. As one famous sociologist, Phil Zuckerman, said in his book, religiously involved individuals also exhibit greater manifestations of prosociality than do those who are not religiously involved. Several studies have found that religious people tend to be more charitable, more generous, and more likely to volunteer and donate blood than their secular peers are. Furthermore, proliferation of religious devotion, faith in God, and reliance on the Bible has historically been a determining factor in establishing schools for children, creating universities, building hospitals for the sick, and homes for the homeless, taking care of orphans and the elderly, resisting oppression, establishing law and order, and developing democracy. Christianity clearly generates far more prosociality than does secularism.
There's power
So that's a weird term that he used, pro-sociality. You guys notice that? Right?
Yeah.
Like, so we were just saying that, Christianity is not like, socialism, but yet, he tends to seem to support some of that. Right?
Yeah.
It's like he's talking about humanism, but the Christianity he's promoting is very humanistic almost.
Yeah, he's a loser.
Next issue I want to focus on is the rise of nationalism and right-wing authoritarianism. With the recent rise of Christian nationalism, many people are worried about the effects of Christianity. But they might be surprised to find out that research has found that Christian nationalism seems to be more motivating among the least churched individuals on the right. A study from 2021 found that among politically right individuals, Christian nationalism was found among the least religious or churched. To quote, "We find no evidence that Christian nationalism mobilized church-based support in the election. This is demonstrated by the fact that in our results, Christian nationalism is only strongly associated with Trump support for voters who do not attend religious services. Among religious attenders, the effect of Christian nationalism on Trump voting is not only weak, it is also not statistically different from zero. White nationalist groups in the United States explicitly use Christian nationalist rhetoric, but those who identify with such movements tend not to be strongly involved in mainstream Christian congregations. Similar results were found in Europe, for example. One study found that although populist radical right parties tend to advertise themselves as defending Christian identity and values, they don't attract many religious voters. PRR parties tend to take pains to show that they are defenders of Christian identity and values, and yet they do not widely attract religious Christian voters. Our analysis confirms this paradox. As religiosity increases, the odds of voting for a populist radical right party instead of a mainstream right party decline. On slide 20, I have additional research, which found that anti-religious sentiment has been found to be more distressing to individuals who do not attend a regular church service. Unchurched Christian nationalists are more likely to favor an authoritarian figure using populist appeals. In fact, Christian religiosity tends to aid in making one less likely to vote for a far-right radical party. One may ask why this is the case, but the logic actually isn't complicated. When individuals on the right leave traditional Christian religiosity behind, they tend to keep a lot of the symbols, cultural heritage, and then reinterpret them in political ways, therefore creating political religions that have repurposed Christian symbols. As Philip Gorski said, loose from its religious moorings, religious nationalism floats free of the ethical tether of Christian ethics and drifts even further in the direction of secular messianism and political authoritarianism. Roger Brubaker said, "It is precisely the ongoing erosion of Christianity as doctrine, organization, and ritual that makes it easy to invoke Christianity as a cultural and civilizational identity, characterized by punitively shared values that have little or nothing to do with religious belief and practice." On slide 23, we see similar results with attitudes towards immigration. One study looked at acceptance of refugees at the individual, regional, and national level. It found on the individual level that Christians, with the exception of Catholic Christians, and the unaffiliated are relatively similar in their policy preference regarding the admittance of refugees. Religious service attendance is associated with more generous policy preferences, but at national and regional levels, percent unaffiliated is associated with more restrictive preferences. 2017 study looked at anti-Muslim sentiment in Western Europe from before the European immigration issue and found that although more secularized countries are on average more tolerant towards Muslims and Islam, the strongest anti-Muslim attitudes are nonetheless found among the non-religious in these countries. Additional studies have found that greater religiosity was linked to support for inclusive immigration policy. So it seems that traditional Christianity works as a suppressor of political religiosity. Without it, this will increase as secularization increases, and this leads to authoritarian ideologies and the erosion of freedom and civil liberties.
Yeah.
So there's this sort of argument that Christianity makes you more democratic, right? I don't know how strong of a case he made there, right? But yeah.
Yeah.
This should not be surprising because, as on slide 26, we see that research has found that Christianity.
But you know what's weird is that we just heard a view recently where Christianity can work in tandem with the democratic government, made by Jim Boob there. So we're free to dream, aren't we?
Never were.
Is associated with citizen empowerment, voice and accountability, democratic values, human rights, etc., lower levels of corruption, these kinds of things.
Oh my God, another commercial? Is this another Israeli commercial or what?
Probably.
Jedi Ninja 69. What a nice name, bub.
Leave up for life.
Humans tend to be naturally religious, even though a small minority can refrain from this. Removing Christianity means man's natural religious inclinations are harnessed elsewhere. In an increasingly secularizing world, they will be manifested into political religions, which often result in more authoritarianism, the erosion of rights, and other things. So keeping a society Christian seems to be better long term. Not only will we see more charity work, which results in multiple positive effects, but we'll also have more freedom and less political religions and authoritarianism. Finally, I
Yeah.
want to look at a pretty damning issue for secularism. A secular culture could create high levels of well-being and satisfaction, but it would not be good for humanity if it cannot sustain itself for multiple generations, because it would die out and possibly be replaced by less optimal cultures. So any given culture must be able to sustain itself as part of the case as to why it's good for humanity. Christian societies have historically been able to do this by producing replacement populations through sustainable birth rates, and later generations can carry on the culture, generate progress. But secularism appears to not be able to do this. The countries that have secularized the most, and who have the most people who have left traditional religion behind, have some of the lowest birth rates of any nation. In fact, as secularism has been exported around the world through the internet and media, all nations' birth rates have decreased. But secular nations are falling below replacement levels. Eric Kaufman notes that it's the conservatives and fundamentalists who are producing the most children because of religious tenets about being fruitful and multiplying. So he predicts in a few generations, the religious will take over and the secularists will be in the minority. Similarly, evolutionary biologist Michael Bloom argues religiosity has been selected for its evolutionary advantages because it results in more offspring. On slide 32, this study conducted a multivariable analysis looking at 58 countries and found that secularism, even in small amounts, is associated with population stagnation or even decline absent substantial immigration, whereas highly religious countries have higher fertility rates that promote population growth. Many of the modern secular nations have to rely on immigration to deal with their aging and declining populations. But that means importing people from other cultures that tend to be more religious, who will go on to have more children and over time increase in population and replace the gained. Eventually, secularism cannot do this and therefore is not as good as Christianity has been. Now there are many other variables we could look at, but I don't have time to cover in this opening statement. But in terms of charity work, pro-sociality, generating progress, keeping authoritarianism at bay, Christianity clearly has much better aspects than secularism.
Okay, so I'm just gonna go see what the Jew says real quick. It's actually kind of funny what he says. He's like, Japanese people aren't Christians, but they have a pretty cohesive society. And he's like, hey, look at the black people in America. They're the most religious group, yet they're like the poorest people. You know what I mean? So I don't know. He's got some funny things to say, but yeah.
Studies you cited. So I appreciate you coming in this debate in good faith. So thanks a lot. Thanks, Nils. You covered a lot of ground, and I don't want to use my 15 minutes just trying to refute this and refute that and refute this and refute that. I don't think that would make anybody enjoy this debate. So I'll just use this 15 minutes as my opening statement, and then I guess we can go back through and pick apart some of the things you broached. And I thought you broached a lot of good stuff, and some was weaker, some was stronger, and we can get into that. It was interesting to me that what I didn't hear anything about blood sacrifice and how that saves us from everlasting torment in hell. I didn't hear anything about a virgin birth. So I'm not sure what your Christianity is. Is it just a bunch of people who claim to be Christian? Like, is it the Christianity of Dietrich Bonhoeffer? Is it the Christianity of Idi Amin? Is it the Christianity of Martin Luther King? Is it the Christianity of Pat Robertson and Sarah Palin and Mike Pence? Unclear to me.
Oh my God.
I didn't expect to agree with him, but I definitely do. Like, where was Christ and all that?
What the hell happened to those people? They took the jab.
Come on, Rocky. I mean,
chill, dude.
Yeah, I told you not to say that shit. But yeah, it is what it is. Right? But
Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
we definitely don't agree with the panelists here in terms of everything the panelists say isn't exactly what the machine lies thinks, right? But the thing is that I'm not trying to promote medical shit on here. We're just talking about fucking Christianity here. I mean, so yeah, I mean, the thing is that I'm not really even talking about it. These motherfuckers are talking about it. And look what they're saying here. I mean, it's crazy what he's saying. I mean, You know, I mean, I have to agree with the Jew. You know, what part of what he mentioned had anything to do with Christianity at all? All right.
There's different kinds of Christianity, and I think some are very beneficial to society, and some do a lot of good. And then there are really horrible and problematic aspects to Christianity that cause a lot of destruction and suffering and inhibit the best in human potential. So I don't really, I would never paint Christianity with one brush. It depends on what kind of Christianity we're talking about. The same is true for secularity or secularism. There's all different versions. There's the horrible Stalinist version, and then there's the inspiring, versions of people like Du Bois and Nelson Mandela. So it all, or what kind of secularism is it?
It's funny that he mentioned Stalin again. You know, like how many times have we heard Stalin today? Like we've heard him in every single presentation. Dude. So yeah,
The ghost of Stalin has haunted the podcast.
Exactly.
The show.
Secularism of India? Is it the secularism of French laïcité? Is it the secularism of the Nordic region, which is also very Christian in culture? So that said, here we go. This is why I think secularism is better for humanity. And I'll just start by saying my hunch is that Michael would not like to live in a world that was predominantly Muslim or Islamic. My hunch is he would probably not want to live in a world that is predominantly Jewish or full of Jews or full of Hindus or full of Buddhists. I'm an atheist Jew. The minute you say that you want a society that is predominantly Christian, I get the heebie-jeebies. Sorry. It's not my thing, man. I'm not Christian, and I don't want to be dominated by Christian beliefs. There's some Christian values that I appreciate, and there's some Christian values that I...
There's that great cornerstone of Western civilization, the atheist Jew. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
What's an atheist Jew? I can't understand.
Oh, we got to get into the esoteric and the exoteric, and oh man, look at that! My StreamYard's kicking me out. What's going on here? Give me a second, guys. I'll be back.
Uh-oh. Oh, I gotta peace out, man. I'm crashing.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
I'll see you
thank
later.
you for being here, Reddington. Yeah, for sure.
Yep.
And I'm gonna come back in. Yeah, thank you guys.
So atheist Jew, I've never heard of such a thing, but yeah, that would be a secular Jew, I guess. But I don't know.
Hey, my hair's all frizzed up. It's the middle of the night. You know what I mean? Gotta pat that boy down. Yeah.
I got some hair. Let me get my hair out.
Secular atheist Jews.
Atheist Jews.
Atheist Jews, the cornerstone of Western civilization. Right?
Cornerstone of Western civilization. Well, it's not the stone.
The rejected stone was the cornerstone. You know what I'm saying?
They rejected the cornerstone, and they made their own fucking stone. Masons.
Yeah. The Masons.
Yeah. The Masons did it.
The Masons. You see? Yeah, you see? Yeah. It was them. Yeah.
Yeah, wise guy.
Atheist Jew. That you say that you want a society that is predominantly Christian, I get the heebie-jeebies. Sorry.
Heebie-jeebies. Is that Yiddish? I don't even know. But yeah, blessings.
Heebie-jeebies.
Christian, and I don't want to be dominated by Christian beliefs. There's some Christian values that I appreciate, and there's some Christian values that I abhor, and I don't want to be beholden to those. That's why secular is better, because we live in, it's 2024, we are a diverse planet. We are not all one religion, and religion is a perennial divider of humanity. It increases tribalism. It increases in-group, out-group thinking. It increases us versus them orientations. And it has been a source of suffering for...
Did you hear what he just said? He said religion is a perennial divider. How does that even work? This is like mishmash, right? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, his answer is just nothing. Like, let's do what we want, you know?
Yeah, he said, well, I'm a Jew and I don't want to live under a Christian society, so...
But it's all right to live under a Rothschild.
What's so funny about that, too, and I've always think about this, is that it's like we're free, you know what I mean? But it's like free to what? Free to be enslaved to yourself. Free to self-worship, you know? I don't get it.
We're free to make money. No grabbers.
A long time. And yes, you can point to good things Christianity has done. You can also look at the history of Europe, which was a history of bloody warfare, century after century after century. Protestants and Catholics killing each other. Both Protestants and Catholics killing minority sects and heretics. Both Protestants and Catholics killing Jews. Like, it's been bloody. And that's why the framers of the U.S. Constitution said in the first sentence of the First Amendment, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof. Brilliant. Brilliant. So secularism is not about denying people their ability to be religious. You can still be Christian in a secular world. You just can't dominate everybody else with your Christianity. Separation of church and state. It serves a diverse planet. We are a diverse people. We are multiple faiths. We are many faiths. Hell, I went to a Buddhist monastery this Sunday with my wife and chanted. That's the dream. Many religions allowed to flourish, but no one single religion is the dominant religion that controls everybody else's lives. Number 2, evidence-based decision-making. We're on a planet. I don't know why we're here. I don't know how we got here, but I know that we have to address hunger, homelessness, crime, racism, sexism, homophobia, hatred, the climate crisis. The climate crisis will not be solved by prayers to a magical being. You may think it's true. It's not. There's no evidence that prayers to a magical invisible being have ever helped humanity, other than the personal comfort it might give the person as their mom is dying of cancer or as their train is headed towards Auschwitz. Prayers certainly can help people calm and soothe themselves, but they don't make for change in society. Evidence-based reasoning is all we have to solve illness, to improve communication, to fight the climate crisis, to advance human rights, and to alleviate suffering. Scientific authority over biblical authority. I'm not saying science has all the answers. I'm not saying scientists haven't done horrible things in the past, but we can only show that science was wrong through better science. We can only show that science did horrible things in the past through the scientific method to disprove the false claims of past science.
Yeah, that's a vicious circularity, right? But yeah, I know.
The scientific method.
Yeah.
He wants the people as sovereign, and then the authority is proceeding below upward, like egalitarian or something. That's basically what it is, I think.
Yeah, exactly. And the climate crisis. Oh yeah, science is gonna save us from the climate crisis. You mean the science that caused the climate crisis? like what the fuck are you talking about?
Believe the science. You can change your gender.
Right, the science is going to change. Yeah, it's going to change its story. We're circling around, according to science, the center of the Milky Way galaxy, which is like a 260 million year cycle, right? So we're at a different place in the solar system for 260 million years. Right? The Earth is flying around the fucking space, the center of the fucking Milky Way galaxy, according to the scientists. So how's the weather not constantly changing for 260 million fucking years? right? The climate thing is total hoax. Right?
This
Even
is
according to
going
the
back. Go ahead. Sorry.
yeah. No, I'm just saying it sounds like it's a total hoax. You know, it's obviously for other things. It's they want to bring in alternative technology. They want to bring in population control, and that's the thing that they use.
Yeah, it's
very
the
obvious.
mechanical heart that you said it the
They
other
don't.
day. It's
They
like a
don't need us
mechanical
no
heart.
more.
Everything
They
is
don't
this like
need.
technological, logical way of viewing everything, and that's it's just devoid of soul. It's devoid of the human aspect, whether he likes it or not. And it's like, again, that's not freedom, man. To be enslaved to this self-worship ideology.
Yeah, they don't need us no more. They want to get rid of us because they just have all their bots do everything.
Yeah, let
Pretty
me
soon.
go back to his rebuttal here. Yeah, let's hear some of his rebuttal, and then I gotta wrap this up here. In terms of these videos here, I gotta move on to Dr. Kaczynski.
Kaczynski, yeah.
Yeah, we'll listen as we'll read some of Kaczynski before we end the show, as we do usually. And we started the show with a Lul, so we'll try to keep it a little short. And we'll play some music, and then we'll end the show. Play some videos. You know, the first video is me on Truther Cop giving questions to Jim Bob. You know, if you guys missed that, you guys will want to see the interaction I had with him. You know what I mean? Because I definitely cornered him on a few situations, right? That he seems to represent. And Unseen Warfare was there, dropping bombs in the chat as well. You know what I mean, so there's a few of those there. And then I went on OTW News to talk to them about aliens, alien invasion, possible situations with aliens and all that type of stuff. So, yeah, I'll play some of the appearance I had on OTW News talking about aliens. Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah. Yeah, weird
Blue
stuff
beam.
with aliens. Yeah,
The
there's a
blue
lot of
beam
stuff.
alien.
Yeah, a lot of
Blue
stuff
beam.
in the news going on about that now. So
Yeah. They pretended that they were trying to hide it, but they really promote it.
Right.
By hiding it.
Yeah.
And then leaking it out. Oh, yeah, we were hiding it all along. Hey.
Yeah. Oh my God, how many fucking commercials?
That looks like an Arab.
Yeah, this is an Arab. This is not so Jews and Arabs in the commercials. Crazy stuff, guys. Right?
Neil, thank you, Phil.
Well,
I really appreciate what you said, and I enjoy reading your books. I think you're a very good
Yeah.
That bald
writer.
guy
A lot of
looks
times you
kind of
read someone
weird.
and they're hard to read or
Yeah.
follow, but do a pretty good job. So to address a lot of what you said there, I want to start by restating my 3 points. Again, I want to say Christianity is just more optimal. So again, because we see more charity work, more pro-sociality, we see it holds back nationalism and authoritarianism in very important ways, and secularism lasts for more than a few generations. So that's a problem right there. Theology, but I mean I think that's just irrelevant to the main point that we're getting at here, because there's different kinds of secularism, as you correctly stated. You mentioned I wouldn't want to live in a predominantly Muslim country. Yeah, absolutely, I wouldn't. I don't know about other religions like Sikh or, for example, Judaism. I think I'd be fine with those. Islam with the Sharia, I think, is probably. I don't think you're going to get a problem here. In Christianity, we have this concept we talk about called the two books, the book of Scripture and the book of nature. They're supposed to work with each other, and nature helps us interpret Scripture. Scripture helps us guide us as we go through nature. Even if you go back to the 1600s, Bellarmine, one of Galileo's opponents, said, if you turn out to be right, we will just have to reinterpret Scripture. They weren't willing to just say, nope, Scripture no matter what. Bellarmine said, I will reinterpret Scripture in the 1616 injunction. So that wasn't.
Why would he promote? I mean, yeah, that's wild stuff right there, right? So I don't know if he thinks that should be a rule, right?
Yeah, that's kind of suspect. He's quoting papacy, right?
No.
No, that's.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah, I think actually maybe you're right here. Let's see.
Even if you go back to the 1600s, Bellarmine, one of Galileo's opponents, said, if you turn out to be right, we will just have to reinterpret Scripture. They weren't willing to just say, nope, scripture no matter what. Bellarmine said, I will reinterpret scripture in the 1616 injunction. So that wasn't an issue there as well. And we can go more into that if you want to. And again, missionary activity has been shown in numerous studies to alleviate suffering. People were motivated by the idea of the Great Commission to go around and spread the gospel. So the studies I cited did a whole video last year called How Christianity Changed the World. And I go over these studies. And missionaries went around, and in order to spread the gospel, they had to teach people to read so they could read the Bible. So they spread literacy and education. They built hospitals, orphanage. They generated economic progress. And these studies have shown this. You can check out research like, for example, like Robert Woodbury or others who've put forward studies on this stuff. You mentioned that we've seen what happens when Christianity is the dominant belief in society. And I'd like you to expand on that, because there's a lot more factors when it comes to the Middle Ages that we need to consider. So, for example, if you go back in time, Nathan Johnstone wrote a book called The New Atheism. And on page 224, he says this. Now, Nathan Johnstone, by the way, is an atheist. He's not religious. He talks about Christian societies in the last millennium. He says this: between the end of the Roman Empire and the late 12th century, torture had fallen into disuse in Europe. Sam Harris might be surprised to learn that Christendom owed its reintroduction not to bloodthirsty clerics, but to scientific jurists concerned to free justice from the reliance on God's intervention and to champion human judicial competence. In both medieval Europe and modern-day America, then, societies that had abandoned torture contemplated its reintroduction as a rational necessity.
Okay, I'm just gonna stop it right there. But yeah, he's given lots of presentations on that, how Christianity led to the spread of science, secularism, democracy, and it sounds like he's saying that Christian society is better, but essentially it's compatible with the atheistic society or scientific society, right? So essentially, I'm just asking, what improvement, right, would he say is actually being made? Because he's saying it's compatible with democracy, it's compatible with the scientific age, right? So, what improvement exactly would he make on the present day society, right, that would then distinguish it, right? Or what improvement would it make, essentially, right, if it's just going to support the status quo, right? But, yeah, and I'd like to ask the same question to the previous theorists and online apologists, right? Since they seem to support this pseudo eschatology of progress, right?
There's a great letter Father Seraphim Rose wrote, a Catholic monk called Thomas Merton. You should check that out.
Yeah,
and it
I'm definitely familiar with Thomas Merton. Yeah.
Yeah, you should definitely check out that letter, because he kind of gets on to Thomas Merton for this kind of idea of progress and this. It's Christianity, but it's humanism, really. I don't know. It's calling itself Christianity, but it's really humanism.
Yeah, it's wild. And yeah, we're moving on to Dr. K here. And yeah, this is a letter dated March 17, 2005, and this is one of the main push of the work technological slavery is contained within this letter here. Remember, right? And yeah, it says you and your colleague. Okay, it says why reform will fail. So why reforming the system will fail, right? Meaning that either a overthrow of the present system or a collapse of the present system is inevitable, right? And obviously all systems collapse over time, right? There's no, system that's going to exist in perpetuity. Even though we've created nuclear reactors that you can't shut off for 1,000 years, there's no society that's lasted that long. So who's going to be pouring the water over the fucking reactor, right? In the future, it's clear that there's going to be nobody there, right, to manage these things, right? But yeah, we've created a system that can't be managed over a long period of time, which is a fact of it, right? But yeah, we're barely facing that fact, right? And it says here, you and your colleague make a series of related assertions. We would act to restrict technology as it becomes necessary, people in the future will likely act to mitigate technological advances or effects that begin to significantly undermine their well-being. Success in, quote, adequately overcoming technologically induced adversities, quote, will be more likely through reform than through revolution. There's a general pattern. A technical problem arises. Eventually, a compromise solution is implemented, that reduces the level of harm that is generally acceptable. In my letter of November 23rd, 2004, I answered these claims in part addressing your 4 examples of the purported general pattern. I argued that even assuming that the achieved solutions to the problems were adequate ones, which in 3 or 4 cases was debatable at best, the solutions came about largely through the operation of objective factors, and independently of human will. In 2 of the 4 cases, political oppression, slavery, the solutions were reached in important part through warfare and violent revolution. Okay, so this is a fact that democratic societies, these scientific societies that follow science and democracy, they were brought about through violent revolution. They were not brought about through peaceful change, peaceful cohesion, right? Okay, so the objective factors that brought about were A, technological, and B, violence, right? Okay, so those are the objective factors, right, that bring about social change. They're not just arbitrary. You know what I mean? In the same 2 of these 4 cases, the solutions were not reached until thousands of years after the problems arose. Okay, in other words, the solution did not happen when we needed them, but when objective conditions were by chance right for them. The most important point in foregoing is the course of history is largely determined not by human choice, but by objective factors, quote unquote. Okay, especially the kind of quote unquote natural selection, which I discussed in my letter October 12, 2004. Consequently, we can't achieve a long-lasting solution to a major social problem by superficial tinkering, designed merely to correct particular symptoms. Okay. And as I explained earlier, right, artificial needs create specialized means. Specialized means create compensatory mechanisms, right? And you lose track of the artificial needs it takes to improve, right, the means in which you work with to achieve at the ends in which you work with, right? So, it's technique that, really converts ends into means, right? And it works on processes, on improving the processes themselves instead of the end results, right? So it's the fact that technique conceals means to a particular end, right? The more well developed it is, right? So consider these things that he's saying with the notions that we saw earlier when we opened up Elul. You know what I mean? In the beginning, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But he says there are several other reasons why acceptable solutions to the problems of technological society will not be reached through general pattern of compromise and reform that you and your colleague propose. Generally speaking, reform is impossible only in cases where the interests of the system coincide with the interests of human beings. Where the interests of the system conflict with those of the human beings, there's no meaningful reform. Example, sanitation has improved because it is in the system's interest to avoid epidemics, but nothing has been done about the unsatisfactory nature of modern work, because if people worked as independent artisans rather than as cogs in the system, the economic efficiency of the system would be drastically impaired. Natural selection is at work here. Systems that compromise their own power and efficiency for the sake of human values are at a competitive disadvantage vis-a-vis systems that put power and efficiency first. Hence, the latter will expand, the former will fall behind. Okay. This in response to those foolish libertarians, right, who think that such human values can improve the system. Okay, such cultural machinations can improve the system. Right? Economic factors, obviously. All right, that's all just non-starters. It says you claim that people will act to mitigate the problems that begin to significantly undermine their well-being. But once a problem begins to significantly undermine people's well-being, it's too late to solve the problem. Or even if the problem can be solved, the cost of solving it may be unacceptably high. For example, it is too late to solve the problem of greenhouse effect. Okay, and we talked earlier that we don't necessarily believe that that's true, right? Okay, but the fact is that how are they going to solve such a huge problem? Say it is true. How they solve it through improving technology, which they're proposing, right? It doesn't make any sense at all, right? You know, we can hope to quote unquote solve the problem only at the extent of keeping the effect within certain limits. And it's not clear that even that much can be done without drastic cuts. Apparently, the threat represented by nuclear weapons has not undermined people's well-being enough to lead the abolition of these weapons. If there is even major nuclear war, people's well-being will be undermined very dramatically. But then it will be too late. Right now, biotechnicians are playing with fire. The escape from the laboratory of some artificially created organisms or genetic material could have disastrous consequences. You know what I mean? Or already has. Dun, dun, dun. Right? Yet nothing in being done and to restrain the biotechnicians. If there is ever a major biological disaster, people's well-being will indeed be undermined. But then it will be too late to correct the problem. This was written a long time ago, guys. But yeah. For example, just, yeah,
but I think nukes are fake.
Yeah, there's that theory going around as well. Right? But yeah, you know, for example, so-called killer bees, quote unquote, are a hybrid of South American and African bees that escaped from research facilities somewhere in South America. Once the bees had escaped, all efforts to stop them proved futile. They have spread out over much of South America and into the U.S. and have killed hundreds of people. With the experimentation in biotechnology that is now going on, something much worse could happen.
Yeah. And I think some of that's fake too. I was in Texas when that killer bee shit was supposedly going on. I didn't see no fucking killer bees.
Yeah, well, they have actual cases of Japanese beetle. You know what I mean, right? That was created by things like this DDT. You know, when they spray the pesticides, they kill all the bugs. They don't kill all the bugs. They mutate some of them. Right? Then they come back around and they're fucking vicious. Right? So the fact is, I mean, the bees are gonna do their thing. I mean, they found bees creating blue and green honey from an M&M factory. Right? From an abandoned M&M factory. They were taking. You know what I mean? So
it's the same thing with antibiotics.
Yeah.
You get antibiotics and then you get immune to it, and then you got worse bugs in you.
Yeah, but the fact is, yeah, exactly. But the fact is that antibiotic resistance, and it's coming through the animals too, because they're feeding the animals antibiotics, and then you eat the animal meat, you get antibiotic resistance from eating the animal meat. All right, so people don't understand.
Bioweapon, this subject right here is super gnarly, dude. This is a gnarly subject, brother.
Oh yeah, this is the shit that gets you popped on YouTube, straight up.
Yeah, I
right?
bet.
You just you get your channel taken down for
you got me
bioweapon
shook,
shit.
dog. I'm not even playing.
Yeah, this shit is wild. Yeah, and actually, you know, we hop around. We read quotes by like Bertrand Russell. You know, so we mask what we're saying that way. You know, right? Where he said society should be run by the needle in the scientific outlook. You know, right? So you know what I mean? So there's many different ideas there, right, that we could work with. Right?
It's the
you ever seen
technocrats.
that show Wormwood or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's sort of like that.
Technocrats want to run the world.
Yeah, I like how he said it. Biotechnicians, the biotechnicians. You know, what gives them the hubris to operate that way? You know what I mean? To fuck with people's livelihood. You know what I mean, right? True that. You know what I mean, right? But yeah, you know what I mean? All the bees are parasitized by a fungus. You know what I mean, right? And since there's no old growth rainforest, it drastically changes their genetic composition because they're not used to getting their genes turned on by acidic compounds that they receive from from the mycelium. Right? So the fact is that the bees are being parasitized by tiny little mites, and they're killing off entire bee colonies. All right. So yeah, the fact that we don't have old plants, right, that are native to the land, and the bees can't, communicate with each other and propagate that way. Right. So this is a huge problem that we're not investigating. Right. Obviously, bees pollinate a variety of species that we need for our life. I mean, that we use on a daily basis. But yeah, go ahead, Rocky. What are you saying?
Well, they said that the end times would be like the days of Noah. Well, in the days of Noah, they were crossbreeding, like Nephilim blood, and fallen angels. And now some people think that it was one like Shem and Jared, and it just but that's what they're doing now. They're trying to. The trans agenda is the transhuman agenda. It's trying to make iron mixed with clay. So, it's forbidden technology.
Yeah, it's trans cancer, for real. But yeah, often a bad thing cannot be fixed because its specific cause is not known. Consider, for example, the steady increase in the rate of mental disorders that I discussed in my letter November 23rd, 2004. It seems almost certain that the increase is in some way the outgrowth of technological progress, since the entire lifestyle of modern man is essentially determined by his technology. But no one knows specifically why the rate of mental disorders has been increasing. My personal opinion is that the high rate of depression has a great deal to do with the deprivation with respect to the power process. But even if I'm right, it still leaves a great deal of unanswered in regard to mania and anxiety disorders. Again, it is believed that the rate of mortality, due to cancer has increased by a factor of more than 10 since the late 19th century. And
well, I think that they got a lot of these mental disorders are more like demon possession.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, there's some truth to that for sure. You mean, right? But some of it is being created by the pharmacological intervention, right? Itself.
Yeah.
Right? So I mean, right. So they give people the farm. For example, we talked about this on the show. Sometimes people will have epilepsy, and the treatment for epilepsy, they'll get treated for schizophrenia, and they'll drastically change their personality. Such people will become maniacal as a result of this treatment, right? And they'll become like pretty much demon possessed, right? So the fact is that you can mix up the medication of different people. These people come back from the mental institution, they're definitely not the same, right? So there's been many cases of this shit, right? So yeah, what I mean.
One of my kids had grand mal seizures. That's epilepsy, right? Grand mal seizures.
Yeah. Yep.
Well, I found out that it was from flashing light, like watching.
Yeah, and shout out to my wife's mother who had grand mal seizures. She died away. She died on this day. Actually, my wife was very young, and she grew up without her mother. So we were talking about, and praying for her mom today. I'm actually gonna end this soon so I could go pray some more for her mom. Because her mom did pass away on this day. Because of her grand mal seizures. Right. So crazy stuff. Definitely a very, very brutal form of disease. And a lot of the features are indistinguishable from manic schizophrenia. Right. But anyways, I mean, so they could definitely mix up the medication there. But yeah, the thing is here.
Well, I cured my son of epilepsy.
Yeah.
I got him off the medicine and got him away from watching TV before he went to bed.
Yeah.
Because he normally got him at nighttime.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good to hear, Rocky. Blessings. I mean, yeah.
Sorry to hear that about
Yes,
your
sir.
wife's
Yeah,
mother.
for sure. Yeah, for sure. You know what I mean? And yeah, so what do we got? We got mental illness, we got depression, we got high rates of cancer. Okay, again, it is believed that the rate of mortality due to cancer has increased by a factor of more than 10 since the 19th century. And that this is not just a result merely of aging of the population. This too is almost certainly in some way an outcome of the techno-industrial lifestyle. Okay,
Yeah.
can't be refuted. But while some causes of cancer are known, the reason for the overall massive increase in incidence of this disease is still a mystery. Even where a problem can be solved, the solution itself often offensive to human dignity. For example, because of the cause of depression, mania, attention deficit disorder, either are unknown or cannot be removed without excessive cost to the system, the problems are quote unquote solved by giving the patients drugs. So the system makes people sick by subjecting them to conditions that are not fit for human beings to live in, and then it restores their ability to function by feeding them drugs.
Yeah.
To me,
Been through it.
to me, he says this is a colossal insult to humanity. Okay, I'm going to read that part again because it's such an important point. He says,
Ted,
he says, yeah, he says because of the cause of depression, mania, attention deficit disorder, either are unknown or cannot be removed without excessive cost to the system, the problems are quote unquote solved by giving the patients drugs. So the system makes people sick by subjecting them to conditions that are not fit for human beings to live in, and then it restores their ability to function by feeding them drugs. How is that not an insult to human dignity? That concludes our presentation for today. Blessings, guys.
Yeah.
That was great.
That's why I hate doctors. Sold out.
Yeah, fuck them. And I'm Pakistani. Pakistanis and Indians, they make a lot of money as doctors. My family's doctors. And I could, and I don't want to become a doctor. I could have very easily become a doctor. Went to medical school. Right? But no, I consider it. Consider it an undignified, position to be in. Right? But pumping poison.
When I was in Iraq, I met some Indians, and they had some real natural cures.
Yeah, exactly.
They gave me some stuff that you would put in your eye, and it would like burn all the stuff off. It really hurt really bad, but I think they were into natural cures, and a lot of them are. But then we had this Rockefeller takeover in the 1900s where everything has to be made from oil. It's just chemicals, no longer organic. We don't get any organic anything no more. It's all chemical shit. Our food, our medicines, everything is chemical. It's all about the oil and the money and they don't give a shit about you at the hospital. They just want to push some of them drugs on you, and then they get you addicted, and then they say they're going to help you, and then you go to a psychiatrist, and all they talk about is bullshit.
Yeah, it's a lot like the jail there, where they get paid per head that's in the bed there, you know what I mean? And they could write it off on the insurance company, and they're committing insurance fraud by the fucking millions, right? So yeah, dude, definitely crazy shit going on. Don't, you know what I mean? Do you trust your mechanic? Do you trust your doctor? Ask better questions about what's going on, right? For sure.
Yeah, like
Look into it yourself.
there's a lot of money in nursing homes, and a lot of the Russians, they would start nursing homes and just put because Americans are so stupid, they put their parents in like a nursing home and then you get all their insurance and all their retirement pay, and then when your insurance and retirement pay runs out, they don't give a fuck about you no more. And then when the CV came out, they actually got paid to put some of the people in. They got paid an extra 25 grand, I think, or something, for each time they, even though they use hospice on them, they blame it on the CV, and then they got extra 25 grand. So yeah, there's some them doctors and them this organized health shit is like, it's definitely bad for you. The best thing to do is stay away from the doctors and the hospitals and learn how to take care of your own goddamn self. You can research, find out anything on the internet now. You don't need to listen to some, priest, high priest, doctor gonna push drugs on you, get you addicted to drugs and shit. Government drug dealers and doctors, and it's disgusting, the world we live in right now. I got addicted to cigarettes.
Yeah, me too. But you know what I mean? Yeah, I've been addicted to many drugs, over time. But yeah,
I finally got off sugar. I feel a lot better now.
That's gonna be the last drug I get off of is motherfucking sugar, man. That's a rough one.
When you get my age, if you
I
still
just took
doing
a
sugar,
bite of a motherfucking blueberry muffin. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, let me refresh my page real quick because I don't have my background. Yeah, give me a second.
well, there's good sugar and there's bad sugar. Processed foods are bad. You don't want processed sugar. You want it in its natural form if you're going to do sugar. Now, aspartame is worse than sugar. I'm not a doctor. I'm just things that I've learned as a person who believes in natural cures for stuff. Definitely sugar is better than aspartame, and unrefined sugar is better than refined sugar. So there's levels. So processed foods, that means they divide like the kernel from this, and then they got just this part of it over here and this part of it over here and this part over here. But it don't work unless all the parts are together.
That comment's crazy.
Yeah. Anyway, a healthy body, a healthy mind. So, you got to try to keep your body healthy. Otherwise, you're going to have screwed up mind. But yeah, I would try to, you're a young guy now there, TML, but you keep on the sugar, you're gonna wish you never did get. You got to get off that now. The sooner, the better.
Yeah, that's some shit I have a problem with is the coffee and the weed and the sugar.
Well, they say coffee is good for you, a little bit good for you.
Yeah, I have a combination of those things that I can't stop doing. You know what I mean? But yeah, definitely need to quit that.
Well, weed is better than SRI drugs.
Yeah.
See, they wanted to give me drugs that made me suicidal. I said, fuck you. I'm going to self-medicate. And so I would, pharmaceutical drugs are just But now there's a suspicion that they have taken over the weed industry, and now nothing's organic no more. It's all GMO. So it's, you get some kind of whack job going on there. You got to watch out for that shit. Who knows?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I'm not sure if Annapurna's still here. I mean, blessings to you, sis. You know what I mean? It's a great honor to be here with you all the time. I mean, and I greatly appreciate your presence here. I mean, and I know, sometimes we all get knocked out by the depth of some of these presentations. So yeah, big time blessings to you, sis. Sweet dreams for you, and you know what I mean, and thank you for all that you do here. I mean, blessings, right? And I'll throw Anna here. I mean, peace to you, Anna. I mean, blessings. I mean, and I like to give people opener, a little statement. Sometimes they watch it later, right? So yeah, you know what I mean. But yeah, blessings. You know what I mean. What about you, Sir Rocky? Thank you so much for being here with us. Blessings to you, sir. I mean, and many prayers for you and your family. I mean,
I'll see you later.
oh, thank you. But you don't want to say anything to these people here. I mean, these good people here. I mean,
Yeah. I love you all. I hope you find the truth, the light, and the way. You might be on the wrong path or something, but I'm not here to force anything on anybody. I'm just here. I got my own views, what's going on. I think a lot of history is nothing but a bunch of lies. And I don't know what's going on, but there's something going on right now. Really, something really fucked up going on right now. I know Trump's not your Lord and Savior, so he's not going to save you. But he does seem to have a lot of good views. I call it rhetoric, not whether he's going to do what he says, get rid of the Fed or start whatever. So I don't trust no man. I try to hear from God. And some people think, I don't know, they don't know who he is, or everybody's searching for their God, the creator, or everybody believes, it used to be no, and then these atheists, they're just nut jobs. I mean, how dumb you got to be an atheist.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, blessings, Rocky. Thank you so much, sir. All right.
Peace.
Yeah, peace be with you, sir.
I still got all my teeth.
Awesome.
I don't do math.
Yeah, looking good, sir. Yeah, real talk. Yeah. What you got for us, brother? Unseen Warfare. Thank you so much for sticking it out, my dude. All right.
Yeah, man. Thank you for having me as always. I appreciate the lofty ideas and some challenges to my own belief system sometimes. And all I got to offer is to be wise as serpents and soft as doves. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you so much, my very astute friend here. You know what I mean? I could tell this is a beginning of lots of conversations between us. So yeah, man, blessings, man. You know what I mean? But yeah, many prayers to you tonight, man. Thank you.
Always, man. You too, brother. Later.
Yeah, for sure. Later. All right, there you have it, folks. Thank you for joining us here on The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. I mean, the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to, seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed, right? To see those factors that impinge upon our freedom. You know, freedom is seeing, you know, what's beyond our own limitations and seeing what's truly beyond our control, right? So really, you know, it comes down to this. I mean, don't ask why if you know it's wrong. You know what I mean? Okay. Start a well-intentioned fight, right? Okay. Listen to everyone, believe in nothing until you can prove it for yourself, right? Okay. Question the lies. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, you know what I mean? Believe in the truth, my friends. You know what I mean? And thank you so much for being here with me. You know what I mean? I really appreciate you guys. Right? I mean, and yeah, it's been a very exciting experience. We're gonna bring back more ideas about Taoism and its historical origins before we move into a reading of many different translations of the Tao Te Ching, right, in which we'll examine the philosophical views of Lao Tzu, right, and then we'll move on to the Shang Tzu, and we're also looking at Elul and Kaczynski, right, because this is the Machine Lives. We talk about technological slavery on the show. You know what I mean? So yeah, you know what I mean? It's been crazy run here today. I was not planning on being here for this long. Definitely on Saturday we'll have another sort of 11-hour show. You know what I mean? Friday night we'll do a music show. You know what I mean? So stay tuned for some music. And for those of you who enjoy the music, you know, we'll play some of the music at the end of the show. But yeah, we're going to transition now to a little bit of, you know, I'll play a song here and I'll transition to a panel here. You know what I mean? With me and Truther Cop. And then the panel that I had with OTW. So yeah, see you guys on Friday night if you guys want to come through and listen to music with me. And right, I know most people are here for the conversations. So yeah, blessings to you guys. Right? I don't want to be known for musical performance. You know what I mean? No. You know what I mean? Definitely, I bring some scholarly views, some of my own original ideas and concepts, and some of the ways I arrived at those ideas and concepts. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, thank you guys for joining me. Blessings, right?
Those two walls and that ceiling meet, where you'll be peeling me from when the dreams become abilities. The trilogy of growth, I'm at the second level, where every word is special and I'm lost inside the echoes. And when it settles, I touch that third stage. I shuck these mental shackles and blast my way out of that bird cage. Earthquake signifies an active foundation. It's got the posture aching, keeps my head out of these constellations. From this high, I may identify the obstacles. When I get this high, my head becomes a hospital. Voices bitching and bickering, complaining that they sick and injured, bleeding and hungry. Give me my tourniquets. Feed them nourishment and included with the diluted juice and bruised fruits I distributed. Who knew they wounds would heal so quick? Who knew the passion would be compassion and get them fastened onto the dick? Might as well have let them penetrate. The view from here shook me, looking at rookies that try to emulate. Take the time to break the rhymes down for what you gather. Only after will I climb to the rafter without my ladder.
Stability, overseer, stand over, ability, hover, provide contraceptive and meteor showers. The sky is falling, the earth is collapsing, seas freeze. Seize my support structure, you simmer. I may shape or provide shade upon your living mass. Granted, I'm granted with a limestone trim. So your epicenter split into shambles while the lights turn dim. Sheep stop bellowing, hug your teddy bears. In Santa with the light in my center. Cynical minds mind your master. It's only a shame of their rock slide, landing on your backslide. Who needs to walk you laymen? Spend all of your time inside. I sing it all, I saw it all, I encase it all. And with all my power, they should have built more columns for me. The ball's still rolling, there's only 2 pins left, brother. Whether above or upon, I promise to always provide some cover. Quit breathing so much, this ain't comfortable for me. But I was more affordable than the ones that they had built in the early 90s. Oh my, look at those memories, listen to them complain. Some bitch about champagne, others talk about how they should have took the train. Regardless of your stature, status, or economical bubble, I'm still on top of your world, even if it's a pile of rubble.
Dripping through, walking on, I of human built this ceiling. How industrious it must have been. Awful continuous to span those reaches and rays. Not a wall, empty space only between. No corners, ceiling, the lid perceived on a system of physical laws. How high being among the first three you can't touch. It goes on to stretch an unexplainable linear roof of instance. Too relative for shelter. Its protection proposes our challenge to exist and hold. Will it hold, and for how long? With such holes tearing into nowhere justifies nothing we define or travel as fast as too distinct to blanket vast. It surrounds our absolute upper limits. Our reference comprises our synchronous tick tock, tick tock. Thank it for your fears and lows. Know if it starts or stops. Tick tock rests beneath the safety it can only prop. It's not sturdy, old, weak, young, or made of tick tock. It's above, with, under, in structure and stronger than our nails. Words, ages, beams, any watch. Tick, tick, tick. Tock, 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 tock.
I've experienced, been a witness to many happenings up to this point. Life and death have passed my eyes on both occasions they anoint. At the beginning I looked down and I witnessed birth, but confined to my position I never realized what it was worth. I never realized the beauty it expounds and the emotions it induces. Never realized what true love, but sometimes no love at all produces. Never realized what I was going to see in my adventures of now, but realized I was in for a lot of sightseeing. So somehow I didn't pay much attention to the positive aspects of things. Only victims of stabbings and shooting. Who the fat ladies sing. They say they're on their way out as they pass through me, hoping each time that they could take me with them, so I could see a different aspect of the world, perhaps above the building, but let down every time they told me that they were not willing to take some extra baggage, as they chose to refer to I. Perhaps I'll never leave this place, so now all I do is sigh and think, what was I? But I was so misled that I only showed my interest in souls that were covered in red. Now I look back and I feel that I was cheated with precision. The different aspect that I had longed for was so clearly in my vision. Got sick and tired of negativity and I was due for a change, but never figured out that I needed not to rearrange. It was all before me, and I could have seen life as well. Now my one-track mind has only stories that no one wants me to tell. Tripping through, walking on, hanging from, peeling off, dripping through, walking on, hanging from, peeling off.
I'm just saying it's a very ambiguous request. You couldn't know if I was doing that already or not. It's a vague request. Be the truth and the light, it sounds like you said. Okay, great, Oprah. Thanks, Oprah.
Yeah, but you don't understand your own stage of performance because
Gaslighting.
you denied you don't.
Gaslighting works for you? Is that another masculine trait, truth or cop?
What do you mean?
Gaslighting, is that should I use that? Should I take from your toolbox here?
How am I
You don't
gaslighting?
understand.
You just keep
You're telling me
saying shit.
You're telling me I don't understand something about myself.
Machine Lies, get the fuck up here and help me out, dude, with some NIGTOW
What?
SNIGTOW.
Machine Lies will better communicate probably than you. Like, let's say
That's
he takes on your
fine.
shoes. I hope he does.
But we
I mean,
communicate best together, don't we, you stupid motherfucker?
Wow. I guess it might be you who needs to forgive.
Keep diminishing, Jim Bob. Keep diminishing.
No,
keep
truther.
denying. Keep
like a
support
projection.
the deflection.
Truther.
I know what it is.
Truther.
It's a reflection in the mirror you're looking at. Hello.
This is new moon energies and emotions coming.
How do you know,
Holy
Truther? How do you know that you being a mirror, you didn't do that so that you can see yourself through me? It was like you actually crafted the whole thing to see yourself. How do you know that?
How do you know that I didn't know that you would know that and that I'm grateful for that?
Yeah.
Dude, for real. Like, I laid this out on purpose. Catch up, dude.
This was all a plan.
Yeah. Yeah.
What? Oh.
So wait, is there nothing wrong anymore because it was you all along, or are we good?
Excellently laid trap, sir.
Do I still need to write a script and do a performance on Friday, the Friday Owen Benjamin
No, you should
Forgiveness
debate
podcast?
flow state about morality when neither one of you have it.
Wow. Have it? You think morality is an object?
What is the grounding for your morality, Truth or Cop?
There you go. Flow state.
My connection to the fucking source of my gratefulness for my fucking everyday performance, sir. Thank you.
Your connection to the source of your gratefulness from your everyday performance?
Nailed it.
I can't
If you
hear
wrote
you.
that down
Go
and-
back and play it down. Go play
No,
it
I mean,
back.
it just doesn't make sense. It's that the words you
It
put together
doesn't
don't
make
convey-
sense. It doesn't make sense.
Is that a
I
Russell
deny
Brand?
that I can understand others around me. I deny that I can respect the truth in those that surround me. I deny. You sound like a bunch of denying faggots.
Can you do a British accent?
Do you not get that? You
Can you do a
self-denying fucks? Do you
You're
not
doing
fucking
all
get
the
that?
talking.
I want Machine Lie's take on this whole thing. Honestly.
So do
I want
I.
his take on this.
I need his
specifically.
input here.
He
I
says he's
do.
in the
I
bag.
need it.
You have. It sounds like you have the chance to bring him up. There you go. Blessings.
Yeah, I'll lay it out for you. I'll lay it out for you guys if you guys really want. You know what I mean?
Thank you. Thank you.
What are you
Yeah,
laying
this-
out? What Truth or
And
Cop?
it's gonna be controversial. You know what I mean? But it is what it is. It has to be done. All right. So I'm just gonna lay it all out. You know, right? So essentially, you know, it's Davy Crocco. You know what I mean? He's saying that, you know, they got the gay op going, posted the video, Rachel Wilson infiltrating the bear community. Just so happens that Jim Bob is linked with Rachel Wilson, all that shit. All right. So when did they infiltrate the bear community? When did Rachel Wilson become a bear? When did Jim Bob become a bear? Right. It's all a question. And why did they do it? Right. Well, one could speculate. All right. You could say that Owen Benjamin's gaining sizable audience in the alt-right community. Right. And they're working with Nick Fuentes. So they're trying to undercut Owen Benjamin by using Jim Bob to infiltrate the bear community to go at Nick Fuentes with the fucking
Wait.
Boom! I wish I had a bomb drop for that shit. That was a bomb dropper there.
Wait,
Holy
wouldn't that
shit.
require me? Wouldn't that require me to go after that guy?
No,
Or
you didn't
what do you
know
think?
the whole time, Jim Bob. You
I
didn't
was a
know.
tool. I was used for something.
So he's a victim.
Well, you were using a transition to get the people away from Owen Benjamin into the Nick Fuentes Christian sort of psyop. All right.
Yeah,
So
but
that's
those
the
people
theory. And it's just a
I
theory.
see that, dude. I see that.
It's just a
Okay,
theory. I'm not claiming either way. I'm just saying
Okay,
it's a
but
theory.
I have a question about that theory. Wouldn't that mean that the people who repositioned would agree with Nick Fuentes, but they don't? Those people don't actually like those people. So what's the angle though? If they don't like
Well,
Nick
see, it's
Fuentes, they don't
funny.
like
It's
him.
it's funny you would say that because in the beginning, right, it seemed like there was a little tension between like the Killstream, Nick Fuentes, and the Crucible, but then they seemed to patch that up over time.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So,
yeah. I think.
So what was the transition? The transition was the beef you had with Owen Benjamin in the bear community, right?
Oh,
bombs dropping left and right. TML, stop it,
Wait,
dude.
hey,
Holy shit.
Do you think that could? Wait, do you think that's something like? Are you saying that something like that is constructed, or just you work off of the existing things that happen?
Well, let's just say that, like, look, there's other characters involved. Like, for example, like, you know what I mean? There's a psychedelic angle with DPH and you doing the psychedelic thing in Hollywood and then becoming Christians.
Wait, what? Me doing psychedelics in Hollywood? When was that?
Yeah, you had like the whole Hollywood thing. You're like selling jewelry in Hollywood. Wasn't that a thing? Or
yeah, but wait, how does
something,
making jewelry mean psychedelics? I didn't
right.
think through.
No, but back then you were doing a lot of different art, like psychedelic art. Wouldn't you say before you got into the
Shout out to
stuff,
the
or-
pizza rings.
No.
Shout out to
No,
those
no,
pizza rings, dude.
no,
When did
no,
no, let's not get into the
up, dude.
pizza ring.
That's
Just
fine,
shut up,
we can talk
dude.
about- Dude, let us talk. Dude.
You're talking
Yeah,
in
that
your
was-
bad faith
let me talk
algorithm.
with- let
And
me
I'm
talk
onto
with-
it, Jim Bob. I get it. I
Let me
love
talk to
this.
No, I never got into psychedelic art. I would make art that really didn't say anything at all. Like I would paint a lot of like faces or like demon faces, like really low
Right.
tier.
That's what I'm talking about.
But
like
not psychedelic. Yeah.
The occult,
Not
like demonic art or whatever. Right?
Oh,
It's
yeah,
like
I
kind
mean,
of psychedelic. I mean, wouldn't you say like a lot of the psychedelic stuff comes from the occult stuff, right?
Yeah, but I think of psychedelic. I think of a lot of like different colors and fractals and math and all that shit. Like as a style, my style was not developed. It was like just more crude, not knowing what to paint, painting a skull. You know, really low tier, not thought out shit with nothing to say. I would say the cult. If I did occult stuff, that would actually be well thought out and would actually have some meaning. I'm saying it was worse. I'm saying I didn't even have anything to say. I didn't even know what to say. Like, you know, I wish I developed something to say earlier on, but I actually didn't. So that's like, you're giving me way too much credit in my previous art.
Well, I'm not claiming either. I'm not claiming any of this stuff. I'm just asking you questions in terms of, you know, that like I saw personally, like quote unquote, what I would consider like psychedelic art. You know what I mean? Like playing like ukulele with the devil horns or something like that on Drew's stream. You know what I'm talking about? So I was thinking about like, oh, that's like more occult, like devil, like and you said it's like devil culture. So then you made a transition through the Owen Benjamin thing to the Christian thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I would say finding Owen Benjamin and seeing someone who even generally talked about God was my bridge out of like atheist libertarianism. But it wasn't a very strong leap because even to this day, he's not specific about who God is. And that ended up being really, if you really look at the timeline for me, it was the ambiguity of God that kind of didn't work for me with that whole group, that they were just way too ambiguous with it.
Yeah, so if people were trying to create solidarity on the alt-right and they wanted to create more of a Christian ethos, they would infiltrate Owen Benjamin's community and then try to create and then try to get some of those followers into a more Christian standpoint or more traditionally conservative standpoint. You get what I'm saying?
I got that. Is that different than just what marketing is, or you think it's more nefarious if that were the case?
I mean, it doesn't have to be different from marketing, right? Marketing, the guy who created marketing created propaganda, as you may know, right? So it's just kind of the same thing, right?
Yeah, I actually think, I mean, from your perspective, I don't really see, I don't even know if any of that something could be true there, but even if it was or wasn't, I'm trying to figure out, is there something wrong with infiltrating people? Like, and trying to get them to move away from something you think is bad?
So are you admitting it?
No, dude, come on.
No, I'm just, hey, you know, I had to try. You know, I had to make the attempt.
No. For my view, infiltration isn't itself.
Hold on. I just want to say, I want to jump in there and say that, like, dude, what he just did to you was a reflection back to you, Jim Bob. I saw what he did there. I'm not getting into it. You have to have the faith that you know what the fuck you stand for, man. Stop fucking deflecting.
Okay. Well, I'd like to talk to Machine. Okay, you're just going to kick me off.
I kicked myself off, dude.
But yeah, you were saying like it's not. What would be wrong with infiltrating? I mean,
he thinks I kicked Jim Bob. I didn't kick you off. I kicked myself off. See, this is what I'm saying. I'm a mirror reflection. Proof. Jim Bob, come on, dude.
Jack, can you bring peace to this?
Jack, please.
Well, my mind was trying to follow along, but not with ulterior motives. I mean, in some regards, it's kind of what I've been trying to do when I started learning the truth about the corruption of government and all this stuff. I really wanted to hear it in the churches, you know, and so I thought bring the truth to the churches, and what it sounded like was bringing, although this alt-right perception, that Christian nationalism, that's a bad stuff. And I don't know where that fits in with what you guys were talking about.
Hey Jack, your biggest fucking problem is, like mine, it'd be like here, I'm gonna put myself through this one. It's being too shiny, too reflective. That's why I just did the Jim Bob. I just fucking did it to Jim Bob, dude. I put him up, I took myself down.
If you wash your face more, you'll be less shiny.
No, I have to it's a complex thing. It's like with my fingers. Like when I'm dealing with the dry heat and heating my home with the fireplace, you gotta moisturize, dude. Like, so I had to moisturize here and there, and Jack, I don't have a fake fireplace. Jim Bob, I didn't kick you off, dude. What the fuck? And then he left. He disconnected. I will drop it again. I hope that this is what my problem is, dude. I hit people too hard. They rage quit on me, and I don't understand why.
Like he was up here for. He might have just had a signal thing because he was up here for a minute silently.
It might just be me, but it is what it is, you know?
It's probably the machine lies. W for you, sir. Take that and put it on your mantle with all the other
It's a common
W's.
situation. I mean, I come up here, Jim Bob goes away. It is what it, or they try to get me off the panel. It is what it is. But yeah, I think they're gonna make some phone calls and talk to Nick Fuentes and say TML figured it out.
We need to eliminate TML. He knows. He knows.
He knows.
He knows.
We're on him, dude.
We know where he lives, so it doesn't matter.
And
You know,
think
Toilet
all of
Bar
this
already
was-
doxed him, so it's cool.
All of this was masterminded by Truther Cop.
That's a name I don't know.
Oh, he's here. It says he's here. Truther.
Is it in the backstage?
Fucking worst host ever.
I did. You kicked
Pretty
yourself. You're the worst host ever for your own body and beingness. Stop it, Jim Bob. I will destroy you. I will
Okay, cool.
destroy you if you come at me. Do not do it.
Oh, stop yelling, dude. Fucking insufferable. Machine lies. Yeah, actually, that kind of scheming approach to people infiltrating, that happens on all sides. For instance, from my position, I have the same kind of theories going on of who James Lindsay is, right? And I come up with all these ways of well, who is paying him, and how is he involved, and what is
the way you came back in, Jim Bob? It is you got the Lou Bass syndrome. I don't know if you turned on your echo
Frog.
cancellation or off.
Oh,
it's reflecting.
Getting the
Yeah.
frog.
Okay, hold on. AirPods, mic. Yeah, change just my mic. How about now?
I think so.
Is that better?
No, it's intermittent. It goes roll.
Oh,
But I think it's the Bluetooth thing.
It was not a problem earlier at all.
It's probably the battery.
It wasn't a problem until Machine Lies got here. Interesting.
Interesting. Is it Machine Lies? Take all this.
The worst.
What's
host
going
ever.
on with him? Truther Cop, there's no shame in seeking help from Jack Talcott or
He's in denial, though.
an exorcist or rehab, whatever it is.
Some true prayer. Something.
No, this is, it's straight up jihad. You knew it. Sand ninjas going their own way. You are now about to witness the power of street knowledge.
Oh, he was in Spokane recently, huh? Jack, did you give him some, what'd you sell him? What'd you sell Truther Cop? It's making him
He
bug
was-
out like this.
He was telling stories about being in Spokane. You back, Jim Bob?
Yeah, but I keep getting dropped. I don't know what it is.
Probably that.
It's incompetent. The worst host ever.
So what did he send?
It's all my fault. I didn't even put my fucking headphones in to jump into that one.
So did you send Snafu? Oh, there he goes. Dude's wild. I'm still not even at the beginning of the stream. He started off like accusing me of something. Not even sure what entirely it was. That's still unclear.
It's been 5 hours of his accusations. History was made tonight, though, because some true all-stars have shown up, right? And
you meant to point at me.
Well, all right. Yeah, you too. Hey, right here. And the others.
I wanted to ask Machine, aside from your theory, what are people supposed to do with Owen Benjamin once they realize they don't want to associate with him?
Well, certainly not make hours of content where people pay you for it, right? That'll be a little weird. Right?
Well, I mean, someone could do that if he's like a locale, you know, if they do that, whatever. But I'm talking about specifically this truther's like, you got to do like a public feel good apology tour or something. So what's your take on that?
I mean, I have no opinion. Even right, I would just I like your shows where you cover philosophical issues and topics, where you talk about evolution and presuppositionalism and all of those, and you talk about New Age religions and you criticize them. So yeah, I like those type of topics. But I think we were all a little dismayed with the constant, and I got this too, when I talk about philosophy or history or theology or one of those topics on my channel, I get lots of good feedback from people. But then if I'm like going at one of the trolls for hours or making reaction videos, I get negative criticism from people. They say, well, you should just focus on your topics. Who cares about these people? It's common.
But what brings the numbers?
Yeah,
like, exactly. That's the problem, is that exactly how Flow State said, it brings the numbers. So you'll be heavily criticized. If you go take that route, people will say, well, he's doing it for the numbers, right? Or
People
he's doing it for the
signal
clout,
by
right?
saying they like the other content when their actions and their money also speak louder than their words.
Well, I actually agree with Machine in my experience, not just numbers, but funness. You can still make fun of people and be fun about it. But when it gets a little too serious or too drama oriented, people might watch, but they're not necessarily rewarding for it, and you're not really rewarding them with anything either. So I've since looked at it like, well, how could I make the show more fun and still cover these topics and still get into some debate here and there and not have it be this like constant exhausting contention? And honestly, with my personality, it's sometimes hard because I'm as reactive as the next asshole. So, but I do agree with that assessment that, when it gets fighty and dramatic, people kind of like tune out, and the ones who tune in are the ones who like look up car crashes.
Right. And you're trying to minimize what you were saying earlier about infiltrating communities, right? Because the fact is that you saw nothing wrong with that. You said it's a good thing. Actually, you compared it to marketing. The question is have you done that?
Not on purpose. Like I've never looked at something and went, I'm going to infiltrate this. But for someone like the Bear Tards, I was in that community, or they would say a bear adjacent, they would call me or whatever. At the time, I didn't think, oh, I got to redirect these people. It was only after that guy.
It's about me again.
Dude, let me
the Bear
talk.
That's you, too. That's me. That's you. Stop
You
talking
fucking suck,
shit.
dude. You suck as a host.
You suck. You suck.
Dude, I'm talking to Machine Lies. Bring yourself down off your own channel.
Fuck you. I'll bring myself up whenever I want. It's my channel. You just set it
off. I'm trying to give you advice on your channel. Take yourself down. So I could see how someone could be smart enough to do that. I just kind of navigate where I go, like just based on people responding well to my comics or my comedy or my takes or whatever. And I'll kind of venture into a lot of different communities, but I've never thought to set out a schema where you actually do infiltrate something and then turn it to something new. But when I knew I had the opportunity to take people away from the bear thing and move them not even into a solid known direction at the time, just away from that, I felt an ethical, like a necessity to do it. I was like drawn to doing it, even though I had no real pointing north, because I wasn't committed to orthodoxy at the time even. And so, but I just knew that wasn't a good place to be. So if that's considered infiltration, I guess I did it inadvertently, but it wasn't planned from the start. Certainly, I can't think that far ahead.
I can understand that reasoning.
I think that's most things too. I don't think people are as well executed as you might give them credit for when you're criticizing them. And that I do that too, where I give people way too much credit in their planning. When you realize most people are just basically trying to make it to the next like week or the next year for most of us. So,
and that's where the divine path comes in. There's an unfolding of a life for each of us. It's a crazy life we've been given.
So you think the system is a result that we're facing today is a result of just people just doing their own thing? There's nothing nefarious going on behind the scenes.
No, I think most people, it's true that we're doing our own thing. I think for the people who actually have like big lever powers, I do believe those people exist. I don't think
because I've heard you say that, so
yeah,
I get confused a little bit.
No. I think we're the peons, you and me, and that the people who actually have leverage, their planning, you might be able to track some of their planning, but I think they're further ahead than our week-to-week, bi-weekly, bi-monthly, yearly view of our own lives, that they have the capacity and the money and the leverage to plan out.
I want to cut in here and say that Owen Benjamin, so like, yeah, fuck you too, Jim Bob.
You suck.
You fucking suck. I don't even have my headphones in and you're fucking speaking over me.
You're the worst.
This is something I know. It's terrible. It's fucking awful.
Go ahead. What's your red herring to, me and...
No, it's not right. What did you just say, dude? What the fuck did you just say?
Again. Dude, take yourself down again.
No. All right, Paul and Slave. Paul and Slave, get the fuck up here and help me address this shit. I know you got fucking people watching.
Now you're mad me and Machine Lies are having you want a conflict, right? That's what you want. You're fiending for conflict. Yeah, you are.
I'm fiending.
I'm fiending.
I'm fiending. All right, baby. Let's go.
Look what you're doing.
You don't know what I'm doing.
You want conflict?
No. Yeah, I know how to take. Have you ever shot Al Sharpton? I've shot Al Sharpton.
That seems like a weird phrase to want to put in the algorithm.
Shot him doing what? What did you shoot him doing?
I shot him doing a funeral arrangement for a young man who got shot by the police. I was paid very handsomely. I was paid $900 a day to go out there and film that occasion. I'm just letting people know.
Your word choice.
Anyway,
my word choice is on point. Motherfucker,
disassociation.
Anyway, I was telling Machine Lies, I think there are people in power who can actually leverage things and plan things. I just know I'm not one of them.
You are in power. To know that God is with you is to know that you're in power. You keep talking about they and them. Who's taking it from you, Jim Bob? Who's taking it? Who's taking it?
Okay.
Who's taking your power?
I'm saying
that is it me? It could be. I will if you keep this fucking rhetoric up.
I barely can choose my.
You don't have any rights after me. You don't even have any rights after.
Thumbnails get to be a
let's
bitch.
Not even fucking go there.
I can't even plan next week's stream topic.
Because you don't have, because you got to fucking figure out the rhythm of your life, dude. That's not a fucking excuse. You're a victim.
Do you only speak in song titles or what?
Yes.
Smells like
everything I
spirit.
fucking write is a hit. Everything I speak is a fucking punch to the fucking mouth, motherfucker.
Your own
you're gonna
mouth.
Speak these words. You're gonna speak them, dude. I'm gonna hear you. I'm gonna track them down.
I'm gonna say song titles. Rhythm of the night.
You're gonna
say rhythm of the night.
You're gonna say all
you know any Ace of Base?
Oh, I
can't
know any
Ace of Base?
I can't wait to get you, Jim Bob, catching my fucking phrases
I want to
that
ask.
I give you.
I want to ask Machine Lies a question. Can you shut up for a
All right.
second?
Fine, I'll
Machine
take
Lies.
myself off my own stream again.
Machine, what do you think the threshold of money or power is where people can actually plan to that extent?
Well, I think the system is run top down. So I wouldn't think that there'd be some threshold in which the planning begins, right? So, if that answers your question.
Well, let me ask you this, because I see you as basically on peer level with me as far as being peons in the system. Do you think you could plan a massive scale infiltration and actually execute it yourself? Like just you sort of trying to do it?
No.
Right. I don't think I could either. So I'm asking you.
Well, I don't think we're on the same level, though. So
This
I'd have
is
to
where you
disagree with
fucking
there.
slack, dude.
Oh God, shut up.
You slack so fucking hard. Do you think that we could do the things that they do on the main stage?
Oh, shut up.
Do you think that we could do those things? Of course we can when we know God is with us, man.
We can infiltrate and manipulate if God is with us.
We can infiltrate and manipulate.
We're talking about
You
we're talking about
have
helpers.
an
Dude.
influence.
Dude,
Exactly. You're talking to Jack
godless
Calcott, dude.
people. We're talking about godless people right now, dude.
A flow state?
We're gonna
Flow
lead
state.
them.
Well,
We'll lead the
flow state
godless.
would consider himself that. See, flow state considers himself a godless person, yet we can tell by the flow of the
I don't consider
conversation-
myself that.
Oh,
I mean,
well,
maybe I do.
Fine.
Whatever.
You considered yourself an atheist at a point in time. in the
Agnostic.
past.
People want me to be atheist because it's an
And-
easier point to push against.
No, I'm not trying to push against you. What I'm saying is that we're all here for a reason, having this conversation for a reason. TML's a Muslim, perhaps. We could just sit there and attack that. Me, I've worn all sorts of things. You could attack
Dude,
that.
the show's better with you not talking.
I
It kind
know,
of
but
is.
it wouldn't happen without me, you fucks.
Just listen.
And
Use
this is
your
your
listening.
ungrateful. You're so
Let me teach you.
ungrateful. All of you
How
are
old
so
you?
ungrateful.
How old are you? How old are you? 30?
I'm old enough to be your mom.
I
34
wanna
as
teach
many
you something
fucking
right
people.
now.
I'm literally the age people
I'm
are
going
in
to
the
teach you
chat.
something very
Holy shit.
powerful right now.
All right, let's go.
Are you ready? If you listen, people will say what you want to say.
They will also say what you need
So
to
you
hear.
didn't listen. No,
They
but you
will
didn't
also
listen.
say.
So again, you didn't listen.
They will also say. I listened.
No, you
They
didn't.
will also. People
needed
will
to
say
say.
what you want to hear.
No, not what you want
Nope.
to hear. No,
Dude.
we're talking about what you want to say. You can listen, and that'll come out if you listen.
Mm-hmm.
But also,
I got to say something. Well,
Whatever,
also,
dude.
I got to say one thing because there's a Truther Shop show. So I'm the host, so I got to talk the most.
I'm
Hosts
not
talk
talking the most.
Hosts talk the
I
most.
talk the least on all of my streams. I don't talk to people in real life. It's a fucking thing, dude. I gotta speak. Don't you diminish me, dude. I'm gonna drop myself out of here before I beat someone.
Yeah, good job. So yeah, Machine Lies. Okay, fine. If you don't see us the same as far as influence or whatever, online.
Yeah, I mean,
whatever.
realistically, there's no way that if somebody walks in a room and tells you to do something, that somebody wasn't just in the next room putting a gun to their head and telling them go walk in the room and tell this guy to do something.
Wait,
At some level, you're saying.
At every level, like what are you talking about?
Oh, what at every level? Like, what do you mean? Like, if I go to the store and get some eggs, like, what's the gun in that situation?
Somebody could have tainted the eggs, like it's obvious.
Oh, could have, but I'm saying, is someone always doing something?
Jim
like
Bob,
that?
I don't want to
Holy shit.
I don't want to hit. This is fucking brutal, dude. You are the fucking. I get what JG was saying to me when he would punch me in the fucking mouth.
Yeah.
For the shit that he speaks. That's how I feel about you. You're
I'm
the
just trying
only
to
one
get-
I've ever. I will punch you in the fucking mouth for the shit you speak sometimes, dude.
Dude, you're a ginger. You have no power in.
I'm
the
not
world.
a ginger.
Yeah, you are. You're literally the principal from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, dude. Shrunk as a kid.
What is
You're
what
like
is
a
the
Funko
Orthodox
Pop Ed
Church's
Rooney.
what's the Orthodox Church's position on gingers? Do they have souls, or are they cursed to?
Gingers are worse than cats in Orthodoxy.
Shit.
Yeah, I'm just playing. Yeah. No, I know he doesn't like this, but like we're all in this sort of truther sphere trying to figure out who's controlling everything. But if the level of control has someone like Machine Lies look at someone like me and say he has control, he's, I think
I never said that.
I'm not saying that. I'm just generalizing. Like if you think people,
you were just saying that me and you are on the same level of influence, and I said there's no way, objectively speaking, that's
like
even a possible fact.
No, compared to Bill Gates.
No way to any two people that are watching this. That's an objective fact.
No,
but yeah.
I think hopefully they got it in the chat. Is that I'm referring in contrast to someone like the BlackRock. I'm saying we're the same.
A bigger
You and I.
scope. Yeah, we're nothing.
Right? That's what I'm saying. I'm not.
Mhm.
So the reason I'm saying that, Machine Lies, is if you have this theory that people at the scale of 50K, 100K who get on some podcasts here and there, talk about politics. I mean, I think to look at people of that size, not to say they don't have influence, but comparatively, I'm just wondering like who to prioritize focus on. Like, do you focus on the biggest, heaviest hitters, or do you focus on who you think has some sway in the local internet sphere?
Well, let's look at a commonly known truther network, right? Crow 777 Radio. What would you say about that? Would you say it's independent, or would you say it's run?
I actually don't know. I only listened to him a couple times, and I thought he had new age nonsense, and I kind of wanted to roast him. But so I don't know to what extent gibberish is influential.
Well,
now, are you saying?
Well, you're saying well, somebody with like 100,000 subscribers, right? It's not probable that they'd be controlled, right?
100. I don't know where to set the threshold, because someone like I could see that being true for like Matt, Quantum of Conscience.
Yeah.
Like that's the most, as far as someone being controlled and someone laying out an argument, that was to me, he was the most convincing, and he doesn't have that big of a following. Like that was the only one I really was like, whoa. The rest are kind of like, to me, are shot in the dark, sort of reaches. Like even someone like Owen, they call him like he's hired to be a barn burner, to go into the homestead sphere and the flat earth sphere and blow it up from the inside. And I'm like, I think he's actually too dumb to do that.
So you don't think that Owen Benjamin is even nefariously controlled?
With slight revisions, the last section of the book, which is all.
Oh, great! Here we go. More interruptions from the host.
The dude literally came from Hollywood, from the Joe Rogan Experience. You don't think there's any way?
I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
Okay, thank you, because I would say that people who come directly from Hollywood, they were like in Hollywood movies. I would suspect, because of the close relationship between the intelligence community and Hollywood, and all the nefarious activities that go on there.
But is that a punishment to him or a reward? Let's say it's true. Is that a promotion or a demotion?
Well, I'm saying somebody lower than him, right? Like Crow 777 Radio.
Yeah.
Right. Like somebody even lower than Owen Benjamin, right?
Yeah.
That you could say that Owen Benjamin put them on, but they themselves are not independent. Yet they're doing the same thing you do. They're exposing new age conspiracies, quote unquote. They're in the truther sphere, quote unquote, right? But they're run by a production agency. So you think? So you're saying that that's not possible? But those people are saying that. But those same people will tell you that organic growth is not possible.
Oh yeah, no,
not on something like YouTube. So what are you talking about?
So you're saying if they strike a deal with a production company, the production company gets to sort of guide the direction and the content, or let's say the gag.
That's what happens, Jim Bob.
No, I understand that.
That's what happens. So what are you talking about? That people just make decisions and all this? Like that doesn't happen anywhere.
I'm not saying it's not happening. It's just that
Like
not
this is the
everyone.
fourth branch of the government, and yeah, they're monitoring. They're heavily monitoring communications that go throughout this medium.
I understand. So I agree that that's possible if you get, and some people strike that deal and they go.
So wouldn't you agree? Like all the people that you critique that have like 100,000 followers that you're saying are spreading this new age garbage. Don't you think it's critical fact that the system is promoting these people?
Yeah, I think the system favors it on YouTube. Even the algorithm favors.
So that's a conspiracy.
Oh yeah, it's
You just said like it's a conspiracy. Like yeah,
it's
okay.
yeah,
So you
it's
agree
like
with me?
Yeah, it's an economically. I think it's like an economic and spiritual.
No, there's no way it could be economic. It's got to be ideological. Why would it be
I think
economic?
I
That would be
agree
just.
Well, I agree. It's primarily ideological, and that and if you push it, it can turn into good economics for those people, for the people playing, right? Otherwise, it's not worth it.
So let's deduce what we've just laid down. The bigger channels are more likely controlled than the smaller channels. There's no organic growth. You're more influential than I am.
No,
Do you follow what I'm saying here, or are you not getting the picture?
No, I didn't agree to that premise that there's no organic growth. I think there's organic growth and there's a limit to it, and that's it. You just hit a stopping point.
Who puts the limit on it?
I'm actually not sure. I wonder that about myself because I've been at 17 K on my YouTube, having been on multiple larger channels and no extensive growth or even spikes for years. So I'm going, well, maybe people just don't like me and it's a certain group that can tolerate me, or maybe I'm too heady or too wordy. Maybe, I think of all these things, anything but what you're saying. But if that's the case, I'm not sure who would put the kibosh on that other than someone anti-theist. You know what I mean?
No, it's not anti-theist because there's interreligious debates, right? So
yeah.
So why would it be anti-theist?
Yeah, I'm only interrupting here to let it be known. So I saw earlier that there was a video of Tom Green and hosting Joe Rogan. And Joe Rogan's like, dude, you should totally head in that direction to Tom Green. And that was the epiphany moment, dude. That was the moment he realized he should get into podcasting. And that just occurred in some sort of a fashion. I'm not going to attempt to describe, but something just happened there.
That comment is very misleading that you just put up, just so you know. It says Jim Bob is in the world orthodox echo chamber. That's a meaningless statement. Gate keeps orthodoxy. I don't gatekeep orthodoxy. Doesn't represent true orthodoxy. I'm not a part of true orthodoxy. Now, even Machine Lies here would know there's a distinction between Eastern Orthodoxy and what's called true orthodoxy. So you gotta, if you're gonna criticize me, at least have the education that someone like Machine Lies has before you use terms like capital T, true orthodoxy.
Well, that's a great friend of mine. And so shout out to Unseen Warfare.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, I may agree with some of what he's saying. I mean,
you gotta correct him though.
Yeah, but what exactly was the correction?
Is there a difference between Eastern Orthodoxy and what's called true orthodoxy as it's argued online?
Well, he didn't say that in the statement.
He did say capital true orthodoxy.
No, he didn't say Eastern Orthodoxy in the statement. He said gatekeeps orthodoxy doesn't represent true orthodoxy, which you said.
True orthodoxy.
I know. Yeah. So you agree with him.
Orthodoxy isn't true orthodoxy.
Right. So you agree with him, Jim Bob?
No, dude. Are you an idiot? Look up true orthodoxy.
How is that? Well, yeah, I know what it is, Jim. Jim Bob. I had Father Swaden on my show and had a whole conversation with him.
So do you understand how misleading it is to say if there's a category?
You know if the conversation could lead into a different direction?
No,
I already hear where it's going.
No,
I can hear it. I can hear it. We need to slow down a little bit. I am. We're all
Jim Bob's triggered by.
I'm triggered. I'm triggered.
Can you try to speak from my point of view and try to tell me back what you think I'm trying to correct here?
Well, look, if Truther Cop will be so nice to put the statement up on the screen here, that would be great, so we could read it again, but it says, I'm reading it here. It says Jim Bob is in the World Orthodox echo chamber. So he's not critiquing you for being part of Eastern Orthodox. And he says gay keeps orthodoxy and doesn't represent true orthodoxy, which you said you don't represent true orthodoxy, right?
Yeah, so I'm not sure if he knows. Obviously, you're saying that he does know true orthodoxy as its own specific denomination, if you will.
Well, no. According to true orthodoxy, they believe they are the Orthodox Church, right? So,
dude, listen for a second. Do you understand that from his point of view, your friend there, he's not really criticizing me by saying I don't represent true orthodoxy. It's not like a contradiction from my view to say I don't represent what you call true orthodoxy.
I understand that. I
so
totally
I'm not sure
understand
what is he
that.
saying then? Is he
No,
advocating for true orthodoxy?
Yes,
Okay,
he's advocating for true orthodoxy.
Is he a part of true orthodoxy?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So he's advocating for his belief system. You're advocating for your belief system. There's no queries or questions about what's going on here, friend.
Okay.
You know, it's just you guys have a different belief about what the correct church is, right? And lots of Christians have that issue.
Dude, dropping bombs left and right. This is exactly the point. Thank you, TML. It's
what I did.
Dude,
you got to show the comments.
Shut the.
Dude, show the comments, dude.
Show the comments, dude.
Fucking snake.
I just I'm not fucking snake.
Fucking
I'm
ginger. You fucking ginger snake.
I'm not a ginger either. I have great
you are.
fucking
Everyone
hair
can
from
see
putting
the red
up with
hues.
all of my adult
Everyone
bullshit.
Can see the red hues.
Oh,
Ask
like,
your rabbi.
dude, I
Ask your
cannot
rabbi
fucking deal with it. Jim Bob, he wasn't.
Ask your rabbi if you're a ginger.
He wasn't. I don't need to. And fucking no. TML, what did you just say, dude? What did you just say?
Guess why you're living in a church?
Because I had to fucking preach to you motherfuckers every day, dude. What did you just say, TML? Sorry.
What are you drinking anyway tonight?
Vodka every night, bro.
Sounds like it.
Yeah, I'll fucking tell you the truth. TML, what did you just say?
I'm saying there's different opinions about what the Orthodox Church represents.
I agree. That I just wanted to make sure he wasn't.
Yeah, so that's all.
Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. And so then you held on. You invited Owen into your space, cultivated a creation space where you felt disempowered somehow. To invite him over to debate the fucking trilogy.
No.
To debate the trilogy. No, shut the fuck up, Jim Bob. I'm going to lay out my case. Again. I'm lying again. You're muted. Everybody's fucking muted. Everybody's getting taken out. Everyone. Not me, though. Not me. For once, I'm not going to take myself out. I'm not even going to try. And I forget where I'm going. The moment I drop everyone backstage like that, dude, it's fucked up. It's like I have to deal with the situation I'm dealt. The cards are fucking on my table. I was going to build a fucking card table. TML, can you help me for a moment? In Talcott, whatever. Jim Bob's going to WYSIWYG me out of my conversation piece here. Can you guys invite me back to my space where I was trying to go? Come on now.
Shit is wild.
You were saying something about something. Bear and orthodoxy and who knows where you were going.
Everyone knows where I was going, who's a part of the actual conversation. Where was I going? Jim Bob, can you invite me back to my space? I made a nice table. Can you please enjoy it for one moment?
Yeah. Machine made a good clarification. I agree with the clarification. His friend is part of true orthodoxy. I just want to make sure he wasn't using the word true to not represent what we know what true orthodoxy is in their belief.
Right.
I thought he was
you believe it. All right. And so without removing you all, without removing everybody.
Dude, you're unbearable, dude.
And I know. What are you unbearable?
Have you ever?
I'm not putting you backstage, but I've already streamed on your mom's account. Every one of them I can find.
Dude, you just need to be the one talking. That's all. We're learning so much about you.
Holy cow! Tonight has been history.
It has been, and it will be forever. And we're gonna build from here. And we're not gonna neglect any of our brothers that were here to begin with. And we're not gonna fucking paint some perspective against them.
What are you
ever
talking
again?
About?
What are you talking about? If you don't fucking figure out what I'm talking about, you'll be gone.
Dude, you just speak in these loose parables.
Yeah,
like
just
like
talking
Mark
these loose
Love.
parables. That's what these fists are about, dude. I've never used these fists in violence, and you make me want to pound your fucking face in, Jim Bob.
Oh, so drunk, violent drunk.
No.
And a ginger.
I've never been violent against anyone. You make me want to seek
Dude,
violence.
even if your hair's not ginger, you got a ginger
you, dude.
face. You know that irritated face that all gingers have? You have that.
Yeah, you better fucking
People
watch
just give
out
you
for that shit,
creams.
dude.
People just walk by you and give you creams out of the kindness of their heart.
Dude, you'll be lucky if I don't cream your fucking face in.
What? It's the gayest thing I've ever heard someone say.
Give him time.
All right. Is there anything else you need from me, Truth or Cop? You want me to plan an apology tour for Owen Benjamin? Okay. Kumbaya.
No, I want you to be want you to be a representative of forgiveness and what it means to be man. And stop using yourself and myself against us.
Dude,
stop it.
How is a drunkard telling me about representation?
How is a drunkard? How is the Good Samaritan worth being supported by Jesus? Why would Jesus ever pay attention to the drunk Samaritan?
No one else is.
Why would he ever? Why would he ever do that?
Why would he?
So the host is intoxicated.
Don't fucking join this vessel. You better.
Dude, let's take another shot for Jim Bob. To Jim Bob.
Here's what I gotta say, Truth or Cop. Fuck Owen Benjamin. And I forgive him.
And I forgive him. Talking up both sides of your fucking mouth like a serpent, you little fucking pig-faced bitch.
No.
You are. You just
those
did.
Are consistent. No, those are consistent.
Yeah, you better fucking keep it consistent.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction?
When my fist hits your face in the concrete,
I forgive Owen Benjamin, but as far as engagement or talking about him or any of that, for me, I don't give a shit. Fuck Owen Benjamin. How's that for you? Is that good enough?
No.
No. Have you ever considered opening a daycare?
Why have you ever considered not asking men if you're good enough?
Can we highlight Lindsay's comment?
I'm not asking.
You did.
Lindsay makes a good point.
You just did.
What?
You just asked if that's good enough.
Yeah,
for me.
I'm being facetious because you're making a demand of me. The guy who's asked. The guy who
Lindsay's comment. Lindsay's comment is not.
Other people to apologize. Why do you need other men to apologize to other men to make you feel better in your lonely little house?
Because I like painting with certain colors.
Because then you could play the piano with confidence.
Yeah,
finally play the confidence piano.
Well, I just did tonight, Jim Bobby. You can't take it from me.
I played my widow
You
part
can't take it from me. You can't take it from me. You let another man establish your development and then take it from you.
What?
I'm not gonna. Dude.
I already corrected you about development.
Oh, Lord.
I already corrected you. That's why you're a liar cop. I'm gonna keep calling you liar cop.
You've been
even when you're corrected,
as liar
even when you're corrected, you keep lying.
Ask Illumitami if that's true.
What? How drunk
Ask
are you?
Illumitami if that's true.
All right.
Drunk enough to deal with you somehow.
Machine Lies, I appreciate the good exchange. I know we get feisty with each other, but I do appreciate the exchange.
Yeah, I got that for you too anytime you want. With no Glenn Lawrence trying to protect you this time, man.
Yeah, no, I there's stuff we can definitely talk about.
Yeah.
But I'm a reactive little firecracker, so I'm trying to manage it.
Like a redhead, dude. You have redhead optics. I don't give a fuck if you're redhead or not.
You have red optics. You're a ginger fuck.
Nobody
wants you to host on your own channel, dude. Everybody will join in your channel if you're not the host.
I have a better conversation than you will ever stimulate ever in this world.
I have better conversation stimulator.
I don't care what you say about my slow ass voice and my southern accent.
This
you
is
little
a
son of a
G chord.
Hey,
I will. It's an F chord. It's gonna fuck you up.
Hey,
this is an.
You need any tips on a guitar?
Oh yeah, I did ask for that earlier, but I don't want to
Travis
right
picking.
now, dude.
Travis
What?
picking thumb, no pointer, only thumb, 3 weeks. Try that.
All right. I did ask you for that earlier. I also asked Owen Benjamin for piano tips.
Don't do that. He'll give you other tips though. Fleshy tips.
God. He seems okay with that. He seems kind of excited, actually.
Fuck you, Flow State.
No, fuck
Travis,
on Benjamin instead.
Travis, what? You guys are scared, dude. You don't understand the optics, Ren. Me, I proudly state myself, dude. Is everybody really gonna be fucking silent on me right now? Jim Bob's gonna pretend to drop backstage and drop down in the comments. Flow State's gonna go silent on me. So is all right. Fucking talk, dude.
I'm scanning through the live stream earlier because I swear to God you said that I was using Jim Bob. And then you gaslit me afterwards
No, I said that Jim Bob would use you.
for clout.
Yeah.
Okay.
Watch
I
your
thank
back.
you.
Watch
I
your
guess.
back.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's
Yeah,
a compliment.
you're absolutely welcome, dude. This one, dude. All right, anyhow. Have you seen this shit, dude? We're gonna watch this.
I have not.
All right. Dude, listen to this fucking beat.
Like another state, I don't know. He just points at the stars. No way that he talks a bizarre. Right in his lake, I noticed to make it a call. I don't know. Look, it caught me off guard. Looks real strange in the dark. Look, it's here in the park. What the heck are you saying? Probably speaking some Spanish. Oh my God, it's an alien. He's a foreigner, ain't he? No, not from Mexico, Braden. He crashed his car on the pavement. Dummy, that's a spaceship. We found the location. Patience. Sneak in and take them. Retrieve the spaceship with no hesitations. Don't let the locals know that we survey them. Trust with forces, they make altercations. Good gracious, how did they make this? Go get my tool set. Get some beer cases. What is our nation? Made by aliens. Like Toyota. Dummy, that's Asian. Got him. What the heck are you saying? Those are government agents. Knock it off, he's a harmless Asian. We're preventing invasion. Woo, stop illegal immigration. Right, oh, right. He's not for the taking. Stand back, we're protecting the nation. Please, you ain't no patriot. Oh, that's enough. You're men in black, okay, so what? You may have blasters, you got the ducks, but we got the tractors, we got the trucks. You dirty bastards better give up. Chasing aliens and beating them up. Don't defy us, we're authority. Yep, it's a trailer park, we don't give a fuck. They fixed it. What the heck are you saying? Huh?
Thank you.
Don't let them escape you. Hurry now, for they take you. Uncle Sam, we're ready to face you.
Accident erased.
Our memory's fading. Hey Joe, Sky needs help with his car. I think he came from a fall, like another state. I don't know, he just points at the stars. The way that he talks is bizarre. Right in his lake, I noticed to make it a call. I don't know, look, it caught me off guard. Looks real strange in the dark. Look, it's here in the park. What the heck are you saying? Probably speaking some Spanish. Oh my God, it's an alien. He's a foreigner, ain't he? No, not from
Better
Mexico,
stop
right?
eventually. Gosh dang. All right. Flow State. TML. What's up with y'all? Shit.
What you
That was
want?
like an hour and I want the fucking truth, motherfucker.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do. That's all I fucking saw it. You guys don't fucking get it. Jim Bob, see, I didn't get into this shit with him about my fucking past. I ain't never sought no wife and child without the fucking truth being my forefront. And I never made the mistakes that I could have made. And yet I would never encourage you to believe that you made mistakes. You better fucking respect that woman you're with, dude. And TML respects that woman so much, dude, that he's with. And
Yeah, all
I
that
appreciate
crazy shit about this fucking, like anti-conspiracy shit, but when it gets down to the nitty-gritty, you know what I mean? It's all just one big conspiracy. So it is what it is. I mean, I'm just trying to press people on this shit. And like,
Red hair is from Asia. Crazy.
Shit went one big circle. Y'all saw it.
Yeah. Well, that's the fucking music video that we. All right. Let me play the actual music video. and we're gonna break this shit down and decode it because I can't get. I appreciate y'all being up here. Hold on, shut up, fucking interrupting streamer that I'm trying to steal content from. I want to watch the whole clip because beyond the loop, it shows a time intervention. And thank you, Jim Bob, for jumping up here, dude. I'm done.
You finally got your attention you wanted.
I wanted that shit.
Go Truther. Go Truther.
Yeah, fuck off.
Pick me.
I didn't do some pick me shit. I sat in the background for 4 fucking years.
You pick me. You know what? The tortoise wins the race. You got there, buddy.
No, I'm still here, dude. I'm here. And I'm gonna fuck you up if you fucking don't straighten yourself out, dude.
Please don't hurt me.
I don't want to. What the fuck don't you guys get? I try to give you a heads up. I'm like, hey, this is an issue. Hey,
don't make me fuck you up.
Well, the bottom line is you're gonna fuck yourself up. I'm never gonna be the one.
I need to learn how to quit dropping plates so you don't have to keep hitting me.
Please. So watch this fucking time loop, dude, and listen to this fucking. Do you guys know Neon Cat? Oh, it's not up here. Fuck
Sounds like an emoji or something.
It's basic. It basically is. All right. Well, we're gonna listen to this fucking loop here, and we're gonna observe a loop from the 5th dimension and dissect this shit, dude. And then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here, dude. I'm done.
Damn, Unseen Warfare's laying it down in the chat, man. I mean, real talk. Shout out. That last comment was bombers.
Okay, so I gotta ask.
That shit was set up by Stalin, bro. By Stalin. Good lord. Fucking commie church. Yo, what's going on?
Well, did you understand and then convey a Truther Cop's position to Jim Bob better than he could, or did you?
That's why I came up here. That's the one reason I came up here. I was summoned up here
trying
exactly
to figure out how much,
that.
if any of that was your thoughts that you like, your own thoughts that you handed over. If it was,
oh yeah, some of it was my like the whole theory, for example, was mine.
Okay, does Truther Cop even know what his point was?
Well, yeah. Truther Cop is talking about what Krakow was talking about the gay ops with Owen Benjamin and Jim Bob. I just expanded a line of questioning to make it more reasonable. So exactly. Right?
The Bears. Isn't that there's some gay ops in that name?
Yeah. But essentially,
shout out to Speakeasy as well.
Well, TV or team out, dude. Fuck. I'm really not trying to do that. TML, thank you. But I want to listen to this song, and I want everybody's input here on the panel. Yeah, flow state. The reality is that most people won't get our perspective of truth, and we have to put it out regardless. And we know what it is in our hearts. But I want to play this one out though.
He's held with his car. I think he came from afar, like another state. I don't know. He just points at the
it's
stars.
fucking jamming.
Right in his lake. I know. Must have make it a call. I don't know. Look, it caught me off guard. Looks real strange in the dark. Look, it's here in the bar. Bark. What the heck are you saying? Probably speaking Spanish. Oh my God, it's an alien. He's a foreigner, ain't he? No, not from Mexico, Braden. He crashed his car on the pavement. Dummy, that's a spaceship. We found the location. Gracious. Sneaking and take them. Retreat the station with no hesitations. Don't let the locals know that we survey them. Fight them with forces, they make altercations. Good gracious, how did they make this? Go get my tool set. In severe cases. Orders are nations. Made by aliens. Like Toyota. Dummy act Asian. Got him. What the heck are you saying? Those are government agents. Knock it out. He's a harmless Asian. We're preventing invasion. Woo, stop illegal immigration. Right, oh, right. He's here for the taking. Stand back. We're protecting the nation. Please. You ain't no patriot. Oh, that's enough. You're men in black, okay, so what? You may have blasters, you got the ducks, but we got the tractors, we got the trucks. You dirty bastards better give up. Chasing aliens and beating them up. Don't defy us, we're authority. What? It's a trailer park, we don't give a fuck. They fixed it. What the heck are you saying? Huh?
Thank you.
Don't let them escape you. Hurry now, for they take you. Uncle Sam, we're ready to face you.
Activate eraser.
Our memory's fading. Oh, yeah. Hey, Joe, Sky needs help with his car. I think he came from afar, like another state. I don't know, he just points at the stars. No, wait. Brayden's late. I know. What's the make of the call? I don't know. Look, it caught me off guard. Looks real strange in the dark. Look, it's here at the park.
Brayden. Yeah. I don't know, but something feels wrong.
Sir, speak. I think we've been placed under a time loop. What? Something has looped time and wiped our memories.
Alert. Defense system breached.
What does that mean? Oh my god. Agent 12. What does that mean?
They can see us.
All right, so your initial thoughts, flow state and TML. Oh wait, flow state dropped off. TML, it's just me and you, bro. What's up, dude? All right, let's have a conversation. Shit.
Well, I mean, the alien shit is pretty obvious to me.
Sorry, it's feeding back on my end. Hold on.
Oh shit.
No, feel free to speak. It's on my end.
Yeah, I mean, what they said was here was basically they had a fake alien event, then a real alien event. You know what I mean? So essentially, the fact is that they were using the FBI to create a fake event to trigger the conservative right to go against the government, and then the real alien showed up after the time loop. You know what I mean?
And
So-
at the end of the day, we're all being fucking watched and observed from a perspective we don't fucking understand.
Yeah, so I could see like what it is in terms of, you know, obviously they use the alien shit, and right, the alien shit is a specific psyop. It's got to do with the golden, well, I mean not golden, but global warming, right? Global warming, right? So yeah, you know, so you know, and then they got the, you know, the alien that comes out in the park. Obviously, that's a fake looking alien, and then the conservative right comes and fights the FBI or whatever. You know what I mean? So it's funny. It's like they're using the alien psyop to infiltrate the motherfucking right shit, and it's clear what aliens represent. You know, it represents A, world government, and B, attack on Christianity. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah. And dude, I've sat here and fucking looped this shit forever. And I'll actually do that for a moment. You can sit here as long as you want to listen to this over and over and decode it back. This shit fascinates me. This is like Men in Black meets what's his name? The Bryson Gray. Shout out to the one dude who somehow has made his clips appear in Bryson Gray's Lazy Gamer. Fuck y'all. I'm on this fucking shit, dude. And toilet, dude. The machine lies. Thank you. Thank you for your perspective and insight. You keep shit on par. I appreciate that, dude. For real. I'm gonna watch this again. Do you like this? The beat fucking slaps, right? Oh, wait, we got somebody else.
Yeah. No, that's my shit. I got another song in here for you guys.
All right. Well, I'll
Shit
play.
is off the chain.
Should I play it
Here,
before
hold on.
playing this again? Yeah, I'll play
Yeah,
it before.
this shit is off the chain, man. I'm telling you guys. This is a song about Book of Revelations or whatever. But yeah.
He's so sinister. He could run up on a minister. 6 sinister stricken. It was written. Smash the sickness and sentence. You can be the victim. Smart chop off your brain with the vertical stent. Bend his spine so he can't bend. The striking sickness and sin. They trying to brawl. He grenaded on alcohol. Raging mad with a murder talk. You act foul, I'ma break you off. Small fractions of blood subtracted. Find erasers on the mattress. Suck the body secretions and feed it to the demons. After the symbols, you looking like a prune, like the 7 movie. Brad Pitt voice boxes in the room. Synchronicities resonate, mystical mysteries for centuries. You building a legacy. Persistence and patience when the president represents a slave coupon. I hate this.
Neo-Nazis nosedive in fallen spaceships. The corrupt government's filled with raving racists. What's gonna happen for us to change this? Mental bars so it gas right off the slave ship. Like Atlantic, it's crossed like ancient natives. Columbus was a place where we're not related. Witchcraft on Ceylon's lot where they burn on hatred. You call it sacred, we call it the Matrix.
Down my tongue, left scars on my lungs, past little with forbidden forces, streams is left hung. Through the scientists, precise research, spirits are revoked. Troops deserted in the desert, now swing from the rope. Swaying to and fro, swinging back and forth, proper, overflows. My antique white piece, misplaced Nokia magic, under tragic memory loss. Bloody right fist, emerald tablet held aloft. Possessed by extraterrestrial entities that enter me, commanding high flows of intense density. Solid technology flows through the air, beware, explore shadow doors and anomalies in astrology. I'm stuck in mythology, hollow door, this swallows me. Sinister image, folk houses, alien girls in his foul face. Destroy the hybrid race, escape into space, await my fate. I'm from a place where dark physicists make late tectonic shifts. Devils dancing in the mist inside my subconsciousness. Wandering holy man, dirty, unkept perfection. Trial by ordeal, we kill left with no recollection. Escape from Bedlam when the spaceship touched down behind my cerebellum. Extract confession till death will be tell them. Twisted misfit, mad scientist, catatonic, overwhelmed by the smell. Unwell, diabolic, unspoken words collapse, black holes when shaken. I died at Tyburn with the bizarres of Satan. Whatever's took will now be taken. Physical manifestation, drift suspended in ages twilight before the star's creation.
Alarm goes off. The screen shows that there's an FPV suicide drone nearby. The alarm frequency changes based on how close the drone is. The closer it gets, the faster the alarm sounds.
Machine Lies,
But
hold
the
on a
soldier
second.
doesn't
I
seem
got you
worried at
backstage,
all.
man.
He explains that when the drone gets close, all he needs to do is hit the jammer button and the drone will lose control and crash. What's even more surprising is that this warning system can identify the type of drone. It helps the soldier accurately figure out if it's a recon drone or a suicide drone so he can respond appropriately. In this video, a Russian soldier is about to have a meal when...
All right, hold on a sec. Just make sure it's actually you. What's up, Machine Lies?
Greetings. What's going on?
All right. Nothing much. I was reviewing the prediction, the alien invasion prediction, which I
Yeah,
wasn't
I
even
see.
aware of until today.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of it either. Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that?
Well, there's a lot in terms of aliens. You know, anytime you want to think of aliens, it's obviously several key subjects that are interlinked. You know what I mean? Like, for example, the first two would be science and spirituality. You know what I mean? Because the whole idea comes from, you know, obviously astral beings, right?
Right.
So, you know, before you had aliens, yeah, ghosts and also demons, you know. So you
Right.
got the crypto, you know, the whole idea of the cryptozoology from Hans von Liebenfeld that had a huge influence on Hitler. That's why he was trying to create the flying machines, right? The UFOs. Right?
Okay.
You know, he wanted flat disc flying crafts, and he believed in cryptozoology that came from the lesser key of Solomon. You know what I'm saying? Because they got all these beasts in there that are half human. They're like humanoid demon beasts, right?
Right.
So that's where the idea of alien actually comes from, the idea of monsters and demons, right?
And
so it's
I
easy to see
imagine the
that.
word dimensions also derives from
Right.
demon. Yeah.
Right. Right. And the whole concept is coming from you know, technology as well. That's a huge thing because the whole scientific aspect has to do with advanced technology. You know, that ties back into the Fermi paradox. You know, I don't know if you ever heard of the Fermi paradox, OTW.
I'm not sure if I'm aware of the term, but maybe if you explain it,
it's a theory by this dude in astrophysics, you know, and it's a very popular theory, right? And they say that basically, you know, if evolution is true, why isn't life all you know, populated all throughout the various solar systems that we can observe, right? We should have already ran into life, right? They're saying because if evolution is so random, and so there's elements to make life. You know, there's many planets that are the same distance from their home star and all that type of shit as the Earth. We've discovered hundreds of habitable zones, but no life, right? So they say that, you know, the fact is that, you know, like there might be an existential crisis between man and technology where advanced races of technology either become hidden from us or you know, or on another level, you know what I mean, they destroy themselves because of their advanced technology. You know what I mean? So they simply don't exist. We're simply the only ones that are reaching that precipice of advancement. You know what I mean? All the other ones destroyed themselves. And there's many remnants
and we're
of the ones
also
that
in that
destroyed themselves.
but this society, or I say this generation, is also going in that direction, sir.
Oh yeah,
we are also destroying ourselves.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, 100%. But in a way, it's not a novel statement, as I talk about on my show, because every society on Earth has to collapse at some point. Right? So collapse is inevitable in a way, and the bigger the system is, the more ripple effects that collapse will have, as we talk about. You know what I mean, right? Because we're talking about the theories of Dr. Theodore Kaczynski. You know?
Right. Okay, I just want to answer Jeeps here and say, no, I don't think humans are the pinnacle of creation. I think I'm the pinnacle of creation. There's a difference.
You just can't find anybody.
It's like, fuck humans. All right, let's get back to this guy. So have you heard of this particular prediction, or
No.
you're just coming aware of it like me?
Yeah, I mean, I just seen you talking about aliens.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right.
I just came up here. Yeah.
Somebody dropped this in chat, and I didn't even know about this. So it's like, it's interesting, and what's even funnier is that this supposed invasion is supposed to happen today, right? So it's like, or tomorrow, whatever.
Deliberate. It keeps us questioning. Here's the thing: Rogan's platform is massive, and Trump's appearance on this show reached millions. Was this event engineered to plant a narrative? To
Absolutely.
for what's to come? Now,
thing
before
is
we
that
dismiss
Rogan's show is all about that. You know,
It's all about
Rogan's
propaganda
show,
and pushing shit. Yeah.
New Age propaganda. You know, Esalen Institute. He's at the Esalen Institute on there, and right, and they all promote theosophy, New Age shit. You know, Gaia theory. You know what I mean? That's another one. You know what I mean? So this whole idea of the planetary consciousness is linked to aliens. You know, this dude Terrence McKenna used to talk about aliens, right? And talking about DMT elves being connected to alien experiences. He actually made an album called
the machine elves, I think they called them.
Yeah,
Machine elves?
He called the album he made with that group Alien Dreamtime. You know what I mean? So the whole idea that aliens and ancestors are linked, you know what I mean? That's coming out of this excellent programming, you know, where they're trying to use it as a Trojan horse for theosophy, and people don't even know it because you know, because
well, I believe they did the same thing with Christianity. Now it's just, in other words, the version of Christianity,
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
ask me.
Yeah, of course. They try to say that Christianity is the same as universalism, liberalism, scientism, and all that type of shit. Right? And they
Yeah.
say actually, there's no such thing as Christianity. It's just cultural Christianity. Right?
Exactly.
So, I mean, and they also have constructed the term Judeo-Christian, which is
Right.
chimerical, which is totally chimerical. So yeah, they're totally motherfucking nonsensical in their approach. Yeah.
Obviously, but that's also, I think, mathematically implemented to keep the masses confused. That's an engineered that way. It has
Yeah,
to be.
1,000,000% OTW, 1,000,000%.
It's wild speculation. Let's look at historical predictions that seem equally outlandish until they came true. Take High's early web forecasts about Bitcoin. Back in the 2000s, he predicted the
You know what I mean? That's coming out of this excellent programming, where they're trying to use it as a Trojan horse for theosophy. And people don't even know it because, well,
I believe they did the same thing with Christianity. Now it's just, in other words, the new version of Christianity, if you ask me.
Yeah, of course. They try to say that Christianity is the same as universalism, liberalism, scientism, and all that type of shit. Right? And they say actually, there's no such thing as Christianity. It's just cultural Christianity. Right?
Exactly.
So, you know what I mean? So, and they also have constructed the term Judeo-Christian, which is chimerical. You know what I mean? Which is totally chimerical. You know what I mean? So yeah, they're totally motherfucking nonsensical in their approach. Yeah.
Obviously, but that's also, I think, mathematically implemented to keep the masses confused. That's engineered that way. It has
Yeah,
to be.
1,000,000% OTW, 1,000,000%.
It's wild speculation. Let's look at historical predictions that seemed equally outlandish until they came true. Take High's early webbot forecasts about Bitcoin. Back in the 2000s, he predicted the rise of digital currencies, even pinpointing key price surges. At the time, Bitcoin wasn't even a household name. Then there's the eerie correlation between linguistic patterns and major global events, like the 2008 financial crash. While High's predictions often lack precision, they tap into underlying anxieties that eventually manifest in unexpected ways. What makes this different? The specificity of the date, December 3rd, and the recurring themes of aerial phenomena and conflict. These aren't random predictions. They're rooted in patterns High claims to have identified over decades. So let's ask the big question. If this prediction is accurate, what agenda could it serve? First, the mention of aerial conflicts aligns suspiciously well with the global trends. The US has its Space Force, China is weaponizing satellites, Russia is testing hypersonic missiles. A major event involving aerial phenomena could justify.
This is all starting to sound like Red Alert 2, Command and Conquer.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that one, but yeah, it's a lot of
It's a game. It was a PC game back in like almost 20 years ago, I'd say, practically. But it was actually like one of the best games I played it, so I know. I was like, it was fucking awesome, man. And yeah, it was like it had 3 different superpowers. And you'd all 3 of them would go at war together, and they all have 3 different types of technology. The Russians would have the Tesla technology. The Allies, which I guess would represent the United States military, was pretty much based on lasers and shit like that, drones and fucking mecha vehicles, like shit like that. And then you had the Asian, which was like super like high tech, man, almost like alien technology. So it's just like what he's talking about is really similar to the games. So I'm thinking maybe these games are are also have that type of predictive programming embedded into them.
Yeah,
you
the
think?
games and the movies, right? Because they're all
Yeah.
going back to, 1950s. You know what I mean? And the time when they created the radio technology and the global communications. And the whole thing is actually linked to the climate hoax and all that shit in a way, because they said what could bring all the world governments together, and unite humanity together into a world government. It would be an alien threat.
Right.
Right?
That was
So
what was his name? Bush or something? Who said that?
that was Reagan when he wanted to
Reagan.
create the Star Wars program, creating the satellites in the sky. So it's got a lot to do with the International Space Station, the satellites, the climate hoax agenda, which is also population control agenda, right, on a global level. So they got all that shit linked because, see, the global government is gonna be a combination. They're gonna use the combination of science and spirituality and world religion to supplement world culture, a monoculture. Because when you have monoculture, and right, the best thing that could keep people in line and into those cultural rights, and traditions is to give them some sort of religious belief about it, so that you don't have to manage.
But how
them all
are
the
they
time.
going to do that? That's my fucking question. I mean, first of all, there's going to be people like myself who are not going to fall for it. And then there's the hardcore religious fucking dogmatic.
I feel really good, especially since I'm not in the gym doing any kind of workouts with the weights. I have definition of my legs. My biceps are back. The other best thing is my abs are back.
So it seems like the difference in the weight was you pretty much lost all your fat tissue. That's hard to do.
Janine lost the fat by adding something legendary fitness trainer Tony Horton told her about that surprisingly had nothing to do with exercise.
Aging is for idiots, okay? Let me tell you a little bit about me. A lot of you know my story, some of you don't. I was an Army brat as a kid. My father was a tank commander in the Army. I was also small. I was not athletic. So my behavior was fear, trepidation, and anxiety. My life changed dramatically when I went to the University of Rhode Island, and it was incredible. And at the end of that semester, what happened? So anyway, that's it. But what it gave me was self-esteem. And I didn't know at the time the science behind it, but I just knew that I had more energy and enthusiasm for life.
My success was a matter of finding the right people who really knew the ins and outs of the very, very, very dry science about something called sarcopenia, which is a version of age-related muscle loss. But it happened to me at an accelerated rate because I wasn't able to get out of bed for 4 weeks. This is the interesting part of the story that a lot of people don't hear about.
He discovered this nutrient compound thing that literally helps you build muscle without working out. I read the medical journal, like it was a medical report, very dry. And it's actual science. And he made a video about it. This video changed my life. And I promise you, it's not an intense workout video. After a couple weeks, it's working. I'm already seeing it in my arms. I'm seeing it in my butt. I'm seeing my abs again. But don't just take my word for it. A lot of other people are trying this one simple thing and already seeing results.
I've been feeling more comfortable walking without my shirt on. That was pretty cool. When you have your wife of 25 years say, you look bigger and stronger.
I was so focused on am I stronger because I feel stronger. To see that there's a secondary benefit that I actually lost body fat was just outstanding and amazing.
The bottom line is getting weaker as you get older is no longer something we have to accept. And at 63 years old, I'm living proof. I have already helped get America in shape once.
Group or faction or whatever, they'll never fall for it.
Well, it's like
the
this.
Amish. Let's get like the Amish. Let's give it. I'll give you a really simple example. The Amish would not fall for this one world government bullshit.
Well, it's like the flat Earth thing, right? So you bring in an idea that combines spirituality and science and uses the Bible, right? So you got your New Age, you got your science. You're using scientific facts. You're analyzing the Bible, which is sola scriptura, right? And you're just kind of looking at all these things, So in a way, you're engaged in questioning of the world narrative, right? You're thinking about space, you're thinking about scientists, you're thinking about government, right? So what if within that entered a whole nother range of mysteries? Like now you have anomalies, you know, you have anomalies in weather patterns, you have weird spacecrafts appearing in the sky, you know, and you have another a whole new development of factions of people that are religious and or otherwise that are making up theories about what these events are, right? So they're just going to use this to create new stories and new genres, right? But it's all going to be advanced technology that's basically deceiving people, right?
Man, the only way I could see that they could actually, you know, end up pulling this off is that they'd have to have this superhero character, the second coming, like a literal second coming of the Jesus, like as if they would clone, you know, like they come out with we're cloning DNA that we found from the descendants of Jesus Christ.
Yeah, but it's like war on terror, and then you got the pandemic, you know, so you have these concepts where they can have international news about an invisible threat, quote unquote. And most people will believe it or react to it in a way that works.
Oh, dude, do you know, you just reminded me of the War of the Worlds bit that they did on the radio back even before television, bro.
Yeah, you know,
and people fucking believe that shit.
By the way, look at H.G. Wells. He's a huge member of the Theosophical Society and Fabian Socialism. You know what I mean, right? He wrote books about British Israelism.
Don't put makeup over dark spots. Do this instead.
She's covered in crops of dark aging.
And how the British people were the 13th tribe of Israel and all this type of stuff. He believed in the new Atlantis and Bacon's theories. So he believed completely in combining science and spirituality and all these things.
My mother actually, she was, you know, when that radio bit was, she listened to it and she believed it. She thought it was real until after the end of the show where they said, okay, all of this was a joke, you know. But, you know, you know, I understand where you're getting at. And with what they did with the CV-19 and yeah, I think you're right. And plus they do have that holographic technology to help back them up. And at the same time, you know what I think is, I think they're going to have to blow something up, dude. They're going to have to do something like 9/11, maybe on a bigger scale, like a whole fucking a city or something.
I mean, we say it can't be done, but and like nobody will believe it. But then look at how stupid people have always been. Like, you know, like they had the conservatives being the anti-Semitics, you know, 10 years ago, and then it flipped to the left side as the anti-Semitics because they're saying that Israel is committing genocide. You know, right? So you know, and it's the same way that Malcolm X said. He said, you know, the same way that the American government can make the American public, you know, love the Chinese and hate the Russians, and then love the Russians and hate the Chinese. You know, he said from World War I to World War II, they totally switched. You know what I mean, right? People's perception of these two countries. You know what I mean, right?
And
so
it's
like,
funny you say
you know,
that.
within one generation, right?
My father used to tell me that the Antichrist were the Chinks. Because my father was pretty old, and he was in the I was like, he was 16, and I think he was somewhere around the Second World War or after that, and he was on like one of them where the planes land on those ships there. What are they called? Aircraft carriers. He was like he was working in the kitchen handing coffee, man, and they attacked the aircraft carrier that they were on. He saw people get ripped in half by fucking giant bullets and shit like that, man. It's like he used to tell me these stories, and I was like, holy shit. So in his mind, the Antichrist was, you know, like the Chinese for her, for sure. It's like he was sold to that idea. So you're right. They were able to, change people's minds. But it all depended on if you were actually in the war participating. I don't know. Maybe people would have had different perspectives from that point of view. But that's me babbling on.
Further militarization of space. Think back to the Gulf of Tonkin incident. A questionable naval encounter dragged the US into Vietnam. Could December 3rd be a modern day equivalent, designed to galvanize support for a new kind of war? Let's talk UFOs, or as they're now called, UAPs. The timing of this prediction coincides with an unprecedented wave of UAP disclosures. Whistleblowers like David Grush are claiming the government has non-human craft. Could this be the moment when the narrative shifts from speculative to undeniable? But as always, there's a twist. What if this disclosure isn't about truth but control? If High is right, this could be a staged event to manipulate public perception, perhaps even to rally humanity around a common threat.
Shit, come on. That's like Truther 101 stuff, man.
Dude, this is trying to piss down breadcrumbs. Who is this guy?
I don't know. He's talking about the Cliff Hughes prediction of December 3rd, which I haven't been able to find, actually. This is like one of the clips that I was able to bring up about it. But I was
he's all masked up like that. He's such a strange dude.
Yeah, kind of like the anonymous look, you know.
It's got the barcode on it. Yeah, he's trying hard. I mean, he's trying very
he's
hard.
a try hard, right? Oh yeah.
High's term sci-fi world evokes visions of advanced AI surveillance.
He doesn't want his family to recognize him.
And societal control. An event of this magnitude could serve as a smokescreen for rolling out new technologies. Think biometric tracking, AI governance, or even central bank digital currencies. Remember, crises often pave the way for policies.
Again, Truther 101.
That would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. Just as 9/11 brought sweeping surveillance laws, December 3rd could usher in the next wave of technological control. Hollywood has a knack for preparing us for what's to come. Think of movies like Independence Day or War of the Worlds. They normalize the idea of extraterrestrial threats and humanity's
shit
response.
that we just talked about in grave detail, and I was just going to mention at the end of the video. Like, throw it out there. The worst part of what we said already. Yeah.
Need an affordable everyday kitchen knife? I found one for you. It's the Japanese chef's knife that's winning thousands of reviews from...
Man.
Even the term sci-fi world feels like it's been pulled straight out of a Netflix series. Could Cliff High's prediction
come
be part
on.
of
The
a
whole fucking pandemic was right out of the fucking movies. It was what was the movie? It was called hold on a sec. Fuck, man. Oh, there was Outbreak, and there was so many movies 20 years ago.
What about the fucking obvious one, Marvel motherfucking Winter Soldier and the Hellboy shit, where they got monsters and aliens that are working with the German government and the U.S. government.
Right.
They're
The
like, what the
Hellboy one,
fuck?
yeah.
Yeah, like literal, like they got literal space technology that they got from alien races that the government's using in both of those movies. Huge movies. I mean, not some Netflix shit. Like, I'm talking about, Hollywood box office motherfucking slam hits. Right?
Yeah, yeah. And what other movie, man? Fucking World War Z.
So many of them. You got
dude with the zombies and shit.
E.T. Like, this shit is everywhere, dude. Right? Like, they got every movie from the beginning. Fucking Star Wars.
But you know what's
E.T.,
blowing
like,
my mind in all of this, dude? It's the holy shit. They want to turn everything into like robotic. You go back into the Terminator series where they like this is coming into fruition. You got the fucking like these zombie thing, pandemics and all that stuff. Fucking with the what's it called, Resident Evil. Pushing all of that shit. Well, that fucking came to fruition 4 years ago. All right. And it probably isn't over. That was probably just the beginning, right? It was just like the test run. And then you got what else? What other fucking the space narrative? Aliens, right? They're pushing that shit, man. It's like it's crazy how much of these different types of themes, I'll call them, are being pushed all simultaneously. And it's to wonder, is it all of them that's going to be like the mainstream narrative in the future, or is it going to be just one of them? This is what I'm wondering, because if we're going into a one world government, is it like what's going to go first? If it's all of them, which one's coming first? The alien invasion, the transhumanism, the which one is it? Like, I got Mr. Snafu Snaps having a shit fit backstage right now, going like having a seizure with his camera.
Oh yeah, I know he's got a lot to say on this issue for real. You know what I mean, yeah, he's real into this type of stuff, world government stuff. Yeah, he's deep into this stuff.
Okay, hold on. All right, I'll give you a chance, Snaps. Motherfucker, you better stay on topic.
No, what's funny is you guys have no clue what's going on. The Project Bluebeam and many projects are about to be activated today, and many others. I put the link, since you can't do your own research, I put the link of the original Why December 3rd. Everyone's talking about this because
I can't do my research.
The computer program predicted this in 1970 or something, just same as it predicted the tsunami and some other things. So that's why everyone's freaking out about this. But what happened last night is huge, folks. It's the ushering of the New World Order and the deep state. Trump literally, now this is kind of dangerous because this will give his administration, his cabinet, all access to everything. But you know, the GSP, which is like the spying technology tool for all people like in big businesses or the Democrats and Republicans, he removed it from everyone and saying he's going to, except for his cabinet. So in other words, the deep state has lost all spying capabilities that they have been using for years and years and years and years that go deep into the Patriot Act. We're witnessing South Korea today under martial law. Everything's popping off right now. And again, the footages of the alien Project Bluebeam, I want to say, whatever it is, coming out. Just like Machine Lie said, it's like the old Reagan speech. They can change how you look at countries. They can change how you look at affiliations. And just like Reagan said, it could bring the world together in a new world order status. But what's happening behind the scenes,
but like I said,
is
before,
going
hold on a second, Snaps. Like I said before, they'd have to blow up like a country or a city. Like they'd have to nuke something for that to. For the world to come together, something dramatic has to happen.
Listen to me, dude. It's already in the documentation that is leaked. All you got to do is put some holograms in the air.
Yeah, all you got to
start blowing some shit up in the air and dropping pieces on the ground. They don't have to necessarily take out a city. If you're looking in the air and you see these fake holographic UFOs, but you don't know, and then all of a sudden you see actual explosions and shit falling on the ground, okay, which is easily done, okay, but you're like, oh my God, the UFO, like, do you understand the impact that's going to have?
Oh, man. Yeah, I guess
You
you're
don't,
right.
like, it's
but
already
at the
it's
same
already
time,
written in there.
From hard hats to steel-toed boots, Granger's got your safety needs covered, literally. Shop Granger's
It's already written in their documentation of using explosions in the air, dropping fucking weird looking fucking parts on the ground during alien invasion. You know, Project Bluebeam is very in depth, but see, they have to systematically set up all the countries with bricks and everything else before this goes down. That's why South Korea right now,
because there's not the same time zone. How can you have holograms in the sky at night and day at the same time? This is what I don't get. It's like how are they going to pull this off?
How did you get a sun simulator?
They're going to have to do it during the day.
I don't know. My whole thing is the Project Bluebeam, like, because with this whole thing with the spy, with the communication comms, and the administration taking a valuable tool from the elites. I mean, we're talking, they're freaked out, bro. Like, if you had access to a computer to where you could pull up anything and everything all the fucking time, no matter what. And then all of a sudden that's taken away. Because, you know, like imagine what like there's some big things going on behind the scenes. And this and the clip I put, or the video I put in your backstage, is from this whole talk of the alien invasion 1979 prediction from the computer it's predicted on December 3rd, 2024. So if you could look at the backstage what I pulled up, that's why they're freaked out. But just like Machine Lie says, it's a spiritual, and it will be a political governance of transition of power, as I like to say. Because like I loved how you said, like people looked at those countries differently after World War I, World War II. Political governance of transition of power, as I like to say. Because like I loved how you said, like people looked at those countries differently after World War I, World War II. And like you guys have said, Stargate, SG-1, ET, War of the World, all predictive programming about this has been forever. But even the presidents have said it. Imagine an alien base. And I mean, honestly, OTW, I don't think they would have to take out a city or blow some shit up. Literally, if they do a war in the sky using hologram and explosives and actual physical physical stuff, you know, start dropping parts on the ground, you know, look like, you know, that it could be done very well orchestrated to where even I'm like, holy shit, you know what I'm saying? Like it could be done.
Scott Hard Garrity saying he's like 90% of the world governments are already in hand with the NWO. Places like Axis of Evil, Evil Iron, Middle East are the true opposers of the Satanists, ironically. Yeah, I get that. I've already figured that one out. All they need...
Imagine an alien base. And I mean, honestly, OTW, I don't think they would have to take out a city or blow some shit up. Literally, if they do a war in the sky using hologram and explosives and actual physical physical stuff, you know, start dropping parts on the ground, you know, look like, you know, that it could be done very well orchestrated to where even I'm like, holy shit, you know what I'm saying? Like it could be done.
Scott Hard Garrity saying he's like 90% of the world governments are already in hand with the NWO. Places like Axis of Evil, Evil Iron, Middle East are the true opposers of the Satanists, ironically. Yeah, I get that. I've already figured that one out. All they need to do is convince the populace the governments are already in bed with each other.
Yes.
Oh shit. This is kind of like reverse psychology, man. Holy fuck, man. These people are fucking mental, man. Yo, TW in chat. Hope y'all having a kick-ass day. We are, Mr. Lestrange.
Like you understand what the South Korea, you understand what the South
Who's
Korea
pulling the
optics.
strings? As the day is
I
now
don't
upon
think you
us,
get it,
here are the
OTW.
signs to watch for. Increased UAP activity. Reports of aerial phenomena are already on the rise. Are we seeing the groundwork being laid? Geopolitical tensions. The US, Russia, China are all on edge. Could these tensions spill into the skies? Media narratives. Keep an eye on how the media and the news and mainstream networks all frame the UAP phenomena and any particular military exercises which may link to that. Subtle shifts in language specifically could hint at larger plans. Now, we obviously have to address the elephant in the room. What if December 3rd comes and goes without incident? Firstly, it doesn't invalidate the questions we've raised. Even if this prediction doesn't materialize, the patterns and agendas we've explored are still worth examining. Second, it's possible the event Hyde predicts won't be immediately visible. As with many global shifts, the full impact might only become clear in hindsight. Cliff Hyde's prediction is a puzzle, a mix of linguistic analysis, speculative foresight, and cultural undercurrents. Whether December 3rd, 2024 marks the dawn of a sci-fi world or just another day, it forces us to question the narratives we're fed and the agendas shaping our future. So what do you think? Is this prediction a
And
genuine
that's what I'm trying to tell you. Behind the scenes on December 3rd, the whole fucking, the GSP, which is the spy technology fucking ware for all the people, and then South Korea freaking out with martial law, and also Russian MiGs, Russian bombers. Like, even if we don't go full Project Bluebeam, the fact is some of these optics behind the scenes we're witnessing that happened today on the 3rd, there's some movements being made. And that's what I'm trying to say is they're systematically setting it up. Why would they take the spy deviceware that has been used since the Patriot for years away and only give it to the administration coming in play now? Because again, it's the ushering of the New World Order, including surveillance. You know, and so again,
yeah, but the surveillance has already been established like fucking like 3,
but
4, maybe even 5 years ago.
Transitioning it. But they're taking it away and transitioning it to different people. This happened today, this morning. Like, you don't understand the significance of what Trump and they're doing.
Well,
this means.
Okay, so let's find out. It's like I'm open to fucking figure this shit out.
Yeah, and he keeps
I
saying
can give you more
sci-fi.
optics on that.
Yeah, you know, the sci-fi whole genre, you know, if you look up where it comes from Edward Bulwer Lytton, is 33-degree Freemason, human right, and he basically was writing about the Vril, you know, this alien race that exists underground, and that's exactly the idea that the Nazis used, you know what I mean, to create the advanced technology. Right? So
And let's be real, they come out with declassified.
This is what I think. Hold on a
Roswell.
second, Snaps. Wait a minute. This is what I think is there isn't no outer space aliens coming from another planet. It was, if there are aliens, yeah, they might live in this place, and they were hiding.
That's gonna be another part of the psyop. Is they're gonna ask if they came from underground or if they came from outer space. 100%.
Yeah,
and let's
that's
do
gonna
what
be
I was
another.
gonna say
That'll be the new flat Earth thing.
But if you look up Roswell and really dig into it, okay, and just recently, I think Joe Rogan about 3 months ago had that chick that worked with the Pentagon and declassification of when Space Force got couldn't put in mission. Remember the logo on Space Force? What is it? There's a Sphinx, right? The pyramid, the thing on a United States military new branch. The Sphinx is on their logo. Okay, the messaging. This all comes down to CERN. This all comes down to technologies, as you guys were talking about. What I feel is going to be just like Roswell. They have come out and said that when they found the quote bodies over at Roswell, that they were humans that had plastic surgeries to look like aliens and shit to cause a great deception, so to speak. That's some of the theories and some of the things that are starting to come out. So
yeah, totally.
So they had human, and it comes down to Nazi Germany and them. Like they were saying that they were the ones, the Nazis were the ones who did plastic surgery on these humans You know, the whole Roswell thing happened. The humans, you know, whether it was hybrid humans or plastic surgery type humans, fact is that they were going to do the whole alien thing back then.
Hence,
but whatever
I believe. Hence, where I believe they're gonna fucking clone a version of the Jesus Christ character, dude.
They don't need to clone. Project Bluebeam, holograph, fucking things. I mean, dude, they can even get to physical now. Do you know? Even if you don't believe it,
it's debatable. It's debatable because you're gonna need
how many countries?
You're gonna need. They're gonna need someone to lead. They're gonna need a face.
Right. Isaiah 45, Trump 45. What does Isaiah 45 talk about in the Bible? Trump 45, right? The
Let machine lies cook. Hold on a sec.
Taking like some type of Shroud of Turin thing and being like, oh, we found like some bones or some shit, and then cloning that shit and being like, oh, this is the Jesus now. It's just a reinvention, but it's gonna be the Antichrist. I could totally see some shit like that.
Right.
Well, that's
because,
what
like I said, if they want the populace and the real believers of a god or whatever, whatnot, to follow, they're gonna need a face. They're gonna need a spokesperson.
Bro, they got the spokesperson. Trump 45, Isaiah 45. Do you know what Isaiah 45 in the Bible says?
Trump can't be that character, dude. It can't. It's just
Trump
doesn't work.
45, I'm not saying he's the full character. I'm saying he's ushering in the optics for the Antichrist to come into play.
Yeah.
All right, let's listen to this
You know
old.
what Isaiah 45 is or says in the Bible?
No, I don't know what that is. All right, you know what? Let's pull it up. Isaiah 45. Hold on a second.
Well, no.
Isaiah 45.
Isaiah 45 talks about Cyrus. Y'all know the story of Cyrus, right? Modern day Cyrus. He was loved. He was like just like the Trump character, right? And everyone said that he had the hand of God. Now remember, in the Bible,
put him on the coin.
I got the verse. Calm down.
Okay, well, let me finish real quick. Let me finish cooking real quick. In the Bible, it said they will come in as godly form with demonic optics, such as Elon Musk, right? Talk about Christianism, all this, but we all know the Baphomet Halloween costume, and then his Neuralink, which Mark of the Beast type optics, and also Starlink, which is New World Order military industrial complex around the world. His satellites, his deal, his technology. My whole thing is Isaiah 45 talks about Cyrus, modern day Cyrus. He's a man who the people voted, man and loved during the time of this.
Yep.
God had his hand, but he chose himself and the thing, and it caused the end of the fall of Babylon, so to speak. So people equate Trump 45 to Isaiah 45, the story of Cyrus, prophecy, so to speak.
Yeah, and this whole thing of Cyrus is also linked to this idea of Gog and Magog, right? Straight up.
Yeah. And remember, Gog, Russia, the Great War. You know, the Great War, Gog. So 100%. We're witnessing.
Yeah.
Well, we're witnessing. No, I know you know what you're talking about when it comes down to this. So what we're witnessing is military industrial complex.
Alarm goes off. The screen shows that there's an FPV suicide drone near.
Deal. His technology. My whole thing is Isaiah 45 talks about Cyrus, modern day Cyrus. He's a man who the people voted, man and loved during the time of this.
Yep.
God had his hand, but he chose himself and the thing, and it caused the end of the fall of Babylon, so to speak. So people equate Trump 45 to Isaiah 45, the story of Cyrus, prophecy, so to speak.
Yeah, and this whole thing of Cyrus is also linked to this idea of Gog and Magog, right? Straight up.
Yeah. And remember, Gog, Russia, the Great War. You know, the Great War, Gog. So 100%. We're witnessing. Yeah. Well, we're witnessing. No, I know you know what you're talking about when it comes down to this. So what we're witnessing is military industrial complex, a systematic setup. We're witnessing the characters such as the Cyrus, modern day Trump, Isaiah 45, blah, blah. And we're witnessing signs in the skies, blah blah. You know, being the whole thing. We're witnessing prophecy being fulfilled at the highest rate, but also systematically set up. And OTW, whether let's not forget this. The Muslim is the biggest religious faction out there, period. Right? Christians are a smart point. But if you all of a sudden have the skies opening up.
Wait. What are you talking about? It's got to be
I'm talking about
the population is bigger.
Muslim religion is the biggest one out there. Like it's the most common, most worldwide.
I disagree.
It's not. TML, am I wrong on that one?
Yes, you are, because the Chinese
No, I'm
took
not.
up practically half of the planet's population. What are you saying?
It's a
You know how many Muslim Chinese there are, dude?
Yeah, it's a billion apiece. Yeah, that's true too. There's like millions of Chinese people that are Muslims in Xinjiang province.
We've done studies on, especially in Christian. The Muslims really kind of outnumber all the other religions. Period. But what I'm trying to say is, my point wasn't that. The fact is, OTW, if you got skies opening up, and then all of a sudden a great voice with maybe like even like, you know, physical, optically, some kind of Jesus thing or whatever in the sky, miracle, right? Yeah, you guys like you, or most people like me, others, we know that the deception's there. But for these people who bear, like for instance, Russia just banned today on the 3rd. Okay, there's a lot of optics that happen. No more U.S. corn or soy. Okay, so now Russia's saying we're not going to import any corn or soy from America anymore. Like, they banned it. This is a systematic setup. And what I'm saying is, if they do some kind of Project Blue Beam, hallelujah, bullshit in the sky, people will be convinced. Even people who are hardcore, like, no, I'm never going to believe. And especially because you got to think, it's not just what we see and what we're witnessing, but with the frequencies of 5G, the manipulation of the mind with MK Ultra and many other optics in play, all your fucking Telsas running around, all those are fucking all these fucking new age cars are fucking just receivers, all right, to hit the world, so to speak, you know. So when we think about Mandela effect, whether it was a technology that caused this for our minds to, when they they could really trick us into believing, like, if that makes sense, like truth serum, so to speak.
Yeah, and people might be thinking, you know, corn and soy, so what? But the fact is that if you don't have corn and soy, you're not going to have, like, you know, 90% of the meat in the supermarket, because that's what they use to feed the pigs and the chickens and the cows, right? So
correct.
It's going to be gone.
And Russia just did this today. They said we're no longer importing coin and soy. And Trump's talking about 100% tariffs on all the nations that are doing this BRICS thing. And if that happens, you know, we're going downhill, you know, as far as financially. No, this is totally a systematic setup, military industrial complex, religious, the whole faction, with prophecy being, and like TML said, all right, Magog.
Can we play this little 5-minute clip that you presented, Snaps?
Yeah, this clip right here is just the reason why everyone's talking about December 3rd. That's why I just want to let everyone know.
Well, this is the one that I've been wanting to watch, actually, for a little since I've known about this morning.
1997, we're about to witness something truly extraordinary. An alien UFO war in just 3 days on December 3rd, 2024. Yes, you heard that right. This isn't a drill or a sci-fi movie plot. It's a prediction that has been circulating for years, and the date is almost upon us. Now, before you dismiss this as another wild conspiracy theory, let's dive into the details. It's easy to brush off such claims, but when you look at the data and the history behind it, things start to get really interesting.
Oh, come on, Snaps.
No, this is important, dude. Also, guess what else just came out with NASA today? All of a sudden now they're claiming some kind of asteroid will be breaking the Earth's atmosphere today. And NASA just came out and said this today. So there was no, you can look it up. There was no other, and again, NASA means deceive in Hebrew. We know this. But the fact is,
the television series Fallout pretty much did the predictive programming, and it's telling us that something's gonna fucking blow up. We don't know what. Right. We don't know where.
And you know what? They can use it.
I have a feeling it's somewhere in Ukraine. So,
well, here's the deal. Why would all of a sudden NASA? Okay, they always talk about it forever, like even if it's fake or not fake. They literally today on the 3rd, you could go look at DailyMail.com or just look it up. Literally, they're now telling the world, oh, by the way, an asteroid's going to hit our Earth's atmosphere today, just out of nowhere. But anyways, like I said, there's a lot of optics in play. And people have said, well, hey, say there's a natural disaster, super volcano goes off, or an asteroid hits, or some crazy shit like that, mud flood type optics. You don't think our governments will act like, oh, we caused that? It was war. Not tell the population.
That other movie that came out with Leonardo DiCaprio, talking about like this was like they found this asteroid that was going to hit the Earth and it was the end of the world. And what was the name of that movie, man? I can't remember.
Armageddon?
No. It was recent. It was I think 2022 or something like that.
There's been a bunch of them. Deep Impact, Armageddon, you name it.
No, those are old movies, man. That's like fucking year 2000s. I'm talking about recent year. What was it called, man? I can't remember.
I don't know. And then also the last thing I want to say is the Illuminati are not hiding it anymore. If you go to IlluminatiBall.com, the tickets are $2,400 a piece. They're doing
cheap.
their Yeah,
let's start an Illuminati ticket fund, guys.
Well,
we'll send OTW crew to the Illuminati ball.
Just go to IlluminatiBall.com. But the fact is there's big movements in play, and just like TML said, it will transition how we look at countries. It will transition authority of powers, and it will create, as he said, different factions of religious things. Like, right. I guarantee new religions will pop up.
Dude, let's get back to the video. I have like 17 tabs that I want to get through, man. If we just let you fucking spurg it, we'll never get through.
All right. Well, I guarantee you didn't know any of that shit. You didn't know NASA released that shit today. You didn't know about Trump and the.
That's all right, but then you fell back into like what you were saying before, so now you're just looping. That's why I'm saying that. Just like.
Well, it's big day. There's a lot of optics going down today.
All right.
A program designed to scan the internet and make predictions based on data has had its fair share of hits and misses, but this particular prediction has caught the attention of many. The WebBot, created by Cliff High and George Ure, was initially designed to predict stock market trends by scanning the internet for keywords and phrases. Over time, it began to make predictions about various global events, some of which have been eerily accurate. For instance, it predicted the 9/11 attacks and the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. However, it has also had its share of misses, making it a controversial tool. One of its most intriguing predictions is the upcoming alien UFO war. The WebBot foresaw that 39 days after Donald Trump's appearance on the Joe Rogan podcast, there would be an alien UFO war in the sky. This isn't just some random date picked out of thin air. It's based on patterns and data that the WebBot has analyzed over the years. And guess what? That date lines up perfectly with December 3rd, 2024. It's almost eerie how the numbers and dates align. Could this be a mere coincidence, or is there something more to it? The anticipation is building and people are starting to take notice. I know it sounds insane, but if this prediction holds any truth, what could this war look like? Are we talking about massive spaceships battling it out in our skies, or something more subtle and hidden from the public eye? The possibilities are endless, and the implications are profound. Let's take a trip down memory lane to similar events in history. History is filled with mysterious and unexplained phenomena.
This is what's going on here. I'm going to tell you guys, I'll be really honest. They just get my hopes up when they do this. You know, I'm not the type, I've explained it before, I'm not the guy who scares easy. I'd enjoy watching a Star Wars battle. Finally, something will happen in this fucking place.
You say that because you're westernized right now, but if you had to live in mud huts and eat fucking one piece of grain for fucking, that's your week's worth of food, and you had to deal with fucking not being able to get medical attention for simple shit like a fucking ingrown fingernail could cause your hand to rot off. Like, it's funny, because that's what I'm saying. You guys are desensitized to what the fucking world has been put through because of these elites. And the world's starting to wake up to that.
That's why the Western culture needs a lesson.
But that's what I'm saying. Yeah. You say,
the Western culture has fucking literally destroyed that
shit.
No. Wait. Listen. The Western culture the Western culture has literally destroyed the human fucking mankind. Like on this side of the planet, we're the worst fucking low-life motherfuckers in the world.
But that's not where you're getting. It's expanding to other countries, not just that. That's what the problem is. These other countries.
Look at what they just showed. And look at what they just showed. They just showed the military dudes getting their weapons together. You could totally see they're going to manufacture a fake threat to sell weapons. This is what they've been doing. They've been making fake wars to sell the weapons.
Why do you think they're doing all the land grabs right now? Why do you think here in the United States we witnessed that whole fucking flooding and shit in Georgia or whatever? No one wanted to do shit. The fucking FEMA was keeping people out. Well, because again, in times of war, especially when tariffs and other countries aren't working with each other, it's going to be our own resources, minerals, batteries, lithium. And that's what I'm saying. That's why Lockheed Martin and BlackRock are buying up all properties in the United States, whether it's just subdivisions or houses or this, that. That's why you witness these land grabs with Georgia and the flooding and them not doing it. They are systematically setting up, and I'm glad you brought that military, because, yeah, it's like right in our faces, TML, what they're doing.
Yeah, you could totally see them flashing this shit up in front of some people, telling them there's an actual threat, psyoping those people, and then trying to sell them weapons to go deal with the fake threat, and then them fighting robots and shit, thinking it's aliens, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Holy shit. Plus,
and I got this footage.
Hold on a sec. Let me chime in. The advancement technology with the drones, technologically speaking, these drones, like these fucking robots, are getting more and more flexible, if you want to, for a lack of a better term. They're getting more and more human-like, right? The reaction times, they'll have it all, guys. You remember the Star Wars drones? Those drones will actually look like fucking stick dolls compared to what we're gonna find. I'm pretty sure they're gonna be like. I'm pretty sure they'll be like as advanced as Terminators, and maybe even more.
So this is just after this clip. I put one other clip in there. When I talked about all these new cars and like our smart meters, our smartphones, our smart fridges, we look at them as, you guys just don't even understand Easter eggs. Like the telephone is the biggest surveillance device in the world and has been forever, right? These new cars, like the Tesla and stuff, the footage I put down below, they did a light show, synchronized lights with the cars. But I want you guys to understand, these are receivers. These are receivers. So like if we go into a false hallucination, like you take mushrooms, you take fucking acid, and again, MK Ultra, they've used drugs to fund some of these projects. The fact is they can make us mentally think we see what we see when we don't see what we see. Like that's what I'm saying. And the footage I put below.
Okay, so hold on a sec. If I'm understanding you correctly here, you're saying that it could go as far as manipulating our brain waves to have us fucking see shit, not even having to use this blue beam bullshit and whatever the fuck else.
Yes, it will just make it more encouraging. It's like releasing the dopamine in your brain to believe.
TML, do you agree with this? Do you think this is a possibility? Do you think that's a thing?
The projects are funded and out there.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for sure, possible. I mean,
wow.
Nephilim's laying down some heat for sure. I mean, this time I knew he was coming on this topic.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no! I was just saying that. I knew you'd know something about this particular topic here, but yeah.
Yeah, well, the video I put down below, okay, it shows hundreds or thousands of Teslas, and they're doing a light show, right? To say, look how we can do lights. Imagine those with the frequency, 5G, hallucinatory frequencies, you name it, okay? And remember, I played that Philadelphia experiment one where they talked about manifesting. That was the 1970s, right? Yeah, I do. That's why 5G was implemented, military grade. See, think of these as receivers. This is a cute video for people to say, a light show.
Holy shit.
That's what I'm saying. And that's because they programmed it. They're able to get into the Teslas and all these new cars to program the Easter eggs in the technology, such as your smart fridge, your smart meters, your telephone. You have no clue what they've been working on. Like we do, and that's what I'm saying. Yes, I believe with the frequencies, and that's why they're chemtrailing us like crazy too, because they have to nanotize the world. Because when the nano that's hitting us on a cellular level,
mad
we'll
insane,
work with the frequency. Yeah.
All right, so listen to this, dude. You know what he's showing here right now, though. You understand that this is insane because he's telling you that in the future, if everybody's driving one of these things, that he'll have absolute control over everybody. He can control
and it's not
cars
those things.
from a
It's all
distance.
new cars. It's all new cars, all new models, all new makes, all new cars. With the absolute control. The FBI just recently released 2008.
You look at this, and what does this remind you of? This reminds me of the movie I, Robot with Will Smith.
Yeah.
That cars are all driven by the AI supercomputer.
But think of them as
traffic is
receivers
managed
as well.
by the supercomputer.
And think of them as receivers as well. Like you have to have your router, so to speak, for your computer. So the vehicles in the world, with the nanotechnology that they're hitting us with through the skies, the foods we eat, and the frequency, so they can manipulate the brain to believe what we see if they turn it on high during Project Bluebeam. So there are some things to this.
All right, let me finish playing this clip. We have another 3 minutes to go. Okay, can you hold it for 3 minutes, Snaps?
Yeah, I got it.
No sound, Holmes.
Oh shit! Hold on a sec.
Here, I'm gonna drop that asteroid info too, just so you know, or you can look it up.
Out of thin air, it's based on patterns and data that the WebBot has analyzed over the years. And guess what? That date lines up perfectly with December 3rd, 2024. It's almost eerie how the numbers and dates align. Could this be a mere coincidence, or is there something more to it? The anticipation is building and people are starting to take notice. I know it sounds insane, but if this prediction holds any truth, what could this war look like? Are we talking about massive spaceships battling it out in our skies, or something more subtle and hidden from the public eye? The possibilities are endless, and the implications are profound. Let's take a trip down memory lane to similar events in history. History is filled with mysterious and unexplained phenomena that have left people baffled for centuries. By looking at these events, we might get a glimpse of what to expect. Back in 1561, over Nuremberg, Germany, witnesses reported seeing black triangles and spheres firing at each other in the sky. This wasn't just a few people, it was a mass sighting that was documented in newspapers and books of the time. They described hundreds of spheres, cylinders, and other odd-shaped objects moving erratically overhead. The sky was filled with these strange objects, and people were left in awe and fear. It was a sight that no one could forget. Imagine seeing that with your own eyes. The sheer scale and intensity of such an event would be overwhelming. It's no wonder that it has remained a topic of fascination for historians and UFO enthusiasts alike. And it didn't just happen once. There have been multiple instances throughout history where people have reported seeing strange objects in the sky, often accompanied by bizarre and unexplained phenomena. In Basel, Switzerland in 1566, people witnessed large black spheres fighting in the sky, turning fiery red and then crumbling away. This event was also well documented and has been the subject of much speculation and debate. These historical accounts give us a glimpse of what might unfold in just a few days. If these events are anything to go by, we could be in for a spectacular and possibly terrifying experience. But what if the WebBot's prediction isn't about UFOs fighting each other, but rather a battle between UFOs and humans? This adds a whole new layer of complexity and intrigue to the situation. Are we prepared for such an encounter? We've had several documented encounters between military forces and UFOs. These encounters
I have a crossbow and everything, man. I'm going to shoot them aliens down.
More and more information has come to light. For instance, during World War I, the Red Baron reportedly shot down a UFO. This story has been passed down through the years and remains one of the most intriguing military UFO encounters. Similarly, in World War II, the infamous Battle of Los Angeles saw anti-aircraft artillery firing at mysterious lights in the sky. The event caused widespread panic and confusion, and to this day, no one knows for sure what those lights were. Even Neil Armstrong reported seeing another craft trailing their spaceship during the Apollo moon landing. This revelation has fueled countless theories and discussions about extraterrestrial life and their interest in our space missions. These encounters suggest that if a conflict were to occur, it wouldn't be the first time. Our history is filled with such mysterious and unexplained events and they serve as a reminder that we might not be alone in the universe. So, what should we do if this UFO war actually takes place? Preparation is key. While it's easy to get caught up in the excitement and fear, it's important to stay grounded and think logically. First and foremost, stay calm and informed. Panic never helps in any situation, and staying informed will help you make better decisions. Follow credible news sources and stay updated on any developments. Remember, while these predictions and historical accounts are fascinating, they don't guarantee an imminent threat. It's always good to be prepared, but there's no need to panic. Governments worldwide have confirmed the existence of UFOs, but there's no concrete evidence that they pose a danger to us. In fact, many of these encounters have been peaceful and non-threatening. In the end, whether this prediction comes true or not, it's always exciting to explore the unknown and prepare for the unexpected. The universe is vast and full of mysteries, and who knows what we might discover next? Keep your eyes on the sky, stay safe, and let's see what the future holds. The next few days...
Oh, that's it. That's all right, because
Yeah, so basically it was off a computer prediction back in the day, why everyone's freaking out today. I put a link in your backstage about the actual cars and what they, some of the technology that's happening with the vehicles right now, how they're data collecting on everyone with the usage of vehicles.
This one, hold on a second. Okay, I haven't played that one yet. Now I'm at this one. And I think you dropped one backstage on.
Yeah, mine's the last one. Mine's on the vehicle, like when we talked about Telsa receivers, vehicles in general, data collection, and being receivers, and being part of the 5G technology that will be. It's military grade.
Okay, so let's hear this one.
Absolutely crazy story for y'all today. All
This
right,
was
see
from
the title, the
right?
thumbnail. What the heck is going on? Well, let me explain. All right, there's a gentleman named Cliff Hyde, this guy right here, who most of you have probably never heard of. And the reason I know that is because that's actually not Cliff Hyde. That is Jonathan Banks. He was in an actor. He was in Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, right? Yeah, this is Cliff Hyde, right? And basically, this guy has made a prediction that on December 3rd, right, which is tomorrow, okay, there will be a huge alien invasion, right? UFOs fighting UFOs, fighter jets fighting UFO. There's just going to be a war in the skies of aliens and UFOs, right? And what set this off?
I was like,
a trigger.
Hasn't started yet on
What
my
we
end,
call
guys.
a
I don't know about you
temporal
guys.
marker. And that temporal marker is this interview with Joe Rogan and Donald Trump, right? Because when this interview took place, apparently 39 days from the date of this Joe Rogan interview, which would be December 3rd, this would happen. And how do we know about this? How does this guy know about it? Well, there's a lot of stories floating around the internet about this, but I've got a bunch of clips to kind of help us, better understand what exactly is going on from this particular gentleman, Cliff Hyde. And many people are saying a lot of his predictions from the past have come true. Well, we're going to look into that too, right? So first, let me play just a little TikTok video of what's going around the internet, of what people are talking about, because there's some things that are being said that just aren't true.
A really weird story. So this guy, his name is Cliff Hyde. It was 1997. He developed this software program called WebBot, and what it would do, it would scan the entire internet, collect data, it would make predictions for the stock market. But then he delved into it a little more. Just like, let's see, like, what else it can predict. In 2009, it came up with a prediction of the future that there was going to be a battle in the air, the military and UFOs, and that even UFOs would be fighting UFOs. Whoa. But there had to be a trigger to set it in motion. Yeah, set it in motion. It said that when this trigger happens, then 39 days later, this prediction will come true. Here's the crazy part. 2009. The trigger was Donald Trump would be interviewed by Joe Rogan.
Bro, no.
Nuh-uh.
No way, dude. That's crazy. So as you can see from this TikTok video, right, they kind of explain the situation a little bit. But look, the truth is his earlier predictions just can't be proven. And what they said about Donald Trump and Joe Rogan, yeah, that was not predicted back in 2009. There is no video of that. There's nothing like that, right? Essentially. But why are we saying this, right? Why are people saying this thing? Well, here's a quick clip recently.
Why did Truth Cop drop
about
this Pogo
2 months
Flux
ago
video
talking about
with his messianic message?
I had already brought
this
this up.
and therefore we'll have it as a temple marker itself. And so
Hold on a
that's
second, let me pause this. Truther Cop came and dropped it, but I had already it was already queued on the docket. So it was like,
Okay, I remember you playing this part already.
Yeah.
a sort of a timer. Bear in mind what I was telling you about how we get these times, right? It's software adding up all of this shit based on all these words, and we're constantly wrong to some great degree. And it varies based on the size of the set, the amount of processing it takes, and yada yada yada. So it's not like any kind of guaranteed date or anything, right? It is just I am alluding to the possibility that there's a short period of time between the, barely over a month between the temporal marker and the visible contention that will appear in the skies that from the descriptors we had back in 2009 will go to the idea of UFO versus UFO and UFO versus jets. Okay, so
what is that? Critical minerals. That's a weird freaking
like sort of very complex kind of Independence Day kind of shit, right? Nobody will
That's
know
funny.
who the
Your
hell,
ads are based on your location.
Now,
That's hilarious.
okay, so you think that's unlikely and so on, as do I. All the shit's always unlikely until it happens. Possible, not probable, right?
So clearly he's saying that this is, even himself, right? This is not probable, it's possible, right? But where's all the fervor coming from online? Why are people so just locked in that this is going to happen? And again, including his other predictions, which we'll get to in just a moment in the video.
Well, I think it's pretty clear what that's supposed to be.
This idea that, right, we're going to have this big alien invasion.
Like I said, I think we witnessed systematic setup.
This matters, and we'll find out tomorrow.
Not necessarily what everyone wants to see on the third.
What's interesting
but many options happen today.
The way he comes to this data, right? The way he comes to these predictions, it's kind of just more of a guess, right? Just a guess. But I will say there are some interesting things that about 4 years ago that he spoke about on a podcast. And I'll admit, it's a little interesting. Take a listen.
All right, so approximately late 2009, I started getting stuff in my data about an upcoming event that was going to be pivotal there was going to be a pivotal temporal marker for the development of events here in the USA, but also globally in a big giant way, okay, like spectacular way. And so started picking it up. And then 2010 kept building, 2011 and 12. From 2011 and 12, the data set started filling in to the point where I had enough data to know that I was dealing with an unusual form of a TV show. Because at that point, the data sets weren't picking up the word podcast because it was not generally known. Okay, and so then around 2012 or so, it became apparent I was talking that the data sets were referring to an individual who would be emblematic for a shift in what was going to be like a temporal flow. Let me put it that way, right? Mm-hmm. Not that he's in any way changing the nature of the country, not that he's in any way adding energy to make things go one way or another. That is not the role that was being described. What was being described in the data was simply a person's image that will be able to be seen for perhaps hundreds of years as being the person at the spot in one of those, Iwo Jima kind of moments, or the sailor kissing the nurse at the end of World War II.
Oh yeah, iconic.
Precisely. The iconic thing for this particular ship which happens to coincide with this fourth turning, which is going to be major around the fourth turning in the United States, which is going to be major for the planet. So around 2012, I had a sufficiency of individual data points building up in this data set all the way through until I was forced to shut down my operation. Okay, and that set continued to build, and eventually I thought I knew who it was because I came across the Joe Rogan podcast, and I think that was perhaps maybe a year after he had started to say, but it didn't dawn on me. I was looking at this iconic figure for perhaps another 4 or 5 years. I don't know how long it was in that process, because I would watch his show intermittently, and he would grow, it kept growing and kept growing. Then a confluence of events all around the sun disease that broke out in December forced me to go back and relook at all of my old notes. Bringing all of this to the fore, I contacted headquarters and said, I think I know what's going on, and if I'm correct about this, we need to do a session on this guy, because if I'm correct, and this is the point in time in which sci-fi world is about to break open, we will have the most unique event to this date in both science as well as politics, because we will have a president of the United States talk space aliens with somebody on this podcast that will have a potential to reach gigantic amounts of the planet, like 2/3 of the planet or something like that. And this is that temporal marker that is just ever so slightly ahead of the actual secrets revealed of reverse engineering and all of this kind of stuff that is coincident with the breakout of the fiat crises in the breakout of crypto as a replacement vehicle. So we're right on that edge.
So again, this is from over 4 years ago, and as you can see, really a lot of it is just general, right? Like this iconic thing and this and that. But I didn't really know any of this back in 2009, and there is no video of any of this, right? I think as time went by, he sort of retroactively went back and made this prediction fit better, right? Because there is no video from 2009 of him stating this stuff, right? And so it just becomes very,
convoluted, we say.
Dubious is the right word, but interesting, I guess I'll say. I don't really know. But regardless, the guy that's with him in this interview, right, he's a remote viewer, and he, just during their conversation, I found this bit.
That's why they said they had to do a session on
him. In the Joe Rogan work that I did for you online, I said I see hundreds of millions of people all linked.
I think remote
information and
entertainment, like we talked about,
transmitted to the masses.
Yep.
And look, if you think about it, let's be real, right? Like, a hive mind goes out to millions of people. I mean, like, that's pretty obvious of what a big podcast would do. So I don't see that as any sort of big deal, right? And I think that's what happens, right? These two guys sort of feed off each other in this sense. Of look what I drew, this is it, this is that, right? And they made other predictions that just aren't coming true, and they just keep kind of moving, the goalpost, moving the end zone, right, down the field more and more and more, right? Expanding this, right? So what's going to happen on December 3rd when this doesn't happen, right? Are they just going to continue to move it? Because according to them, they thought this would happen sooner, right? They thought this was going to happen when Joe Rogan first announced that he would debate, he would do a debate hosted by Joe Rogan, right, during the 2020 election, right? And does that make sense, right? So like, this is just kind of all over the place.
When I put that one out, I remember doing the debrief, and I thought, man, I'm going out on a limb here. I'm predicting Trump is going to do the Joe Rogan show. But then I remember saying, it makes sense. I mean, Trump is the kind of guy that would just do that. What did you think when you saw that? Not today when the headlines hit, but what did you think when you saw that graphic come in?
I thought that was absolute confirmation, if it materialized, of the last or the third to the last primary temporal marker before we can say sci-fi world is here. So, you know, as the way the data sets go, there are these temporal markers within each data set. And in order for the data set to be fulfilled, all of the major temporal markers and some of the secondary and tertiary temporal markers must be fulfilled in order for me to be able to feel that data set has been manifested. And we've been ticking along on this thing towards sci-fi world, which leads to some cool stuff. Anti-gravity, all other kinds of cool devices and things. And that's been going on for some period of time, and yet I was never sure that we were going to reach this particular point. And it was like, holy crap, to reach a defining example. And for me, I'm living in the future, okay? So I live, because I've got these views of the future, and my thoughts are in it, and so I'm living in the present, but I'm also aware of what's going on maybe 2 years out.
So look, I guess at the end of the day, I don't know what is going on, to be honest with you. But look, we'll find out tomorrow. But look, like I said, let's get to some of Cliff High's predictions that he made previously, right? And did they come true? Because that's what's being alleged, right? He predicted 9/11, Indonesia, tsunami, the financial collapse, right, in 2009 and 2010, somewhere around there. The truth is, I couldn't find any evidence of that. Zero. But people are saying it. I find people saying the stuff, but I don't find anything to back it up whatsoever. And predictions, again, can be retroactively fitted to sort of fit, right? If you make them general enough, like something big will happen that will affect the world. What? Like everything's just so general. And I think that's kind of, the point here. I mean, at the most you could say, oh, well, they predicted that, Trump would be interviewed by Rogan. But I think anyone at some point would have guessed that, right? Somewhere along the line that was going to happen. I don't know. Anyway, that's the deal, right? That's what they're saying. We'll find out tomorrow soon enough. And what's he going to say after this doesn't happen, right? Who knows, right? It'll get moved. Who knows? Or it was hidden. You didn't see it, right? The drones over the UK. That's what it is. I mean, who knows? So anyway, let me know what you guys think in the comments. And I look forward to reading them about this for sure. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Better.
It's all ridiculous.
Don't forget, we have a Spanish language and a German language channel if you enjoy those. Check them out below. Links in the description. Please go subscribe to help out and a Clips channel.
Yada yada. Whatever. Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah, shit's definitely interesting. But I'm gonna be watching on the road here. But yeah, blessings. Thank you for having me on OTW, man. All right.
No problem.
I'll talk to you soon. Yeah, for sure. You have a blessed day, sir. Yeah, for sure.
The saga begin war. I'll draw first blood, be the first to set it off. My cause, tap all jaws, lay down laws. We take away swords, we do jokes, rust the doors. Here come the D's, trying to make breeze, the guns toss. In full force, the team will go at your main source. My non-Taurus, hit bosses and take hostage. Your whole setup, from the ground up, we lock shit. Blood flood your eye, fuck up your optics. Switch to kill instincts for niggas pop shit. Your nigga know it was the topic. 9 pound, we rocked it. 96 strike back with more hot shit. Illuminate, my team will glow like radiation with no time for patience or complication. Let's get it done right, my click airtight. Trapped in the never-ending gunfights, and niggas lose stripes and lose life. Jail niggas sending kites to the street over some beef that wasn't fully cooked. Finish them off, well done me. Then said 22 slug to your head. Travel all the way down to LA.
Hey yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The project's front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, it's right in front of your eye. And yo, it's hell on earth. Who's next are gonna be first? The projects is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, yo, it's right in front of your eye. We rep the QBC, nigga rep yours, it's all love. Millie stack bound, heavily guarded by hollow tip slug. Then crack down and wanna be thugs. Adapt the gas sound and bow down. Slow the fuck up, see how I'm found now? Articulate, hitting body parts to start shifting shit. Never hesitate, it's the rap game unlimited. Sign my roster, we can do this. Forever infinite, then reminisce. 20 years later, how we was getting it. Either with me, go against the grain, you better hit me. Legging me, you're robbing me. Niggas better body me, cause it's a small world. The niggas talking like bitches. Bitches singing like snitches. Pointing you out in pictures. Cause she rep the QBC faithfully. Player hating me. All that bullshit, it's just making me more the better. The concentrate on getting cheddar. Your shorty set you up, you better dead her. I told you, shape and mold you, son you, then I hold you like a pimp, mind control you, double edge, blow you, handle B.I. like I'm supposed to. The click is coastal, international, you local. Bacardi mix, physically fixed. Hit you with shit that'll leave a loose nigga stiff, properly fixed. Son, I solved them, pulled them in my world and involved them in chaos. Walk the beat like around the wake cop, the app is pissed off. QB City dog, fall apart 3, Gotti Gambino and Ty Nitty. Scarface, rest in peace. Who's next are gonna be first? The project is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes. Hell on earth, who's next are gonna be first? The project is front line, and the enemy is one time. I ain't gotta tell you, hey yo, it's right in front of your eyes.
Yo, the heavy metal king hold big shit with spare clips. You see clips when the max spit, your top got split. Laying dead with open eyes, closed his eyelids. Turn off his light, switch to darkness. It's deep enough, it's a street life. Blood on my kick, shit on my knife. Use the wild child, kick will turn the men into mice. I was born to take power, leave my mark on this planet. The phantom of crime rap, niggas left stranded. Shut down your operation, close for business. Leave a foul taste in your mouth like Guinness. POW niggas is found, MIA. We move like the special forces, Green Beret. Heavily around my throat, I don't play shit brand new. Back in 89 the same way. The guard P, walk with a limp, see. But simply, to simplify shit, no man could go against me. Test me, you must be bent, G. Don't tempt me, I had this full clip for so long, it needs to empty. The reason why I full for so long, cause I don't waste it. You properly hit, blood in your mouth so you can taste it. Quiet is kept, I lay back and watch the world spin. I hear thugs claiming that they gonna rob them all when they see us. I tell you what, black, here's the issue, it's a package deal. You rob me, you take these missiles along with that. I ain't your average cat, fuck rap. I'm tryna make cream and that's that. Whatever it takes, they got to go down. 4 mics on stage, a motherfucking 4 pound. Speakers leaking out sound and niggas leaking on the ground. I can truly care less, the guard gon' get his regardless, blow for blow. Let's find out who hit hardest. This rap artist used to be a stick up artist.
Will I still be perfect tomorrow?
Yo, niggas is phony, frontin' like they master ceremonies. None of you suckers are even remotely close to me. To be nice, I sacrifice things like no sleep. I keep a library of lyrics on microfiche, creating concepts so deep. Niggas quote me, they rewind and interpret my rhymes to they homies. I did things beyond your flows eons ago. It's inevitable in 98, I'ma blow. Ever since 84, I've been in it to win it. But see, back then we used to battle by spinning on the cement. You can't even absorb the rhymes I record or resolve the deep laws of the physics involved. I travel to the end of the universe and beyond. Parsecs out of range from a cellular star tech from the galaxy of Andromeda. I puzzle niggas like crop circles and other unexplained phenomena. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. You spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see the hip hop is never tarnished. So hey yo, all I really want is you niggas to stop writing. All I really want is you niggas to start writing. All I really want is you niggas to be original and start spitting some lyrical shit that I can listen to. You haven't written the perfect rhyme yet. You don't even know the sequences to the Human Genome Project. You haven't come to terms with your God yet. And you refuse to believe in unidentified flying objects. When I bomb shit, I get retarded. Probably more than your bargain. I'm talking about rip a mic off your arm shit. Hype shit, blow up a mic shit. You might get beat the fuck up in broad daylight with a nightstick. To the British, I'm Gandhi. To the Japanese, I'm an American pilot flying over Nagasaki. To the AIDS patient, I'm your last antibody. Sitting and waiting for a cure for modern biology. And yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. Spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see the hip hop was never tarnished. So yo, I be looking directly into the human eye to see if you pussy and completely ruin your ability to lie to me. I pull a 9 on the bully, cock back the cannon, goddamn it. I don't think you fully understand it. Ask 9 out of 10 niggas on the planet who the best is. The question to go unanswered till I step up to the front line with rhymes, revving my engines like they were powered by Limans. Murdering niggas with lyrics manufactured within my DNA's double helix. I leave you in troubled spirits. I'm absolutely the purest. The MC from the United States of America to Europe, I deserve it. However you want to word it, I'm perfect. Touch my microphone on accident and get murdered on purpose, motherfucker. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. You spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see the hip hop is never tarnished. So
furious like the fire from P.13, Brooklyn phenom. This all peons, flow for eons. Most step is beyond. In fact, most cats can agree on is we on the same frequency. If not, change it down and get on it. I flip Elizabethan and Rabonics, keep heat like comets. We speech into deep street sonics. Who want it? Heaven dance is so sonic and e-tonics. Don't get charged with your schoolboy comments. Or blazing on your man chronic. I twist the hard cats back to blue bonnets. I repeat, who want it? Damn time on it is the time on a tradition of combustion, ignition, propulsion. Put a cease on expulsion. The principle. Your academics inadmissible. You're indefensible. My style is so comprehensible. Cats think at the heart like a ventricle. You temporary like a weather pattern. Forgotten like you never happened. Don't ever say whatever happened to most. My light shine close from the east to the left coast. North and south both, cause it sound dope. Well, your voice sound choked with the next man's style between your teeth, tongue and throat like got to wash your mouth out with soap. My pen stroke is leaving other men broke. What I invoke is never asleep, ever woke. It controls the soul of your foes and kinfolk. Maintaining my scope from beginning to end quote. Like pretty high, no riders get clipped and shot down. Bitch behind technological, neurological, unstoppable. Handle bandit and shit. Power raise your hands in the air, everybody. everybody get with it, the universe flow. Magnetically, big boy scientific, you don't stop. Here go, hold to the rhythm, you don't bust it. So raise your hands in the air, everybody get with it, the universe flow. Magnetically, you see I'm coming to the party in the B-boy fans. I rock on the mic, yo, son, it's in my chromosomes to rock this. I got this, watch this. Assemble my rap, tap your pockets, knock this. Stimulate nerve ends and chakras. Smart art breaking apart hearts in darkness. Down for the longest, sun peak the songless. Radiate enormous, pure peak performance. Vocal cords the strongest, acapella a chordless. Hit town, draw crowds like space shuttle launches. We have left off. We going in Brooklyn, New York, make the world moonwalk like John Glenn. So I'm sending it out for the short, the long haul. Earth sky, left, right, in between and all y'all. So raise your hands in the air, everybody get with it, the universe flow. Magnetically, be one scientific, you don't stop. Here go, on to the rhythm, you don't bust it. So raise your hands in the air, everybody get with it, the universe flow. Magnetically, be one scientific, you don't stop. You see I'm coming to the party in the B-boy fans. I rock on the mic, make the girl dance. Fly like a dove, they come from up above. I'm rocking on the mic and you can call me Most Love.
Every time I stop, it seems stuck. Soon as you try to step off, can of bust. The megalithic master craftsman, closet meteorologist. Look at the clouds, a storm's coming. That's common sense. I think about this giant monstrosity. 10W40 blood viscosity, big enough to kill the whole colony. Lock a low kiss on the oil leaking from the barrel drum. I did it all for dinosaur blood. The sky's falling, ocean levels rising from warming. Too much carbon, we all know the real causes. Jet planes in the skies are stalling. Dark night, riot squads are forming. Snakes are calling, rat jumping shit, but the water is boiling. Produce is spoiling, state of affairs appalling. Can't believe people still snoring. Wake up and stop yawning. Vengeance is mine in the morning. Speech, recognize speech. Mobile phone signals out of reach. Data plan says your talk is cheap. The king is a captive, trapped by his own inaction. Celebrated after global disaster. That's when Father Arthur Poor Papa was captured. His golden palace was collapsed amidst great ashes that were once wide green pastures where panthers, dragons, tigers, and rappers. He's but a man of minor stature, the megalithic master craftsman. Futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. Dubism and futurism, writing abuse and lyrics. My opinion of your opinion is you can't be serious. My brain ain't getting enough oxygen. I built the robotic cannabis and now nobody's stopping us. Black hoodie in the streets, lumberjack fleets. The beast from the east, by the thunderclap beats. Ability from the baggage, drop it. Hip hop is toxic. I administer the detox process all over the beat. I rap with my robot to feel complete. He can rap better than me. Not a hard thing to do to cut RTR loose. He gon' show every one of you he got the juice. Personal revelations regarding self-preservation, daily wealth generation, and healthy meditation. Cool, but I can't, so I shit my pants. I'm okay, I go sit over there. You go dance, have fun, go find romance. Can a matchbox man? No, but a tin can. Grant me the plow, I'ma fix this thing. Give me a mic, I might decline to sing. Lyric for lyric, layer for layer, prayer for prayer. They want the future thinking I'm a failure. Gotta write some bars essentially kept on cloud storage. Cause I ain't got the memory for it. I gotta do my best if I can really pull my own weight. It's the island stone face told me to wait. Strength of vitality, Darawak Indians dance for me. Half a dozen UFOs land from 7 billion minds. Couldn't control the mind of one. Controlling solar flares coming from 51. Channeling the mix
exhaust. Channeling spirits like a Ouija board. They stared at us all. Evaporated terrestrial walk through the walls and explain everything about reality. It's all the man who knows who are grim walls. Master matrix manifest miracle motions into a crystal quartz ore. Smoke chemicals into alcohol. A danger to you all. But stop to the score, to the last man fall. Possess all knowledge known. The days of old when all lyricists were bold and they spoke from the soul. The oxygen I breathe is 1 billion years old. Be born to translate to something great unfold. Animate ones and zeros, a sideways explode. My occipital low, remote viewing the globe. Biological electrodes protrude from my probes. Connected nose, flows tabulated below. You already know. Unlimited meaning with words beyond human reserve, beyond being protected or served. College is a source for knowledge. Soul Sand 51 Commander Complex, a rhythm robotic. Basel 3 compliant, the psychopath science of LIBOR clients that have to revise their diet, produce their own food, export or supply it, sell goods to the market that allow us to buy it. But what if inflation cripples suppliers, setting off economic dividers, the ripple even wider? The sun visor, chief analyzer, HNIC improviser, just don't get so excited over secrets that should not be told, and you should not be so bold. Who are you to judge how they roll? It's a cold world, yes indeed, but in achieving your dreams, then how can you regret what you've seen? Sideways 8 times, see the light is how long it takes me. I suggest you leave hip-hop alone for your own safety. 10,000 horses, I sacrifice things like no ski. He doesn't exaggerate, he claims he was the first rapper in space. Ain't scared to say, rip the jacket to your face. He was trusted but betrayed. His name led him to his grave, but not before he conquered his rage. What a marvelous day, gardening, parsing in the shade. Pride to change from his militant ways. He said one reckless action could pierce like swords, but the tongues of the wise will bring healing from the wars. No matter where you go, there you are, standing before God. What does this have to do with a job? IRA 401k, I need to pay right away. Go away, silence they say. No escape for the slave trying to run us like jogging in place. The gulags are not very far away. Pompeii, 7 kilometers going the wrong way. Motherfuckers be reading GPS wrong all day. Meditating a time machine, mixed back and forth with a laser beam, scream like weapons you can't beat. I concentrate on everybody's dreams by using a touch screen. Billions of souls trapped between the American dream. The supreme being talks to Vishnu and Shiva to move between shrubs and trees. Screen calls from the unseen. My prophet it must have been. I see Project Blue Beam of the hip hop machine. Understand what I mean? Bunch of fake niggas trying to create storyboard scenes. I will be redeemed, as odd as it may seem. I need that past stream. The helicopter news team try to scream. Lightning ball stream from the heat. Try to beef. I transform into a beast with wise heat. Tap that so I speak symptoms last for weeks. The best MC in the world. Complex coded chat niggas ill. We globally about to preach with a poetic masterpiece. Whenever the horns blow, sweeping for the trees from the east to the death. We are sworn to protect. Hip hop is eternal. Gotta live it till the end, my friend. But I must rescind. I've got to murder to attend. Bitch, please be my guest. Jack the head. I'm breaking the sweat. Buddha, Allah, Yahweh, God, Jesus, Vishnu, Shiva, Arm. A stealth pierces the clouds. Seconds later is followed by a sound. The war starts now. Conventional or synthetic. Cooper nickel center with titanium exterior shields and edges. Yeah, I have a pump of nickel wheat with extra pepper. Sinuses acting up. It must be the weather. Strategic vector flight paths. CIA staff got some pretty ass bitches. Don't be such a tight ass. Bishop profession. Poet laureate since 77. I converted infinity into a weapon. Shouted, stop complaining. Shut up unless you got a solution. We looking at him like, what do we do, sir? He said nothing, then lowered his head and said everything will fix itself in the end. Syllable we know globally, upholding the hip-hop rosary, notably greatest mixer of all time, supposedly murders the jackals urgently. Observe me perform surgery at the mixing board comfortably. Send the jackals to the cemetery, snake eats the canary. Surprise many incendiary vocabulary, extraordinary galactic emissary. The designation preliminary degree location, cosmonaut communication through a constellation of celestials, equations, undated stimulation, piezoelectric animation, electrocranial, completely awesome ramifications, fucking supernatural force all over creation. Creativity from the sky originate from high sources. Smoke, shamanic, chronic aura describes the forces that causes forces in armor. The draw flying source, it enlightens the brother. Engage in battle with Satan's monsters, bathed in heaven. Waters man Alan Bell holds up my boxes forever, you motherfucking bastards. Don't believe NASA, stitches meaningless back. Don't believe the contractor with a satchel of answers. Rapper the public propaganda. I am a terrible command. The fucking smell of no power rifle in the range find. Who's the world's facility? Moon by control crush supernova. Shoulder I shoot with is separated it. Stupid, you think you got a better shot than me, then do it. Now you got the juice, stop the music. Silence, I want you to hear what the truth is. I wanna see humankind rise. I wanna see it with my own eyes. I wanna see racism stop. I want aliens to listen to hip-hop. Haters misquote rhymes, pour turpentine down their throats, let them choke with the bamboo vines. On the Schwarzenegger movie, screen casualty count. Between him and Sly Stone, they gon' carry you out. Overhead A-wax, wipe the whole place off the map. No excessive force, just rap. What kind of life you got? You see me here rhyming with this robot. You know a brother love hip-hop. Love overboard, choppy water, high winds and fog. Probably never make it back to shore. The world's crowded, but I feel alone. I'ma always be there for you. Turns into now you on your own. A life of service, nowhere near politician perfect. I'm glad the wife is a strong person. I'ma forget you, but not if you're special. Especially if you're indiscriminately unsettled. Wherever you're at, that's where you settle. Public programs, policy, pussy to pedal. Metaphors melt metal. Morphed into something that could be used by rebels to fight corporate devils. Raise the drawbridge, fuck you. You were all dead men walking, talking about you awesome. Terabytes of lyrics, yottabytes of spirits. Some criticize it, some like to hear it. Regulatory telling the story, you have the right to remain silent. Charlie, I'm sorry, please stop talking. Strength and vitality, the Arawak Indians dance for me because I commanded it to be. I pluck triggers like ukuleles with the strings missing. Wasn't ever into no ring kissing. Biological rhythm, always watching the bottom of women. My harem of Cleopatra's my kittens. When the invitation is given, do not go. The hair and nails of the undead do not grow. I ain't got enough teeth to properly eat meat. I can't barbecue cause property ain't cheap. Construction costs per square foot. Either we gotta stay put or we gotta find somewhere else to cook. When I'm satisfied, I'll deliver. Take the arrow out of the quiver. X-ray vision, night goggle, ripper block, Google and Twitter. Why harness human pigeons for biohazard contingents or living organic conditions? Maybe this will put your symptoms back in remission. Spit so much things we don't know taking place, but they are taking care of everything every day. Liar birds mimic my voice. The hardest thing to avoid turns out to be the simplest choice. I'm a deep water dredge. Do you get it through your motherfucking head? One day you remember what I said. What happens when 7 billion minds couldn't match the mind of one? Sham, so the voice coming from the sun. Composition